Zhao Xinyu, today you have transported a total of 42 loads of soil at 3 yuan per load. That amounts to 126 yuan, count it yourself. A middle-aged man gazed at a young man around 1.75 meters, with a somewhat sallow complexion and a physique resembling a slender bamboo pole, his eyes filled with compassion. Zhao Xinyu wiped his hands on his tattered work clothes, accepting a stack of money. As he gazed at the cash in his hands, a weary smile crept onto his face. "Thank you, Uncle Li. I will come early tomorrow." The middle-aged man nodded. "Zhao Xinyu, your physique is far too frail. Logically, you should be earning quite a bit each month. I've heard from others that you also deliver takeout at night and parcels during holidays." You really got a hint of bitterness flashed across Zhao Xinyu's face. "Uncle Li, my grandfather worked himself to the bone to support my education, and he has fallen ill due to his hardships. He still owes a considerable amount of debt. I have grown up now. I cannot let him worry any longer. But you cannot exhaust yourself like this. If you tire yourself out, what will happen to your grandfather? I am still young. I will be fine. Uncle Li, I must take my leave." As he spoke, Zhao Xinyu hastily departed the temporary water station. On the construction site, Zhao Xinyu pulled the hose to a corner, stripped off his clothes, and took a cold shower. He then retrieved a set of faded yet clean denim clothing from a worn-out backpack and hurried towards the shed to fetch the motorcycle he had purchased for 500 yuan. Specifically for delivering takeout. He donned his helmet and powered on a phone worth about 700 to 800 yuan. A call from a familiar number lit up the screen his younger sister. Seeing the caller ID, the smile that had just formed on Zhao Xinyu's face vanished instantly. He forced a bitter laugh before answering the call. "Zhao Xinyu, what's going on? Where's my living allowance for this month? Are you trying to starve me?" Zhao Xinyu's gaze narrowed slightly. "Xiaoxing, I did promise to send you living expenses every month. I transferred 1,500 yuan just last week. Have you already exhausted this month's allowance? I don't care. If you don't give it to me, he'll ask Grandpa. He managed to support you through university. He certainly won't neglect his own granddaughter." Hearing this, Zhao Xinyu stiffened. "Xiaoxing, don't trouble Grandpa. I will find a way." Zhao Xinyu received 50,000, and although he was astounded by Zhao Xinyu and Apos' transformation, he ultimately left with the money. This act did not sit well with Peng Mingyuan, nor with manager Zhao, who was responsible for the compensation. "Xinyu, what kind of brother is this? He is nothing but a scoundrel. Why would you give him 50,000? He is merely a thug now, and if I do not appease him, he will undoubtedly rally a group to torment our grandfather. Once I recover, I shall not let him off easily. Mingyuan, take the remaining 6,000 and repay the school debt. We can discuss the rest once I am healed." At that moment, Mingyuan understood that Zhao Xinyu intended to keep this ruffian brother in check until he was able to confront him. They were about to say more when a nurse entered to check on him, leaving them with no choice but to depart the ward. As night descended, after the final round of checks by the nurses, under the dim light, Zhao Xinyu lay motionless, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. After a prolonged silence, he took a deep breath, grimacing as he struggled to sit up. By the time he managed to do so, he was drenched in sweat, his face marred by wounds and perspiration. Glancing around the empty room, Zhao Xinyu sighed heavily, gritting his teeth as he began to unravel the bandages around him. Once he had removed all the bandages, despair washed over him. "Grandfather, I have been a disloyal grandson. Now I am neither man nor ghost, and one of my legs is crippled. I do not wish to be a burden to you. In my next life, I shall work tirelessly to repay you." Just as Zhao Xinyu was struggling to get out of bed, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. Instinctively, he looked at the source of the heat and froze. Under his grandfather's guidance, he had never developed any vices. Apart from a little alcohol, his grandfather's homemade medicinal wine, he had never partaken in gatherings with friends or smoked. Yet now, a bluish mark had appeared on his chest, resembling a fractured jade pendant. Part of the mark was shrouded in a thin mist, within which a bluish star could be faintly discerned. Filled with curiosity, Zhao Xinyu trembled as he placed his hand on the mark, wondering when it had appeared and why he had been unaware. Observing the mist and the star within, he sighed, contemplating how wonderful it would be to hide within it. In the next moment, he felt a dizziness wash over him. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a dimly lit space, approximately 300 to 400 square meters in size. Though the area was not vast, the air was remarkably fresh. A single breath brought an indescribable sense of comfort, alleviating much of his pain. Looking up, Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback as he noticed that the swirling mist above mirrored that of the mark on his chest. with a bluish star faintly visible within it. He stared vacantly at the floating clouds, bewildered by the surreal events unfolding before him, as if he had stepped into a scene from a film. Struggling to rise, he felt something slick in his hand. A damp sensation underfoot caught his attention. Looking down, he saw himself lying in a patch of bluish earth. Reaching down to grasp it, the soil was as slippery as grease, easily oozing through his fingers without effort. Having helped his grandfather with farming since childhood, he understood the significance of such soil to farmers. This was the most fertile earth in their eyes. Sensing the wet soil, Zhao Xinyu glanced into the distance, but lying on the ground, all he could see was the hazy surroundings, obscuring whatever lay beyond. Shaking his head, he lifted his hand to wipe off the dirt, only to be startled when he saw that his hand, previously caked with bluish mud, now bore only a light azure stain. His hands, which had been in pain, felt considerably better, allowing him to stretch and bend more easily. Feeling the benefits of the bluish soil, Zhao Xinyu looked at his scarred body, and the flicker of despair within him began to fade. His choice to study traditional Chinese medicine stemmed not from its affordability, but from the early lessons he had received from the grandfather who adopted him. His grandfather and Apos' ambition was to restore the glory of traditional Chinese medicine. Though he had become a mere shadow of himself, the effects of the bluish soil ignited a spark of hope within him. Yet, in the next moment, he recalled that he did not know how he had entered the mark on his chest and pondered how he might exit it. Just as this thought flickered in his mind, he felt a disorientation wash over him again, and when he regained his senses, he was back on his hospital bed. Had it not been for the bluish stains on his body, he might have thought it all a dream. Gazing at the azure marks on his body, the remnants of despair vanished from his eyes. After several minutes spent rewrapping the bandages, he reclined back on the bed and soon drifted into slumber. From that day forth, each night Zhao Xinyu would enter that space, using the bluish soil to tend to his wounds. In less than a month, experts had declared that his condition would necessitate at least half a year of hospitalization. Yet Zhao Xinyu astonishingly recovered and was discharged. However, compared to before, his once delicate features were now marred with black scars, and the left side of his face was discolored from the intrusion of soil. Zhao Xinyu limped behind Pang Mingyuan, who had come to retrieve him. Upon exiting the hospital, Zhao Xinyu suddenly halted. Mingyuan, now that we have graduated, how can I return to school looking like this? Please help me collect my belongings. Pang Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback. Xinyu, what do you plan to do? Before the incident, several hospitals sought you out. Zhao Xinyu sighed deeply. In this ghastly state, I can only frighten people. No one would dare let me take their pulse. Are you planning to return home to accompany your grandfather? Zhao Xinyu shook his head. Grandfather is elderly and ailing. How could he bear to see me like this? What do you intend to do? Deliver takeout. From that day forth, Minnie and Pengchen would frequently spot a limping figure, undeterred by wind or rain. Even if they could not see him wearing the special attire for delivery, he would be seen scavenging through the streets, collecting scraps. Pengchen was rapidly developing, with towering buildings sprouting in the suburbs, yet nestled in the northern outskirts was a village called Zhihanling. Though Zhihanling was adjacent to the bustling Pengchen, it differed from other nearby villages in that it had a relatively small population but spanned over 30,000 acres. The lack of development in Zhihanling was primarily due to its rugged terrain, with a significant mountain range, the Kaling Mountains, lying to the north, and, crucially, a scarcity of water resources. The treacherous landscape and water shortages had deterred countless developers, leaving Zhihanling lagging behind while other areas flourished. At the boundary between Zhihanling and Pengchen, there lay a scrapyard covering over 10 acres of relatively flat land. Every afternoon, a limping man would arrive, burdened with bags of recyclables. Grandpa Sue, I'm back. That afternoon, a figure wearing a mask and hat, with a limp, staggered into the scrapyard, carrying 2 large bags of recyclables. After dropping them on the ground, the limping man made his way toward a row of dilapidated buildings at the north end of the yard. As he approached one of the rooms, a faint cough echoed within. The limping man's expression tightened, and without uttering another word, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room lay in utter disarray, strewn with empty bottles, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of alcohol. An elderly man, his hair a cascade of gray, reclined on the bed, with remnants of vomit scattered across the floor. Grandfather Sue, it seems you have indulged once more, remarked the voice and Apos' owner, as he removed his mask and hat, revealing a face marred by scars, one side obscured by a deep bruise. Taking a seat at the edge of the bed, Zhao Xinyu placed his hand on the old man and Apos' wrist, In an instant, his expression shifted, for he could sense the erratic pulse of the elderly man, indicating that life was teetering on the brink of peril. Zhao Xinyu's expression shifted drastically. Having studied traditional Chinese medicine for over a decade with his grandfather, he rarely found himself perplexed by common ailments. Yet, after a certain incident, his injuries severely hindered his ability to act. Had it not been for the effects of the azure soil from the space, he might still be languishing in a hospital bed, too afraid to attempt to save the elderly man. Lacking any medical instruments, he was acutely aware that the old man's condition had deteriorated to a life-threatening state due to excessive alcohol consumption, leaving him paralyzed by fear. He retrieved a cheap mobile phone and promptly dialed emergency services. Regrettably, despite the doctors and Oppo's fervent efforts to resuscitate him, the delay proved fatal, and the elderly man passed away. As a solitary figure in the village, though he had received some assistance, the expenses incurred had depleted the 3,000 yuan Zhao Xinyu had painstakingly saved. After attending to the old man and Oppo's affairs, Zhao Xinyu felt utterly helpless. Since leaving school, he had been residing here, and now, with the old man and Oppo's death, he was uncertain about where to go next. Just as he was preparing to depart, the elderly village chief, Han Tianliang, entered the room. "Xinyu, what are you doing?" Zhao Xinyu managed a wry smile, glancing at the gray-haired Han. "Grandpa Su has passed. He must have relatives, if I don't leave now. Should I wait for them to come and chase me away?" Han Tianliang shook his head with a bitter smile. Old Su had no relatives. If he did, he wouldn't have required your financial assistance for his funeral. This is the will he left a few days ago. This courtyard will belong to you from now on. Old Su had one wish. If you have descendants in the future, he hoped you would bring them to his grave to burn some paper offerings. With that, Han Tianliang departed, leaving Zhao Xinyu to ponder the will. For the first time since leaving the village, he felt a warmth in humanity. Upon arriving in Pengcheng, he had worked tirelessly over the past 5 years, collecting scrap materials and delivering food to support himself and pay for his younger brother Zhao Xincheng's tuition. Old Su often took pity on him and, on many occasions, allowed him to stay overnight when he returned late. Over the years, they had developed a bond, and now, just before the old man's passing, he had bequeathed the 10-acre property to Zhao Xinyu, truly warming his heart. Lost in thought, Zhao Xinyu felt a dull ache in his injured left leg. He looked out the window to see that the weather had turned foggy once again. It was raining. He sighed deeply, realizing that in just half a month, the new year would arrive. Observing the empty room, an idea struck him. He remembered the azure space. Since acquiring it, he had focused solely on healing his injuries with the azure soil and had not considered anything else. With the new year approaching and only a few hundred yuan remaining, he realized he might not even be able to celebrate. Inspired by the thought of the space, he braved the rain and left the makeshift scrap collection station. A short distance away, he found a store specializing in seeds and fertilizers. With the holiday season imminent, there were few customers, and a middle-aged woman sat dozing behind the counter. As the door jingled, she looked up to see a masked figure limping inside. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. The store was not far from the scrap station, and Zhao Xinyu had frequented it for years. So although she did not know his name, she recognized him as the limping scrap collector. "Do you have any seeds for tomatoes or cucumbers?" he inquired, listing off 7 or 8 types of vegetable seeds. "Yes, but they're all old seeds, and the germination rate isn't guaranteed. I'll take a bag of each." After leaving the store, Zhao Xinyu took a deep breath and headed to a local produce shop, where he purchased a shovel and 2 small buckets. As he limped back to the scrap station, he heard whimpering sounds that compelled him to stop. Scanning the area, he spotted a tiny, wriggling creature beneath a garbage bin. It was a newborn black puppy, barely clinging to life in the cold rain. Sighing at the darkening sky, Zhao Xinyu gently scooped the puppy into his bucket and returned to his makeshift home. Once inside, he drew the curtains, locked the door, and left the bucket outside before entering the azure space with his shovel. He sought to validate the lingering speculation that had occupied his thoughts for months. Having often gardened with his grandfather in his youth, he was no stranger to planting. He evenly divided the 300 square meter space and planted the 7 types of vegetables he had acquired. Noticing a few square meters of empty space, he picked up the shovel, only to momentarily pause as he felt it strike something solid. Setting the shovel down, he knelt to dig with his hands. After a few moments, he uncovered a massive piece of azure rock. Surprised, he hadn't expected to find such a formation in this space. But his astonishment grew as he observed droplets of water gathering and trickling down the surface, with puddles forming around the stone. Recalling the properties of the azure soil, he stripped off his clothing and applied the mud-like substance to his injury. While waiting for it to dry, his stomach grumbled, prompting him to leave the space. The unheated makeshift room felt chilly due to the rain. Zhao Xinyu cooked a small pot of porridge, heated a few buns, and added some pickled vegetables. As he munched on a bun, he heard the puppy whimpering from the bucket. Setting down his food, he prepared some rice water, allowing it to cool before feeding it to the little creature, unsure if it would survive until morning. After dinner, he crawled into his damp bed. And perhaps due to the day's planting, he swiftly fell into a deep sleep. Time seemed to slip away as the cold woke him. Reaching for his phone, he turned on the light and was met with the sight of the shivering puppy on the floor. It was still alive. He picked it up and cuddled it close. But the damp bedding and chilly room made it difficult for him to fall back asleep. Ultimately, he decided to take the puppy into the azure space with him. Upon entering, he was taken aback. The space had expanded from 300 to 400 square meters to about 1 acre. The azure rock, previously buried, now stood prominently. And the pit he had dug was filled with clear water. Most astonishingly, patches of green had emerged from the azure soil. The vegetables he had planted just yesterday were already sprouting. What is this place? Zhao Xinyu marveled at the sight of the vibrant green shoots, utterly astonished by how the vegetables had germinated so rapidly. As he absorbed the wonder of it all, the puppy suddenly squirmed, and he set it down. The little creature stumbled over to the puddle and began to drink the fresh water. With the puddle only a few inches deep, Zhao Xinyu felt at ease, wandering around the space. With each step he took into a new area, a greater sense of astonishment filled his gaze. Logically, one would expect that prolonged storage of seeds would diminish their germination rate. However, to his surprise, he observed that the vegetables sown just yesterday had all sprouted, with no signs of missing seedlings. Returning once more to the small puddle, Zhao Xinyu noticed the little puppy sprawled out, fast asleep. Turning his attention to the scattered patches of green within the space, scenes from various films flashed through his mind, igniting a sudden thrill in his heart. Zhao Xinyu is not a farmer, yet he was raised in the countryside, cultivating vegetables alongside his grandfather since he could remember. He understood that no matter the quality of the soil, it was impossible for dry seeds to germinate and grow within mere hours. However, in this inexplicable space that had manifested, such an occurrence was indeed taking place. According to the customary process of seed germination, the vegetables he planted could yield a harvest in no more than half a month. Typically, during festive seasons, the prices of vegetables and fruits escalate. Thus, if the produce from this space could be sold, he would no longer need to rise early and toil delivering takeout or scavenging for scraps. Contemplating these thoughts, tears welled in Zhao Xinyu's eyes. Since the incident, he had not contacted his grandfather. If he could truly earn money, it would spare his grandfather from suffering. Throughout that day, Zhao Xinyu remained in a state of exhilaration, even spending 23 yuan to purchase a roasted chicken. That night, he re-entered the space, where the greenery was no longer scattered but had formed a cohesive expanse. In his excitement, Zhao Xinyu brought in a small bucket and dug a small irrigation channel in the area designated for tomato cultivation, drawing water from a small puddle to nourish the plants. To his astonishment, no matter how much water he scooped out, the puddle never diminished. As he drew water, the puddle and Appo's area and depth gradually increased. By the time he felt fatigued, the puddle had expanded to approximately 30 to 40 square meters, with a depth exceeding 20 centimeters. Despite his efforts to enlarge the puddle, the water did not overflow, even in areas lower than the water and Appo's surface. During a break, Zhao Xinyu took a sip from the puddle. The cool, slightly sweet water rejuvenated him, alleviating much of his fatigue. This is truly a treasure, he mused, convinced that this inexplicable space was a miraculous gift. Just then, he felt a furry little creature nuzzle against his leg. Looking down, he saw the small puppy that had been on the verge of death the previous day, now transformed into a lively little being. Zhao Xinyu's heart fluttered as he picked up the puppy and gently stroked its belly, prompting the little creature to whimper softly. It was hungry. He returned to his humble dwelling, shredded the leftover roasted chicken, and mixed it with some rice soup. The puppy eagerly devoured the meal. After eating, the little one spun around playfully, refusing to sleep. Remembering how the puppy would fall asleep after drinking water in the space, Zhao Xinyu decided to take it back with him. In the following days, the vegetables in the space transformed remarkably, with tomatoes, cucumbers, and eggplants growing to over half a meter tall. The area of the space seemed to increase, and the once gloomy surroundings brightened. Witnessing the daily changes in the garden, Zhao Xinyu busied himself by purchasing bamboo poles and parts to construct a frame for a tricycle he had salvaged. With this endeavor, He soon depleted most of his remaining funds. While others were busy acquiring festive ingredients and meats, he could only afford some noodles and pickled vegetables. As the spring festival approached, the daily diet of noodles and pickles further emaciated Zhao Xinyu, his scarred face taking on a waxen hue, a clear sign of severe malnutrition. One night, he re-entered the space, and though only a day had passed, significant changes had occurred. The tomatoes, now almost 1.5 meters tall, bore ripe, plump, red fruits resembling festive lanterns hanging from the branches. He picked one, wiped it on his sleeve, and took a bite, savoring its juicy sweetness and delightful aroma, devoid of any sourness. As he wiped his mouth, Zhao Xinyu and Apos' heart soared with joy. Such delectable tomatoes would fetch a handsome price at market. Looking at the other vegetables, he noted that the cucumber vines stretched over 2 meters, laden with various sized fruits, their prickly surfaces glistening with a fine mist of water. The green peppers and eggplants stood at 1.5 meters, resembling ornamental trees, each bearing an abundance of produce. The peppers were as large as bowls, while the eggplants shone with a deep purple hue, some exceeding 0.5 meter in length. The green beans sparkled vibrantly, and the rapeseed appeared as lustrous as emeralds, tempting any onlooker. Suppressing his excitement, Zhao Xinyu picked a cucumber and took a bite, a wave of freshness enveloping him, followed by a moment of surprise. With limited funds, he often resorted to purchasing processed cucumbers, yet this one was unlike any he had ever tasted, crisp with a hint of sweetness. Though the sweetness was subtle, it possessed a unique flavor. After finishing the cucumber, he carefully harvested a selection of each vegetable before leaving the space. With no meat at home, Zhao Xinyu opted for cooking with vegetable oil, preparing 4 dishes: stir-fried eggplant, green peppers, beans, and a cold cucumber salad. Upon completion, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks, unable to recall the last time he had enjoyed a proper vegetable dish, even without a trace of meat. As he tasted the stir-fried beans, he was momentarily taken aback. Having lived with his grandfather, he often cooked, knowing his own culinary skills well. Yet now, in the absence of meat, the stir-fried beans surpassed any he had made before, infused with a flavor he had never encountered. With a sense of astonishment, he sampled the other 3 meatless dishes and was utterly astounded. Each dish outperformed his previous efforts, each imbued with a fragrance he had never experienced. Zhao Xinyu was certain that even his grandfather, renowned as the best cook in the region, would be unable to replicate such exquisite flavors. Just as he was immersed in his astonishment, he heard the soft barks of the puppy, Heifeng, who was watching him with evident dissatisfaction. Chuckling, Zhao Xinyu found a small bowl, filled it with some of the dishes, and placed it on the floor. Within minutes, the puppy devoured every morsel, leaving only an empty bowl in its wake. Rubbing his full belly, Zhao Xinyu lay back, gazing at the ceiling, feeling a surge of gratitude. He realized it had been a long time since he had eaten such a satisfying meal. Wiping away his tears, he sat up, his resolve solidifying. He understood that this mysterious space might signify a turning point in his life. That night, Zhao Xinyu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In the early hours, he entered the space with a collection of salvage boxes, gathering ripe tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, green peppers, beans, and rapeseed. As dawn broke, he parked his tricycle at the entrance of an aging residential complex, where at least 30 or 40 stalls had already set up shop on either side. Arriving later than others, he could only position his tricycle at the farthest stall from the entrance. Zhao Xinyu's presence quickly drew the attention of nearby vendors. In the competitive world of commerce, everyone understood that rivals were unwelcome, especially when they were all striving for survival. As he removed the tattered cover from his tricycle, jealousy flickered in the eyes of the vegetable sellers nearby. A fierce-looking middle-aged man approached Zhao Xinyu and Apos' tricycle and barked, "Where did you come from?" Get lost. Taken aback, Zhao Xinyu glanced at the neighboring vegetable stall and then at the produce on his own cart, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. After enduring disdain for several years, he understood that in this era rife with material desires, few would sympathize with him, a mere waste of space. With a bitter smile, he pushed his cart away, even hearing the mocking laughter of other vendors as he departed. As Zhao Xinyu struggled to maneuver his heavily laden tricycle past the stalls in front of the community, he was met with derision. Not a single soul showed him compassion. A few even laughed heartily at his expense. Listening to the jeers, Zhao Xinyu felt a wave of resignation wash over him. Having spent several years in Pengcheng, he had grown accustomed to the harshness of human nature, encountering genuine warmth only from a select few. With one leg already impaired, the burden of his cargo, at least 700 to 800 pounds, was a daunting challenge. He intended to reach a nearby smaller community, but fatigue struck him halfway through. Stopping to catch his breath, his injured leg trembled, and he let out a few bitter chuckles, finding himself situated between two bustling neighborhoods filled with shoppers, while he stood alone with hardly any passers-by. Not even those out for their morning exercise. Contemplating the possibility of encountering more hostile vendors in either community, he decided to set up shop right there with the electronic scale he had purchased for 80 yuan. As time ticked by, many vendors at the entrances of the two communities began to pack up and head home. When they passed by Zhao Xinyu's stall and saw his cart brimming with vegetables, they erupted in laughter, some casting him glances filled with derision. Checking his phone, Zhao Xinyu shook his head repeatedly. Yesterday, he had been full of confidence, but now he felt utterly deflated. After waiting for over an hour, seeing that it was already past 10, Zhao Xinyu sighed deeply. With not even 5 yuan to his name, he resorted to satisfying his hunger with tomatoes. After consuming 3 tomatoes, he felt somewhat better. Sighing as he returned the scale to the cart, contemplating where to dispose of the remaining vegetables. Just as he was about to leave, the screech of brakes pierced the air. "Hey, are you selling those vegetables?" Zhao Xinyu turned abruptly, startled, and saw a small pickup truck parked behind him, driven by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Yes, yes, Zhao Xinyu stammered, suppressing his excitement as he repeated the word sell. As the man alighted from his vehicle, Zhao Xinyu caught a whiff of the distinct aroma that only chefs possess, realizing that this man was likely a cook. The middle-aged man circled the tricycle a few times, furrowing his brow. "These vegetables look great. They aren't treated with fertilizers or pesticides, are they?" No, absolutely not. These vegetables are all naturally grown. "Just taste one," Zhao Xinyu urged, quickly retrieving a tomato from the box. The man in Appo's eyes flickered with interest as he regarded the scarred face of Zhao Xinyu. Then he frowned and accepted the tomato, washing it with bottled water before taking a tentative bite. A murmur of approval escaped him, and he looked up at Zhao Xinyu, surprise evident in his gaze. After nearly 2 decades as a chef, he had never tasted a tomato with such exquisite flavor. "These aren't genetically modified, are they?" the man queried, his eyes narrowing slightly. How could that be? Zhao Xinyu, inexperienced in sales, was at a loss for words. "Listen, it's almost noon, and these vegetables won't stay fresh for long. If you wait until tomorrow, they might spoil. Given your leg, I'll buy them from you at a lower price." Zhao Xinyu's heart leaped with excitement. Sure. Name your price." Noticing Zhao Xinyu's eagerness, the middle-aged man assessed the situation. "Currently, tomatoes are priced at 2 yuan per gene. I'll give you 5 yuan for cucumbers." Upon hearing the offer, Zhao Xinyu felt a twinge of bitterness. The prices quoted were outdated, and currently, those rates were unattainable even for wholesale purchases. However, knowing that these vegetables were products of his own cultivation, and that he was keen to sell them quickly, he nodded in agreement without further hesitation. Half an hour later, Zhao Xinyu loaded the last box of cucumbers onto the pickup truck, and his phone chimed with a notification of 206 yuan. The middle-aged man, wary of Zhao Xinyu changing his mind, sped off immediately after the transaction. Watching the truck disappear, Zhao Xinyu felt an urge to shout in triumph. 2,000 yuan. This was money he would have toiling for at least half a month delivering takeout or collecting recyclables. Yet now, in just half a day, he had earned it. On his way home, he indulged himself, spending over 200 yuan on a bag of rice, a chicken, a fish, and several pounds of pork, an expense that represented nearly a month's worth of living costs during his 5 years in Pengcheng. Upon returning to the collection station, Zhao Xinyu promptly transferred 500 yuan to his grandfather's bank card, as his grandfather lacked a mobile phone and could not be contacted. He could only hope that his grandfather would find the card useful. With over 2,000 yuan earned in just half a day and a plethora of vegetables still in his possession, Zhao Xinyu felt elated. An hour later, a spread filled the modest table: clear stewed fish, braised chicken pieces, stir-fried meat with green peppers, stir-fried eggplant, stir-fried green beans, and a pot of rice. After preparing the meal, Zhao Xinyu summoned Black Wind from his space. The little black dog had grown a bit, its coat glossy and sleek, prompting Zhao Xinyu to name it Black Wind. Unlike ordinary dogs, Black Wind seemed to comprehend Zhao Xinyu's words, and the perpetually lonely Zhao Xinyu treated it as family, sharing even simple meals with his companion. After preparing a small bowl for Black Wind, Zhao Xinyu finally served himself a bowl of rice. He first picked up a piece of fried green pepper. Upon tasting it, his eyes widened in astonishment, even though he had cooked it himself. The flavor of the stir-fried meat and oil paled in comparison. The crisp, fragrant green pepper was an entirely different experience from the one sold outside. And the rich flavor of the meat seemed to cling to the peppers. Adding a piece of stir-fried green beans, he was similarly surprised by the flavor. Realizing that even if his grandfather were to taste his stir-fried beans, he would be thoroughly impressed. After sampling the eggplant, Zhao Xinyu confirmed that the exquisite taste of the dishes was not merely a testament to his culinary skills, but rather a result of the vegetables harvested from his mysterious space. Understanding this, Zhao Xinyu felt a surge of excitement. He could envision the consequences of introducing such vegetables to the market. Thus, he resolved to sell them away from the collection station to avoid recognition, fearing that the secret of his space might be uncovered. Pengcheng, being economically vibrant, boasted a plethora of dining establishments, from small restaurants to five-star hotels. In a modest eatery named Farmhouse Cuisine, a slightly overweight middle-aged man busied himself in the kitchen, his expression rife with confusion. Though the restaurant was small, his stewed meat was renowned for its unique flavor, making it a signature dish ordered by nearly every patron. However, today, for reasons unknown, his stewed meat had barely sold a few portions, while the less favored stir-fried green peppers and stir-fried green beans flew off the shelves. The dishes of shiitake mushrooms and bok choy are selling remarkably well, with several tables of patrons even placing multiple orders. During a moment of respite, he stepped outside for a glance, whereupon noticing a familiar group, one diner jovially remarked, "Boss Tan, have you perhaps changed chefs? The eggplant, green beans, and bell peppers are exceptionally well cooked. Please prepare us another serving of meat stir-fried eggplant and meat stir-fried bell peppers." Taken aback by this comment, Boss Tan returned to the kitchen, seemingly struck by a revelation. He deliberately cooked an extra portion while preparing the dishes. After serving the food, he tasted the bell peppers and was momentarily stunned, immediately retrieving the stash of eggplant and bell peppers to prepare another batch. Upon tasting it, Boss Tan furrowed his brow in contemplation. He realized that it was not his culinary skills that had improved, but rather the quality of the ingredients. The vegetables, praised by the diners, were those he had purchased at a bargain price upon his return. Reflecting on this, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement within. Zhao Xinyu gently rubbed his swollen abdomen, reflecting on the expressions of the vendors he encountered that morning. He realized that even if he rose early the next day, he would still face rejection. His initial plans proved utterly futile. After tidying up the remnants of his meal, he stored Black Wind in his space and hobbled away from the purchasing station, seeking a neighborhood devoid of vendors but populated by transient residents. Throughout the afternoon, Zhao Xinyu lost track of the distance he traveled. By the time he returned that evening, painful blisters had formed on the soles of his feet. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit as he eventually discovered a neighborhood with few vendors, albeit quite a distance from the purchasing station. After reheating his leftover lunch and sharing it with Black Wind, Zhao Xinyu found a plastic bucket in the courtyard, filled it with soil, and planted several vegetable seeds. He then contemplated how to draw water from the pond in his space. Just as the thought emerged, water began to flow through his fingers, filling him with joy. He thoroughly watered the bucket before collapsing into sleep. In the middle of the night, Zhao Xinyu entered his space with an old box, gathering another 700 or 800 pounds of vegetables. He scarcely paused for rest, donning a tattered coat and departing the purchasing station on his tricycle. Despite Pingcheng and Appo's southern coastal location, the temperature had dipped below 10 degrees Celsius, and even with a coat, the biting cold was unforgiving. After nearly 2 hours, he finally arrived at the entrance of a community named Tianyi Garden, only to find the streets deserted. He parked his tricycle in a location he had chosen the day before and curled up behind it, seeking refuge from the frigid air as he awaited dawn. Though less than 2 hours remained until daybreak, each passing minute felt interminable, and slowly, he began to drift into a state of half-sleep. "Young man, you mustn't sleep. Such weather could harm your body." The voice jolted Zhao Xinyu awake, and he opened his eyes to find an elderly sanitation worker, over 60 years of age, standing before him. Seeing Zhao Xinyu awake, the old man felt a sense of relief. He retrieved a worn bundle from his garbage truck and produced a water bottle. "Here, drink some hot water to warm yourself." Gratefully, Zhao Xinyu accepted the bottle, feeling its warmth and a pang of emotion within. "Thank you, sir. I will only take a sip." "Drink up. I rarely do. Next time you're out, bring some hot water. Even if you don and Appo's tea, drink it. It will at least warm your body." The old man sighed as he pushed his cart away. After sipping a few mouthfuls of warm water, Zhao Xinyu felt some relief from the cold. He rose to stretch his stiff limbs and gazed into the distance. where the old man was laboriously sweeping the street beneath the dim glow of the streetlights. With a slight sigh, Zhao Xinyu turned his gaze eastward, where a hint of orange had begun to illuminate the horizon. Looking back at the newly constructed community, he noticed that some residents were already emerging. After taking another few sips of water and placing the bottle on the tricycle, Zhao Xinyu uncovered the tarp, and an enticing aroma of vegetables wafted into the air, causing two elderly individuals to halt in their tracks. As they approached to inspect the produce, they shook their heads and moved on, believing that the appearance of the vegetables indicated the use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides. Shortly after, more than 10 people exited the community, but like the two elderly individuals, they merely glanced at the vegetables before turning away without inquiring about prices. In that moment, Zhao Xinyu understood the situation clearly, recalling yesterday's events. When a woman in her 50s had approached him, he took a cucumber, sliced it in half, and offered one half to her. "Madam, please try this vegetable. It contains no pesticides or fertilizers." As he spoke, he took a bite of the other half. The cucumber's unique fragrance enveloped him, and the woman was momentarily taken aback. A seasoned buyer, she had never encountered such a scent before. With a hint of astonishment, she took a small bite, and her eyes brightened. "Sir, how is this cucumber so delicious? I assure you, it contains no fertilizers or pesticides. Would you care to sample a tomato as well?" Sensing an opportunity, Zhao Xinyu reached for a tomato and presented it to her. At that moment, more residents emerged from the community, drawn by the sight of a vegetable stall. Zhao Xinyu generously offered tomatoes and cucumbers for tasting. Each person took a small bite, their expressions revealing their surprise at the flavors of the vegetables. "Sir, this can end oppose. Possibly be genetically modified produce?" one asked. "Of course not. Our country prohibits genetically modified vegetables. These are all new varieties. If you don't end oppose, believe me, you can buy a small amount to try at home. I and oppose, take half a pound of green beans to test. I live right nearby," the first woman replied. Zhao Xinyu grabbed a handful of beans and added a tomato. "No need to weigh them. Take them home. If you find them delicious, you can buy more. If not, I and oppose, leave immediately." Taken aback by his offer, the crowd realized that such a vendor was a rarity in this day and age, and something within them sensed that he would not deceive them. Within 15 to 16 minutes, the woman returned with a plate, exclaiming, "So delicious. Come, you all must try this." Without chopsticks, people used their hands to sample the beans, and upon tasting, they turned in unison, saying, "Come, weigh me 5 pounds of green beans." The onlookers, initially numbering a dozen, multiplied as more residents emerged, eager to join the buying frenzy upon hearing about the exceptional flavor of the vegetables. In just half an hour, Zhao Xinyu had sold all 700 or 800 pounds of produce, leaving many still wanting. Those who had bought returned to the community filled with joy, while those who had missed out regretted not coming sooner. "Will you return tomorrow, sir?" one middle-aged man inquired. "I will indeed," Zhao Xinyu replied. The man glanced at the dilapidated tricycle and remarked, "What era is this? You're still using such a tricycle? It can carry so little. You should consider getting an electric tricycle. It can hold at least 15 or 1600 pounds. Zhao Xinyu nodded in agreement, yet felt a pang of helplessness. He understood the advantages of an electric tricycle, not only in capacity but also in ease of use. But the price, at least 3,000 to 4,000, was far beyond his means. After gathering the litter on the ground into his tricycle, he glanced at the water bottle and scanned the street, but the elderly man was nowhere to be found. Shaking his head, he secured the bottle and rode back. Upon returning to the purchasing station, he counted the money and found himself in disbelief. Despite selling the same amount of produce, he had earned over 3,800 today compared to just over 2,000 yesterday. Elated, he reached for his phone to transfer some money to his grandfather's account but paused, recalling the middle-aged man's words. He took the money away and stepped outside. By noon, Zhao Xinyu returned to the purchasing station on an electric tricycle, but now only had 5 or 6 yuan left in his pocket. The tricycle had brought him back to square one. With only 4 days until the spring festival, he felt a swell of anticipation, knowing that as long as he had his space, a transformation in his life was inevitable. Though he had access to an electric tricycle the following day, he still arrived early at the station. He had no driver and Oppo's license and wished to return the water bottle to the elderly man and express his gratitude. Perhaps due to the lack of exertion and an abundance of hope, he felt no chill despite the dreary weather. In his wait, he spotted the old man pushing his cart toward him. "Sir, here is your water bottle." As Zhao Xinyu approached with a limp, the elderly man offered a faint smile. accepting the water bottle while inquiring playfully, "Are you not feeling drowsy today?" Zhao Xinyu chuckled, explaining that he had consumed some warm water on his way here. He then unloaded a box of pre-arranged vegetables from the vehicle. "Grandpa, these are homegrown vegetables. They are not of much value. Take them back to save on expenses," he insisted. "Oh, I couldn't possibly accept this," the old man replied. Just then, a voice interrupted their exchange. "Master, are you selling these vegetables?" Zhao Xinyu placed the box in front of the elderly man, urging, "Please take them. I need to sell my produce." "Of course, I'm selling." He laughed as he returned to his tricycle, the fruits of 2 days and Appo's labor instilling in him a newfound confidence, though he still hesitated to remove his mask. There was a calm assurance in his voice that had not been there before. "I almost didn't recognize you without yesterday and Appo's as tricycle," remarked a middle-aged man. "Your older brother was right. This electric tricycle carries a lot. Do you need anything?" "It's the same as yesterday," Zhao Xinyu responded, glancing at the man as he unwrapped the newly purchased tarp and retrieved a tomato. "Try this." The middle-aged man chuckled. "You're generous. That one costs 2 or 3 yuan. Brother, if you're not satisfied, how would you buy it? Taste it. You'll feel assured taking it home," Zhao Xinyu encouraged. The man nodded, took a bite, and his eyes lit up. "Quickly, give me 5 pounds of each. No, make it 10. To Zhao Xinyu and Appo's as surprise. As he weighed the vegetables for the man, more people emerged from the community, gathering around him. Just yesterday, the street had been devoid of life, save for a street cleaner. Although he had brought nearly 2,000 pounds of vegetables today, within 40 minutes, every last bit was sold, leaving Zhao Xinyu, who was already somewhat frail, drenched in sweat. As he packed up to head back, a woman who had missed out on the vegetables asked, "Young master, could you bring some for us this afternoon? My husband is ill and cannot be left alone, and I can't wait too long." Once the first person spoke up, others chimed in, all expressing a desire for Zhao Xinyu to deliver some vegetables later that day. Zhao Xinyu hesitated. After 2 days, most of the vegetables in his space were ready for harvest, but he lacked a driving license. If caught, he would be in trouble. I just sold this tricycle yesterday. To be honest, I don't have a license yet. If you're willing to wait, I can deliver them around 8 tonight," he proposed. "All right, I'll wait for you," the elderly woman replied eagerly. "We'll wait too," others echoed. As Zhao Xinyu rode past the first community where he had set up shop, he spotted a small pickup truck. The slightly plump middle-aged man was inquiring about something at the community entrance, seemingly searching for someone. When Zhao Xinyu passed by, the man stood up and caught a glimpse of Zhao Xinyu's back, momentarily stunned, and waved, but Zhao Xinyu did not hear him. Boss Tan watched the departing tricycle with a wry smile. That day, he had purchased Zhao Xinyu's vegetables at a low price, and his sales had doubled. Comparing the 2 days, he realized the surge in business was due to Zhao Xinyu and Appo's produce, which prompted him to arrive early yesterday, only to find Zhao Xinyu absent. Today, he returned, but all he caught was a fleeting glimpse of Zhao Xinyu. Back at the collection station, Zhao Xinyu counted his earnings for the day, over 6,700 yuan. The exhilaration swelling within him was indescribable, reminded of the deliveries he had to make later. He and his companion, Black Wind, hastily ate a bite before diving into the damp sheets of his bed, perhaps due to rising early, despite the dampness. He soon drifted into a deep slumber. By 4 in the afternoon, Zhao Xinyu stepped into his space with a box, and by 8 o'clock, arrived at the entrance of Tianyi Garden. To his astonishment, a crowd of no fewer than 100 had gathered, and within an hour, his entire load of vegetables was sold out, leaving more than 10 individuals disappointed. Apologetically, he addressed those who missed out. "I'll be here tomorrow morning. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll set some aside for you." Hearing this, the residents who had braved the cold for over an hour broke into smiles. "You finally arrived. Let us help you." Zhao Xinyu took note of their kindness as he rode away. In the following 3 days, Zhao Xinyu appeared punctually at the entrance of Tianyi Garden. And in that short time, his homegrown vegetables gained immense popularity throughout the newly constructed community. Not only the residents of this community, but also those from nearby neighborhoods had heard the news, ensuring that Zhao Xinyu and Appo's visits rarely exceeded an hour. Often, familiar faces among the community would assist him, which touched Zhao Xinyu deeply. In gratitude, he would frequently offer them extra vegetables. On the evening of the 29th day of the lunar year, while Zhao Xinyu organized his boxes and gathered scattered vegetable leaves, a familiar customer approached with a hint of regret. "Little Zhao, I gather you're not from around here. When are you heading home? Are you coming back after the new year?" Zhao Xinyu paused, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. "Uncle Wang, I want to be going back for the new year. I'll be spending it alone. Whenever you need vegetables, just call and I'll deliver. Are you coming tomorrow morning? My friend just called. He wants to buy some of your vegetables, Uncle Wang inquired. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Yes, I'll be there at the usual time. As he rode home, the festive decorations lining the streets filled him with melancholy. Having left his grandfather to study in Pengcheng, he had not returned for 5 years, striving to earn enough to support himself and his younger brother. Each year, during the vibrant celebrations, he found himself alone in his dormitory, subsisting on instant noodles. With the spring festival approaching, he gritted his teeth and visited a supermarket, spending nearly 500 yuan on various supplies. Returning home past 10, he and Black Wind shared a hurried meal before retreating to bed, knowing he needed to rise early for another trip to Tianyi Garden. The next morning, he found a crowd already gathered at Tianyi Garden, and within an hour, his vegetables were once again sold out. On his way back, he paused outside a traditional Chinese medicine shop, contemplating for over 10 minutes before entering. Half an hour later, he emerged with 3 large bags in hand. Having learned traditional Chinese medicine from his grandfather since childhood, he recalled how his space had aided his injuries. He had long desired to procure necessary herbs for treatment, but his previous lack of funds had delayed his plans. Now that he had the means, he aimed to alleviate his suffering, if only slightly. Upon returning home, he hung up spring festival couplets and began cleaning the house, washing sheets and covers that hadn't seen water in ages. After tidying up, he prepared lunch. Filling the table with an array of dishes, he made sure Black Wind had plenty to eat, while he himself stared blankly at the fragrant spread. After more than 5 years outside, he had braved hardships and endured grievances, but the holidays remained his greatest source of sorrow. This year, which should have marked his graduation and entry into the workforce, had instead turned into a season of solitude due to unforeseen events. Zhao Xinyu felt a sense of melancholy as he stared blankly ahead. The Black Wind had already devoured a plate of dishes, perhaps sensing Zhao and Appo's inner turmoil. The little creature rubbed its small head against Zhao's leg. Realizing the Black Wind's intent, Zhao took a deep breath and picked up his chopsticks. But after only a few bites, he laid them down again. The moment he set the chopsticks aside, his eyes brightened as he noticed a hint of green in a plastic bucket tucked away in a corner of the room. Success. The spatial water had indeed worked on ordinary soil. Zhao's heart raced with excitement as he observed the tomatoes and cucumbers he had planted a few days prior. Not only had they sprouted, but each plant had also grown to the height of his fingers. Although their growth rate did not compare to that in the spatial realm, it was significantly faster than traditional cultivation. It is worth noting that, under ordinary circumstances, it would have been uncertain whether the seeds would even germinate in just a few days, let alone grow to such heights. Gazing at the tomatoes and cucumbers in the plastic bucket, Zhao turned to look at the litter-strewn yard, and a surge of exhilaration filled him. The expansive yard left to him by the elder was just across a foul-smelling ditch from the city. If he could cultivate the yard with vegetables, he wouldn't need to rise at dawn and toil late into the night selling produce. After this moment of excitement, Zhao's heart gradually calmed. Having struggled for 5 years in Pengcheng, he understood that many things were not as easy as they seemed. This courtyard had been inherited from Su Ning's grandfather. Yet he was not a villager of Xianling. Currently, the area remained undeveloped and unnoticed, but should he successfully cultivate the yard, it would undoubtedly attract envy. In that case, even with Su Ning and Appo's will, securing ownership of the yard would be a complex matter. After contemplating these thoughts, Zhao retrieved Su Ning and Appo's will and the property deed, along with his own file. He limped out of the acquisition station and spent 300 yuan on 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor. Heading to Old Village Chief Han Tianliang's home, Zhao had become familiar to Han Tianliang over the years, who knew that Zhao had often cared for Su Ning, a man with no relatives. This care was precisely why Su Ning had chosen to bequeath the courtyard to Zhao. Upon hearing Zhao's intention to transfer Su Ning's estate to his name, Han Tianliang's eyes flickered. Xinyu, I understand your wishes, but there is something I must clarify. Su Ning was a recipient of the village's 5 guarantees. According to regulations, upon his passing, the estate would revert to the village. However, Su Ning left behind a will, and that courtyard is also considered his ancestral property. If you truly wish to transfer the estate into your name, you must relocate your household registration to the village. As a university student, having your registration in the village could significantly impact your future employment. Zhao felt a rush of joy at this revelation. Grandpa Han, do you think any organization would want me looking like this? Han Tianliang smiled wryly. Xinyu, I know you are a good boy. There is a policy in place. If you agree, your household registration can be established in the village immediately, and Su Ning's estate can be transferred to your name. If you wish to farm, the village can even allocate you a responsibility field. What do you need? Just the household registration proof from your file. Zhao presented the will, property deed, and his household registration proof to Han Tianyang. Grandpa Han, I appreciate your help. As Han accepted these documents and glanced at the cigarettes and liquor Zhao had brought, he sighed softly. Xinyu, I know your character. You are not affluent. Take these back and return them. Wait a moment. I will prepare some vegetables for you to take home and enjoy at your leisure. Regarding the property rights, in a few days, I will bring you the documents. Grandpa Han, it's not much. Consider it a New Year's gift from me. I cannot eat much alone anyway, so I want to take it. However, as Zhao reached the entrance, Han Tianliang and Appo's son, Han Jun, insisted on giving him a large bag filled with dumplings and braised pork. Grateful, Zhao departed from Han Tianliang and Appo's home. On his way back, he noticed numerous aging houses, many of which had become unsafe. Looking at the distant bustling district of Pingcheng, Zhao felt a profound sense of nostalgia. The distance was merely a few kilometers, yet life felt like a world apart, reminiscent of his university days. Upon returning to the acquisition station, Zhao began to prepare the traditional herbal medicine he had purchased. As the rich aroma of the herbs filled the air, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of self-mockery. While others busied themselves with festive reunions, he was immersed in concocting medicine. After nearly 2 hours, a large pot of herbal concoction transformed into a thick, dark paste. Zhao meticulously sifted out the herbal residue, placing the remaining ointment into a small bowl. He cleaned the pot and began preparing an internal decoction. Once the decoction was ready, he consumed it and, with the small bowl in hand, removed his trousers to apply the ointment to his injured left leg. Moments later, excitement flickered across Zhao and Appo's face as he felt a sharp pain at the site of application, accompanied by a dull ache in the injured area. With his medical knowledge, he recognized that the ointment was indeed effective. Filled with anticipation, he applied the remaining ointment to his face, concentrating more on the severely damaged side. Having completed this ritual, darkness enveloped the sky. With the ointment applied, and no vegetables to deliver that night, it was just him and the black wind in the quiet space. He did not prepare dinner. As he lay in bed, the sensations in his injured leg transitioned from soreness to a cool, soothing feeling reminiscent of cupping therapy. It truly worked, and Zhao felt exhilarated. Awakened by the sound of firecrackers, Zhao sat up to see fireworks bursting in the night sky outside his window. This sight stirred memories of his grandfather, and a wave of emotion washed over him. He turned off the lights, locked the door, and retreated to his personal space. The space remained dim but had brightened significantly since its inception, now measuring approximately 2 acres. The vegetables within thrived. The tomato plants soared nearly 2 meters high, their green leaves nearly obscured by the abundance of bright red fruit, causing the supporting bamboo to bend under the weight. The cucumbers, having been rebuilt twice, were fewer leaves and more fruit, while the eggplants and bell peppers, laden with produce, had to be propped up with bamboo as well. Observing the bountiful harvest brought Zhao some solace. Inspired by the effectiveness of the herbs, he hurried back to his room, bringing the purchased herbal materials into the space, contemplating soaking them in spatial water for enhanced efficacy. While soaking the herbs, Zhao carelessly tossed aside some of the useless twigs and seeds into the space. The absence of firecracker sounds quelled his homesickness, prompting him to find a comfortable spot to lie down, watching the black wind burrow in and out of the vegetable patch. As he drifted into slumber, he dreamed of a reunion with his grandfather and younger brother and Appo's family, sharing a simple meal yet filled with warmth and joy. Upon awakening, Zhao recalled the soaking herbs and quickly made his way to the water pit. Upon arriving, he was momentarily taken aback, for he noticed hints of green surrounding the bucket where the herbs were soaking, an unexpected sight, as he distinctly remembered the absence of green when he had placed them there. His heart jolted. Could it be? As he marveled, he observed the space's dimensions undergoing another transformation, expanding from 2 mu to approximately 3 mu. The white rock in the center of the pool now stood 5 or 6 meters above the ground, resembling a miniature mountain amidst the water. Rivulets of water cascaded ceaselessly from the rock, replenishing the pool. Observing the altered space, Zhao Xinyu and Appo's gaze settled upon the verdant patches surrounding the water bucket, prompting him to realize that the space's metamorphosis was attributable to the medicinal herbs. The cultivation of over half a mu of vegetables had merely augmented the space from its initial 300 square meters to roughly 2 mu. Now, mere remnants of medicinal herbs had expanded the area by more than 1 mu, suggesting that the efficacy of medicinal herbs surpassed that of vegetables. Upon comprehending this, Zhao Xinyu was instantly elated. As a graduate of a traditional Chinese medicine university, he was acutely aware of the value of medicinal herbs. Should he possess medicinal herbs within his space, coupled with the space's inherent properties, even the most commonplace herbs could mature into precious, aged specimens. "I'm set for life," Zhao Xinyu exclaimed inwardly. He had initially believed that vegetables alone would enable him to earn a living and ameliorate his circumstances. Now, it appeared that not only vegetables, but also other flora could thrive and flourish within the space. Fruit. He suddenly recalled the numerous, nearly desiccated grapevines he had encountered in front of a farmer and Appo's residence while en route to see Han Tianyang that afternoon. Inspired by this thought, Zhao Xinyu was immediately invigorated. He promptly exited the space, donned his attire, and departed from the recycling station. Vibrant fireworks illuminated the heavens, yet Zhao Xinyu remained oblivious. His mind preoccupied with the notion that if the space could revive withered medicinal herbs, it might also rejuvenate desiccated grapevines. If successful, he would indeed need to reassess his future trajectory. During the spring festival reunion, Zhao Xinyu found himself within the space, diligently propagating the pilfered, parched grapevine cuttings. Drawing inspiration from the medicinal herbs, he remained uncertain whether the withered grapevines could regain vitality. He remained indoors throughout the night, cognizant that venturing out would only exacerbate his despondency. Within this realm, exclusively his, he discovered an unprecedented sense of self-assurance. Upon awakening from his slumber, he inspected the space, noting its unchanged state, which elicited a tinge of disappointment. He swiftly proceeded to the location where he had planted the grape cuttings and casually unearthed one. In the ensuing moment, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Although the planted grapevine remained withered, delicate, hair-like rootlets had emerged at its base. After reburying the excavated grapevine cutting, Zhao Xinyu exhaled deeply. He glanced at the playful black wind frolicking amidst the vegetable patch and called out. The small creature bounded towards him, nuzzling his legs and emitting a series of barks. "Let and Appo's, go grab a bite to eat." Upon returning to his room, Zhao Xinyu observed that it was already 9 o'clock on the first day of the Lunar New Year. He retrieved the medicinal herbs he had soaked within the space and commenced brewing ointments and potions. As he disrobed, he paused. Noticing that the scars on his legs appeared slightly faded, he promptly seized his mobile phone and, using the camera, examined his scarred visage. This marked Zhao Xinyu and Appo's second glimpse of his face since his discharge from the hospital. He discerned that the scars on his face had diminished noticeably, with the ashen left side exhibiting marked improvement. The amelioration of his injuries elevated Zhao Xinyu's spirits considerably. He swiftly applied the ointment, ingested the potion, and reheated the dishes he had barely touched the previous noon. Following his meal, he rested for over an hour. Upon ascertaining that the injured areas exhibited no adverse reactions, he washed off the ointment and emerged from the courtyard, commencing the task of tidying up the long-neglected premises. The location served as a recycling station. However, due to Su Ning and Appo's impaired mobility, many were reluctant to sell their recyclables there. Consequently, the yard contained few usable items, with the majority consisting of worthless refuse. The sheer volume of waste necessitated that Zhao Xinyu dedicate the entire afternoon to clearing a single corner, resulting in the accumulation of several heaps, each resembling a small mountain. In the days that followed, Zhao Xinyu dedicated himself to tidying the courtyard. Passing villagers expressed their astonishment, yet they remained oblivious to Zhao Xinyu's intentions. One day, while tidying the courtyard, Zhao Xinyu heard someone calling out to him from behind. Turning around, he observed Han Tianyang gazing at him with a hint of perplexity, a craft paper bag in his hand. "Grandpa Han, you've come. Xinyu, the courtyard has been transferred to your name. I've also procured over 10 mu of land for you. The land isn and Appo's ideal, but the government provides appropriate subsidies for cultivation each year." "Land?" Zhao Xinyu responded, momentarily taken aback. He wiped his hands on a paper towel and accepted the bag. "Grandpa Han, where is the land located?" Han Tianliang gestured towards the east side of the courtyard. "It and Appo's over there, just east of the Luo River. There are 18 mu in total, but 6 or 7 mu are gravel, so they don and Appo's count. We only calculated 10 mu for you." Zhao Xinyu surveyed the long-abandoned farmland. A thought stirred within him. He had heard Su Ning mention the Luo River, once a lifeline for the inhabitants of West Hanliang. However, due to various factors, the stream had dried up. With urban development, roads were constructed, and both upstream and downstream areas were filled in. Now, only a sizable pit remained, unattended. Over time, the large water pit had transformed into a malodorous cesspool. Each year, as the weather warmed, the cesspool teemed with mosquitoes, infesting the courtyard. This explained why, despite the considerable size of the courtyard, it remained unoccupied. As for the land that Han Tianyang mentioned, it bordered the Luo River. However, after the land was abandoned, the village and construction units excavated soil from the area. Now, the land stood like an island amidst the stinking pit, making cultivation exceedingly challenging. Observing Zhao Xinyu and Apos, S vacant stare at the barren farmland. A trace of embarrassment flickered across Han Tianyang and Apos, S face. Xinyu, your legs are impaired. It wouldn't and Apos, be suitable for you to be too far away. Although accessing this land poses some difficulty, rest assured that I and Apos, I'll ensure you receive all the subsidies. In a few days, I and Apos, I'll have someone spray some pesticide. Zhao Xinyu realized that Han Tianyang had misinterpreted his intentions, but he refrained from offering an explanation. Then I'm grateful, Grandpa Han. Does the Luo River still belong to the village? What Luo River? It and Apos, it's now a stinking ditch. Most of the villagers are working in the city these days. If I were 20 years younger, I would have cleaned up this stinking ditch and raised fish. Zhao Xinyu paused momentarily. Grandpa Han. Wasn't it said that the source of the Luo River had been buried? What do they know? There's a spring under the courtyard, with a considerable flow of water. It and Apos, it's just that people are too lazy. No one wants to dig it out. Xinyu, how about I mark this area for you as well? If the village ever develops it in the future, you can receive more compensation. How can I do that? The villagers will gossip. That and Apos, that's true. How about this? I'll contract the Luo River to you. You only need to add some insecticide powder to it each year. As long as there are fewer mosquitoes, no one in the village will say anything. At this point, Zhao Xinyu understood why Han Tianyang had allocated that farmland to him. He was attempting to provide more assistance to him. Xinyu, what are you planning to do? Old Su and Apos, S mobility is impaired. As long as you keep this recycling station running, you'll earn at least 50 to 60,000 a year. Grandpa Han, you see that the city is developing rapidly, and there are 2 other recycling stations in front. I plan to tidy up the courtyard and grow some vegetables after a while. Growing vegetables is a good thing, but Don and Apos, forget that our village lacks water. If you're irrigating vegetables, how much will the water bill cost? Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Didn't you say there's a spring outside the courtyard? Ah, young folks. I must admit I am perplexed. If you wish to cultivate vegetables, then by all means, give it a try. I shall have Han Jun and Han Li come over tomorrow. They have no work to attend to these days, and they can assist you in tidying up the yard. Early the next morning, Han Jun and Han Li arrived. Not just the 2 of them, but accompanied by 4 others and a tractor. Xinyu, they're all from our village. We heard you wanted to grow vegetables, so we came to lend a hand. No wages required, but you must provide some liquor. Han Jun, around 27 or 28, remarked, having only a casual acquaintance with Zhao Xinyu, though Han Li was quite familiar with him due to frequent visits. Zhao Xinyu felt a surge of joy and quickly nodded. Thank you. Just tell me what you'd like to eat, and I shall prepare it for you. Han Li chuckled. Just go buy some cooked meat. We can manage everything else ourselves. By noon, the 7 to 8 heaps of refuse Zhao Xinyu had cleared were carted away, though he was unaware of their final destination. Han Li called everyone to eat. As the 6 of them entered the room Zhao Xinyu had prepared, they were simultaneously taken aback, their mouths watering at the sight of a newly purchased dining table adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Being young and accustomed to gatherings with friends, they could confidently assert that such culinary delights were far beyond what any ordinary eatery could offer. Xinyu, we are all friends here. Just some cooked meat will suffice. Why waste money? If the old man finds out, we'll be in for a scolding, Han Li said. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. You should know by now. I don't have much money to spare. I prepared all this myself. Please, sit and taste it. Let me fetch the wine. What? Han Li exclaimed, pulling Zhao Xinyu back as he attempted to leave for the wine. What's wrong? Don't you drink? Zhao Xinyu responded. I was asking if you made all these dishes yourself. Indeed, Zhao Xinyu replied. Well, you certainly kept that hidden. It seems we are in for a treat. Han Li laughed heartily, urging Han Jun and the others to take their seats. As they took their first bites, astonishment washed over them. They could hardly believe how exquisite the flavors were. Although they had frequented small eateries, they had never encountered such extraordinary tastes. A simple eggplant dish left them craving more. Unable to resist, the 6 of them eagerly picked up their chopsticks and dug in, but Hanli soon blocked the others and Appos chopsticks with his hand. It's as if you're starved. Stop eating. Xinyu hasn't had any yet. Hanli, you know Xinyu best. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Han Jun shot Hanli a reproachful glance. Hanli sighed. Brother, I'm familiar with Xinyu, but he has never cooked before. He usually eats steamed buns and pickles. How would I know he could whip up such dishes? Just then, the door opened, and Zhao Xinyu returned with the wine. The wine isn't great. What did LL have to do? He filled their glasses and pointed to the dishes with a smile. Is the food not to your liking? Xinyu. With such remarkable culinary skills, why would you bother with garbage collection? With your talent, you could easily find work at a 5-star restaurant, Hanli joked, giving Zhao Xinyu a playful pat on the shoulder. Zhao Xinyu smiled wryly. With my appearance, who would want me? If it were anyone else, they'd likely spit it out. The 6 men sighed quietly, aware that while Hanli knew of Zhao Xinyu and Appos as past, the others were oblivious. However, they recognized that with Zhao Xinyu's current demeanor, he might not even make it past the door if he applied for a chef's position. Xinyu, why aren't you drinking? One of them inquired. I'm not accustomed to it. When I have the chance to visit my hometown, I'll bring you some medicinal wine brewed by my grandfather. It far surpasses this. However, as soon as he spoke, Zhao Xinyu's expression turned somber, clearly reminded of his current situation and how his grandfather might feel upon seeing him like this. The 7 of them continued to chatter. Yet their plates of meat remained largely untouched while the vegetable dishes were devoured completely. Observing the empty plates, Zhao Xinyu stood up. Let me cook you some more. Hanli laughed heartily. No need for more meat. Just prepare a bit more of those vegetable dishes. After the meal, the chicken and duck remained almost untouched. But Zhao Xinyu cooked 3 more times until only bones were left. Xinyu, your cooking is extraordinary. How about we open a restaurant together? Hanli suggested cheerfully. His proposal met with immediate enthusiasm from Han Jun and the others, who agreed that it would indeed be a waste of such talent to not open a restaurant. Then it's settled. Once we finish tidying the yard, I'll look for a storefront. Xinyu will have half the shares, and the 6 of us will split the other half. What do you think? Zhao Xinyu quickly waved his hands. Hanli, look at me. If customers saw me, the restaurant would be doomed. This year, I plan to focus on growing vegetables and nothing else. Xinyu, my father has mentioned the same thing. Everyone's growing vegetables these days. How much can you earn in a year? If it were profitable, the villagers wouldn't all be working in the city. Hanli replied. His words silenced the room. While the West Han Ridge was sizable, very few young people remained in the village to farm. Hanli, do you know any excavator operators? Zhao Xinyu asked. Hanli was taken aback. What are you planning? You're not thinking of building a house, are you? Let me tell you, even though you're close to the city, no one is interested in this place. It's better to save up and buy a flat later. This isn't about building houses. The village has contracted the farmland by the Luo River to me. I've discussed it with Grandpa Han. I also intend to contract the stinky ditch, but it needs some renovation. If you know anyone, could you find out how much it would cost? Xinyu, you're mad. If the Luo River were profitable, would it be in your hands? To dredge out the garbage and silt will cost at least 40 to 50,000. No one will even look at it. Besides, what will you do with it? There is no water. It's utterly useless. Hanli, since Xinyu has asked, you might as well inquire. Come on, we've eaten and drunk enough. It's time to get to work. There and Appos, no rush. There is still more than a month until planting season. In just 5 days, all the waste and rubbish in the yard had been cleared. Hanli and his friends helped tidy up the yard, creating vegetable beds and water channels. While their assistance was voluntary, leveling the land and digging the channels incurred costs. Zhao Xinyu spent over 1,400 yuan to get the yard in order. During these 5 days, aside from sleeping, the 6 of them stayed at Zhao Xinyu's place. Though the time was short, the 7 of them, all of similar ages, became quite familiar with one another. Xinyu, we agreed that if the vegetable planting doesn't work out this year, we'll open a restaurant together next year, Hanli said one evening over drinks. Gazing at Zhao Xinyu. Previously, Zhao Xinyu would have felt uncertain, but now, with the space he had, and having seen the tomatoes and cucumbers sprouting over a foot high in the familiar soil, his confidence surged. He knew that with proper irrigation from his space, the vegetables he produced would surely be in high demand. Hanli, let us do as you said. If I make money from the vegetables, will you all come back to help me? The laughter of Han Jun and his companions echoed through the air. They were all villagers born and raised in Zaihanling. They were well aware of what their neighbors had been up to over the years. If cultivating vegetables were indeed profitable, they would not have needed to seek employment elsewhere. All right, once you strike it rich with your vegetables, we shall return to lend you a hand, they chuckled. However, the black wind on the ground was less amused. A dog-sized creature barked furiously at Han Jun and his friends. Seeing the black wind, which stood nearly half a meter tall, Han Jun turned to Zhao Xinyu. You know, Xinyu, it's quite remarkable how intelligent that black wind is. The moment we speak ill of you, it barks without hesitation. Where did you acquire this creature? Zhao Xinyu patted the black wind, which obediently nudged his calf, yet its eyes revealed a hint of human-like discontent directed at Han Jun and the others. I found the black wind on the street, he replied. You're indeed lucky. It's astonishing that someone would discard such a fine breed of dog, Han Jun remarked. After scolding the black wind, he looked at it, but to his surprise, the creature turned its head away, ignoring him completely, which only incited further laughter from Han Jun and the others. After dinner that evening, as Han Jun and his companions departed, Zhao Xinyu, who was tidying up, received a phone call from a regular patron of Tianyi Garden. The caller simply stated that the people at Tianyi Garden missed his vegetables. From that day forth, Zhao Xinyu traveled to Tianyi Garden every morning, spending the remainder of his time in the company of Han Jun and his friends. Once the Lantern Festival had passed, Han Jun, Han Li, and the other four departed Xianling for work, leaving the courtyard feeling desolate. With his friends gone, Zhao Xinyu pondered whether he should excavate the spring that Han Tianliang had mentioned, one that had been buried for decades. After deliberating for a long while, he decided against it. Han Tianliang was currently assisting him in securing a contract for the Luoshui River, and he feared that digging might incite jealousy among other villagers. If someone were to interfere, it would be detrimental for him. One day, after delivering vegetables to Tianyi Garden, Zhao Xinyu visited a seed company. Upon returning to the courtyard, he carried several large bags of seeds to his room. Inside his space, various vegetables thrived. Tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, green beans, and bell peppers flourished. With tomato plants towering over 2 meters, Zhao Xinyu estimated that each plant bore at least 40 to 50 kilograms of fruit, with cucumbers being even more abundant. Even the bell peppers yielded a dozen or 20 kilograms per plant. The grape cuttings he had planted during the new year had grown over a meter long, and the cuttings he had stolen 2 days prior were also sprouting roots. As the black wind darted in and out of the vegetable patch, Zhao Xinyu began planting the ordinary medicinal herb seeds he had purchased, such as astragalus and buplurum. That night, while harvesting vegetables from his space, he noticed a remarkable change. The area had expanded from over 3 acres to more than 6. The water pool had transformed into a small pond, filling him with excitement. He realized that the space would change based on the diversity of species, with rarer species prompting more significant transformations. He recalled a conversation with Su Ning, who had mentioned that the nearby Kailiang Mountain had once been a vital source of sustenance for many villages, attracting numerous hunters and herbalists daily. However, with economic development, many animals had become protected, leading to fewer people venturing into the mountains, and many young villagers were unaware of what Kailiang Mountain held. Now, with only rare items capable of inducing changes in a space, and given the high prices for rare species in the market, Zhao Xinyu contemplated entering the mountains. Yet, upon glancing at his injured leg, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Although the ointments he had prepared hastened his recovery, allowing him to bear weight on his left leg and significantly alleviating his facial pain, he knew that encountering a large wild beast in his current state would be perilous. In the following days, whenever he had a moment, Zhao Xinyu would check on his space. The herbs and vegetables had begun to sprout, and he also started planning to transplant the vegetables and grapes from his space. Xinyu, don't you think it's a bit early to transplant the vegetables? With over 10 acres of land, it's impossible for you to handle it alone, he was advised. Thus, he sought the assistance of the village elder, Han Tianyang. Grandpa Han, I inquired with those at the seedling center, and they assured me that these are new varieties that are cold-resistant and drought-tolerant. Early planting will yield a good price. Xinyu, there are hardly any young people left in the village. Only the elderly and women remain. How much do you intend to pay them? Han Tianyang questioned. I'm not sure what the going rate is. Those who can go have left, and those who can't find work here earn at least 100 a day. Those remaining in the village are not as fortunate. Perhaps 70 a day? That sounds fair, Grandpa Han. You can find people, and we'll settle payments daily. We'll start tomorrow. After these days, Zhao Xinyu had saved over 70,000 yuan. Fully aware that once the vegetables were harvested, the money would be inconsequential. The next day, before heading to Tianyi Garden, Zhao Xinyu transplanted the seedlings from his space into pre-prepared boxes, then rode his bike to the garden. During this time, his vegetables had gained immense popularity at Tianyi Garden. Not only the residents, but also nearby locals would wait eagerly at the entrance each morning. Thus, when Zhao Xinyu arrived, he sold out his entire load of vegetables within half an hour. Some residents expressed interest in having him deliver vegetables in the evening, while several nearby restaurant owners sought to purchase large quantities at high prices, all of which Zhao Xinyu declined. He was not averse to making money. Having been impoverished before discovering his space, he certainly desired wealth. However, he understood the risks of drawing too much attention to himself. Once his vegetables gained fame at Tianyi Garden, countless vendors sought to establish themselves there. Yet, due to the exceptional flavor of his produce, the residents only recognized his vegetables. Although he could deliver twice a day like during the New Year, he knew that doing so would soon attract the attention of other residents, leading to potential trouble with the vendors at the entrances of those nearby communities. If they resorted to underhanded tactics, he would be powerless to defend himself. As Zhao Xinyu limited his deliveries, the nearby restaurant owners grew increasingly curious about the source of his vegetables. Some even resorted to shadowing him. Frustratingly for them, Zhao Xinyu seemed to sense the pursuit, often maneuvering through alleys to evade them. This was not his intention, rather. The myriad experiences he had endured over the years had instilled in him a habit of cautiousness, rendering it difficult for those seeking him to make any progress. Upon returning to the collection station after selling vegetables, the dawn had yet to break. He parked his vehicle and began relocating the grapevines he had transplanted from his space to the wall near the foul-smelling ditch. While he was engaged in this task, Han Tianliang arrived with about 10 people, 6 elderly individuals, and 4 middle-aged women. They spoke little, merely inquiring about how Zhao Xinyu cultivated his vegetables before joining in the transplanting effort. By day's end, a third of the 10-acre yard had been planted, filling Zhao Xinyu with excitement. When it came time to pay, he generously added 10 yuan to each person's wage. After Han Tianyang and his group departed, Zhao Xinyu and the Black Wind shared a simple meal before he turned on the tap, mixing the space water with the tap water to irrigate the newly transplanted vegetable seedlings. The following day, when Han Tianyang and his companions arrived, they were pleasantly surprised to find that not a single seedling that had been transplanted the previous day appeared wilted. In fact, the seedlings seemed to have grown slightly since planting, which astonished even Han Tianyang, a true farmer. "Xinyu, have you used some fertilizer?" he asked with a smile. Observing the traces of irrigation in the vegetable patch, Zhao Xinyu chuckled and gestured towards the yard. "Grandpa Han, do you see any fertilizer here? Rest assured, I have not used a single drop of fertilizer on these vegetables. Once they are ready to eat, I will bring some to you." He added, "By the way, the contract for the Luo River has been finalized. I was in a hurry today, but I will bring it to you tomorrow." In just 3.5 days, Han Tianliang and 10 others had filled the entire yard with vegetables. Zhao Xinyu felt grateful to these workers, each of whom was compensated for 4 days of work, and Han Tianliang even provided an additional 400. Just as they were about to leave, a makeshift wooden fence suddenly collapsed, and a middle-aged man in his 30s stepped over it, followed by 6 or 7 flamboyantly dressed young men. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Han Tianliang and his companions' expressions changed simultaneously. The man was Zhao Xinyu from Xianling, who had made a fortune with small contracts in previous years and had since returned to take over the village's water tower. With wealth came trouble, and he had become a local tyrant, often stirring up trouble in a village primarily composed of the elderly, weak, and women. It was anticipated that Zhao Xinyu's visit to Zhao Xinyu was due to the recent use of tap water for irrigation. Zhao Xinyu glanced at Han Tianyang and laughed heartily. "Uncle Han, you and Appos, here too. This saves me the trouble of looking for you." Han Tianliang and Appos' eyes flickered as he replied, "Xinyu, what brings you here?" Zhao Xinyu cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Xinyu. "Isn't this Zhao Xinyu? You have registered his household in our village and allocated him the Luo River and that barren land." Han Tianyang nodded. "Yes, I handled that matter, and the village committee approved it." Zhao Xinyu sneered. "I don't care if he is from Xianling or not. Nor do I care about the allocation of the stinky ditch and that barren land. However, we need to discuss his use of tap water for irrigation. This yard is approximately 10 acres. Do you know how much that costs?" Han Tianyang was momentarily taken aback, then smacked his forehead. "Xinyu, Xinyu mentioned this to me several times, but I forgot. There is water here, so he used tap water. He also said he would charge you 10 yuan per acre for the irrigation, which would amount to 100 for this yard." "Uncle Han, you've dealt with farmland all your life. You should know that vegetables cannot be compared to crops. The water usage now exceeds that of crops. Soon enough, it will require irrigation every 3 days, And since I'm not here often, who will know how many times he irrigates? I've heard you've been kind to him. How about this? I'll give you a favor and charge 3,000 for the year, payable in one lump sum. Han Tianyang and the others were taken aback. They were all genuine farmers, and in a year of hard work, they barely earned 300 to 500 yuan per acre. Zhao Xinyu's demand of 3,000 seemed exorbitant, considering the cost of seedlings and labor. Xinyu, that's too much. Xinyu is struggling. He just wants to make a living growing vegetables. I have an idea. How about we? Before he could finish, Zhao Xinyu raised his hand and turned to Zhao Xinyu. You heard what I said, cripple. 3,000 a year, pay now. If you don't pay, I'll have the vegetables pulled up immediately. As he spoke, the young thugs accompanying him moved towards the vegetable patch, ready to uproot the plants. What do you think you're doing, Zhao Xinyu? Han Tianyang's expression darkened as he shouted angrily. Zhao Xinyu and Amp, Appo's demeanor hardened. Uncle Han, this isn't the past. I'm giving you face. Without you, I would have thought 3,000 was too little. Grandpa Han, 3,000 is fine, Zhao Xinyu interjected, not wanting to place Han Tianyang in a difficult position. He understood that if the vegetables were successfully grown, they could potentially earn back that sum in a single day. Hearing Zhao Xinyu and Appo's willingness, Zhao Xinyu was taken aback. He realized he had asked for too much, but refrained from confronting Han Tianyang, hoping to negotiate down to 1,500. However, he hadn't expected Zhao Xinyu to agree so readily, leaving him regretting his initial demand. What are we waiting for? Pay up, Zhao Xinyu insisted. I assume this 3,000 covers my irrigation and water fees for the year? Zhao Xinyu hesitated. That refers to this yard. If you want to cultivate that barren land, it'll be an additional 5,000. Zhao Xinyu shook his head. I don't plan to grow vegetables there for now. Let me transfer the money to you. After the transaction, Zhao Xinyu left without hesitation. Han Tianyang shook his head repeatedly and turned to Zhao Xinyu. Xinyu, you don't know Zhao Xinyu well. I worry he will come back to trouble you. Zhao Xinyu smiled faintly, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Grandpa Han, we've already paid him for the water. What more trouble could he cause? Xinyu, you gave him too much. You have a total of 10 acres. How much can you earn in a year? By my calculations, he stands to profit more than you do, an elderly man remarked, shaking his head. Grandpa Wang, I'm just trying it out. If it doesn't yield profit this year, I want to plant next year and will continue collecting scrap. After seeing off Han Tianyang and his group, Zhao Xinyu glanced at the fallen wooden fence, reflecting on Han Tianyang's words. He tossed the fence aside and rode off. That evening, the broken fence was chopped into firewood, and in its place stood a large iron gate. Once closed, it concealed the yard from outside view. The decision to install the iron gate was twofold: to prevent anyone from damaging the vegetables and to keep prying eyes away from the yard, allowing him to work without concern. In the days that followed, he visited Tianyi Garden daily, returning to tend to the vegetables. Within just over a month, the plants had grown to nearly a meter tall. With tomatoes, cucumbers, and beans requiring support, he had purchased bamboo stakes several times. Overwhelmed with work, he enlisted Han Tianyang and Amp, Appo's help once more, along with the same 10 workers. Upon entering the yard, the workers were stunned to see the tomatoes towering over a meter high, with cucumbers and bean seedlings sprawled on the ground. Having spent their lives working the fields, they were well aware of vegetable growth, but had never witnessed tomatoes reaching such heights in just over a month. They knew that typically, tomatoes required at least 50 days to bloom and grow to a meter. If not for the absence of fertilizer bags in the yard, they would have been hard-pressed to believe that the vegetables had been cultivated without any pesticides or fertilizers. As Han Tianyang and the others assembled supports for the plants, a barking sound drew their attention. A large, sleek black dog, about 1 to 1.5 meters long, emerged from a nearby room and bounded towards them. The sight caused their faces to change dramatically, and a middle-aged woman in her 30s urgently called out, Xinyu, quick, stop it. Heiyun, with a single call from Zhao Xinyu. The large dog came to an immediate halt, wagging its tail and bounding towards him, nuzzling against Zhao Xinyu's legs. Han Tianyang glanced at the dog and then at Zhao Xinyu. Xinyu, this is Heifeng, he remarked. It was noteworthy that just a month ago, while assisting in planting vegetables, Heifeng was merely 70 to 80 centimeters in size, yet within this brief period, he had grown robust, stronger than the average large dog. They had certainly not expected such rapid growth. Zhao Xinyu chuckled heartily, removed his mask, and gently patted Heifeng's head. Heifeng, you've met Grandpa Han and the others. You must not bark indiscriminately from now on. To their astonishment, Heifeng glanced at them a few times, growled softly, but refrained from barking further. Xinyu, Han Tianyang was about to praise Haifeng when he caught sight of Zhao Xinyu and Amp, Apos, face, his mouth agape in profound shock. Ever since the incident last year, Zhao Xinyu had been residing in the courtyard, and Han Tianyang was well aware of his condition, his face marred by scars, half of it shrouded in darkness. However, now it was strikingly different. The scars had nearly faded, and the once dark half of his face appeared much lighter, resembling merely soot from labor rather than a permanent blemish. Uncertain of Han Tianyang and Apos' reaction, Zhao Xinyu took a few steps forward and inquired with a smile, "Grandpa Han, what seems to be the matter? You have seen Haifeng when he was young." Han Tianyang focused intently on Zhao Xinyu's legs. "Xinyu, your legs, and your face, when did they improve?" Zhao Xinyu chuckled, raising a hand to touch his face. "Grandpa Han, you know I graduated from a traditional Chinese medicine university. I learned a few remedies from my grandfather and tried to regulate my condition. It yielded some results." "That is wonderful to hear. I recall old Su mentioning that before your incident, many establishments sought you. If you could fully recover, you wouldn't have to endure hardship here," Han Tianyang replied. Zhao Xinyu offered a faint smile. If it weren't for the spatial abilities he possessed, restoration would be his utmost desire, yet he found little anticipation for returning to work. "By the way, Grandpa Han, the grapes on the east wall are nearly ready for trellising. I have already purchased thick bamboo. Once you finish your tasks here, please assist in constructing the grape trellis. Those dried grape branches you planted, how could they possibly thrive?" Han Tianyang, skeptical, ventured to the east wall. Upon his return, he shook his head in disbelief. All the dried cuttings planted last month had sprung to life, the vines reaching nearly 2 meters in length. More astonishingly, between the leaves and the vines, there were numerous flower buds resembling sesame seeds. At this moment, Han Tianyang was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of his astonishment in such a brief time. Over the course of 2 days, Han Tianyang and his companions erected trellises for all the tomatoes, cucumbers, beans, and grapes beneath the east wall. While others departed with their wages, Han Tianyang lingered. "Xinyu, with the tomatoes, eggplants, and cucumbers now trellised, do you have knowledge of managing the vegetables?" Zhao Xinyu's gaze flickered. He indeed possessed the knowledge, yet managing such a vast expanse alone would be quite overwhelming. "Grandpa Han, I know how to care for them, but I cannot handle all of this by myself. Perhaps you could enlist a few individuals to assist? Rest assured, I will pay you 2,500 each month at the current wage rate, and should the yield be favorable, I will increase it further." "Xinyu, that is not my intent. Once the cucumbers and beans are trellised, they will quickly bear fruit. I noticed that even your spinach and rapeseed are ready for sale. I merely wish to discuss what your next step should be." Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile graced his lips. "Grandpa Han, I have made arrangements with Han Li and the others. If all goes well on my end, they will return to assist me." Upon hearing Zhao Xinyu and Amp, Apos' words, Han Tianyang and Apos' eyes sparkled with hope. Having spent considerable time in Xianling, he held profound feelings for the place. Initially, he had opposed Han Jun and Han Li and Apos' decision to work away from home. If Zhao Xinyu could indeed bring the two brothers back, it would be his greatest wish fulfilled. Just a month ago, he wouldn't have believed that Zhao Xinyu could earn a living by growing vegetables, yet after this visit, he was convinced of Zhao Xinyu and Amp, Apos' potential to succeed in this endeavor. "I will call them right away and ask them to return immediately." Zhao Xinyu chuckled. "Grandpa Han, let me handle it. If you call them first, they might think we are trying to deceive them together. You should seek assistance for managing the crops. And once the cucumbers and tomatoes are ready for sale, I will have them come back." "All right, you make the call. I'll come over early tomorrow." In 4 to 5 days, the spinach and rapeseed will be ready for market. You should take some time to scout suitable locations. After bidding farewell to Han Tianyang, Zhao Xinyu made his way to the rapeseed field. Despite having watered them that morning, the rapeseed plants were robust and lush, their leaves of vibrant green and glistening like little cabbages, each weighing at least half a pound. The droplets of water on the rapeseed sparkled in the sunlight, resembling exquisite emeralds. Gazing intently at the rapeseed, Zhao Xinyu's mind raced. Compared to tomatoes and cucumbers, although he had planted fewer rapeseed and spinach, he had over an acre of each. These vegetables were seasonal. If left in the ground too long, they would bolt and flower, at which point they could only be harvested for livestock feed. He was well aware of the superior taste of the vegetables nurtured in his space, and he was confident that once he transported the rapeseed and spinach to Tiani Garden, there would be no issue finding buyers. However, he also understood that in the days to come, he would be exceedingly busy. With so many vegetables, it would be impossible for him to sell them all alone. Fearing that his secret would be discovered, and with the prospect of selling his produce looming, Zhao Xinyu's mind became a whirlwind. He resolved not to dwell on it further and rode away on his bicycle. Throughout the day, he aimlessly pedaled around, seeking opportunities to resolve his predicament and find a market for his vegetables. He had no idea how many vegetable shops he visited. But each time he mentioned he had some vegetables to sell, he was brusquely dismissed and pushed out. After being ejected from yet another store, he lost his patience. Glancing at the now darkening sky, instead of returning home, he found a nearby fast food restaurant and had a simple meal. After eating, he checked his phone and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at his situation. He felt like a headless fly, flitting about in search of a market for his rapeseed and spinach, and yet, it was already past 10 at night. Frustrated by his failure to find buyers, he wandered into a narrow alley where he parked his electric bike, oblivious to the fact that a woman reeking of alcohol lay in the back of a three-wheeled vehicle, surrounded by vomit, some of which was smeared on her face. Upon returning home and locking the door, Zhao Xinyu was startled to discover someone in the vehicle. Approaching for a closer look, his expression changed dramatically. The woman inside was barely conscious. He quickly cleared the vomit from her mouth and nose, then checked her pulse. Realizing with alarm that she was not merely intoxicated but had been drugged, he took out his phone to call for help, but then hesitated, recalling the cautious habits he had developed over the years. Given the circumstances, having someone in his vehicle and within his yard, if things went awry, he would find it impossible to clear his name. Casting a glance at the unconscious woman, Zhao Xinyu hesitated momentarily, recalling his grandfather's teachings. Without further ado, he lifted her into his room. He removed her soiled clothing and retrieved the silver needles he had purchased. Taking a deep breath, he began to insert the shimmering needles into her chest. After more than half an hour, he removed the needles and checked her pulse again. Feeling relieved as it had stabilized, she simply needed to sober up. He carefully placed her on the bed, but as he was leaving, he noticed her clothes still carried the scent of alcohol. He shook his head and washed them before departing. Meanwhile, in a hotel private room, a young man around 25 or 26 wore a grim expression, surrounded by shattered plates. 3 nervous youths stood at the door. Hu Xiao, Du Mingnan and Amp. Appo's car is still outside. We saw the package in the car. She must have just gone to the restroom, so how could she vanish? Useless fools. You couldn't even keep an eye on one person. Now, Du Mingnan has slipped away again. It will be difficult to find another opportunity. Go find her now. If the drug wears off, it will all be over. Hu Xiao, Du Mingnan left for the back kitchen. Perhaps the effects of the drug are kicking in. We should check that corner. Stop wasting time and go find her. You and Appo's ruined my plans, and I want to let you off easy, due to family obligations. Zhao Xinyu refrained from entering his space to harvest vegetables, and for the first time in over a month, he enjoyed a lazy morning. While he slept, chaos erupted throughout Pengcheng, with countless individuals scouring the streets and alleys, eventually involving the police. The road in front of Zhao Xinyu's courtyard was bustling with searchers. Perhaps due to returning home late and tending to the woman, as well as washing her clothes, Zhao Xinyu awoke to bright daylight. As he sat up, the thought of the woman crossed his mind, and recalling Han Tianliang's intention to visit that day, he quickly got out of bed. Upon entering his room, he was startled to find the door wide open and the room empty. The woman had departed at some point. Heifeng, he called, and after a few low growls, the large black dog appeared by his side, its big head fixed on him. Did she leave on her own? Heifeng nodded and emitted a few low growls. Zhao Xinyu exhaled in relief, remembering that he hadn't fed Heifeng the previous night. He returned to his room to prepare a meal for the dog. As he cooked, Han Tianyang arrived with a few helpers to tend to the vegetables in the courtyard. In the following days, the vegetables transformed daily, and the rapeseed and spinach were ready for sale, yet no market had been found. It was not long after Zhao Xinyu returned from Tianni Garden one morning that Heifeng began barking furiously at the front gate. Just as Zhao Xinyu finished washing his face and was about to prepare breakfast, he heard Heifeng and Appo's barks and rushed outside, recognizing that someone was approaching, though it was certainly not the usual visitors like Han Tianyang. Upon opening the gate, he was momentarily taken aback to see a woman standing there. Not far away, a red sports car was parked by the roadside. Although he did not recognize the make, he could tell it was an expensive vehicle. The woman, stylishly dressed and appearing to be in her early 20s, stood at around 5'7", with delicate features and long, sleek black hair. She wore a plain lavender dress and white sandals, her expression devoid of any warmth, radiating an aura that discouraged approach. Upon catching a glimpse of the woman, Zhao Xinyu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet he could not recall where he had encountered her before. He pondered over the years he had spent delivering takeout, and the countless faces he had seen, ultimately dismissing the thought. "May I ask who you are looking for?" To Zhao Xinyu's surprise, the woman merely cast him a sidelong glance, turned, and entered the courtyard. Meanwhile, the creature known as Heifeng, resembling a human in behavior, remained silent, following the stunning beauty without a word, leaving Zhao Xinyu feeling abandoned. As Zhao Xinyu observed Heifeng trailing the woman, a surge of irritation washed over him. He found it perplexing that despite calling for Heifeng numerous times, the creature had ignored him but now chose to accompany a stranger. The woman inspected several rooms before turning to Zhao Xinyu and inquiring, "Who is the owner of this courtyard?" "It is I." "And you are?" Zhao Xinyu replied. The woman paused, appraising him with her gaze before glancing at the tricycle. "Who operates that tricycle?" "Only I reside here, so naturally, I am the one who drives it," Zhao Xinyu responded. The woman nodded slightly, gratitude flickering in her eyes as she pointed to the vegetables in the courtyard. These vegetables appear to be of excellent quality. A considerable amount of fertilizer has been used. Zhao Xinyu felt a pang of concern and reassured her, "Rest assured, no fertilizers or pesticides have been used on these vegetables. I just prepared a dish of mushroom and bok choy. You can taste it for yourself," though intended as a polite gesture. Zhao Xinyu was taken aback when the woman had no qualms and proceeded directly to his room, picking up chopsticks without hesitation. Upon taking a bite, she paused, astonished. "You made this?" she exclaimed. However, realizing that there was only one person and a dog in the courtyard, she remained silent. Minutes later, an empty plate remained before them. Zhao Xinyu looked at it, bemused at how she had assumed the role of the guest. "I am Du Mingnan. Thank you for saving me that day," the woman said, turning to Zhao Xinyu and extending her hand. Zhao Xinyu was taken aback, as he felt he had seen her before. It was only upon her words that he recalled she was the same woman he had rescued that night. Zhao Xinyu, it and amp. Oppos. That's not a significant matter, no need for thanks. However, it would be best if you refrained from dining with that person from that day. You were not merely intoxicated but had been drugged, he cautioned. Du Mingnan and amp. Oppos. S expression shifted dramatically, her face paling as tears brimmed in her eyes. She had always believed she had simply been drunk, not realizing she had been drugged. The thought of what could have happened had she not encountered Zhao Xinyu filled her with dread. Zhao Xinyu sighed softly. "You came here for this matter, didn't and amp. Oppos. To you?" Du Mingnan nodded, thanking him once more. "If it weren't for you that day, there's no need to mention it. It was a mere act of kindness. I have studied traditional Chinese medicine. Had I not, I would have called the authorities that day. Please tell me what exactly transpired that day," she requested. Zhao Xinyu recounted the events candidly, causing Du Mingnan and Oppos' cheeks to flush with embarrassment, yet she felt relieved. "This is 100,000 yuan. A token of gratitude for saving me that day." Zhao Xinyu smiled gently. "While I do have a need for money, I prefer to rely on my own efforts. The essence of traditional medicine is to save lives. Assisting you was my duty. Please take this money back. If there's nothing more, you may leave." Du Mingnan was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated such a response from Zhao Xinyu. Despite his humble appearance and the sparse furnishings of his room, she recognized that he lived a difficult life. His indifference toward the substantial sum of money stirred something akin to admiration within her. "Please, take the money back," she insisted. Glancing at the flourishing vegetables, a thought crossing her mind. "Zhao Xinyu, your vegetables are abundant, and I just tasted the bok choy. It was exquisite. I wonder if you have a market for them. I have a friend who owns a hotel. If you Haven and Amp, Oppos, T secured a buyer, I could give her a call." Zhao Xinyu was genuinely interested. He had been troubled by this very issue in recent days and was eager to seize the opportunity. "This is my first year growing these vegetables. You can rest assured there are no pesticides or chemical fertilizers involved, nor are they genetically modified. I've been worrying about sales. So if you have a connection, please have your friend come take a look." Shortly after, Du Mingnan shook her phone and said, "She will be here shortly. Prepare more mushroom and bok choy for her to sample." Over half an hour later, a tall, attractive woman dressed in a professional suit hurried into the courtyard. "Jimin, come try this dish first," Du Mingnan said, leading the woman into Zhao Xinyu and Oppos' room without an introduction. The professional woman glanced at the dim room with a hint of disdain but, after looking at Du Mingnan, picked up her chopsticks and took a small bite. Upon tasting it, she was momentarily taken aback, surprise shimmering in her eyes. Having sampled countless dishes throughout her career, she had never encountered one quite like this. This, she began, her expression revealing her astonishment as she turned to Du Mingnan, pointing at the dish on the table. Who prepared this? A hotel chef might struggle to replicate this. Du Mingnan pointed at Zhao Xinyu. He made it, using vegetables he himself cultivated. I have inspected the place, and there isn't a single bag of fertilizer. These vegetables are entirely natural. What do you think? If these vegetables were served at the hotel, would sales improve? The quality is indeed commendable. Sales would certainly rise. However, if you were to join the hotel, I can guarantee it would flourish. Did you hear that, Zhao Xinyu? I can't speak to your culinary skills, but with this mushroom and bok choy, you should consider working at their hotel. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. I prefer my freedom over constraints. Though growing vegetables is laborious, the freedom it affords me is invaluable. My culinary skills aren't exceptional. It's mainly due to the quality of the bok choy. Du Mingnan and the woman exchanged glances, and Du Mingnan nodded encouragingly. All right then, starting tomorrow. Prepare 300 jin of bok choy and 300 jin of spinach for delivery to Pengcheng Hotel. Jiamin, have you considered his mobility? I have forgotten. In that case, once you and Appos ready, I'll arrange for someone to pick them up. Pricing will align with market wholesale rates. By the way, Zhao Xinyu, I have your number now. When your cucumbers, green beans, and bell peppers are ready for sale, give me a call. I'll come check them out. Du Mingnan left this remark as she departed with her companion. In the days that followed, Zhao Xinyu felt somewhat disheartened. He had initially believed Du Mingnan would not return. Yet she came to the courtyard regularly. Each visit, she exchanged little more than pleasantries with Zhao Xinyu, wandering the courtyard as if it were a park. Even more vexing was Heifeng, who typically disregarded others, but would abandon Zhao Xinyu entirely to follow Du Mingnan, becoming her devoted shadow. After exhausting herself, Du Mingnan showed no intention of leaving. She would simply head to Zhao Xinyu and Appos' room, lie on the bed, and sleep, awakening only to eat. As if she had made his home her own. As the frequency of visits increased, Zhao Xinyu and Appos' room underwent a transformation. The old bed was replaced with a new one. The kitchen boasted a complete array of utensils, and a television and refrigerator found their way into the space. However, these enhancements were not purchased by Zhao Xinyu, but rather orchestrated by Du Mingnan. Although Zhao Xinyu was reluctant to let Du Mingnan spend money, she argued that the garden's fresh air and ambience could potentially attract friends in the future, and the current state of his home would likely be a source of jest among them. Zhao Xinyu firmly opposed her plans, even preventing her from demolishing the makeshift structure entirely. During this period, cucumbers, green beans, bell peppers, and tomatoes began to be sold, with a truckload delivered daily to Tianyi Garden, while the remainder was taken over by the hotel. As the variety of vegetables increased, word of mouth among diners led to Zhao Xinyu and Appos' produce gaining immense popularity throughout Pengcheng. Discussions about the dishes available at Pengcheng Hotel filled the streets. Previously, the hotel was known for its extravagant seafood dishes, yet now, the bustling business and full clientele were attributed not to these signature offerings, but rather to simple, everyday dishes that could be found in any small eatery. These commonplace dishes became the best sellers at Pengcheng Hotel, with diners ordering them multiple times at the same table. According to patrons, these seemingly ordinary dishes were exceptionally flavorful, leaving one craving more after just one bite. Even the simplest items, like tomatoes and cucumbers, required no seasoning, tasting even better than typical fruits, leaving a lingering and delightful aroma. The hotel's booming success incited envy among competitors, leading them to secretly report Pengcheng Hotel, suspecting that addictive substances or excessive fertilizers and pesticides had been used in the cultivation of the vegetables. Although health authorities initiated an investigation, the results that emerged days later astonished many. The tomatoes, cucumbers, and other vegetables mentioned in the complaints contained no banned substances, hormones, or pesticides. In fact, their nutritional content surpassed that of similar vegetables by 3 to 4 times. Once this news spread, it caused a sensation not only in Pengcheng but also in the surrounding villages and towns, with countless restaurant owners and vegetable vendors inquiring about the source of Pengcheng Hotel's vegetables. They understood that as long as such produce was available, their establishments would thrive. In the office of the hotel's general manager, Du Mingnan sat confidently at the helm, a subtle smile gracing her features. During this time, the previously lackluster hotel occupancy had skyrocketed, with diners willing to queue rather than dine elsewhere. Du Mingnan was well aware that the surge in clientele was due to the vegetables cultivated by Zhao Xinyu. A knock interrupted her thoughts, causing her smile to vanish. replaced by an air of aloofness. "Come in," she called. A young woman, not much older than Du Mingnan, entered the office, dressed in a sharp business suit. "General Manager, I just compiled the statistics. In just half a month, our revenue has matched that of last month. And the health department and Oppo's inspection report has effectively served as an advertisement for our hotel. Now, diners are queuing to eat." Du Mingnan beamed. "Jiamin, you once dismissed Zhao Xinyu's vegetables. What do you think now? I hear everyone in Pengcheng is looking for him. Please inform those fetching vegetables from Zhao Xinyu to be cautious. If other hotels discover this, our advantage will vanish." Xiao Jiamin nodded. "General Manager, there and Oppo's as something else." I and Oppo's VE visited the kitchen several times and tasted the mushroom and bok choy dish they prepared. However, I feel it pales in comparison to what that and Oppo's, crippled and Oppo's, man makes. Du Mingnan shot her a disapproving look. "Jiamin, it and Oppo's, it's rather unkind to speak of him that way. I and Oppo's VE researched Zhao Xinyu. He is the sole survivor of last year's serial murder case. He has endured quite enough. Please refrain from such comments in the future. I've visited him multiple times, and his dishes are indeed exceptional. Yet, he remains indifferent to our invitation to join the hotel. Is that so? I heard he fought for his life for several days, with doctors deeming him a lost cause. He truly is fortunate. By the way, how did you come to know him?" Unbeknownst to her, these words darkened Du Mingnan's expression. Xiao Jiamin sensed her discomfort, but quickly backtracked. "Regardless, Jiamin, please inform the vegetable collectors. I will call Zhao Xinyu." Despite Zhao Xinyu and Oppo's disinterest in worldly affairs, he would inevitably hear about Pengcheng Hotel and Oppo's happenings while selling vegetables at Tianyi Garden each morning. Moreover, residents of the community had started to inquire, albeit indirectly, whether the vegetables used by Pengcheng Hotel originated from Zhao Xinyu's supply. The following day, as Zhao Xinyu sold his produce, he encountered many well-dressed individuals. On his way back, he noticed several cars trailing him, making him realize that he could no longer sell at Tianyi Garden. Returning home, preoccupied with thoughts, he prepared medicinal ointments and cooked. While doing so, he heard a low growl from outside. Glancing at his phone, he thought it odd for Han Tianyang and the others to visit at this hour. When he opened the door, he was momentarily taken aback to see Du Mingnan standing there, her usual sports car absent. "Why didn't Oppo's do you drive today?" he inquired with a smile, as they had become familiar, despite their limited conversation. Du Mingnan stepped into the courtyard, shutting the door. "I have something to discuss. Have you eaten? If not, I can order something. I haven't and Oppo's tea. Just make some of that millet porridge you have." Zhao Xinyu nodded, preparing the porridge and cooking. "What brings you here so early?" he finally asked during their meal. "I want to buy all the vegetables from your garden." Zhao Xinyu chuckled lightly. "I know your friend works at Pengcheng Hotel, which is the largest five-star hotel in Pengcheng. But nearly 10 acres of vegetables is far too much for even a bustling hotel to utilize. I and Oppo's am opening a vegetable shop." Du Mingnan shot him a playful glare. Furrowing her brow. "What is that smell on your face?" "It reeks of medicine." Zhao Xinyu chuckled, finishing the porridge before heading to wash his face. Due to Du Mingnan and Oppo's presence, he avoided washing off the ointment on his legs. Upon returning, he noticed Du Mingnan staring at him in a daze. "What's wrong?" he asked casually. "Your face has healed," Du Mingnan exclaimed, astonished. It was noteworthy that when Du Mingnan first visited, although Zhao Xinyu and Oppo's bruises had faded, the discoloration on one side of his face remained prominent. Now, not only had the scars vanished, but the darkness had completely disappeared. While dressed modestly, he could at least be considered a striking young man. Zhao Xinyu laughed, "Thanks to the herbal remedies my grandfather gathered over the years." Once, Du Mingnan, who had investigated Zhao Xinyu, had seen a photograph of him upon his discharge from the hospital. The person in the photograph bore little resemblance to the Zhao Xinyu before her now. It was as if they were worlds apart. However, as Zhao Xinyu and Oppo's appearance had remarkably improved, her interest in his traditional Chinese medicine skills was piqued. "Zhao Xinyu," she recalled, "you mentioned that the car accident occurred last year. It and Oppo's has been quite a while, and your injuries have healed so well. Your prescription is truly miraculous. Traditional Chinese medicine is inherently wondrous. If you have friends with any scars, just let me know, and I can help prepare an ointment. While it may not guarantee complete recovery, it should certainly alleviate some discomfort." Du Mingnan nodded, suddenly reminded of her purpose for visiting regarding the vegetables. "Zhao Xinyu, you should give serious thought to what I just mentioned." Du Mingnan, I understand your point. but I intend to open a vegetable shop. My friends will return in a couple of days to assist me. As long as you and Appos, aware, competition is fierce these days. Retail profits surpass wholesale, and I want in amp. Appos, TB supplying star-rated hotels for now, but I can't control the small eateries. Du Mingnan and amp. Appos, eyes brightened. Thank you then. I'll take my leave. As the two stepped outside, Du Mingnan noticed a change in Zhao Xinyu and amp. Appos, limp, if one did not look closely. It was nearly imperceptible that he had ever been a cripple. This realization stirred something profound within her. Just as they approached the gate, it swung open abruptly, and Hanli entered, nearly colliding with Du Mingnan. Ah, she exclaimed, sidestepping awkwardly, which caused her to stumble and feel a sharp pain shoot through her. Instinctively, Zhao Xinyu reached out, and she fell into his embrace, the warmth of the moment palpable. Du Mingnan and amp, Appos, body stiffened. Throughout her life, she had rarely experienced such intimate contact, save for those closest to her. Now, being held by a young man she had known for only a short time left her feeling uncomfortable. Despite Zhao Xinyu and amp, Appos, intentions to prevent her fall. As he helped her up, Zhao Xinyu glared at Hanli. When did you return? You're grown now. Act more responsibly. I came back yesterday. Xinyu, you've done well to find a girlfriend. Introduce us. Hanli's words caused Du Mignon's cheeks to flush crimson, and she wished fervently for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. What nonsense. This is Du Mingnan. My ability to sell vegetables depends entirely on her help. Du Mingnan, this is my good friend Hanli. With her face still rosy, Du Mingnan greeted Hanli, who laughed heartily. My apologies. I misunderstood your relationship. As they spoke, Hanli and Appos' gaze wandered to the courtyard, and his eyes lit up. Although the tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, and beans had only recently matured, the entire yard was teeming with vitality, far surpassing his expectations of a vegetable garden. The tomato plants were robust, laden with green, pink, and red fruit, each one 5-to-1, 6 meters tall, boasting at least 40 to 50 tomatoes, nearly obscuring the leaves, with only the dark green foliage visible at the top. The cucumber trellis stood over 2 meters tall, adorned with prickly, vibrant green cucumbers shimmering with dew, resembling a painter's masterpiece. The eggplants and bell peppers were equally bountiful, and the bean plants were so abundant that the leaves were completely hidden, revealing only the foot-long beans. Hanli swallowed hard, plucking a cucumber, wiping it on his sleeve, and biting into it. The crisp sweetness exploded in his mouth, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. Did you grow all of this? After swallowing, Hanli found himself momentarily speechless. Hailing from the countryside himself and having worked away for years, he had never encountered such produce before. The flavor reminded him of a meal he had shared with Zhao Xinyu during the New Year. With the successful cultivation of vegetables and his injuries nearing full recovery, Zhao Xinyu felt an uplifting sense of confidence wash over him, dispelling the insecurities that had once plagued him. Observing Hanli's astonishment, Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Remember, you promised me after the New Year that if my vegetables found a market, you would come back to assist me. Hanli bit into the cucumber again. I remember. My father has mentioned that many hotels in Pengcheng are seeking your vegetables. I and Appos decided to work with you from now on. By the way, my brother will be back in a couple of days. Do you have a plan? Having recovered, Du Mingnan sighed softly as she listened to their exchange. The vegetables Zhao Xinyu produced were exceptionally delectable, and she believed that if he consistently supplied the hotels in Pengcheng, they would surely outshine their competitors. This was why she wanted to procure all the vegetables from his courtyard. Zhao Xinyu, people in Pengcheng are actively seeking your produce. You should consider opening a vegetable stall nearby. The housing prices here are low, and it's close enough. With your vegetables, business will undoubtedly thrive. Zhao Xinyu felt a spark of inspiration and turned to Hanli. Hanli, your family and Appos' property is located nearby. ISN and Appos' Tiet? Hanli hesitated slightly before nodding and pointing westward. It's just across 2 ditches from your courtyard, but it's an unfinished shell. Didn't your brother say he was engaged? What about his house? Our 2 houses share a courtyard, each with 4 rooms. The bride price completely drained my father's savings. There is no money for renovations. Why do you ask, Xinyu? You're not considering using that place to sell vegetables, are you? There has been a vendor in our village for a year, let alone selling vegetables. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. Come on, let us head inside. Du Mingnan smiled gently. You two continue your discussion. I'll take my leave. If you need funds, just give me a call. After bidding farewell to Du Mingnan, Hanli glanced at Zhao Xinyu. Xinyu, Du Mingnan is truly a beauty. She seems like a wonderful person. You better not let this opportunity slip away. What are you talking about? She drives a sports car and lives in a high-rise. I'm just a vegetable seller. Do you think someone like her would look my way? Inside the room, Hanli exclaimed in surprise, "You've really struck it rich. The appliances are all brand new. Even the bed has been replaced." Zhao Xinyu merely shook his head, choosing not to mention that all these items had been purchased by Du Ming and concerned that Hanli would make a fuss about it again. "Hanli, you need to find someone to tidy up your and your brother's courtyard immediately. I'll cover all expenses. We'll set up the vegetable stall there." "Xinyu, will this really work?" "What? You're reluctant to part with your new house? What you're saying makes it sound like the houses in our village aren't worth anything." "I'm not worried about the house. It's the vegetables that are appealing. But our location is so remote. Who would come here? Nearly every household in the village grows their own vegetables. How can we expect customers for a vegetable stall?" Zhao Xinyu chuckled. "Don and Appos, worry, Hanli. Just go find someone and get started. By the way, is there a south room in that courtyard?" Hanli forced a smile. "Not even a south room. There isn't even a courtyard wall." "That's perfect. I'll transfer 50,000 to you. Get someone to enclose the yard and construct 2 south rooms first. We can deal with the rest later." By the time they left the courtyard, Hanli was still in a daze. He took a moment to compose himself before pulling out his phone. Upon seeing the additional 50,000 in his bank account, he trembled with excitement and turned to glance at Zhao Xinyu's courtyard, feeling a surge of exhilaration. His return was prompted by his father, Han Tianyang, who insisted he come back, stating that Zhao Xinyu's vegetables were exceptionally popular, generating daily earnings sufficient to cover half a month's salary for them. Initially skeptical upon his return, he eventually came to believe his father and Appos' words as he observed the money in his bank account. Zhao Xinyu had not planned to purchase vegetables from Tiani Garden, but Han Li's return prompted him to reconsider, aiming to accumulate funds and advertise his venture. As Zhao Xinyu delivered vegetables each day, Han Jun, Lu Ming, Huang Jijun, Wang Yulong, and Chai Jingquan also returned, similarly influenced by Zhao Xinyu's success, and soon the 6 of them were busy preparing to open a store. After a few days of promotion, not only the residents of Tiani Garden, but also the hotel owners and merchants who had been inquiring about vegetables learned that a stall would be established at Xianling, resulting in a considerable influx of visitors. In the eyes of the villagers, Han Li and Han Jun were busy preparing a wedding house for Han Jun, while Zhao Xinyu, despite his vegetable farming, remained largely unknown. His tightly shut door each day meant that many villagers were unaware that the former recycling station had transformed into a flourishing vegetable garden. Consequently, many who entered the village to inquire could not find the location Zhao Xinyu had described, having turned the village over several times. One day, after selling his vegetables, Zhao Xinyu addressed the crowd still hoping to buy. "Ladies and gentlemen, I will not be here tomorrow. Our stall opens at Xianling, and for 3 days, all vegetables will be offered at a 30% discount. Little Zhao, I just strolled around Xianling the other day and couldn't find the shop you mentioned." "Are you joking?" a regular customer asked with a smile. "Uncle Li, how could that be? You must have gone to the wrong place. Let me provide you with the exact directions." As Zhao Xinyu returned, the news quickly spread, igniting excitement among hotel and restaurant owners, many of whom promptly visited the location. They discovered 2 spacious shops already renovated and several young people making final preparations. That night, the 7 of them worked tirelessly, with Zhao Xinyu, Han Li, and Lu Ming responsible for harvesting, while Han Jun, Wang Yulong, Huang Jijun, and Chai Jingquan handled transportation. By dawn, the 7 gathered at the soon-to-open vegetable shop, surveying the shelves brimming with produce. Han Li, with a hint of concern, asked, "Xinyu, why do we need to fill the storage room when the shelves are already full? If we can't sell everything, the vegetables will wilt by tomorrow." Han Li, in business, there are gains and losses. This produce is all homegrown. If we can't sell it today, we'll donate the remaining vegetables to the village's elderly, Zhao Xinyu replied. The courtyard spans over 10 acres, and we and Appos harvested nearly 2 acres this time. It would be a shame to give it all away. If we can and Appos sell them, we should consider reducing the price, he added. Hanli glanced at Huang Jijun and remarked, "What do you mean 2 acres? Forget about the rapeseed and spinach. We only picked a tiny fraction of the tomatoes, cucumbers, beans, eggplants, and peppers. You truly underestimate Xinyu's efficiency. In the time it takes us to harvest 1 basket, he can pick 4. I sold vegetables every day, relying solely on my own efforts, around 2,000 pounds per cart. If I wasn't quick, how could I manage?" Zhao Xinyu chuckled, aware that his efficiency stemmed largely from the majority of his harvest being drawn from his spatial abilities. Lu Ming looked at Zhao Xinyu and remarked, "You know, everyone grows vegetables, but this is the first time I've seen such produce. One tomato plant alone has over a dozen ripe fruits, continuously blooming. I estimate it could yield at least 100 pounds in one harvest. I doubt we could sell all from this garden." Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. "All right, everyone. Let and amp, Oppos, let's take a break. Dawn is approaching." As the first rays of light broke, the sound of fireworks and firecrackers echoed, drawing the villagers and amp, Oppos, attention toward one direction. Many were puzzled. They hadn't heard of any weddings, knowing that in rural areas, only during New Year celebrations or weddings would there be such noise. As they approached the source of the commotion, they were taken aback to see a crowd gathered in front of the new house prepared by Han Tianyang for his son, with cars lining the nearby streets. The eldest son of the Han family was getting married, prompting thoughts of excitement, though some wondered why they hadn't been informed, given their good relations with the family. Upon closer inspection, they realized it wasn't Han Jun's wedding. They didn't recognize the people crowding out, each holding large bags of vegetables, reminding them of the strangers asking about vegetable shops in the village over the past few days. Confused, the villagers noted that fresh produce was readily available in the towns and city neighborhoods. They were curious as to why so many had come specifically to buy from the village, and they wished to enter the vegetable stall. However, getting through the door proved challenging. Meanwhile, Han Jun and his 5 companions inside the stall were overwhelmed with activity. 3 were weighing produce while the other 3 transported vegetables, still struggling to keep up. To their astonishment, every customer was purchasing in bulk, starting with 5 to 10 pounds, and some even asking for 50 pounds of each type. Only then did they understand why Zhao Xinyu had insisted they harvest so much the night before, and why he had left to gather vegetables as the stall opened. It turned out he had anticipated the day would be exceptionally busy. By mid-morning, sweating profusely, Lu Ming carried a box of tomatoes to Hanli, saying, "Hanli, we're running low on tomatoes and cucumbers. We can't keep up with the crowd. What should we do?" Hanli surveyed the nearly overflowing stall and the line of customers waiting to buy. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, "Lu Ming, quickly call my father and the others to help us gather more vegetables. The success of our stall hinges on today." Hanli and his brother had returned with full support from Han Tianyang, but Lu Ming and the others were reluctant. After all, their children had gone out to work, and they thought it wise to stay in town to avoid ridicule from villagers. However, upon receiving the call, they reluctantly agreed to assist. Ultimately, they were compelled to join Zhao Xinyu. Upon entering his courtyard and witnessing the flourishing vegetable garden, they understood why their children had chosen to work alongside a young man who had previously been collecting scrap. Having spent their lives as farmers, planting vegetables annually, they felt a sense of shame as they compared their decades of experience with the vibrant produce in Zhao Xinyu's garden. "Wang Hong, what are you all waiting for? The stall is chaotic. Lu Ming just called urging me to send more vegetables," Han Tianliang exclaimed upon seeing the newcomers, with many hands making light work. And with Zhao Xinyu tirelessly managing the operations, Wang Hong and Han Tianyang focused on loading the tricycle with fresh produce. As they awaited the delivery of the vegetables, Wang Hong and his companions stood in stunned silence, confronted by a sea of unfamiliar faces lining the street. The queue at the vegetable stand was particularly extensive, allowing their anxious hearts to finally rest. Though 5 families had come together to assist, there was scarcely a moment for respite. Throughout the day, Hanli and the others lost track of how much produce they had sold. It was not until after 9 in the evening that they bid farewell to the last batch of customers, leaving only a scant few vegetables remaining at the stand. Han Jun glanced at the 5 families, weary yet brimming with excitement, and suggested they tidy up before heading over to Xinyu and Appo's place, where a meal had already been prepared. In the courtyard, upon viewing the bountiful spread laid out before them, Hanli turned to Zhao Xinyu and inquired, "Xinyu, do you have any wine? I am utterly exhausted and could use a drink to unwind." "Of course, how could I not prepare?" replied Xinyu. Hanli cautioned, "There isn't and amp, Appo's single vegetable left over there. We still need to pick some. Let us not indulge too much." Wang Shijun chimed in, "Yes. After we get through this busy period, we can celebrate properly." "All right, then we and amp, Appo's, I'll limit ourselves," Han Jun conceded. During the New Year festivities, they had spent nearly all their time at Zhao Xinyu and amp, Appo's home, growing familiar with his culinary skills. However, Han Tianliang and his family had never tasted his cooking. Upon indulging in the meal, They were astonished by Zhao Xinyu's remarkable culinary prowess. After dinner, the group tallied their earnings for the day, and they were left speechless. They had sold over 96,000 in just one day. Xinu, with this influx, the decoration expenses are covered. You're on your way to prosperity. Hanli exclaimed with a hint of excitement, placing a hefty bag of money before Zhao Xinu. Zhao Xinu smiled lightly and turned to the six of them. Hanli, how much can you earn in a month out there? Without hesitation, Hanli replied, glancing at Huang Zhijun, at most around 6,000. The rest of us are around 4,000 each. After expenses, we might take home 2,000 or 3,000. Here's the deal. I'll give each of you 10,000 a month, covering all your needs. Han Grandpa, you can also come by to lend a hand. And your family will receive 6,000. How does that sound? At that moment, Zhao Xinu and Apos' words left not only Hanli and his 5 companions in disbelief, but also the 10 members of Han Tianlang's family. Each pair of eyes reflected sheer incredulity. Initially, they had only hoped that their children would return without needing to ask their families for money. Now, Zhao Xinu was offering them 10,000 each, a salary that was exceptional, not just in the village but even in the city. Moreover, each family would receive 6,000, requiring no consideration for food or drink. It was unimaginable that each family could return home with 16,000 a month without any expenses. Xinu, isn't this too generous? If you were to hire someone to sell vegetables or transport them, the wages would only be 2,000 to 3,000 a month. Zhao Xinyu waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging that his current success was a result of collective effort. For now, let's proceed as we are. If profits increase in the future, I shall consider raising your salaries. After saying this, Zhao Xinyu seemed to ponder something else. Hanli, you mentioned knowing some construction teams. With the weather warming up, the stench from the cesspool will become unbearable, not to mention the swarms of mosquitoes. While we may be unaffected, what would our customers think if they learned our vegetables are grown next to a cesspool? Thus, it is imperative that we find a construction team immediately to thoroughly clean it up. Hanli and the others were momentarily taken aback, their gazes converging on Han Tianli. Father, isn't the cesspool the village's responsibility? They should assist us with this matter. Han Tianli sighed. You all know the village's situation. They lack the funds for such initiatives. Moreover, the cesspool no longer belongs to the village. Xinyu has already contracted it. Xinyu, have you lost your mind? Why would you contract a cesspool that requires annual expenditure for cleaning? Han Jun and the others looked at Zhao Xinyu in disbelief. Zhao Xinyu smiled faintly. Hanli, just focus on finding a construction team. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Initially, they thought the vegetable stall would settle down after a few busy days. Yet to their astonishment, the number of visitors increased daily, with customers queuing even before opening hours. Within a mere 10 days, not only the residents of the northern city but also individuals from the other 3 districts became aware of the exceptional quality and nutritional value of the vegetables sold at the stall in Zaihanling. The business thrived to such an extent that local television stations featured it multiple times. Many hotels and restaurants expressed interest in ordering vegetables from the stall, but a statement was issued limiting each customer to a maximum purchase of 10 kilograms. Eventually, a group emerged on the scene, dedicated to buying vegetables at the stall and reselling them to various hotels and restaurants. Some learned that the vegetables came from Zhao Xinyu's estate and sought to meet him. However, each time, they were met by Tai Qiangyuan at the gate. Even if the door opened, they dared not enter, for a large dog resembling a calf stood guard, baring its teeth. Due to the overwhelming success of the vegetable business, Han Jun and his 5 companions, along with their parents, were working tirelessly. Zhao Xinyu decided to consult with them, suggesting that Han Tianli recruit a few honest villagers to assist. As the vegetable business flourished, construction began on the cesspool. And to ensure quality, Zhao Xinyu assigned Lu Ming, who had expertise in construction, to supervise the project. The villagers were perplexed by Zhao Xinyu and Apos' decision to clean the cesspool, which had existed for decades. Its foul odor and the clouds of mosquitoes made it an area people avoided, especially in hot weather. Now, with work commencing on the cesspool and news spreading that the cost would exceed 200,000, many felt that Zhao Xinyu, who had started his journey through vegetable cultivation, had lost his senses. In their minds, spending such a sum on a cesspool seemed less sensible than purchasing an apartment in the suburbs. Zhao Xinyu, do you have some grand plan behind this expenditure of over 200,000 on the cesspool? Du Mingyan inquired, gazing at him from beneath the grape trellis. Meanwhile, the grapes cultivated in the vegetable garden had begun to blossom and bear fruit. Although it was not yet grape season, the area beneath the trellis remained refreshingly cool. To everyone's surprise, Unlike the other vegetable patches plagued by mosquitoes, the grape trellis was devoid of any pests, making it a favored spot for people seeking shade. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Wait a moment. Let me fetch you some cantaloupes to taste. Du Mingyan blinked in surprise. Cantaloupe? You mean the sweet melon? We call it cantaloupe back home. ISN and AMP. Oppos. It too early? The greenhouse melons have only recently ripened. As she spoke, Du Mingyan got up and followed Zhao Xinyu. The area for planting watermelons and cantaloupes was situated in the northern part of the estate, adjacent to the simple dwelling, covering approximately 1.5 acres. Due to space constraints, Zhao Xinyu had decided to experiment with planting cantaloupes alongside the watermelons. The watermelon patch spanned about an acre, with green vines and leaves obscuring the ground, while the round watermelons, glistening with dew under the sunlight, were barely visible. The half-acre cantaloupe patch showed little sign of the vines, instead revealing numerous bumpy cantaloupes, each weighing around half a kilogram, and their unique fragrance wafted through the air. How fragrant! Du Mingyan inhaled deeply, stepping into the melon patch. She glanced around but hesitated to pick any, although she had eaten many cantaloupes before. It was her first time in a melon patch, and she was cautious, knowing unripe cantaloupes could be exceedingly bitter. Observing her hesitation, Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. Come, let me teach you how to discern ripe melons. He pointed to one with fine cracks and reddish-brown juice pooling on its surface. Feel this one. A ripe cantaloupe felt smooth to the touch, while an unripe one felt slightly rough. The stem of a ripe cantaloupe was slender, with a gentle touch. The fruit would detach. Although the cracked cantaloupe may not appear appealing, it would boast the finest flavor. After examining the cantaloupe, Du Mingyan and Appo's eyes brightened as she turned to Zhao Xinyu. According to your explanation, this cantaloupe must be ripe. Pick it and taste it, he encouraged. With a little effort, she plucked the cantaloupe from the vine, washed it, and handed it to Zhao Xinyu. I can't finish one alone. Help me split it. Zhao Xinyu smiled lightly, tapping it against the surface. A crisp sound echoed, and a rich fragrance enveloped them as the orange juice spilled forth. Du Mingyan swallowed hard, her cheeks flushing slightly. Taking the half cantaloupe from Zhao Xinyu, she eagerly took a bite. A look of delight crossed her face. The cantaloupe was not only crisp and sweet but melted away into a delightful flow within her, leaving a refreshing sensation in her stomach and a lingering taste on her lips. In mere seconds, Du Mingyan devoured her half of the cantaloupe. When she noticed Zhao Xinyu offering the other half, she snatched it without hesitation. In less than a minute, she had polished off the entire half-kilogram cantaloupe. After finishing, she exhaled, feeling the sticky residue on her hands. Looking down, she saw her fingers smeared with orange juice resembling honey. Are you still hungry? Yes. This cantaloupe is the best I and Appo's ever tasted. A few minutes later, Du Mingyan rose to wash her hands in Zhao Xinyu and Appo's room. Upon returning to the melon patch, she rubbed her stomach, noticing Zhao Xinyu's amused expression. Her cheeks flushed, and she shot him a glare. What are you laughing at? Du Mingyan. Do you have any idea how many cantaloupes you just ate? 2, right? The next moment, her expression froze in disbelief as she spotted 4 cantaloupe stems where she had been eating. Impossible. Did I really eat all of those? Despite her words, she knew deep down that she had indeed consumed 4, as Zhao Xinyu had not touched any while she ate. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said softly, These cantaloupes are too delicious, Zhao Xinyu. You must sell them to me. After a moment and Appo's thought, she pointed to the watermelons. I want those too. Zhao Xinyu and Appo's gaze flickered briefly. What is your relationship with Xiao Jiamin? Why do you seem more invested than she is? Du Mingyan and Appo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As Zhao Xinyu pointed out, ever since Xiao Jiamin and Appo's last visit, she had not returned even once, while Du Mingyan, the introducer, found herself visiting frequently. Never mind that. Will you save some of this melon for me? Du Mingyan said bashfully, unaware of her own feelings. In front of others, she often came across as cold and aloof. Yet with this fellow, she felt a warmth that contradicted her usual demeanor. Can't we have any? Zhao Xinyu teased, observing Du Mingyan's feigned annoyance. Her face turned even redder. She instinctively raised her hand to push him away, only to slip and tumble toward him. Zhao Xinyu instinctively caught her, and his hand experienced an unexpected softness. Du Mingyan and Appo's body jolted, and when she regained her balance, her face was a deep crimson. Throughout her life, apart from family, she had never allowed another to touch her. Yet here she was, having an intimate encounter with this guy. How could she accept it? In any other circumstance, she might have reacted with anger. But for some reason this time, she felt nothing but shyness, devoid of any disgust or aversion. Of course, you can eat what you grow yourself. It and Oppos, S settled then. All the melons are mine, priced at 12 yuan per gene, Zhao Xinyu replied, momentarily taken aback. Although he had earned a fair sum recently, he was unaware of the market price for melons, not out of reluctance, but rather due to habit cultivated over the years. How do you tell if a watermelon is ripe? Du Mingyan inquired as she entered the melon patch. Watermelons differ from melons. If there is dew, examine it closely. A watermelon covered in dew is not ripe, while one with scattered dew is ready to eat. And how about those without dew? A gentle tap will reveal its ripeness if it vibrates. You certainly know a lot, Zhao Xinyu remarked, shaking his head. It's common knowledge for those raised in the countryside. Zhao Xinyu, is this watermelon ripe? Du Mingyan asked, and Zhao Xinyu paused. He had checked yesterday, and the melons were just beginning to mature, in his mind. The watermelons were still 10 days away from ripening. If any were ripe, they would be the root melons, which he believed he had removed entirely. As he approached, he chuckled, realizing he had much to teach. Du Mingyan rolled her eyes at him, bending down to pluck a watermelon. If it's not tasty, I'll return it. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily and went back to fetch a knife. When he sliced the watermelon open, a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, causing Du Mingyan's eyes to sparkle. However, as the watermelon was cut in half, she was taken aback. The flesh was not the blood red or golden hue she expected, but a shimmering silver. Even the juice that flowed was silver and remarkably viscous. Both she and Zhao Xinyu were momentarily stunned. As he cut a small piece, just as he was about to taste it, Du Mingyan swiftly snatched it away, taking a delicate bite. A soft escaped her lips as her eyes widened with astonishment. The watermelon melted in her mouth, sweet with a hint of coolness, leaving her feeling indescribably refreshed. It's ripe and delicious, she murmured, unable to resist taking another bite. Zhao Xinyu sliced the remaining half, and upon tasting it, his eyes lit up, confirming Du Mingyan's assertion. The watermelon was indeed delectable, sweet as honey yet not cloying. Within a mere 10 minutes, the two had devoured the entire watermelon, weighing 7 to 8 gene. Du Mingyan wiped her mouth, glancing around the patch. Let us find a few more to take home. Remarkably, they discovered 3 more ripe watermelons. As Zhao Xinyu carried the watermelons and melons to Du Mingyan, she noticed that his gait had become remarkably normal, leaving her in awe. Once sentenced to death by doctors, he had miraculously survived, yet was left with a lifelong disability. The recovery of his face had already astonished her, but the prospect of his leg healing was beyond her comprehension. That day, due to the melons, the Pingsheng Hotel became the talk of the town. Diners eagerly speculated about the taste of the sweet melons that could be swallowed whole. Zhao Xinyu paid little attention to online affairs, but Hanli and the others were different. They quickly learned of the melon situation. However, when they heard that the Pingsheng Hotel had reserved the melons at 12 yuan per gene, they were astounded, given that the current market price was also 12 yuan. The idea of reserving all at that price was unexpected. That evening, a group gathered before a makeshift house for dinner when a sudden commotion erupted. Hei Feng turned abruptly, shouting at the large iron gate. Hanli frowned and stood up. Continue eating, I'll go check. Moments later, Zhao Xinyu and the others heard Hanli and Oppos' furious shout from the darkness. What are you doing? Everyone and Oppos' expression shifted, and they hastily set down their bowls. Rushing toward the gate, Zhao Xinyu also stood up to open the door. At the entrance, 7 or 8 inebriated youths, dressed flamboyantly, each held a bag and were picking tomatoes and cucumbers. A middle-aged man leaned against the gate, munching on a tomato and grumbling about picking more. Zhao Ximing, what is the meaning of this? Han Tianli shouted angrily. Zhao Ximing tossed a half-eaten tomato into the vegetable patch, glancing at Han Tianli and fixing his gaze on Zhao Xinyu. So it's you, Zhao Xinyu. You use my water, and I take a few tomatoes and cucumbers. What in Oppos? That's the problem. Since you're all here, let me be clear. Your vegetables thrive because of my water. From now on, I'll send someone to pick 200 gene of vegetables every day, and you will pay me 2,000 yuan for water every month. Hearing this, Zhao Xinyu and Oppos' expression darkened, and he laughed coldly. Zhao Ximing, I previously gave you 3,000 for water, and you agreed that it would cover a year. Besides, why should I give you my vegetables for free? Zhao Ximing and Oppos' expression soured as he swaggered toward Zhao Xinyu. You little cripple, don't push your luck. Have I ever paid for food? I've changed my mind. I want 500 gene of each vegetable and 5,000 for water every month. Zhao Ximing, why don't you go rob someone? You're nothing but a swindler. You call yourself a man. Han Li, youthful and impulsive, stepped forward to confront Zhao Ximing. Earlier, he had tolerated Zhao Ximing sending his thugs to pick vegetables since they were from the same village, But now, this blatant extortion was unacceptable. Han Li and Appo's outburst infuriated Zhao Xinyu, who slapped Han Li across the face. "You little brat, how dare you insult me?" Han Li dodged and grabbed Zhao Xinyu and Appo's arm, throwing him to the ground. Upon seeing their leader attacked, the thugs rushed forward, abandoning their bags. This prompted Han Li and his friends to retaliate, and in an instant, the two groups were engaged in a fierce brawl. The drunken youths were no match for the vigorous Han Li and his friends, and within seconds, they were all taken down. Zhao Xinyu had been holding He Feng back. Had he not done so, Zhao Xinyu and his gang would have been dealt with much earlier. Zhao Xinyu rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his nose, and pointed at Zhao Xinyu. "Starting tomorrow, you can forget about using even a drop of my water. Han Jun, Han Li, you better watch out. I swear I will have my revenge." Once Zhao Xinyu and his companions departed, Han Tianyang cast a glance at Han Jun and the others. "You are exceedingly impulsive. You are well aware of the kind of person Zhao Xinyu is. Others would go to great lengths to avoid him, yet you choose to provoke this calamity. With his temperament, he could very well sever your water supply this evening. Father, we simply couldn't and Appo's restrain ourselves. His demands are clearly a scheme for extortion. Charging 5,000 for water each month is hardly different from robbery. If we acquiesce this time, he will surely demand even more exorbitant sums next time. He is envious of Xinyu." Han Tianliang sighed softly. "Who isn't envious of Xinyu these days? The villagers have filled their courtyards with vegetables, and I've heard that several households plan to open vegetable stalls near you. This is the peak season for water usage. If the supply is cut off, the crops will perish. Grandfather Han, the foul sewage has been cleared. Tomorrow, you should inspect the location of that spring and instruct them to excavate it. Lu Ming will purchase a water pump tomorrow." Han Tianyang nodded. There was no alternative but to proceed in this manner. However, Zhao Xinyu is a scoundrel. While they may refrain from taking action against Han Jun and the others, they will undoubtedly retaliate against you, so you must exercise caution. Zhao Xinyu nodded. "Grandpa Han, I will be cautious." Is the village to simply allow him to act with impunity? Han Tianliang smiled wryly. After countless detentions for such matters, he found that upon release, the situation remained unchanged. The village sought to reclaim its authority over water management but was unable to withstand his brazen antics as he wielded influence over the local ruffians, threatening anyone who dared to oppose him. In the past few years since his return, at least 20 households had been bullied out of Zaihanling by him. "Don't fear him. If he dares to come again, we will deal with him," Han Li declared loudly. Zhao Xinyu shook his head. "Han Li, no one can contend with such a person. Grandpa Han is right. We should all remain vigilant. Now, let us eat." However, due to the ongoing predicament, no one could stomach the delicious food prepared by Zhao Xinyu. Han Tianliang and the others were particularly troubled, clearly apprehensive about potential retaliation from Zhao Xinyu. As Han Tianyang had predicted, the next morning, Zhao Xinyu discovered that the water supply had been cut off. When he stepped outside to inquire, he noticed a large pit in the yard, with the water pipe brutally severed. Shortly after, Han Li called, informing him that several roads leading to the vegetable stall had been dug up, rendering it impossible for customers to drive into the village. Those wishing to buy vegetables had to walk a long way, and at several intersections, Zhao Xinyu's thugs were seen with large dogs, causing many to hesitate in approaching the stall. The vegetable stall, which had previously attracted numerous customers, was now nearly deserted. Everyone in the village was aware of who was responsible for this disruption, yet their understanding of Zhao Xinyu's character left them with much frustration but little recourse. Although the vegetable stall had been operating for only a short time, it had drawn many visitors, enabling villagers to sell local specialties and earn a modest income. They were grateful to Zhao Xinyu for opening the stall, but now, Zhao Xinyu's actions had severed their financial lifeline, naturally inciting their resentment against him. In the afternoon, Zhao Xinyu called Han Li, learning that due to the road disruptions, customer traffic remained scarce, and only a small portion of the vegetables prepared the previous day had been sold. Han Li distributed the remaining vegetables to the villagers. Upon hearing this news, the villagers were thrilled, and by evening, all the vegetables from the stall had been given away. With the ongoing road issues, Zhao Xinyu decided to temporarily cease operations. However, the following morning, he received a call from Han Li, who urged him to visit the main road near the vegetable stall. When Zhao Xinyu arrived, his eyes reddened as he beheld a gathering of at least 70 or 80 elderly villagers, each holding a sign that read "Free help to deliver vegetables." Several elders had even unearthed ancient unicycles. Observing these individuals, who could easily be his grandparents, Zhao Xinyu felt a pang in his heart, touched by the warmth of humanity. He realized that it was not only Han Tianliang and his acquaintances who cared for him. Many villagers he had never met were also silently supporting him. Zhao Xinyu asked Han Li to discreetly note down the names of these elders, and although the day's business at the vegetable stall was not as bustling as before, they managed to sell several thousand kilograms of vegetables. Zhao Xinyu had attempted to disrupt their efforts, but against these elder figures, his intimidation tactics proved ineffective. It was rumored that Zhao Xinyu was furious about this and vowed revenge against those who assisted Zhao Xinyu. Meanwhile, good news arrived from Lu Ming and Appo's side. The spring buried beneath the collapsed earth had been excavated, and the construction team was reinforcing it, with plans to have it operational by the day after tomorrow. With the spring water unearthed, Zhao Xinyu was infuriated. Realizing that his scheme to force Zhao Xinyu into submission by cutting off the water supply had failed. Nevertheless, he remained unwilling to concede defeat and began contemplating other means to deal with Zhao Xinyu. In the ensuing days, the spring water finally flowed into the courtyard, and more villagers offered their assistance to Zhao Xinyu. That night, someone filled in the roads that Zhao Xinyu had dug up, allowing customers to once again access the village. As everything returned to normal, those villagers who had previously aided Zhao Xinyu were rewarded. Each household could collect a certain amount of vegetables for free from the stall daily. And during the days they helped deliver, Zhao Xinyu compensated them with 100 yuan each day. When this news spread, the villagers were astonished, never expecting that their small act of kindness would yield such generous rewards from Zhao Xinyu, causing envy among outsiders. In the following period, Zhao Xinyu and Appo's operations returned to normal. The Luo River was cleared and reinforced, now beginning to retain water, while the construction crew commenced work on the surrounding walls and railings. The plot of wasteland allocated to him by the village was also cleared, though due to budget constraints, it remained minimally developed. Han Li and the others inquired how Zhao Xinyu intended to utilize the wasteland, but he merely smiled faintly and offered no response. One evening, as they sat together for dinner, Han Li pointed at the chicken and fish prepared by Zhao Xinyu. Xinyu, these chicken and fish were raised on feed. They lack flavor. With such a large courtyard and an abundance of vegetable leaves, why not raise some chickens and ducks yourself? The remark, made without intent, sparked an idea in Zhao Xinyu and Appo's mind. He turned to Han Li and the others. Do you know of any breeding farms nearby? There's a breeding farm in Dongwangswang to the east of the village, and some villagers work there. Are you really considering raising chickens? Han Li replied. That and Appo's. That's a good point. The vegetable leaves we have daily would suffice for raising chickens and ducks. Once the Luo River retains enough water, we can also consider fish. Zhao Xinyu agreed. All right, I'll inquire about it tomorrow. How many do you plan to buy? Zhao Xinyu looked at Han Tianyang. Grandpa Han, I truly know little about this. How many do you think would be suitable? With such a large courtyard, at least 700 or 800 should be purchased. Chickens and ducks can thrive on vegetable leaves, and their droppings can serve as fertilizer. Zhao Xinyu contemplated his space and nodded. He turned to Han Jun, Brother Jun. Please make the arrangements for the chickens and ducks. Let us start with 700 chickens, 300 ducks, and 300 geese. The next morning, Zhao Xinyu left the courtyard. After discussing livestock with Han Li and the others, he recalled the large water pit in his space and thought of purchasing a few fish to see if they could thrive there. However, upon stepping outside, he shook his head, noticing that the entrance had been splashed with paint, and numerous large pits had been dug along the road, making it impossible for the tricycle to pass through. He was well aware of who was behind this and, although angered, knew that reasoning with such a scoundrel would be futile. After returning the tricycle, he called Han Li to ask him to arrange for the filling of the pits, while he headed to Pengcheng. Upon returning with the 30-plus grass carp, and crucian carp he had purchased, he found the pits in front of the gate had been filled. In the vegetable patch, fluffy little creatures were constantly poking in and out, while Haifeng lay at the edge, watching the chickens, ducks, and geese foraging with keen eyes. Haifeng, you mustn't harbor any ill intentions, Zhao Xinyu chuckled. This remark immediately provoked Haifeng's displeasure, and he growled a few times at Zhao Xinyu before turning and darting into the vegetable patch, prompting Zhao Xinyu to burst into laughter. Once inside his room, Zhao Xinyu released the 30-plus fish into the large water pit in his space. In the next moment, he felt the space tremble, causing a surge of joy within him, as he had learned that such tremors indicated changes within the space. Just as Zhao Xinyu intended to lock the door and explore the changes in his space, he heard Haizi and Appo's growls merging with the startled gasps of a woman. Upon exiting the courtyard, Zhao Xinyu was greeted by Du Mingnan, who was not alone this time. For other girls, of similar age to Du Mingnan and visibly anxious, hid behind her. Each of them was adorned in high-end fashion. While their beauty may not have rivaled Du Mignan's, they were certainly striking in their own right. It seemed that Haifeng, sensing the girls and Appo's trepidation, leaped in front of Du Mingnan, emitting low growls that elicited gasps from the girls. However, Du Mingnan, well acquainted with Haifeng, chuckled heartily. The moment Zhao Xinyu called out to Haifeng, the dog's demeanor transformed. It slumped its head and obediently trotted over to Zhao Xinyu, rubbing its large head against his leg, resembling a child who had just committed a misdeed. The four startled girls exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that the previously ferocious dog could present such a comical display. "You truly are a boar," they remarked, asserting their fearlessness while Du Mingnan rolled her eyes. After making this comment, Du Mingnan gestured towards the main gate, inquiring about the paint splatters that marred the entrance. Zhao Xinyu sighed, explaining that a few ruffians from the village had attempted to pilfer his vegetables, and when he refused, they resorted to vandalism. "Call the police," one suggested. "It's futile," Zhao Xinyu replied. He then turned to Du Mingnan with a smile, recalling that she had not visited since he had last brought her watermelon. "I was out for a few days, and they came looking for me. I thought I'd let them experience your rural lifestyle. By the way, these four are my closest friends. If you cannot treat them well, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my friend." The four girls, regaining their composure, exchanged glances. And one girl, resembling a porcelain doll with bright, expressive eyes, scrutinized Zhao Xinyu with a curious smile. "He seems acceptable, though a bit thin. Mingnan, wouldn't he happen to be your boyfriend, would he?" At this, Du Mingnan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully pinched the girl, exclaiming, "Yuma, what nonsense are you spouting?" Zhao Xinyu chuckled awkwardly, clarifying, "We are merely friends. What would you like to eat?" "Something different. I promised them variety," Du Mingnan insisted. Given that the four girls were her close friends and that his vegetable garden offered limited options, Zhao Xinyu contemplated how to impress them. "How about I prepare a barbecue?" "You can barbecue?" Du Mingnan gazed at him incredulously. She was aware that Zhao Xinyu hailed from a rural background and had spent 5 years studying in Pengcheng while working diligently. She had assumed he might possess excellent culinary skills, but now she discovered he could also grill. Although their time together was brief, she had gleaned enough about him to recognize his confidence in his grilling prowess. Zhao Xinyu laughed lightly. What rural child doesn't he know how to barbecue? His statement held truth. In impoverished villages, children often caught game like mountain chickens and wild rabbits to roast themselves. Moreover, his grandfather was an exceptional cook, guiding him in culinary techniques which honed his grilling abilities. "What do you need?" "I can have Jiamin bring it over," he suggested. Recalling that Xiao Jiamin was an executive at a 5-star hotel in Pengcheng, ensuring quality ingredients. "Get 10 unseasoned chickens, 3 rabbits, and if possible, some pine wood." Du Mingyan instructed, momentarily taken aback at the quantity. "Can these few eat that much?" Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. "You forget, I host over a dozen guests daily. I and Appo's, am not worried about quantity. Rest assured, I will deduct it from the next round of produce." Du Mingnan rolled her eyes at him before calling Xiao Jiamin. As Zhao Xinyu prepared, Yuma and the others accompanied Du Ming into the vegetable patch. While Zhao Xinyu organized, Xiao Jiamin soon arrived, delivering 10 cleaned chickens and 10 rabbits before the workers departed, although she chose to stay. "Zhao Xinyu, these aren't ordinary chickens and rabbits. They are wild mountain chickens and rabbits," she said sweetly. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, recalling the regional policy prohibiting the hunting of wild animals, including mountain chickens and rabbits. While villagers occasionally captured a few without consequence, the Pengcheng Hotel would face severe repercussions if they sold them. Seeing Zhao Xinyu's reaction, Xiao Jiamin giggled. "Don't worry, these wild chickens and rabbits are considered farmed, albeit raised in the wild." Zhao Xinyu shook his head, soaking the chickens and rabbits in water while adding his prepared seasonings. This preliminary step served to remove residual blood and infuse flavor. After an hour, he took the game out, evenly applying the marinade before arranging the pine wood brought over by Xiao Jiamin. As the clock approached 11, Zhao Xinyu ignited the pine wood and began washing the marinated chickens and rabbits, rinsing off the marinade. Using specialized skewers for barbecuing, he began threading the game. As he worked, the pine wood settled into glowing embers, releasing faint wisps of smoke. It was then that Zhao Xinyu placed the skewered chickens atop the fire. Minutes later, the sound of sizzling filled the air as the chicken skin turned golden, droplets of golden oil cascading into the flames, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. As the scent wafted through the air, Heifeng, who had been roaming the vegetable patch, appeared, lying beside Zhao Xinyu, fixated on the grilling chickens, drool pooling at its mouth. Zhao Xinyu continued to turn the chickens, applying more seasoning as the oil dripped into the fire, intensifying the savory scent. Meanwhile, Du Mingnan and her friends, who were relaxing beneath the great trellis, were drawn in by the enticing aroma, swallowing their saliva in anticipation. Watching the chickens turn a golden hue, Du Mingnan gulped. Zhao Xinyu, is it ready? We're starving. Almost there, just a few more minutes, he assured her, pressing down on the chickens as he added another layer of seasoning. As the delectable aroma filled the air once more, he picked up a skewer of rabbit and placed it over the flames. After more than 10 minutes, the chickens transitioned from golden to a crisp brown. Zhao Xinyu applied another layer of seasoning and, moments later, instructed, grab a plate. Just as he spoke, a large metal platter was presented before him, prompting a smile from Zhao Xinyu as he placed the chickens onto the dish and began to tend to the rabbits. Beneath the grape trellis, Du Mingnan, Xiao Jimin, and 4 others exhibited no semblance of ladylike demeanor. As Du Mingnan placed the platter on the table, the 6 of them instinctively reached out to snatch the mountain chicken, which was swiftly divided into 6 portions. They hardly cared about the scalding heat. Without hesitation, they bit into the succulent meat. The previous moments of anticipation had felt interminable, and now they could hardly restrain themselves. With the first bite, all 6 paused momentarily. The chicken, crisp on the outside and tender within, bore no hint of greasiness. This single mouthful delivered an overwhelming sensory experience, so exquisite that they almost wished to swallow their tongues along with it. In less than 5 minutes, the 3 to 4 pound mountain chicken was devoured entirely, with a few of them unable to resist licking the grease from their fingers, unable to withstand the allure of the savory aroma. They almost simultaneously rose and made their way toward Zhao Xinyu's grilling station, momentarily forgetting the grease smeared across their faces and hands. Zhao Xinyu, engrossed in his barbecue, heard the approaching footsteps and turned to see them, a peculiar smile forming on his face. What are you staring at? Hurry up, Du Mingnan urged, her gaze fixated on the now golden-hued wild rabbit. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, urging them to wash their faces quickly, as the grease would become uncomfortable once it dried. Upon hearing this, Du Mingnan and the others immediately reacted, screaming as they rushed towards Zhao Xinyu and Apos' room. They were all beauty enthusiasts, yet at that moment, after a brief period, Du Mingnan and her 5 companions emerged from the room. Zhao Xinyu noticed that the previously lively Yummer had her head down, seemingly preoccupied with something. As he smeared some seasoning, Zhao Xinyu smiled and inquired, Yummer, what troubles you? Did you not eat earlier? Du Mingnan kicked him lightly, scolding, Don and Amp, Apos, TB ridiculous. Yummer had an accident a few years ago. The next moment, Du Mingnan appeared to have a revelation. She glanced at Zhao Xinyu and then turned to Yummer, saying, Yummer, this guy once had many scars on his face, and his complexion was dark. He possesses a remedy that might restore your face to its former glory. Yummer trembled slightly, raising her gaze to Zhao Xinyu, her eyes glistening with tears and hope. Zhao Xinyu noticed the faint dark scars on Yummer and Apos' face. Reflecting on the properties of his space water, he smiled gently and handed his inexpensive phone to Du Mingnan, saying, show Yummer what I used to look like. Curiosity piqued. As they viewed the photos from when Zhao Xinyu had just been discharged from the hospital, their eyes widened in disbelief. They could hardly believe that the individual preparing their barbecue was the same ugly figure in the images. Zhao Xinyu, can I truly recover? Yummer asked earnestly. You should be able to. If I could recover from that state, your scars should heal within a month or so, Zhao Xinyu replied softly. You all may not know, but he is the sole survivor of last year's serial murder case. When he was brought to the hospital, the doctors had given up on him, yet he survived. Initially declared permanently disabled, just look at how well he is now. Du Mingnan and Apos' words elicited shock from Yummer and the others. Zhao Xinyu, who prescribed you this remedy? They asked in astonishment. Du Mingnan chuckled. He is a student at the traditional Chinese medicine university and treats himself. So, if any of you have minor ailments, just seek him out. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. Now I am a divine physician. All right, the rabbit is ready. Pass me a plate. When Han Li and the others returned to the courtyard, Du Mingnan and her group had devoured a wild rabbit and 3 wild chickens. Upon learning of their feast, Du Mingnan and her companions were astonished, yet they understood that the reason for such consumption was the exquisite taste of the game prepared by Zhao Xinyu. Du Mingnan considered introducing Han Li and his group, but as soon as she saw them return, she stood up to take her leave. After their departure, Han Li hugged Zhao Xinyu, exclaiming, "Boss, you have Du Ming and now. Introduce me to one of her friends." Zhao Xinyu felt a wave of frustration, pushing Han Li away. In his mind, the friends of Du Ming Nan, who could afford sports cars, were all either wealthy or noble. They would never look twice at poor fellows like them. Moreover, he had no relationship with Du Ming Nan. He was still single and preferred to remain so. "Xinyu, that girl is truly remarkable. I noticed she seemed quite familiar with you." "Seize the opportunity," Han Tianli said with a grin. Grandpa Han, Don and Appos. T listened to Han Li and Appos. "S nonsense. It and Appos. S not like that at all. Just admit it. Du Mingnan has visited you so many times. If nothing was going on, who would believe it?" Zhao Xinyu shook his head, choosing to ignore them as he resumed barbecuing. As they ate, Han Li and his companions became even more ravenous, finishing off almost all the remaining wild chickens and rabbits. "Xinyu, your culinary skills are extraordinary. If you were to open a small restaurant, it would surely thrive," Han Tianli remarked after tasting the game. Zhao Xinyu Kuden and Amp, Appos, T helped but smiled bitterly. He knew his culinary skills were sufficient to establish a small eatery. However, he had his aspirations. Despite his talent, he had no desire to delve into the culinary profession. He wished to fulfill his grandfather and Appos' dreams. It was precisely for this reason that he had previously preferred delivering takeout and collecting scrap instead of applying for a chef and Appos' position. Yet, often, things do not go as planned. His beloved field of traditional Chinese medicine seemed to drift farther away, and he now found himself becoming an ordinary vegetable farmer. "Grandpa Han, let's discuss this later." Han Tianli sighed softly, understanding from Zhao Xinyu's words that he was unwilling to pursue a career as a chef. Reflecting on the vegetables Zhao Xinyu cultivated, which yielded a respectable income, and the leisurely pace of his daily life, he chose not to press further. After Han Tianli and the others left, Zhao Xinyu roasted the remaining wild rabbit for himself and Black Wind, enjoying a hearty meal together. After tidying up, he suddenly remembered the scars on Yummer's face. He hurriedly gathered the herbs he had purchased but had yet to use, only to chuckle bitterly. Although he had become friends with Du Mingnan and the others, he still did not even have her phone number. Just then, while Zhao Xinyu was watering his plants, Du Mingnan and her companions returned, immediately inquiring about the remedy. It was evident they had come specifically for Yummer and Amp, Appos' scars. Knowing the efficacy of his space water, Zhao Xinyu smiled. "I can provide you with the remedy, but the preparation process is quite complex, and if not done correctly, the effects will be significantly diminished." Yummer was momentarily taken aback. "Are you suggesting that you can assist me?" Zhao Xinyu nodded. "I have already prepared the herbs. I will concoct the ointment and decoction for you right away." As Zhao Xinyu diligently prepared the ointment, Yummer and Du Ming were overwhelmed by the meticulousness of the process. As the ointment neared completion, Zhao Xinyu began to brew the decoction, instructing Yummer to drink it first. After tasting it, Yummer frowned. "Zhao Xinyu, it doesn't seem to have any effect." Zhao Xinyu chuckled softly. "Chinese medicine typically acts more slowly than Western medicine. Just as you wouldn't expect instant results from Western medicine, the ointment will reveal its efficacy soon enough." Minutes later, Zhao Xinyu handed the prepared ointment to Du Mingnan, asking her to apply it to Yummer's face, covering even the unblemished areas. Once the ointment was applied, Zhao Xinyu inquired with a smile, "How does it feel now?" "I do feel something. It's cool. The scarred areas are quite warm and a bit painful," Yummer replied. Zhao Xinyu felt a wave of relief. Yummer's injuries had persisted for a long time, and while he was concerned about the effectiveness of the space water, hearing her response reassured him that the ointment and decoction were having a positive impact. Even if Yummer's scars could not be completely eliminated, they would at least see significant improvement. Upon hearing Yummer's response, Lu Ruashi's eyes lit up. "Zhao Xinyu, can you check me as well? I've been feeling so fatigued lately." Lacking energy, Zhao Xinyu smiled gently. "Come here, let me check your pulse. But if I misdiagnose, Don and Appos, blame me." Lu Ruashi giggled as she extended her arm toward him. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, placing a single finger on her wrist, causing Du Mingnan and the others to gasp. Though they were not well versed in traditional Chinese medicine, they understood that pulse diagnosis typically required 3 fingers, and Zhao Xinyu's single-finger approach challenged their perceptions. After a moment, Zhao Xinyu withdrew his hand. "You don't have anything serious. Just try not to stay up too late. You and Amp, Appos, probably been exposed to cold water as a child, right? You might feel abdominal pain for a few days each month. That's due to the cold entering your body." "Ah." Lu Ruashi's delicate face flushed suddenly as she recalled the days of discomfort each month when her abdomen would ache painfully. "Such matters are typically kept private, and to have them mentioned by a youth of similar age left her feeling quite embarrassed. She had consulted numerous physicians in the past, yet none had provided any relief. What astonished her further was Zhao Xinyu's revelation about her childhood experience of being submerged in cold water, a memory she had nearly forgotten. As a child, her playful nature had led her to accidentally fall into a lake, had it not been for the presence of others nearby. That day could have ended tragically. Following that incident, she sensed something was amiss with her body, but her youthful ignorance led her to dismiss it at the time. She had seen countless doctors, none of whom had made such a connection, and to hear it now from someone her own age was truly surprising. Is it treatable? Lu Ruoxi inquired softly, lowering her gaze. Indeed, Zhao Xinyu replied. Acupuncture combined with herbal remedies will suffice to dispel the cold energy. Quickly, please treat me, Lu Ruoxi urged. Thinking of the impending arrival of her discomfort, Zhao Xinyu chuckled lightly, swiftly composing a prescription before turning to Du Mingnan. Please prepare a week and amp. Oppos. S supply while I administer acupuncture. Once Du Mingnan departed, Lu Ruoxi and Oppos' cheeks flushed again as she timidly asked, Do I need to remove my clothing? Her question elicited laughter from Umo and the others, causing her to shy away further. No need. Just lie on the bed for about half an hour, Zhao Xinyu instructed. As Lu Ruoxi complied, Zhao Xinyu couldn't help but notice her alluring figure, stirring an unexpected impulse within him, though he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. He retrieved a box of silver needles and alcohol for disinfection. In an instant, a flurry of silver glinted as 12 needles were expertly inserted before anyone could react. Zhao Xinyu then flicked the end of each needle with remarkable speed, producing a resonant hum as Lu Ruoxi suddenly exclaimed, It's so warm. This left Umo and the others momentarily dumbfounded. They had never encountered such an acupuncture technique before. Each time the needles trembled and slowed, Zhao Xinyu would flick them again, creating a melodic harmony. Moments later, Lu Ruoxi began to emit soft snores, prompting the others to shake their heads in disbelief. They could hardly fathom how one could sleep through such a treatment. When Du Mingnan returned with the herbal medicine, Zhao Xinyu soaked it in spatial water, checking the time before removing the needles from Lu Ruoxi. Can you examine me as well? Lu Ruoxi asked. Zhao Xinyu obliged without hesitation, and after a few minutes, he had diagnosed the others, who, unlike Lu Ruoxi, had only minor issues that did not affect their health. After Lu Ruoxi consumed the concoction Zhao Xinyu had prepared, he turned to Umo. It and amp, Oppos, as time to wash off the medicinal paste. As Umo rinsed her face, Du Mingnan and the others were taken aback. While the scarred areas showed no significant change, the rest of her skin had become even smoother and fairer than after applying makeup. Du Mingnan turned to Zhao Xinyu, her eyes sparkling. Does this paste have beautifying properties? Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. The scar-removing properties aim to restore damaged skin, so it should indeed have beautifying effects. Quickly, prepare some for me as well, Du Mingnan urged. Zhao Xinyu rolled his eyes. But you have no scars. What would you need it for? Look at how radiant Umo's skin is. If we had your paste, we wouldn't need cosmetics at all. Zhao Xinyu felt a pang of disbelief. He had never anticipated that the recipe entrusted to him by his grandfather would be viewed as a cosmetic by Du Mingnan and her friends. The herbal scent is quite strong. I'll think of a way to eliminate it, he said. Thank you. Let me know what you need. I'll go buy it. I haven't decided yet. I can purchase it myself. If you truly wish to use the paste as a cosmetic, the quality of the herbs must be exceptional. After hearing Zhao Xinyu's words, Du Mingnan and the others were overwhelmed with excitement, thanking him profusely before leaving together. Once they had departed, Zhao Xinyu rode his bicycle out, returning with a considerable load that filled nearly half a tricycle. That evening, after dinner, Zhao Xinyu bid farewell to Han Tianliang and entered his space, eager to check on the fish in the large puddle and to concoct the herbal paste. Throughout the night, he was uncertain how many herbs he had wasted. But the resulting paste, though its herbal scent had diminished significantly, still did not meet his expectations. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Xinyu immersed himself in perfecting the paste until, in the early hours of the 4th day, he emerged from his space holding a small bowl. Despite the fatigue etched on his face, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The paste within the bowl had lost its herbal aroma, replaced by a subtle, delightful fragrance, an aromatic blend he struggled to describe. In the morning, Du Mingnan and the others arrived as usual, and upon entering, they paused, captivated by a faint, enchanting scent that invigorated their senses. What is that fragrance? Du Mingnan asked Zhao Xinyu, who was preparing to treat Lu Ruoxi with acupuncture. Zhao Xinyu smiled lightly and gestured to the cabinet. I and Amp, Oppos, VE perfected the herbal paste. Let me know what you think. If it's not satisfactory, I'll continue my research. Their eyes brightened as they noticed a small bowl on the cabinet. Containing a light golden lotion, the unique fragrance they had detected emanated from it. This scent is exquisite. Du Mingyan inhaled deeply, her excitement palpable. Try it. Wait about 10 minutes. Zhao Xinyu instructed. Nodding eagerly, Du Mingyan fetched a basin to wash her face, applying the lotion as if it were a facial cleanser. After waiting for over 10 minutes, she rinsed it off with water. How does it look? She asked the others, not bothering with a mirror. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as they beheld Du Mingyan and Apos' face, now even more radiant than after applying makeup, her complexion appearing almost dewy. What do you think? Umo asked as she lifted the basin. You should see for yourself. As Umo spoke, she held up the basin. You can and amp. Apos, use this paste yet, Umo. It's diluted, and the potency is weak. Umo pouted, placing the basin down. Meanwhile, Du Mingyan caught a glimpse of her own reflection, her eyes gleaming with joy. Zhao Xinyu, I'll pay you 3,000 for a portion. Please make one for each of us. Lu Ruoxi, who lay on the bed, chuckled. Ming. You might as well partner with Zhao Xinyu to open a factory. Zhao Xinyu shook his head, stating that the paste was handcrafted and the process was too intricate for mass production. It's impressive that I can create it just for you. Then it's settled. We shall use this paste from now on. Paste sounds rather dull. Let's give it a name. After Zhao Xinyu finished treating Umo and Lu Ruoxi, the group, now glowing with vitality, brainstormed names for the paste, ultimately deciding on enchanting beauty. Zhao Xinyu paid little heed to the name. In his mind, he was merely assisting Du Mingyan and her friends with their herbal concoction. Little did he know that this name would later become synonymous with one of the most coveted products in the global cosmetics market. A veritable sensation that would be in high demand yet difficult to obtain. As Du Mingyan and the others were about to depart, Du Mingyan suddenly remarked, Zhao Xinyu, I suggest you install a surveillance system. Earlier, when we arrived, I noticed a significant pile of refuse at your entrance, and your front gate had been defaced with graffiti. With surveillance, you could report this and accuse them of intimidation. Zhao Xinyu's gaze narrowed slightly, and he instinctively nodded. Managing such a large yard was indeed a challenge for him, especially with Zhao Ximing and his crew continually plotting against him. If he had sufficient evidence, it could indeed bring them some deserved repercussions. Wealth facilitates action, and that very afternoon, surveillance cameras were installed around the courtyard in the nearby Luo River. Not only in his area, but also around the vegetable patch. The installation of cameras in the courtyard astonished the villagers, as many were unfamiliar with the concept of surveillance. Zhao Ximing, who was drinking with a few petty thugs, also caught wind of the new cameras at Zhao Xinyu's place. The frustration he felt was beyond description. He was a rogue who could swagger through the village, yet here at Zhao Xinyu's, he faced humiliation at the hands of the villagers. This pain festered within him, driving him to sabotage in secret, solely to disrupt Zhao Xinyu and Apos' peace. However, he understood that with the cameras in place, any acts of vandalism would require them to evade detection, and if Zhao Xinyu chose to report these incidents, he would dread the consequences. Did you hear? That little brat has installed cameras. Our operations will become problematic, Zhao Ximing declared. Brother Zhao, that courtyard was left behind by Old Su. I recall Old Su was a recipient of state support. Logically, upon his passing, the courtyard should revert to the collective. If the collective can reclaim the courtyard, we too could cultivate vegetables there, and we would profit immensely. Zhao Ximing's eyes gleamed with excitement as he downed the remainder of his drink. Let us find Han Tianliang. He must provide an explanation today. Brother Zhao, Han Tianliang has benefited that little brat significantly. He certainly won and Apos. Agree. We should seek out others to pressure Han Tianliang, one of his companions suggested. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinyu, who was preparing a meal at home, heard rumors of Zhao Ximing stirring up trouble in the village, demanding the reclamation of the courtyard. However, he felt no concern. Han Tianliang had previously informed him that this courtyard was the ancestral property of Su Ning. Although Su Ning was a state-supported individual, the village had no authority to reclaim the property. Furthermore, Zhao Xinyu possessed Su Ning's will, a document known to the village officials. Thus, no matter how much chaos Zhao Ximing and his gang caused, they would be unable to seize this property. Through this incident, Zhao Xinyu realized that as long as Zhao Ximing remained in the village, he would undoubtedly concoct various schemes to create disturbances. Zhao Ximing and his associates have caused a commotion in the village for several days. However, due to Su Ning's will and the disdain of the village officials towards Zhao Ximing, their attempts to reclaim the courtyard have been thwarted. Nevertheless, they remain persistent, scattering nails and throwing bottles near the vegetable shop, resulting in numerous customers suffering from punctured tires. Eventually, during peak hours, they would stir up trouble near the vegetable shop, causing a palpable sense of unease among the patrons, leading to a significant decline in customer traffic. Zhao Xinyu finds himself in a helpless predicament. Dealing with a rogue like Zhao Xinyu leaves him with few options. He contemplates offering Zhao Xinyu some money to cease his disruptions. Yet he is acutely aware that such a man is insatiable. One payment would merely encourage further demands, as evidenced by the ongoing issues with water fees. In light of these troubles, Han Tianyang and others have approached Zhao Xinyu multiple times, but to no avail. Zhao Xinyu has even boasted about his intent to reclaim the courtyard and expel Zhao Xinyu from Zaihanling. Days pass amidst the relentless harassment from Zhao Xinyu and his cohorts. Although their antics have diminished customer flow, the allure of fresh vegetables remains irresistible. Many have devised a method to procure vegetables through local villagers, offering them a small reward for their assistance. This arrangement leads to a considerable influx of villagers assisting in vegetable purchases, with some earning more than they would in outside employment. Upon discovering this, several villagers who had struggled with external work returned to the village, resulting in the emergence of a new profession dedicated to delivering vegetables. As this sector flourished, various delivery companies began offering vegetable procurement services, and the once sporadic presence of delivery personnel became a daily sight. With the establishment of this service, the vegetable shop and Appo's business began to thrive, with the majority of produce being delivered by these couriers. However, the villagers' own cultivated vegetables matured, only to disappoint them. While their produce was superior in taste to that from greenhouses, it paled in comparison to the vegetables grown by Zhao Xinyu. One fateful morning, Han Li rushed in, a look of urgency on his face. What happened? Zhao Xinyu inquired, furrowing his brow at the mere mention of Zhao Xinyu and Appo's name. The villagers have also planted vegetables, but the quality is inferior. Zhao Xinyu is purchasing their produce at low prices and falsely selling it as ours at a premium. Now, the villagers are following suit, and numerous customers are coming to us with their vegetables. Zhao Xinyu shook his head in disbelief. If they aren't seeking us out, why are they coming to us? Many villagers, having succumbed to Zhao Xinyu's threats, were substituting their own inferior vegetables for those grown by Zhao Xinyu during deliveries. With a heavy sigh, Zhao Xinyu contemplated the situation. We need to refuse their produce. Go back and find a few trustworthy individuals, take their pictures, and post them at the vegetable shop. From now on, we will only allow these individuals to deliver our vegetables. If any issues arise, we will cease their deliveries immediately. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinyu, in a drunken stupor, raged as he smashed his glass on the ground. In recent days, he had profited significantly from buying the villagers' and Appo's vegetables at a low price, swapping them for Zhao Xinyu and Appo's higher quality produce and selling it at exorbitant rates. In just a few days, he had amassed a considerable sum, which he planned to reinvest in acquiring more vegetables, dreaming of a windfall. Little did he know that Zhao Xinyu had explicitly designated a select few for deliveries, resulting in the termination of those who exchanged vegetables with him. All his schemes crumbled before him. A young man observed the pile of vegetables in the courtyard. Zhao Gu, there are still 2 trucks outside waiting for their final payments. Send them back. What about the half we owe them? You all go out and buy vegetables. The customers are aware of the situation. They only recognize certain individuals. We can end Appo's risk losing our money. As Zhao Xinyu busied himself with low-priced vegetable transactions, Zhao Xinyu received an urgent call from his hometown. The villagers urged him to return promptly. After hanging up, a heavy weight settled in Zhao Xinyu's heart. He feared something had happened to his grandfather. He called Han Li and filled several large buckets with water, instructing, I need to return home tonight. Water the plants every 3 days, mixing in half a bucket of this water each time. Noticing Zhao Xinyu's solemn expression, Han Li asked, What's wrong? Nothing. Just felt the urge to check on my grandfather, he replied, beginning to prepare a medicinal ointment. He made a substantial batch, storing it in a container before calling Du Ming and to come collect it, then departed the courtyard. In a dim, bare room devoid of appliances, Zhao Xinyu found his grandfather, battered and barely breathing. Tears streamed down his face as he cried, Grandfather. The elder stirred slightly, but only managed a feeble movement. Call for an ambulance, Zhao Xinyu urged, placing a finger on the elder's wrist. Moments later, his face turned ashen as he sensed the life force rapidly ebbing away. Xinyu, the county doctor has arrived. Your grandfather was still conscious when they came. He refused to go to the hospital, saying he wanted to wait for you, someone informed him. What happened to my grandfather? Zhao Xinyu asked, alarmed. Your brother visited a few days ago and stayed for a while. After he left, Your grandfather fell ill, claiming he had fallen from the bed. Zhao Xinyu and Appo's heart sank. He retrieved a box of silver needles, and, after a painful moment, the elder slowly opened his eyes, though his gaze was becoming vacant. Wangru, the elder called out, I have something to discuss with Xinyu. With a heavy sigh, the elder turned and exited the room. Grandfather, Zhao Xinyu began. But the elder interrupted, Xinyu, I don't have much time left. I want to tell you something. When you were young, I often took you to a certain place. You must remember it. There, I left something for you, as well as a keepsake you wore as a child. Now that you have grown, perhaps you can find your biological parents. Do not harbor resentment towards me. With those words, the elder's breath grew fainter. Grandfather, Zhao Xinyu lamented, tears streaming down his face. At a newly erected grave, surrounded by a pile of burning paper offerings, Zhao Xinyu and Appo's eyes were swollen with grief. The once smooth line of his jaw was now lined with stubble. He tossed his last handful of paper money onto the pyre, tears flowing anew as he regretted not returning sooner. It was his absence that had led to the heartbreaking separation from his beloved grandfather. Kneeling before the grave, he bowed 3 deep bows, then picked up his backpack and gazed toward the distant, vaguely visible village, sighing softly as he arranged his grandfather and Appo's funeral. He recalled what the villagers had said. During his years away at school, his brother Zhao Xinyu had pressured their grandfather for money every time he returned. In 5 years, their grandfather hadn't even had a sip of medicinal wine, and everything of value in the house had been sold off. With his grandfather gone, Zhao Xinyu felt no inclination to return to the home of his upbringing, fearing he wouldn't and Appo's be able to bear it. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his gaze towards the distant mountains and stepped forward into their embrace, for within lay remnants left to him by his grandfather. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he turned to glance at the village in the distance, his eyes misting over with emotion. Suddenly, he let out a mournful cry, his voice echoing with desolation. Although it had been 5 years since he last visited this mountain, his childhood memories flooded back. He had often traversed these paths with village companions, well aware of the territories inhabited by formidable beasts. Thus, Zhao Xinyu felt no unfamiliarity as he entered the mountain's depths. Regrettably, this time he could not bring back his loyal companion, Heifeng. Had he been there, he would have dared to explore places he once shunned. Unlike Pengcheng, the mountain was still somewhat chilly, though patches of green began to emerge from the earth. The heart of the mountain, however, was a verdant paradise, filled with ancient trees that had withstood the test of time. After venting his frustrations, Zhao Xinyu composed himself, wiping away his tears as he ventured further in. As he walked a distance, he found himself shaking his head in dismay. The paths they once trod had nearly vanished, overrun with wild grass. This was a familiar sight for him, for had it been anyone else, they would have struggled to find their way into the mountain. The state of the paths indicated a long absence of visitors. Indeed, most of the village youth had sought work elsewhere, leaving behind only the elderly and children, resulting in a scarcity of those who dared to enter the mountain. As he passed through a thicket of budding shrubs with purplish-red stems, Zhao Xinyu was struck by a wave of nostalgia. These shrubs, known as vinegar willows, were affectionately termed sour willows by the villagers. A perennial wild shrub, it was ubiquitous in the arid northern regions, providing windbreaks, conserving soil, and yielding fruits adored by village children. Every autumn, they would flock to the mountains to harvest the sour, tangy delights, a memory that lingered fondly in his heart. The stretch of barren land in the Luo River, now beginning to accumulate water, had long puzzled him, but seeing the sour willows sparked an idea. He could plant them around that barren expanse to prevent soil erosion. And once ripe, they could be used to brew juice. Without hesitation, Zhao Xinyu retrieved a shovel from his space and began the transplantation process. He understood that vinegar willows, much like strawberries, would flourish in his space, allowing them to proliferate rapidly. As he navigated through the grove of vinegar willows, he entered an ancient forest that would require at least 3 people to encircle a single tree. Walking upon a thick carpet of fallen leaves, he mused that in summer, wild mushrooms would abound in such a jungle. While weaving through the underbrush, Zhao Xinyu's eyes lit up as he spotted patches of vibrant green in an otherwise bare area, dandelions, a beloved wild vegetable from his childhood springs and summers. Despite their humble status as weeds, they were rich in nutrients and, being a traditional herbal remedy, remain popular to this day. During his years in Pengcheng, he occasionally saw dandelions for sale on the streets, though their prices were exorbitant. Fortunately, dandelions could thrive in various environments, prompting Zhao Xinyu to contemplate a vegetable garden. To his surprise, after transplanting the vinegar willows, his space showed no signs of change. However, As he transplanted the dandelions, he noticed a subtle shift in his surroundings. Subsequently, he discovered another wild herb, bitter herb, and upon its transplantation, the space once again exhibited a slight transformation. He continued to search the area, yielding modest finds but uncovering several wild medicinal herbs. Each time he introduced an herb absent from his space, he observed a faint alteration. As Zhao Xinyu approached a cliff, he paused, hearing faint chirps that stirred his curiosity. Having roamed these mountains since childhood, he felt a twinge of confusion. In the southern regions, temperatures were already rising, yet here it was still early spring. The chirping suggested the presence of nestlings, a rare sight at this time of year. Intrigued, he ventured beneath the cliff and, moments later, discovered two bloodied, unnamed fledglings nestled in the grass. Their beaks were pale yellow with a hook, their bodies covered in soft, grayish-brown down, and they emitted faint chirps. Growing weaker by the moment, glancing up at the cliff face, he noticed a nest situated about 7 to 8 meters above ground. Surmising that the fledglings had fallen from it, Zhao Xinyu shook his head. He knew that well-fed nestlings would remain in place, yet here were two, evidently starving. Fortunate enough to survive the fall without injury. With a sigh, he surveyed the surroundings, aware that even if a parent bird returned, the fledgling's fate would likely be grim. He bent down to retrieve them, noting one fledgling and Amp, Apos, leg appeared twisted. He gently repositioned the leg and offered them some water from his space before placing them inside. Uncertain if his space could sustain them, yet unwilling to witness their demise at the base of the cliff. After walking several hundred meters, Zhao Xinyu encountered the lifeless bodies of two large birds amidst a rocky expanse. Each bird measured about 1 to 2 meters in length, their heads dark brown, with reddish-brown feathers shaped like willow leaves and golden-tipped tails. In his 20-plus years, he had never encountered birds of such size, let alone knew their names. Turning his gaze back to the cliff, he deduced the fledglings had likely fallen in search of food, unable to wait any longer. Uncertain of the cause of the adult bird's demise, he chose to bypass their remains and continued deeper into the mountain. In a valley strewn with rocks, surrounded by sheer cliffs, he discovered several natural caves of varying sizes. Near many cave entrances, he spotted animal droppings, which immediately shifted his demeanor to one of seriousness. Recognizing the signs of large animals, he retrieved his shovel from his space, aware that the droppings had not been there long. After scanning the area for any signs of movement, he stooped and entered a cave approximately 1 to 2 meters high. After walking a few meters, the cave suddenly expanded in height and width. He felt along the left wall, carefully advancing through the darkness. After several dozen meters, he stumbled upon a small pit and retrieved a long-abandoned lighter. As the lighter flickered to life, illuminating the cave, Zhao Xinyu lit a half-burnt candle, revealing a thick layer of dust on the ground, indicating that his grandfather had not visited in quite some time. With a soft sigh, he scanned the empty cave, his gaze ultimately landing on a section piled with stones. Approaching, he removed the stones, uncovering another entrance. Returning for the candle, Zhao Xinyu and Apos' eyes brimmed with tears as he beheld the modest cave, roughly 20 square meters in area, housing at least 50 jars of wine, each weighing around 10 pounds. The bottommost jar was coated in dust, and atop it rested an old wooden box. With tears streaming down his face, he opened the wooden box, revealing an ancient medical text, the Golden Coffer Essentials, which had yellowed and darkened with age. As Zhao Xinyu reached out to grasp the thick tome, a frown creased his brow, and a flicker of confusion glimmered in his eyes. Having studied traditional Chinese medicine with his grandfather from a young age, he was well-versed in the Golden Coffer Essentials, which is divided into 3 volumes, the first addressing febrile diseases, the second dealing with miscellaneous ailments, and the third containing extraordinary prescriptions. Thus, the Golden Coffer Essentials is regarded as the progenitor of countless remedies in traditional Chinese medicine. However, the emergence of this particular text, which appeared to have been around for quite some time, perplexed him, for his grandfather had never mentioned it. As he flipped through the pages of the Golden Coffer Essentials, a bittersweet smile crept upon Zhao Xinyu's lips. He recognized some of the formulas, including one he had used to concoct medicinal ointments, derived from this very text. Recalling how his grandfather had mysteriously entrusted him with these recipes, claiming they were ancestral secrets, Zhao Xinyu shook his head and set the Golden Coffer Essentials atop a wine jar, turning his gaze back to the wooden box. Within lay another time-worn tome, its cover inscribed with 4 ancient characters, Hongming Jinjing. Upon seeing these characters, Zhao Xinyu and Apos' brow furrowed slightly. He leafed through the pages, discovering content primarily centered around energy cultivation and breathing techniques, yet a sense of familiarity washed over him. setting aside the Hao Mingjing. His attention was suddenly drawn to an envelope bearing a fragmentary jade pendant. The jade emanated a deep azure hue, adorned with wisps of emerging clouds. This. Zhao Xinyu instinctively lowered his gaze to his chest, feeling an uncanny resemblance between the broken pendant and the mark upon his own skin. Trembling, he picked up the largely incomplete jade piece, and a powerful sensation of bloodline connection surged through him, filling his heart with elation. He placed the pendant aside, suppressing his excitement, and opened the envelope within the box. Upon reading the familiar handwriting, tears cascaded down his cheeks once more. The letter conveyed that the fractured jade pendant had been found with him, and that the medicinal wine was a collection his grandfather had preserved over the years. It also alluded to a hidden compartment beneath the wine jars, containing something truly meant for him. Through tears, he began to gather the medicinal wine, which amounted to 62 jars in total. The realization that each jar had been meticulously brewed by his grandfather, using herbs gathered from the mountains, pierced his heart with anguish. His grandfather had cherished wine, yet had amassed such a bounty for him over the years, all while concealing it from Zhao Xinyu. Contemplating Zhao Xinyu. A chill coursed through Zhao Xinyu, but he quickly recalled his grandfather and Appo's dying instructions, burying any resentment deep within. Clearing the dirt from the ground with a shovel, Zhao Xinyu uncovered a stone crevice with a hole. He reached in and pulled several times, but to no avail. Frowning, he moved the stone to leverage the weight of the heavy stone cover, which weighed at least 100 pounds. Upon lifting it, he discovered another weathered box within the hidden compartment. As he removed the box and opened it, a familiar aura akin to that of the space enveloped him, revealing an array of ancient texts radiating a spatial essence. Grabbing the topmost tome, he glanced at it, his eyes narrowing in perplexity. The script was recognizable, yet the content appeared to pertain to ancient martial arts cultivation techniques, referencing acupoints and meridians. Lacking comprehension, he decided to store the wooden box within his spatial realm. After surveying the exterior, he returned the displaced stones to seal the entrance and slipped into his space, holding the fragmented jade pendant in his hands. Zhao Xinyu attempted various methods to activate it, but it remained inert. Recalling the day of his accident when he had acquired this spatial realm, he remembered reports of individuals engaged in antique trafficking. An idea sparked within him, prompting him to prick his finger and let a drop of blood fall upon the pendant. In an instant, the entire space began to tremble, expanding at an observable rate. The vegetables, crops, vinegar willows, grapes, and medicinal herbs within the realm surged with growth, enlarging in tandem with the expanding space. The large water pit at the center of the space rapidly broadened, and the white stone formation resembling a foam mountain grew exponentially. When the trembling subsided, a towering peak, several hundred meters high, emerged in the center of the space, resplendent in white and translucent, as if sculpted from jade. The expansive water pit transformed into a lake spanning at least 10 acres, its waters crystal clear, teeming with schools of fish. The initially released carp had grown to over 3 meters in length. The area of the space now exceeded 100 acres, resembling a vast farm. The clouds above seemed to dissipate, revealing twinkling stars, one in a deep azure hue, surrounded by swirling mist that mirrored the changes of the outer world. The tomatoes flourished, growing taller and more robust, painting the garden crimson. Likewise, cucumbers and eggplants exhibited remarkable transformations. Any single plant plucked from this space would cause a sensation. The grapes, planted during the new year, had developed into a lush grove, their purple fruit dominating the landscape, while green leaves receded into the background. The vinegar willows, recently transplanted, spread across the area, bearing oval fruits in shades of red and gold, bending the branches downward under their weight. Zhao Xinyu estimated that the current expanse of vinegar willows spanned at least 7 to 8 acres. Pansies and bitter herbs flourished abundantly, even proliferating within the vegetable plots. If one were to identify the most significant transformation, it would undoubtedly pertain to the medicinal herbs, as their value increased with age. Remarkably, many herbs in this space now boasted over a century of medicinal potency, appearing just as plentiful as the vegetables and fruits. Observing the changes within the realm, Zhao Xinyu felt his sorrow gradually dissipate, replaced by an exhilarating joy. As he unfastened his clothing, he paused, noticing the lingering imperfection of the mark on his chest. A frown creased his brow, igniting a curiosity about what transformation might occur if the mark were to be restored. Just as Zhao Xinyu was engulfed in excitement, the sound of birdsong echoed through the grape grove, stirring his heart. A flicker of surprise danced in his eyes as he hurried towards the source of the sound, only to find himself taken aback. Beneath the grapes stood two large birds, each measuring 50 to 60 centimeters, their plumage full and vibrant. Unlike the deceased birds he had encountered in the mountains, these two bore a few brown feathers, adorned with faint golden hues on their spines and tail feathers. Examining them, Zhao Xinyu felt a sense of bewilderment, yet he instinctively recognized these creatures as the offspring of the earlier deceased birds. As he stood there, lost in thought, the two peculiar birds noticed him, spreading their wings and approaching with a powerful flap. He felt the force of their wings as they neared, prompting him to evade, not wishing to incur any harm from their formidable beaks. However, as they reached him, the birds folded their wings and emitted soft coos, gently tapping their feathers against his legs. Zhao Xinyu exhaled in relief, sensing their goodwill. Instinctively, he reached out to stroke them, and to his surprise, they did not flinch, clearly reveling in the attention. As he caressed the two creatures, memories of Heifeng came to mind. He chuckled and said, "When we return, I shall introduce you to a companion named Heifeng. You should each have a name of your own." He glanced at one of them, his gaze settling on its exposed legs, where he noticed a scar, a remnant of the leg it had broken that very morning. "Your feathers are golden, henceforth. I shall call you Jin Hen, and you shall be known as Jinyu." To Zhao Xinyu's surprise, the two creatures seemed to comprehend his words, their large wings unfurling once more to gently pat him several times. He reached out to stroke them again, and an idea sparked in his mind. He casually plucked a cluster of grapes, resembling purple gemstones, about the size of pigeon eggs, and cheerfully declared, "Come, let us go catch some fish." After taking a few steps, Zhao Xinyu paused, turning his gaze towards the vineyard, astonished. Although the grapes had long since ripened, he had never tasted them until now due to various reasons. The grapes were sweet with a hint of tartness, offering an indescribable pleasure with each bite. Most unexpectedly, even the skins melted in his mouth, and there were no seeds inside. Savoring the taste of the grapes, Zhao Xinyu felt a flicker of concern. Previously, he had no concrete plans for developing the barren land in his village, but now he found himself formulating ideas, sensing that the area might be too small for his ambitions. As he enjoyed the grapes, lost in thought, he suddenly recalled the ravine to the west of his courtyard. Although it was not as cluttered as the Luo River, it was still littered with trash and overgrown with weeds. When he had contracted the Luo River for cleanup, Han Tianli hinted that the village wanted him to take on the ravine west of the courtyard, as it was located near the main road. Each time inspections occurred, the village was often criticized due to the ravines. However, Han Tianli knew that the western ravine lacked a water source, so he merely mentioned it casually. If Zhao Xinyu were to take on that ravine, he could divert water from the Luo River, allowing for extensive grape cultivation. Yet, he couldn't help but think of Zhao Ximing, a persistent headache for everyone in the village. With a large courtyard, a stretch of barren land, and the Luo River, he was already overwhelmed. Adding the ravine to the west only deepened his uncertainty about what Zhao Ximing might concoct. By the lakeside in his space, Zhao Xinyu held the initial watering bucket and tossed a handful of rapeseed into the water. In an instant, the lake stirred, and a flurry of fish began to compete for the floating seeds. He merely dipped the bucket into the water, and fish began to swim inside, more than one at a time. He pulled them out and tossed them to Jin Hen and Jinyu, who eagerly devoured fish weighing about a pound each. After feeding the two creatures, Zhao Xinyu grew curious about what kind of formidable birds Jin Hen and Jinyu were. Once he had satiated the two, Zhao Xinyu felt a bit fatigued. He decided to rest in his space, as he was now deep in the mountains, where large carnivores like wolves or leopards occasionally roamed. He had no worries about villagers stumbling upon this secluded area. When he emerged from the cave, he found it was already the following morning. Noticing the early hour, he contemplated that he might not have the chance to return to the mountains for a while. So he ventured to a place his grandfather had once mentioned, but which he had never explored. During his journey, the shovel remained in his hand, as his grandfather had warned him about the wild beasts that often frequented that location. Minutes later, as Zhao Xinyu traversed a desiccated riverbed, he spotted several decayed fallen trees at its edge, beneath which lay curled patches of black, wild mushrooms. Seeing those dark curls filled Zhao Xinyu with delight. He recalled foraging wild mushrooms in his youth and was well aware of their benefits, knowing they thrive beneath decaying wood. In the past, he might not have thought much of it, but now, with his unique space that nurtured growth, his perspective shifted. He grasped the rotting timber and, with a surge of energy, drew it into his space, only to be struck by an immediate wave of fatigue. He surmised that this exhaustion stemmed from exerting too much effort. Nevertheless, the thought of wild mushrooms appearing in his space encouraged him to rest a while before collecting several more pieces of dead wood. After a moment of reflection, Zhao Xinyu shook his head, disappointed that his space showed no response. Regret washed over him for mistakenly believing the wood would contain precious mushroom spores. Continuing on his way, he was serenaded by the sounds of birds, mountain chickens, doves, and sparrows flitting about him. The forest teemed with wildlife, including pines, wild rabbits, and even roe deer and badgers, all peering at him, the unfamiliar visitor. Observing these animals, Zhao Xinyu recalled the black wind, had it been by his side. He might have gathered a bounty of wild game, alleviating his reliance on grapes and dry rations. Reflecting on his decision not to bring Black Wind along, his attention suddenly narrowed. He noticed deep pits, over a meter in depth, formed in the thick layer of pine needles, surrounded by heaps of droppings, with some newly created. Seeing this, Zhao Xinyu's heart raced. His grandfather had told him these pits were made by wild boars, and the presence of fresh ones indicated that a group of them was nearby. Fearing a confrontation with the wild boars, he became more cautious, slowing his pace. Though his speed diminished, he managed to gather some wild medicinal herbs along the way. Suddenly, grunting sounds halted Zhao Xinyu in his tracks. He concealed himself behind an ancient tree, eyes alert, peering toward the source of the noise. He spotted 7 or 8 wild boars foraging in the underbrush. While resembling domestic pigs, wild boars bore a distinct coat of alternating black and brown hues. Zhao Xinyu estimated that the largest among them weighed at least 170 to 180 pounds. Remembering his grandfather and Appo's warning that trees as thick as a bowl could be easily broken by wild boars, he realized that if he were to be charged by these formidable creatures, he might very well become their meal. With this thought, he crouched low and slowly retreated. However, as he did so, his heart sank when he caught the eye of the largest boar, which regarded him with a glint of ferocity. "Oh no, I've been spotted." Zhao Xinyu cursed under his breath and turned to flee, not in a straight line, but weaving around the trees. This tactic, taught by his grandfather, would slow the animals down, as no matter how fast a person might run, they could never outpace the mountain and Appo's wildlife. After sprinting over 1,000 meters, he heard a dull thud behind him. As he rounded another tree, he saw a wild boar crash into it. The rest of the boars halted, vocally expressing their displeasure. And when the injured boar stood again, sensing Zhao Xinyu was a difficult target, they turned and left without pursuing him further. Watching the boars depart, Zhao Xinyu exhaled deeply, only then realizing his back was drenched in sweat, and his legs felt somewhat weak. As he observed the retreating wild boar group, relief washed over him. But then he froze in shock. He realized he had lost the shovel he had been holding all along, without any weapons in hand. The thought of the wolf packs and large carnivorous beasts such as leopards lurking deep within the mountains filled Zhao Xinyu with a sense of urgency to return. He was no Wu Song, and if he truly encountered such formidable creatures, his only escape would be to retreat into his space. Otherwise, he would have no path to survival. With this realization, Zhao Xinyu wasted no time in turning back, but after walking a distance, his expression darkened as he realized he had lost his way. In the city, one could easily ask a passerby for directions, yet in the wilderness of the mountains, losing one's way was tantamount to signing one's own death warrant. Many seasoned adventurers had met their demise in such a manner, becoming prey for wild beasts. He took out his phone to ascertain his position, but to his dismay, it had no signal. All he could do was rely on the compass feature to gauge the general direction of the village. Zhao Xinyu's heart was heavy with regret. Had he only taken the items his grandfather left him, he would not be in this predicament. Yet now, regret was futile, and he could only proceed in the direction indicated by his phone. Just over an hour into his journey, his phone battery died, and as he stared at the lifeless device, his anxious heart gradually calmed. He understood that the more agitated he became, the greater the danger he faced. Remembering his grandfather's words from his childhood about the mountains, he spotted a sturdy stick nearby and decided to follow a certain path. Days passed as Zhao Xinyu traversed the forest, walking for 3 days in total. During this time, he encountered at least 5 groups of wild boars and 2 packs of wolves, yet he was fortunate that they had not detected him. Despite the peril, he managed to gather a considerable amount of precious wild herbs, although he still had not found his way back. Thanks to his space, he did not worry about food or water, but the lack of a clear path only intensified his sense of disorientation. One day, while navigating through a ravine-laden forest, he climbed a slope and suddenly noticed a flash of green. There, he beheld a plant with whorled leaves, each adorned with 10 leaflets. Above it stood a dried flower stalk, topped with a flower resembling a dried chive blossom. Although the whorled leaves had only recently sprouted, there were at least dozens of them. Trembling with excitement, Zhao Xinyu realized he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. the old mountain ginseng, the most precious herb in this mountainous region. It is known that a single whorl leaf signifies a year of growth, with only 3 leaflets. And even a 10-year-old ginseng would possess no more than 9 whorled leaves. Yet here before him was a specimen boasting dozens of whorled leaves and 10 leaflets, indicating that this ginseng was at least a century old. A 100-year-old ginseng is exceedingly rare, as are 10-year specimens, and the prices for 20, 30, or even 50-year-old varieties are beyond the reach of the average person. His grandfather had once told him of a century-old ginseng in the mountains and had even shared the route to find it. In the next moment, a jolt of exhilaration coursed through Zhao Xinyu as he surveyed his surroundings. After a few minutes, he spotted a towering peak piercing the clouds and let out a sigh of relief. He had never imagined that losing his way while being chased by wild boars would inadvertently lead him to the very place his grandfather had described. Amidst his excitement, he remembered the proper etiquette. He prostrated himself 3 times in reverence and set about securing the ginseng with a prepared red thread. He then retrieved a small jade hoe from his belongings and began to excavate carefully. After expending over an hour of labor, he unearthed a root approximately a foot long, complete with 4 robust roots resembling limbs. Zhao Xinyu's heart raced. A century-old ginseng was already an extraordinary find, but one that had taken on a human-like form was even more remarkable. If it possessed 7 orifices, this ginseng would be an invaluable treasure. He wasted no time and swiftly entered his space, transplanting the ginseng to a plot of land not far from a lake. Instantly, the space began to tremble, and swirling clouds enveloped the stars above, as refreshing energies wrapped around him. Relishing the sensation, Zhao Xinyu hesitated to leave the space, allowing the invigorating aura to envelop him, almost losing himself in the moment. When he finally regained his senses, the pleasant energy had dissipated, leaving behind a foul odor. Turning to investigate, he discovered the stench emanated from his own body. Stripping off his outer garment, he found his arms coated in a layer of black, exuding an unpleasant smell akin to oil stains, while others might not recognize it. Zhao Xinyu understood from his grandfather's teachings that this was a manifestation of impurities within his body. He shed all his clothes and, with a small bucket in hand, spent over half an hour scrubbing away the oily residue, revealing skin as smooth and fair as a girl and amp, Appos, S. Without further thought, he retrieved a set of clothes from his backpack stored in the space and changed before swiftly exiting. Upon returning to the outside world, he collected the scattered ginseng seeds and buried 2 at the site of excavation, filling in the hole afterward before discerning a direction to leave. Perhaps due to his recent find, he encountered no wild boars or wolves on his return journey. Instead, he gathered an abundance of wild herbs and even captured a pair of mountain chickens nesting in the grass upon nearing the village. Rather than killing them, he placed both the chickens and their eggs into his space as he returned home. This time, Zhao Xinyu opted not to head directly to the village, but instead made his way to the county town. Upon arriving, he recalled that many crops grown in their area were not found in Pengcheng, prompting him to visit a seed company. After purchasing seeds, he noticed a pile of nearly wilted saplings at the entrance, devoid of leaves, and could not identify the species. Turning to the salesperson, he casually inquired about the saplings. These are leftover Hami apricots and a new variety of plums called Black Diamond. A spark of interest ignited within Zhao Xinyu. How much for them? They and Amp, Appos, V been sitting there for about a month and 1 and Amp, Appos, T survive much longer. If you want them, just take them away. I would prefer not to find someone to dispose of them. After acquiring a large bag, he filled it with all the fruit seedlings and departed, seeking out a nearby restroom where he quickly stowed the bag in his space. 2 days later, Zhao Xinyu returned to the courtyard. Before he could greet Han Tianliang, who was tending to the yard, Black Wind pounced on him, growling while expressing its displeasure, nuzzling against his legs. He reached out to pat the dog and Amp, Appos, S head. Although Black Wind had only been by his side for a short time, Zhao Xinyu had already come to regard him as a close companion. During his time away, he often found himself reminiscing about this loyal creature. Xinyu, you're back. Han Tianyang approached, setting aside his tasks. Grandpa Han, is everything all right at home? With a wry smile, Han Tianyang replied, Zhao Ximing has caused quite a stir in the village again. He claimed that the farmland you contracted was non-compliant with regulations and accused you of bribing the village officials. Ultimately, the district had to intervene. Over the past few days, he has been intimidating the villagers who deliver vegetables. Zhao Xinyu was left speechless. Is there nothing else? Nothing else, really. Just ignore Zhao Ximing. The more attention you give him, the more he revels in the chaos. By the way, is everything all right in your village? In the next moment, Han Tianyang noticed a black character of filial piety on Zhao Xinyu and Appo's left arm, their gazes slightly narrowing. Xinyu. Zhao Xinyu sighed softly. My grandfather has passed away. Han Tianyang let out a long sigh. Xinyu, may you find peace in your sorrow. Zhao Xinyu offered a bitter smile, tearing a leaf from the vegetables and tossing it into the garden. The chickens, ducks, and geese in the garden rushed over, eager to snatch up the greens. Within less than a month, the poultry that had been purchased had grown to nearly a pound in size. Suddenly, Zhao Xinyu noticed a gap in the east wall. Momentarily taken aback. Grandpa Han, what is that? Han Tianyang chuckled, gesturing towards the ducks foraging in the garden. The geese grow even faster in the water. The area by the Luo River has been enclosed, so we needn't worry about them escaping. The water there is now about 1.5 meters deep. Just the other day, we were discussing whether to stock some fish fry. Zhao Xinyu nodded, recalling that before returning to his hometown, he had placed several dozen fish in his space. However, after this recent change in the space, countless fish had already populated the more than 10 acres of lake. With the water and fish from his space, he was confident that by the Mid-Autumn Festival, fish from the Luo River could be sold. Seeing Zhao Xinyu nod, Han Tianyang's eyes flickered. We have plenty of vegetable leaves in our yard. We just need to purchase some common grass carp, Christian carp, and catfish. Zhao Xinyu agreed. I am not familiar with this area, so I will leave it to you. By the way, I noticed there are crabs for sale here. Should we get some? Xinyu. Being from the north, you may not understand. Although our village lacks water, the southern city is close to the sea, and people prefer to eat sea crabs. Freshwater crabs taste of mud. Very few would be willing to eat them here even if offered for free. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, feeling quite confident with his space. He knew that as long as there was the influence of the space's water, even freshwater crabs could rival those from the sea. Grandpa Han, don't worry about it. If no one buys them, we can simply enjoy them ourselves. Han Tianyang shook his head helplessly. By the way, that girl who drives has come looking for you several times. Are you two really just friends? She seems quite nice. Grandpa Han, we are merely ordinary friends. Han Tianyang laughed heartily. Ordinary friends can develop into something more. I will go check on the preserved vegetables. In less than half an hour, Han Li and Appo's phone call came through. With only one message, they had been unable to enjoy Zhao Xinyu and Appo's cooking lately and were growing weary of their meals. Their greatest wish was to savor Zhao Xinyu's dishes that evening. After hanging up, Zhao Xinyu shook his head, collected some vegetables from the garden, but then thought of the wild vegetables in his space. Glancing at the darkening sky, he went out to lock the gate, leaving Haifeng to watch the yard while he returned to his room and entered the space. Just as he was about to leave after gathering some wild vegetables, he noticed some decaying trees not far away, their color appearing somewhat unusual. Upon approaching, Zhao Xinyu was taken aback to see that the few decaying trees he had brought into the space were covered in purple fungus. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed that the fungi were indeed purple, leaving him filled with curiosity. It is well known that the common fungus is black. Yet these grew in a pure purple hue on the trunks, which was astonishing. He picked one, examined it, and upon confirming it was non-toxic, he also detected a subtle fragrance unlike any other types of fungi. This brought him great joy. With the wild vegetables and purple fungi in hand, he left the space. Recalling the medicinal wine brewed by his grandfather, he casually took out a jar, but then thought that Han Li and the others would undoubtedly inquire. So he brought out 15 jars of medicinal wine from the space and placed them in an empty room. After preparing a fish for cooking and gathering the necessary ingredients for stir-frying the wild vegetables, Zhao Xinyu notified Han Li and his companions. While waiting for them to arrive, he suddenly thought of Peng Mingyuan, who had always cared for him during his university days. When he had undergone his transformation, he had not wanted to burden Peng Mingyuan, so he had changed his phone number without notifying him. Now that he had fully recovered, and having experienced the loss of his grandfather, he felt a deep sense of familial connection. Thinking of Han Li and the others, he also thought of Peng Mingyuan. He took out his phone and dialed Peng Mingyuan and Appo's number, but his expression darkened as the computerized voice announced that the number was no longer in service. Peng Mingyuan had changed his phone number, reflecting on how he was still in Pengcheng and had not asked which hospital Peng Mingyuan would choose when they parted ways. Zhao Xinyu sighed deeply, uncertain if he would ever reunite with his friend in this lifetime. As he lamented why he hadn't inquired about his friend's hospital choice, Haifeng, who lay beside him, suddenly got up and growled at him. Zhao Xinyu immediately rose to start cooking. When Han Li and the others entered, they noticed the character of filial piety on Zhao Xinyu's left arm, perhaps having heard about it from Han Tianyang. They simply offered him a few words of comfort without probing further. After finishing a dish, as he turned to serve it, he found the dining table completely bare. The stewed fish, prepared wild vegetables, and bitter greens had all vanished. Xinyu, for the past few days, everyone has been dining under the grape trellis. It's much cooler there and free of mosquitoes, Lu Ming said, taking the dish from Zhao Xinyu with a smile. Carrying the last dish of stir-fried vegetables over to the grape area. Despite the darkness, the space beneath the grape trellis, illuminated by incandescent lights, felt no different from home. Xinyu, where did you get these wild vegetables? The flavor is unparalleled, Zhao Xinyu remarked as he set down the stir-fried meat with fungus. Noticing that the 2 plates of wild vegetables were now completely empty. I brought these from my hometown. I still have more at home, so help yourselves. I also brought some of the medicinal wine my grandfather brewed. Let me fetch a jar for everyone to taste. When he returned with a jar of medicinal wine, he couldn't and Oppos, he helped but shake his head upon seeing that the extra dishes he had prepared had all been taken away by his friends. What kind of fungus is this? Why is it purple? It isn and Oppos, tea poisonous, is it? Hanli asked, pointing at the dish of stir-fried meat with purple fungus, smiling. If you and Oppos, worried about poison, don't eat it. This fungus is unique to the mountains from my area. Not even with money could you find it here or even back home. Zhao Xinyu replied while removing the thick clay seal from the jar. Beneath the seal lay a piece of yellow waterproof cloth. After removing the cloth and lifting the cork, a wave of fragrant medicinal aroma wafted into the air, forming a delicate mist above the jar. While many might not know what this mist represented, Zhao Xinyu, who had brewed wine with his grandfather, understood that such mist could only appear in medicinal wines made from pure grains. Not all wines could produce it, but those that did were certainly of high quality. This wine smells delightful, Han Jun and the others exclaimed in unison. Zhao Xinyu smiled lightly. This wine is a treasure, containing 36 types of wild herbs. Regular consumption in moderation can strengthen the body and promote blood circulation. Just a little tonight will ensure you all sleep well. What is that mist on top? Hanli asked, pointing at the mist forming at the mouth of the jar. Han Tianyang took a deep breath. That is the wine mist. Ordinary spirits cannot produce such a mist. This wine, if sold, could easily fetch at least 1 bottle of Wuliangye for every pound. This statement immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from Han Jun and the others. A bottle of Wuliangye could cost hundreds or even thousands. The notion that a pound of medicinal wine could be exchanged for such a premium left them in disbelief. Zhao Xinyu poured a glass of wine for each of Han Tianliang and his companions, his gaze resting on the cup before Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, you don't drink. Just a little bit, he said with a faint smile, filling the glasses of those who seldom indulged with half a cup. Aunt Lu gazed at the droplets clinging to the glass, her eyes flickering as she glanced at her husband, Lu Jiuqing. He nodded in encouragement, urging her to drink, stating that old Han had assured it was fine wine. Aunt Lu swirled the glass, the rich aroma of the wine wafting through the air. Although it was merely the sin of alcohol, she felt an immediate sense of relief from her fatigue, and noted that this wine seemed more viscous than what her husband typically consumed. Taking a cautious sip, she found the medicinal wine to possess a slight spiciness, followed by a lingering sweetness. As she swallowed, a warm sensation coursed through her body, enveloping her in a comforting glow. Dear, this wine warms me and alleviates my fatigue. It's delightful, Aunt Lu remarked, her voice betraying her surprise at enjoying her first experience with alcohol. The others, upon hearing her praise, raised their glasses, and even those unaccustomed to drinking took a small sip. Their eyes brightened in unison, as Aunt Lu had described. The wine was indeed rich and smooth, effectively dispelling their weariness. Eat up. Why is no one touching the witter mushrooms? Zhao Xinyu interjected, picking up a piece himself. The moment he tasted it, his eyes widened with astonishment. Not only was the mushroom tender, but it also possessed a unique fragrance he had never encountered before. Could it be that he had stumbled upon a new variety? I must try it too, Han Tianyang exclaimed, taking a sip of wine, his expression mirroring Zhao Xinyu and Appo's surprise. Instinctively, he reached for another piece of the purple wood ear, clearly pleased with its flavor. This wildwood ear is truly delicious. If I could cultivate it myself, it would fetch a good price. Encouraged by Han Tianliang's enthusiasm, the others eagerly sampled the dish, nodding in agreement. Xinyu, this wood ear is indeed exceptional. To bring some more next time. Perhaps it had been too long since they had savored Zhao Xinyu's cooking. Or perhaps the medicinal wine was simply too delightful. But the meal stretched on until past 11 o'clock, with half of the 10-pound jar of medicinal wine consumed. It was only when Han Tianliang mentioned he had matters to attend to the following day that they finally set aside their glasses. Each of Aunt Lu and Appo's, as companions. All first-time drinkers had enjoyed a glass, and by the time they returned home, they marveled at how they had managed to drink so much without feeling the slightest discomfort. After bidding farewell to Han Tianliang and the others, Zhao Xinyu noticed the supply of spatial water had been depleted. He turned his gaze toward the breach in the eastern wall, which had been deliberately created to facilitate easy access to Luo Shui in the future. Without hesitation, he descended the steps to the riverbank, where he began to pour the spatial water into the river until he felt fatigued. "Heifeng, come. I shall introduce you to a companion," he said after returning to his room to freshen up. Upon entering the spatial realm, Heifeng seemed to sense the significant changes within, letting out a triumphant howl. In response, the distant vineyard echoed with the calls of birds, prompting Heifeng to turn and gaze curiously. Leading Heifeng toward the vineyard, Zhao Xinyu noticed that in just a few days, Jinheng and Jinyu seemed to have grown a bit larger. The two creatures approached him but paused, eyeing Heifeng warily. Understanding the harsh realities of the animal kingdom, Zhao Xinyu chuckled and patted Heifeng's back, indicating Jinheng and Jinyu. "These are your new friends. Do not bully them." He failed to notice the flicker of apprehension in Heifeng and Appo's eyes. "Come, let us go and meet them." Upon reaching the two, Zhao Xinyu observed that Heifeng, usually so lively, now appeared somewhat sluggish. "Jinheng, Jinyu, this is Heifeng, my best companion. From now on, we shall be one family." Jinheng and Jinyu tilted their heads, studying Heifeng before emitting soft sounds of greeting. They then approached and gently flapped their wings against him, reviving Heifeng's spirits, who responded with low growls. "Go and play. I shall tend to the fruit trees," Zhao Xinyu declared, recalling the almost withered seedlings he had salvaged from the seed company. In the spatial realm, he needed no tools. He simply inserted the seedlings into the verdant soil. After planting the seedlings, he gazed toward the area where the sour plums grew, swallowing in anticipation. He realized it had been years since he had tasted them and yearned to relive that childhood nostalgia. As he approached, 2 wild chickens took flight, followed by a dozen chicks scurrying out from beneath the sour plum tree. The adult chickens caught a few times and, upon recognizing Zhao Xinyu, circled back and landed beside him, chirping softly, while the chicks clustered around their parents, curiously observing the unfamiliar visitor. Seeing this family, Zhao Xinyu felt a surge of excitement. He had been so preoccupied with leaving that he had not anticipated the surprise they would bring him. He now understood the potential of the spatial realm. Before long, the wild chickens would flourish, alleviating his concerns about meat supply. He waved goodbye to the chicken family as they departed, and for the first time, he closely examined the transformed sour plums. Each plant stood a meter tall, bearing fruits the size of broad beans, in hues of deep red and golden yellow, so densely packed that they nearly obscured the leaves, their slender branches bending under the weight. Gazing at the lush sour plum trees, Zhao Xinyu swallowed again, his mouth watering at the thought of their unique sweet and sour flavor. He reached out to pluck a few, placing them in his mouth. Much like the grapes in the spatial realm, they melted instantly, but unlike his memories of sour plums, these were sweet with a tangy burst, their juices thick as honey, leaving a refreshing sensation in his belly. Perhaps the flavor was too delightful. Zhao Xinyu, reminiscent of his childhood, indulged in the sour plums. His face soon smeared with sticky juice. He lost track of how many he had eaten, and only when he felt a tingling in his teeth from the sourness did he finally stop. Looking at his sticky hands, he rubbed them together, only to find that the juice had created a glue-like texture, making it difficult to clean. Shaking his head, he made his way to the lake to wash up. After leaving the spatial realm with Heifeng, he noticed his shirt was splattered with sour plum juice, which made him chuckle at the sight. What would Hanli and the others think if they saw him like this? Having washed up and checking the time, he realized it was already 3 in the morning. Reflecting on his absence, he recalled the toll it had taken on the tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, green peppers, and beans in the garden. Without further ado, he entered the spatial realm once more to begin transferring the vegetables outside. By 6:00 and Appo's clock, sensing that Han Li and the others would soon arrive to collect the vegetables, he emerged from the spatial realm, opened the door, and returned home, collapsing onto the bed. Having spent days in the mountains wary of wild beasts, and now having infused spatial water and harvested vegetables, he was utterly exhausted and quickly fell into a deep slumber. If it were anyone else from the village, they would certainly hesitate to open the courtyard gate. However, Zhao Xinyu remained unconcerned. Black Wind had now grown into a formidable dog, its size alone enough to instill fear. Moreover, it never ate anything offered by unfamiliar individuals. If Zhao Xinyu was home, it would ignore even Han Li and his companions, preferring to stay indoors, alert to any commotion, especially with the surveillance in place. Not long after Zhao Xinyu had drifted into slumber, Han Li and his group arrived together. Upon seeing the pile of vegetables in the courtyard, their gazes instinctively shifted towards Zhao Xinyu and Apos' room. They had left quite late the previous night, and the sheer volume of vegetables before them could not possibly have been harvested in just a couple of hours. It was evident that Zhao Xinyu had not slept a wink. It was worth noting that they had all been hired by Zhao Xinyu, and under normal circumstances, he would not need to lift a finger. Yet now, with a hint of gratitude in their hearts, they chose not to approach Zhao Xinyu's room as they had previously, but instead began to quietly load the vegetables onto their transport. As Zhao Xinyu was still in a daze from sleep, he felt a gentle push and then heard a voice exclaim, "Lazy pig, rise and shine. It's already past 10. Rubbing his eyes, Zhao Xinyu sat up and was greeted by the sight of 5 exquisite beauties standing in his room, each one gazing at him intently. Such fair and delicate skin, even better than mine, he thought, his cheeks flushing as he hurriedly pulled on a t-shirt. What brings you here? Standing in his room were Du Mengnan and her 4 friends. Zhao Xinyu, do you know that Mengmeng has been going mad with longing for you these past few days? She even calls your name in her sleep. Du Mengnan and Apos' cheeks flushed crimson as she reached for the talkative Yumuo, who giggled and darted out of the room, with Du Mengnan chasing after her. Zhao Xinyu, Yumuo has run out of her ointment, and you haven't prepared the one you promised us. We came to check if you were back, Lu Ruashi chimed in sweetly. Zhao Xinyu nodded, glancing at the 3 enchanting women in his room. Ladies, could you please step outside for a moment? I need to get dressed. This request made the 3 women's faces turn beet red as they suddenly realized they were in the presence of a man who had yet to rise. Zhao Xinyu got up, washed up, and stepped out of the courtyard. He noticed Du Mengnan and the others had already moved to the grape trellis, so he followed. For he was now the host. What is this? As they reached the grape trellis, Du Mengnan pointed at the leftover dandelions, bitter herbs. And what are your mushrooms from the previous day? Yumuo was squatting nearby, examining a jar of medicinal wine that still emanated a fragrant aroma. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. Surely you recognize this, he said. Du Mengnan pouted. How could I not have eaten it? I brought this back yesterday, and there's more. I'll cook it for you at noon. Mengmeng, smell this. The aroma of the wine is delightful, and there's a hint of traditional Chinese medicine. She said as she squatted down and then looked up. Is this also from you? This medicinal wine was brewed by my grandfather, Zhao Xinyu replied. Suddenly, Du Mengnan noticed the character for filial piety tattooed on Zhao Xinyu's left arm. Although customs differ between regions, everyone understood its significance. Zhao Xinyu had once mentioned that he had only one grandfather, which raised questions now. Zhao Xinyu, you. Sighing softly, Zhao Xinyu replied, my grandfather had a fall. Du Mengnan and the others sighed in unison, nodding in sympathy. Though their acquaintance with Zhao Xinyu was brief, they held no ill feelings towards him. Rather, they admired this reserved young man. What are you planning to eat? I'll prepare it right away. Anything will do, Du Mengnan replied, not pressing for specifics. Mindful of the recent events in Zhao Xinyu and Apos' family. You all clean this up. I'll get started. As at noon the previous day, Du Mengnan and her friends were utterly astonished by the delicious wild vegetables. When Zhao Xinyu approached with a jar of medicinal wine and began to uncork it, Du Mengnan was left speechless. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xinyu, Du Mengnan was the actual proprietor of the Pingsheng Hotel, possessing a distinguished background. She was no stranger to fine wine and had encountered various types, including those that produced a mist. Yet, she knew that such medicinal wine was not easily obtainable, even for the affluent. Now, witnessing Zhao Xinyu, who hailed from humble beginnings and had even needed to deliver takeout to support himself during his university years, possessing such a remarkable brew left her bewildered. One jar of this medicinal wine could have afforded him a life envied by ordinary people throughout his 5 years of university. Is this truly brewed by your grandfather? Du Mengnan asked, still in disbelief. Observing her reaction, Zhao Xinyu smiled faintly and nodded, pouring a small cup for her. Taste it and see how it fares. Du Mengnan lifted the glass, gently swirling its contents, and her eyes widened with astonishment. After sipping a small amount, she closed her eyes, savoring the flavor of the medicinal wine. After a long moment, she opened her eyes and looked at Zhao Xinyu. What is the name of this medicinal wine? I'll give you 100,000 for it. Will you sell it to me? This declaration elicited gasps from both Zhao Xinyu and the others. They all hailed from distinguished families and understood a thing or two about wine. The best wines in the country, such as Wulianya and Matai, did not fetch such exorbitant prices. Mengmeng, what kind of wine is this? We want to try it too. Yumuo was the first to speak, reaching out for Zhao Xinyu and Amp, Apos, S jar, fearing he would sell it to Du Mingnan instead. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Why grab me? Don't you have a cup? Yumuo's cheeks flushed as she giggled. I was afraid you'd sell it. You don't know how stingy Ming Ming is. If she gets her hands on it, we won and Amp, Apos, to even get a whiff. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily, pouring each of the 4 girls a small cup. Then turning to Du Mingnan. I have a few jars left. I'll give you one when you leave. Though Zhao Xinyu loved money, he understood that Du Mingnan had approached him when his vegetables had no market, which had led to his current situation. He was not one to be stingy with those who had helped him, which was why he had shared the medicinal wine with Han Tianli and the others the previous night. Du Mingnan, however, had a different perspective. She recognized the value of the medicinal wine. She had previously assisted Zhao Xinyu, and many items in his home were acquired through her means. Yet, compared to her expenses, the worth of this wine far exceeded her usual outlay. No, this wine is far too precious. I cannot afford it, she protested. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Just give me 1,800. Otherwise, it may not be available later. All right, Du Mingnan replied, biting her lip, her expression a mix of complexity and curiosity. Why is he asking for only 1,800 instead of 100,000? Who exactly is this person? During the meal, although Du Mingnan and her companions were all young women, the exquisite flavor of the medicinal wine captivated each of them, leading them to consume about half a gin each. As they enjoyed the wine, they conferred upon it a charming name, Drunken Elegance, a title that emerged from their collective brainstorming, with Zhao Xinyu hardly interjecting at all. After the meal, Zhao Xinyu was not stingy. Each of the 5 women, including Du Mingnan, received a jar of medicinal wine, while Du Mingnan was indifferent. Yumo and the others were ecstatic, never having expected Zhao Xinyu would present each of them with a jar. Although they had received 1,800, they all understood that this amount wouldn't even suffice to buy a single jar, let alone a pound, just as Zhao Xinyu had seen off Du Mingnan and her companions. Lu Ming hurried back, his face flushed with anger. What happened? Zhao Xinyu inquired. Xinyu, all the cattle and sheep from our 5 families have been poisoned. It must be that scoundrel Zhao Ximing. Han Jun and the others have gone to confront him, and it looks like trouble is brewing. You need to hurry over and take a look. Zhao Xinyu and Apos' expression shifted. The western Han Ridge remained undeveloped, and people still lived a life of toil. For the villagers, cattle and sheep represented the means to secure marriages for their children and purchase homes. Lu Ming and the others, being of marrying age, had significant numbers of livestock. The loss of these animals was a devastating blow to any family. However, Zhao Xinyu understood that Han Jun and the others, in their fury, might act recklessly. Without hesitation, he left the courtyard. At Zhao Ximing's home, a loud slap echoed as Zhao Ximing struck a young man with bleached hair across the face. Are you trying to get me killed? I told you to teach them a lesson, not to wipe out all the cattle and sheep. When did I say to poison them all? The young man stumbled back, clutching his swollen face, and stammered, Zhao Gu. I wanted them to know the consequences of crossing us. Besides, I didn't Apos, to use much poison, just a handful of corn. Dawn and Apos, to worry, I made sure it was done discreetly. And no one will find out. At that moment, the closed door was suddenly kicked open, and Zhao Ximing and Apos' expression changed dramatically as he saw Han Jun, Han Li, Huang Jijun, Chai Jinquan, and Wang Yulong storm into the courtyard, brandishing clubs and seething with anger. Remember, if we admit to this, we could be facing years in prison. Zhao Ximing warned as he stepped out of the courtyard. Just then, Han Tianyang and Wang Ai rushed in, panting. Seeing them, Zhao Ximing felt a slight sense of relief. Han Jun, what do you want? He demanded. As he spoke, his young allies also entered the courtyard, clubs in hand. Zhao Ximing, stop pretending to be the good guy. Who else would commit such heinous acts? 120 sheep, 16 cattle, I and Apos, LL kill you for this. At that moment, Han Jun and Apos' eyes were ablaze with rage. His family had suffered the greatest loss, and they had intended to sell their livestock in the fall to fund their marriages. With their cattle and sheep now poisoned, he could hardly contain his fury. Seeing Han Jun's reddened eyes, both Han Li and Zhao Ximing felt a surge of fear. If the 2 of them lost control, the 3 behind them would surely join in, and even Han Tianyang might not be able to stop them. Meanwhile, Han Tianyang and his wife were desperately trying to restrain their son, knowing that if Han Jun acted out, Zhao Ximing would not escape unscathed, and their son would be in peril. Han Jun, Han Li, don't resort to violence. Zhao Xinyu and Lu Ming arrived just in time to intervene. Xinyu, it has to be this gang of scoundrels. I want to flay them alive. Han Jun and Apos. S words sent a chill through Zhao Xinyu and his cohorts, who could see that Han Jun was truly serious about killing. They could be unscrupulous, but facing such a situation, fear was inevitable. Police will be here shortly. They will ensure we receive justice. If they are indeed responsible, they can expect to rot in prison, Zhao Xinyu declared. As his words fell, the sound of police sirens echoed in the distance, causing Zhao Xinyu and his group to exchange anxious glances, realizing that they were at least momentarily safe. However, the gravity of their crime weighed heavily on Zhao Xinyu's heart. They had not merely poisoned 1 or 2 sheep, but dozens, along with several cattle. He knew that if the investigation revealed the truth, they could be imprisoned for 3 to 5 years or more. Now, Zhao Xinyu felt a pang of regret, lamenting that he had made such a reckless decision while intoxicated. He had only intended to teach Zhao Xinyu a lesson, never anticipating that events would spiral out of control. Though furious, Han Jun and his companions were composed enough to drop their clubs upon hearing the sirens. Zhao Xinyu picked up a club and exited the courtyard, where a crowd of villagers had gathered. Subsequently, Han Li, Han Jun, and Zhao Xinyu were taken away, along with many villagers from the vicinity for questioning. Zhao Xinyu, aware that Han Tianliang's family had suffered due to Zhao Xinyu's actions, took it upon himself to compensate the 5 families with 30,000, distributing 6,000 to each. Word of this generous act spread rapidly throughout the western Han Ridge, causing a stir among the villagers. For the vast majority, 6,000 was a substantial sum. Zhao Xinyu and Apos' willingness to aid the families in their time of need filled the villagers with admiration for him. Many villagers felt a deep sense of regret, having previously looked down upon Zhao Xinyu when he was merely a scrap collector and delivery worker. Now that he had prospered, he not only provided stable and enviable jobs to those who had once helped him, but also compensated them fairly after the incident. What kind of employer would he be worthy of loyalty? More villagers lamented, pondering how their lives might have changed had they treated Zhao Xinyu with respect from the outset. A day later, Han Jun and Han Li were incarcerated for public disturbance, but there was no news regarding Zhao Xinyu. However, when Han Jun and his companions were released, news broke that Zhao Xinyu had been designated a criminal suspect and was facing formal charges. The villagers erupted in curses against Zhao Xinyu and his gang, knowing that if it had been a case of petty theft, they might have turned a blind eye. But this was different. Dozens of sheep and cattle, worth over 300,000, represented years of income for the villagers. As the villagers condemned Zhao Xinyu and his cohorts, their elders hid in their homes, aware of the misdeeds of their sons and unwilling to face the scorn of the community. More than half a month later, news arrived that the young thug who had poisoned the livestock had taken full responsibility and received an 8-year sentence, while Zhao Xinyu and his accomplices were sentenced to just over a year for harboring. This news unsettled the villagers, who had only just begun to find peace. Each time Zhao Xinyu was released, he would undoubtedly escalate his mischief, and they feared what he might do a year later. That evening, as a group gathered under the grape trellis for dinner, the older generation, including Han Tianyang, were restless, concerned about how Zhao Xinyu would retaliate upon his release. Xinyu, you may not understand Zhao Xinyu. He will certainly seek revenge when he gets out next year, Han Jun warned, his gaze icy. Father, why be afraid? If he dares to harm Xinyu, I will kill him, Han Jun declared, knowing that Zhao Xinyu had compensated their family generously, which fostered a sense of gratitude within them. In their hearts, anyone who threatened Zhao Xinyu would become their enemy. Zhao Xinyu smiled faintly. Han Jun, let us refrain from incessant violence. We reside in a nation governed by the rule of law, where every individual is protected by legal statutes. As long as we exercise caution and leave no openings, he would not dare to harm us. He cannot entertain any thoughts of retaliation, given that he has more than a year left to serve. Furthermore, without those petty ruffians, Zhao Xinyu alone cannot stir up significant turmoil. Upon hearing this, Han Tianliang and the others felt somewhat relieved. Xinyu, I have arranged for the matters you entrusted to me. Tomorrow, he will deliver the fish fry and river crabs. By the way, he also has black fish fry available, albeit at a slightly higher price. He inquired if we were interested, and if we are, he would offer us a discount. Black fish. Zhao Xinyu mused, momentarily taken aback, as he had never heard of such a fish and was unaware of its nature. Observing the change in Zhao Xinyu and Apos' expression, Han Li chuckled. Xinyu, black fish are also freshwater fish, and their flavor surpasses that of bluefish or carp. Currently, the market price for black fish is around 20 to 30 yuan. However, they are carnivorous and primarily feed on other fish and shrimp, So if you intend to raise them, you must keep them separate from other species. Zhao Xinyu's gaze flickered thoughtfully. Han Grandpa, let us hold off on the black fish for now and first assess the market. The following day, before Zhao Xinyu had even risen, Han Tianyang and the others came to knock at his door. Upon opening it, he beheld a large truck parked along the road leading to Luo Shui, where Han Li and the others were busily engaged. As he approached, he witnessed boxes of 1-inch fish fry being released into Luo Shui. Perhaps due to the ample space in the water, the fry adapted immediately, even competing for floating vegetable leaves. After the river crabs were introduced, Zhao Xinyu noticed Han Li unloading several more boxes from the truck, filled to the brim with tiny shrimp. Han Grandpa, what is this? A middle-aged man in his 40s chuckled and extended his hand. I'm Fengbo river crabs are omnivorous, and these shrimp are a gift from me. The water quality here seems excellent. If you require anything in the future, please have old Han contact me. Zhao Xinyu nodded, shaking his hand. Thank you very much. How much do I owe you? I will transfer the amount. After bidding farewell to Fengbo, Han Li locked the iron gate, and the group returned to the courtyard. Han Li glanced at the breach in the eastern wall. Xinyu, there are now fish in Luo Shui. We should assign someone to stay here. Zhao Xinyu nodded. Han Li, does anyone here know how to swim? Han Li laughed heartily. Who among us does not know how to swim? Zhao Xinyu nodded, but suddenly recalled that Han Li and the others were overwhelmed with work at the vegetable patch, and even Han Tianyang was helping there. Reducing their number would undoubtedly increase the burden. Han Grandpa, perhaps we should find another person in the village, preferably someone from a less fortunate background. They could come to feed the fish and help with the vegetable harvesting. Please see if there is a suitable candidate. Han Tianyang's eyes brightened. If you're suggesting that, I can think of someone. Wang Ai chuckled. Old Han, you must be referring to Zheng Min, right? Han Tianyang nodded and turned to Zhao Xinyu. Xinyu, Zheng Min is the poorest family in our village. Her husband has been bedridden for 5 or 6 years and passed away last year. She has been caring for him all this time, and she also has 2 elderly in-laws over 80 years old, along with a child in the 3rd grade. People have urged her to remarry, but she cannot abandon her in-laws. Zhao Xinyu furrowed his brow, inferring that Zheng Min was indeed a woman. Han Grandpa, you understand that feeding fish requires some skill, and if she cannot swim, you need not worry. Zheng Min's family lives by the sea. She has been accompanying her father to fish since childhood. Her swimming ability is exceptional, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Allow her to come and feed the fish. I assure you, there will be no issues. Zhao Xinyu nodded. Very well, it shall be her. I will pay her 4,800 yuan per month. Upon hearing this, Han Tianliang and the others were momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. They understood that hiring someone to feed fish or harvest vegetables generally attracted many applicants for even 3,000 yuan. Zhao Xinyu and Amp, Oppos, S offer of 4,800 was clearly a means to assist Zheng Min. 20 minutes later, Han Tianyang entered with a woman. She was of modest height, approximately 1.60 meters, and unlike other women, Zheng Min and Amp, Oppos, S complexion was wheat-colored, and her attire was quite ordinary, with several patches. Upon entering, she stood behind Han Tianyang. Yet her expression revealed her excitement. This is Zheng Min. She is the one I mentioned. Be diligent. As 4,800 is not merely a job offer, it could easily attract a strong laborer. This is all for your benefit, courtesy of Xinyu. Zheng Min stepped out from behind Han Tianyang and said softly, I will take care of the chores around the courtyard, including cooking and laundry. Observing her demeanor, Zhao Xinyu nodded. You are older than I am, so I shall call you Sister Min. We have a washing machine at home. And their ISN and Amp, Oppos, much to do, just feed the fish and tidy the courtyard. If the vegetable patch requires assistance, we can help with some harvesting. I understand you have elderly in-laws and a child. Where is the child studying? Han Tianliang sighed. Children from families with better means have all gone to the city. Zheng Min's situation is unique. Her child performs exceptionally well in studies, but due to family circumstances, must remain in the village. And the elderly? They are still quite spirited. Zhao Xinyu and Amp, Oppos, S gaze flickered thoughtfully. How about this, Sister Min? Please discuss with your in-laws and let them come here for meals. When they have free time, they can stroll around Luo Shui to ensure the village children do not wander into the water. I will add an extra 2,000 yuan to your salary. At this, Zheng Min was momentarily bewildered. They would all eat together. And merely supervising around Luo Shui while ensuring the children's safety would earn her an additional 2,000 yuan. This was beyond her expectations. Uncle Han, what do you think? That is settled then. I shall go speak with them. Now that there are fish in Luo Shui, We cannot allow any accidents to occur with the village children. Zheng Min nodded, her excitement palpable. A monthly salary of 6,800 yuan is something I never dared to dream of. Have you not had breakfast? I will prepare it right away. Sister, your cooking cannot compare to Xinyu's. Zheng Min paused, glancing at Zhao Xinyu with a hint of embarrassment. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. Sister Min, do not heed their banter. They are merely accustomed to my cooking. For the next few days, observe my methods, and I shall teach you. In no time, they will adapt. With Zhang Min and her family joining the work at the courtyard. The news of her 6,800 monthly salary quickly stirred excitement in the village. People envied Zhang Min's fortune. And they learned from Han Tianyang that Zhao Xinyu was helping her family, prompting those who held previous reservations about Zhao Xinyu to reconsider their opinions. They began to anticipate who might be the next beneficiary of his kindness. With Zhao Ximing and his associates absent from the village, tranquility returned. The vegetable business flourished once more, and with Zhang Min and Appos, as family now present, Zhao Xinyu was liberated from his previous burdens. With newfound leisure, Zhao Xinyu began to delve into the essential prescriptions from the golden coffer left by his grandfather. After his study, he was filled with astonishment. Initially, he believed his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine had attained a masterful level after 5 years of systematic learning and his grandfather's extensive teachings. However, after exploring the essential prescriptions, he felt akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. The essential prescriptions differed profoundly from the general principles. It encompassed not only the essentials of the general principles but also detailed complex cases, prescriptions, and treatment methods that were not recorded in any other ancient medical texts. Zhao Xinyu had only heard snippets from his grandfather, with much of the content remaining uncharted in other ancient medical literature. After a period of time, Zhao Xinyu felt that his proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine had improved significantly each day, and he had developed a fresh perspective on ancient Chinese medical practices. During this time, Du Mingnan and the others visited sporadically. Umo and Appos, as facial scars had completely vanished, and each of them, unadorned with makeup, radiated a natural beauty. Sister Min, I am craving fish today. Let us go buy one, Zhao Xinyu suggested. Under his guidance, Zhang Min and Appos' culinary skills had also progressed remarkably. Though her dishes could not quite match Zhao Xinyu and Appos', they were certainly presentable. Du Mingnan and the others became acquainted with Zhang Min and Appos' situation, sympathizing with her family while growing closer to her. Each visit, Du Mingnan would choose the dishes, and Zhang Min would prepare them. Mistakenly believing that Du Mingnan was Zhao Xinyu and Appos' legitimate girlfriend. Sister Min, there and Appos' no need to go out. I and Appos' noticed plenty of crucian carp in the Luo River, weighing around half a kilogram. Let us have crucian carp today. Zhang Min paused, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Xinyu, you know our locality. Crucian carp have many bones, and not many people are willing to eat them. I can't prepare them. Exactly, Sister Min is right, with so many bones. How can one enjoy eating crucian carp? Du Mingnan pouted. Umo chuckled, glancing at Zhao Xinyu. You truly are oblivious. The hostess has spoken, and yet you dare to oppose her. This remark caused both Du Mingnan and Zhao Xinyu to blush, though over time, Umo and her friends frequently teased the two. And Du Mingnan had grown accustomed to it, merely blushing in response. Zhao Xinyu shook his head. Once I prepare it, you will see. I'm off to catch some fish. Sister Min, please slice some melons for them. I'll go catch them, Zhang Min offered. Having learned during this time that Zhao Xinyu was decidedly not a proficient swimmer. The Luo River was over 2 meters deep, and if he were to fall in. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. Sister Min, rest assured, with the vegetable leaves, there is no need to approach the water and Appos' edge, a net will suffice. Zhang Min appeared slightly taken aback, but nodded. In truth, she was still somewhat puzzled as to why the fish in the Luo River preferred the vegetable leaves from their courtyard. Many times, when Han Li and the others tried fishing with bought bait, they caught nothing, yet a mere leaf would assure a catch. In just over 10 minutes, while Du Mingnan and the others were enjoying the melons, they saw Zhao Xinyu return with a bucket, revealing over 20 crucian carp, each weighing around 7 to 8 tails. Wriggling within, Zhang Min's eyes showed a flicker of confusion. She fed the fish daily and knew they grew quickly in the Luo River. Yet she had never seen crucian carp of such size. Such large crucian carp are rare, Zhang Min remarked, smiling in wonder. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Yes, they are not in abundance. By the way, I also spotted some 2 to 3 gene-sized grass carp and silver carp. We should try them someday. No way. I want to eat crucian carp. I want grass carp, Du Mingnan pouted. Once you've tasted it, if you find the crucian carp unsatisfactory, I'll prepare grass carp for you, Zhao Xinyu promised. UMO and the others shook their heads, collectively sighing. Could you refrain from flaunting your affection in front of us? Consider our feelings. Stupid UMO, you're asking for it. Du Mingnan's cheeks flushed as she leaped to chase after UMO. Zhao Xinyu motioned to Zheng Min, and the two proceeded to the specially designed kitchen. Xinyu, did your grandfather really teach you this culinary skill? Zheng Min couldn't help but inquire, observing Zhao Xinyu and Appo's adept techniques, a question she had posed numerous times. My grandfather was once a chef. He adopted me when he grew old and had no time to go out. He had discerning tastes, and if the food was subpar, I would certainly hear about it. It's a pity you're not working as a chef, Zheng Min remarked. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. Sister Min, cooking crucian carp is quite simple. Just watch me and ask if there's anything you don't understand. As he spoke, Zhao Xinyu heated oil in a pan. Once the oil reached the optimal temperature, he placed the crucian carp, which had been scored, into the pan, frying them until both sides were golden brown before removing them to marinate in the prepared seasoning. After marinating for about half an hour, Zhao Xinyu took the crucian carp out and surprised Zheng Min by pouring several cans of beer into the pan instead of water, adding the fish and seasonings. Each time he added a seasoning, he paused to explain its purpose to Zheng Min. The entire process lasted only a few minutes. Zhao Xinyu looked at Zheng Min. See? Quite simple, isn't it? Zheng Min's eyes flickered for a moment. While it was indeed simple, she was uncertain about the flavor. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, covering the pot. After it steams, let it simmer on high for 15 minutes. With that, he retreated to his room, closing the door to continue studying the essentials of the golden chamber. After a little over 10 minutes, Zhao Xinyu heard the lively chatter outside. Du Mingnan and the others had gathered in the kitchen, drawn by an enticing aroma that wafted through the air, causing them to salivate despite merely being a fragrance. Upon entering the kitchen, Du Mingnan turned to Zheng Min. Sister Min, what have you made? Noticing Zheng Min seemingly entranced, she was struck by a look of rapture. Having accompanied her father on fishing trips since childhood, she had tasted all sorts of fish, and in her memory, the finest freshwater fish paled in comparison to ordinary sea fish. During her time in the courtyard, she had not witnessed Zhao Xinyu cook fish, leaving her unaware of what to expect. Zheng Min held a slight skepticism toward Zhao Xinyu's claim. Although she respected his culinary skills, she doubted he could elevate the crucian carp, rarely eaten in their area, to a flavor superior to that of the sea fish. However, as the steam rose, an extraordinary aroma captivated her senses, transporting her into a state of profound astonishment. She detected no trace of the fishy smell. Instead, the fragrance was intoxicating. Had Zhao Xinyu not cautioned her, she would have already rushed to taste the irresistible crucian carp. It was only when Du Mingnan spoke that Zheng Min snapped back to reality, gesturing toward the steaming pot. Xinyu's crucian carp smells delightful, doesn't it? Serve me a piece. I must try it. Du Mingnan chimed in, prompting immediate agreement from UMO and the others. Weren't you all saying you wouldn't eat crucian carp? It has so many bones, you might choke on them. Aye. Du Mingnan and her friends blushed, rolling their eyes in exasperation. Xinyu, it's been over 10 minutes. Zhao Xinyu glanced at his phone. Let it simmer for 3 more minutes. 3 minutes, under normal circumstances, would pass in the blink of an eye. However, the tantalizing aroma made those moments stretch unbearably long. Every few seconds, Du Mingnan and her friends checked their phones. All right. The sound was akin to a heavenly melody, instantly igniting excitement among Du Mingnan and the others, who rubbed their hands eagerly, fixated on the pot. As Zheng Min lifted the lid, an even richer aroma enveloped the kitchen, making Du Mingnan and her friends gulp in anticipation. The crucian carp had turned a golden hue, with the broth appearing milky white, resembling fresh milk. If you enjoy cilantro, add some. Don't waste the broth, Zheng Min advised, nodding. She turned to Du Mingnan and the others. Mingnan, you all go to the grape arbor. I'll serve you right away. Right here, right here. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Sister Min, give each of them a piece, but don't serve the broth just yet. Zheng Min served a piece of fish to Du Mingnan, who eagerly picked up a chunk, seemingly oblivious to the fact that crucian carp is notoriously bony, and directly placed it into her mouth. The next moment, a gasp escaped her lips. The fish melted upon contact, its exquisite, tender flavor rendering her at a loss for words. Such a delectable fish was truly an unprecedented experience for her. What's wrong, Ming Ming? Are you caught on a fishbone? Unaware of the situation, Romo and the others immediately set down their own servings and surrounded Du Mingnan. She paused momentarily, recalling the fish and Apos' notorious bones. After a few attempts to spit it out, the others assumed she must have been snagged by a bone. However, Du Mingnan soon realized that the piece she had just consumed contained no bones at all. Unable to resist, she took another large piece, this time noticing the numerous fine bones resembling hair within the fish flesh. Cautiously, she placed the fish into her mouth, attempting to remove the bones, but was taken aback. She felt no presence of bones whatsoever. The fish continued to dissolve seamlessly, leaving behind a unique aroma in her mouth. Ming Yu, Rumo exclaimed, the bones can dissolve. While speaking, Du Mingnan popped another piece into her mouth. It dawned on Rumo and the others as they hurriedly lifted their bowls of fish, and once they tasted it, they could not stop. In less than 2 minutes, a single fish was devoured completely, leaving no trace of bones. Get me another one. A few minutes later, they had polished off more than a dozen crucian carp, with Zhang Min managing to eat one, while Zhao Xinyu, the chef, had not tasted a single one. It's so delicious. I've never had such a delightful fish before, Rumo remarked, savoring the last bite, wiping her mouth with a hint of reluctance. Zhang Min shook her head. Rumo, there are indeed many bones. I and Apos have eaten it before, but it's mainly due to Xinyu's exceptional culinary skills. Zhao Xinyu, prepare a few more. I want more. Du Mingnan said with a playful lick of her lips. Why aren't you all drinking the fish soup? The flavor is delightful. 2. Upon Zhao Xinyu and Apos' suggestion, they seemed to realize something and turned their gazes towards the pot of fish soup. After tasting it, everyone was momentarily struck, their eyes wide with disbelief. One sip revealed not only its deliciousness but also a warmth that enveloped them in an indescribable comfort. After one bowl, they felt as though they were floating. Serve me another bowl. It's all gone. Zhao Xinyu, hurry, make another pot. Voices clamored in the kitchen. In the end, the 6 seemingly delicate young women, Du Mingnan and her companions, devoured all 20 fish without leaving a single bone. Although each had consumed more than 3 fish, they still felt unsatisfied, and only after finishing the soup did they feel a sense of fulfillment. Zhao Xinyu, reserve some of the crucian carp from the river. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Du Mingnan, the crucian carp has many bones. Don't be deceived by its simplicity and preparation. The timing and order of the seasonings require utmost precision. It took me over a year to master it. Du Mingnan and her companions were momentarily taken aback, shaking their heads in disbelief. It was rare to find a chef willing to dedicate over a year to learning a dish. Prepare a few for me to take back to let my grandparents taste, she requested. Zhao Xinyu nodded, initially intending to catch over 20 fish, including those for Han Li, but they had all been consumed by Du Mingnan and her friends. Even if Du Mingnan hadn't mentioned it, he still had to make a trip to the river, as that was the only place to catch the fish from the spatial lake. After preparing a pot for Du Mingnan, she and her friends departed, allowing Zhao Xinyu to begin cooking for Han Li and the others, while also instructing Zhang Min on the methods of cooking fish. In a seaside villa in Pengcheng, the gates were firmly shut. Within the courtyard, stern-faced middle-aged men moved about, each appearing exceptionally robust. In the dining room of the villa, 7 individuals were gathered for a meal. A silver-haired elderly couple sat at the head, flanked by 2 middle-aged individuals in their 50s and a woman appearing to be in her 40s. The 3 middle-aged figures were dressed elegantly, while the elderly man radiated an aura typical of someone in a position of authority. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, I'm back. A graceful figure entered the living room, carrying a thermal food container. Second uncle, when did you return? The graceful figure was none other than Du Mingnan, returning from Zhao Xinyu with the fish. Ming, I just arrived. How come the hotel is so busy? The middle-aged man across from her shook his head. Cheng, what is she busy with? If she doesn't go to the hotel for a day, everything is managed by that girl Xiao Jiamin. Du Mingnan laughed, approaching the elderly couple. Grandpa, Grandma, look what I brought you. The elderly couple looked momentarily surprised. Ming, we've told you that the hotel food is too greasy for our liking. Besides, our teeth can hardly handle it. Please don't waste food like this again. Du Mingnan giggled, glancing at the dining table. Grandpa, second uncle is here. Why haven't you poured him some wine? Du Shicheng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled broadly. Father, you can't only serve good wine to your eldest son. I'm also your own son. Elder Du Gang shot a glare at Du Mingnan. You talk too much. Second, that wine is not ordinary medicinal wine. Your elder brother has only had it once, and I intend to reserve it for an old friend. Grandpa, Zhao Xinyu has several jars left. I'll buy you a jar next time I visit. The old man was astonished. Several jars? How much? I'll pay for it all. Du Mingnan sighed softly. I tried to buy a jar for 10,000, but he wouldn't sell it. In the end, he gave us 5 jars, only symbolically charging 1,800. That's the few little girls you brought back the other day. At this moment, Du Shichang was somewhat bewildered. A jar of wine for 10,000. And he gave it away in the end? Who exactly is Zhao Xinyu? Du Mingnan's father, Du Yongchang's gaze flickered. Mingming, you're not a child anymore. Why are you always running to a vegetable seller's place? It doesn't sound good if this gets out. Du Gang narrowed his eyes, looking at Du Yongchang. What's wrong with a vegetable seller? I used to beg for a living. I don't want to associate with people who eat and drink from farmers yet consider themselves superior and look down on farmers. Du Yongchang forced a smile. Father, I didn't mean it that way. Du Gang snorted coldly. Mingming, don't listen to your father. As long as one conducts themselves properly and possesses good character, they can associate with anyone. Now tell me about this Zhao Xinyu. What kind of young man is he? Where is he from? What do his parents do? The old man looked as if he were matchmaking for his granddaughter. Du Mingnan's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, Grandpa, what are you thinking? We're just ordinary friends. The vegetables in my hotel are all ordered from him. By the way, the watermelons and cantaloupes we've been eating lately are all grown by him. This crucian carp is his handiwork, and it tastes exquisite. Du Yongchang frowned again. Mingming, how can you be so thoughtless? Crucian carp has so many bones. How can you eat it? You're not allowed to go to that place anymore. Look at how many days it's been. Instead of learning anything else, your awareness of farmers has certainly increased. As his words hung in the air, he paused slightly. Overwhelmed by an irresistible fragrance wafting through the room, he turned to see Du Mingnan had opened a thermal lunchbox, from which the delectable aroma emanated. How could this crucian carp smell so divine? I haven't tasted it in over 50 years. Du Mingnan chuckled and served a piece to her grandfather, then to her grandmother, second uncle, and mother, before her gaze shifted to her father. Dad, would you like some? Du Yongchang shot a fierce glare at Du Mingna, questioning why they had brought it back if they weren't and Oppos, going to eat it. She added a piece for her father, and with a smile, Du Mingnan reassured, Don and Oppos, worry. The bones dissolve as you eat. There's no fear of getting pricked. Upon hearing this, all 5 individuals instinctively raised their chopsticks to take a bite. The moment the fish touched their tongues, they were all momentarily stunned. Mingming, hurry and fetch some wine. Such exquisite crucian carp deserves a toast. Du Gang exclaimed, filled with excitement. Father, this truly is crucian carp, Du Yongchang said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had claimed the fish was too bony to eat. Yet now, each bite was devoid of any bones, leaving him in disbelief. Eldest brother, you have grown too accustomed to a peaceful life. You should learn from Mingming. This is not merely crucian carp. It rivals even sea fish. Dad, this is the finest fish I and Oppos ever had. Its flavor far surpasses that of sea fish. Du Mingnan said, cradling a bottle of Zui Linglong. Meanwhile, the fish had been devoured completely by the 5. Each person eyeing the remaining crucian carp in the thermal box with fervor. However, as Du Mingnan opened the Zui Linglong, Du Shichang's gaze sharpened. He was taken aback by the thick mist of alcohol that wafted from it. At that moment, he was utterly astonished. To transform a fish that others deemed unpalatable into a dish that surpassed even sea fish. And to possess such a medicinal wine, he wondered what sort of young man Zhao Xinyu truly was. When Du Mingnan poured him a glass, he eagerly took a sip. Mingming, you must take me to find this young man. I want every drop of his medicinal wine. Whatever price he asks, I shall pay without haggling. Old man Du Gang snorted. This is Zui Linglong, not some medicinal wine. I mentioned that I purchased those wines earlier. Grandpa, second uncle, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. He said he wooed and Oppos sell the wine. He reserves it for entertaining friends from the village. What do villagers know? Du Yongchang retorted. You're not a villager. Yet you managed to cook crucian carp with such flavor and brew Zui Linglong into such fine wine, Du Gang replied, causing Du Yongchang to freeze. Embarrassment washing over his face. He shot a glare at his daughter, who wore a teasing smile. After the meal, Du Shichang could not contain his curiosity any longer. Mingming, could you call that young man and see if he is selling Zui Linglong? Second uncle, he truly doesn't and Oppos sell it. The old man sighed. Mingming, please bring back some crucian carp tomorrow. It's simply too delicious. Grandpa, I think only Zhao Xinyu can make such a dish. He mentioned he spent over a year learning to prepare crucian carp. Mingming, with such culinary skills, why not invite him to your hotel? Her second uncle suggested. I would like to, but he has his own garden and employs over a dozen workers, each earning $1,000 a month. His monthly income is substantial, and I doubt I can afford him. Is that even possible? A vegetable farmer can earn such a living? Du Shicheng was incredulous. If that is the case, who would want to work a regular job? Everyone would return to the fields. Second uncle, don't doubt it. Just ask my dad, she replied. Du Shicheng turned to his elder brother, who nodded with a wry smile. The vegetables he grows are uniquely flavorful. He uses no chemical fertilizers or pesticides. His produce is of excellent quality, and people from the city drive out to buy from him, often waiting in line. Do you know that even the local delivery services have started a special order just for his vegetables? Ah, I can't believe it. A vegetable farmer can cultivate to such an extent. This is unprecedented. Ming Ming, your grandmother mentioned she wants more roasted mountain chicken and wild rabbit for the hotel. After tasting them last time, she couldn't stop raving about them. Du Yongchang suddenly recalled. Du Mingyan giggled. Dad, the hotel also serves roasted mountain chicken and wild rabbit. But what I brought back last time was not made like at the hotel. It can and amp. Oppose. TB that young man again, can it? Seeing Du Mingyan nod. Du Gang laughed heartily. I like this young man. Ming Ming, if possible, secure him. With his skills, he will ensure that you always have a full meal. This comment caused Du Mingnan's cheeks to flush crimson, while Du Yongchang stared at his father in disbelief. Dad, what are you saying? At that moment, Zhao Xinyu, who was dining in the courtyard, felt a sudden itch in his nose and sneezed. He pondered how, since acquiring the space, he had not experienced any symptoms of illness. Yet here he was, sneezing unexpectedly. Knew you, the taste of this crucian carp is simply extraordinary. We must catch a batch tomorrow. Selling it will surely be a hit. Zheng Min exclaimed with delight. Indeed, it's not just the fish that is delicious, it's new U.S. cooking skills. I tried making a few earlier. And while they were decent, the bones made it impossible to achieve that melt-in-your-mouth sensation. Knew you really should open a small restaurant, with your talent. It would be impossible not to succeed, Han Tianyang and Wang Ai concurred. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. With my responsibilities tending to the vegetable garden, I have no time to cook. They nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while the village's vegetables were good, they paled in comparison to Zhao Xinyu's produce. The reasons for this disparity were unclear to the seasoned farmers, but they all recognized that it was Zhao Xinyu's influence that made the difference. Why not have your sister-in-law take charge? Although she may not be able to prepare crucian carp, she is quite adept at other dishes. With your guidance and a few apprentices, she could master the craft in no time, Hanli suggested. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Xinyu was intrigued by this idea. He turned to Zheng Min, who blushed and shook her head. I couldn't possibly. Han Tianyang added, that suggestion has merit, with new U.S. mentorship. You need not worry. But where would the restaurant be located? We can't just set it up in the courtyard. Han Jun expressed his concerns. Wang Yulong chuckled. Han Jun, don't be foolish. Your brother's courtyard has 6 rooms. If we renovate it a bit, we can create a farm stay experience. We don't need to run a hotel. We can establish a farm stay. If it becomes busy, we can all pitch in. Han Jun and Han Li exchanged glances. Momentarily stunned, they turned to their father, whose approval was essential since the house was originally meant for their weddings. This notion is quite appealing. If the farmhouse restaurant gains popularity, we could earn enough to purchase a home in the city, Han Tianyang remarked with a smile. Hearing this, the group turned their attention to Zhao Xinyu, for the success of the farmhouse restaurant hinged upon his culinary prowess. Without Zhao Xinyu and Oppo's skills, any aspirations would be mere fantasies. Zhao Xinyu nodded in agreement. All right, let us establish a farmhouse restaurant. Hanli, please find a renovation team tomorrow to construct the courtyard with colored steel. Additionally, we will recruit waitstaff and apprentices, prioritizing those from our village who face family difficulties. With sufficient funds, matters progressed swiftly. Within a fortnight, the farmhouse restaurant was fully renovated. Zhao Xinyu oversaw the hiring of 10 waitstaff and 6 apprentices, all from families struggling economically within the village. An interesting incident occurred during the recruitment process. Despite Zhao Xinyu's relatively brief experience in vegetable cultivation, he offered competitive wages to Han Jun, Zheng Min, and others, each earning a monthly salary equivalent to that of office workers. Consequently, nearly everyone in the village signed up for the positions. After selecting these 16 individuals, dissatisfaction brewed among some villagers. However, when Han Tianliang conveyed Zhao Xinyu's intentions, the villagers fell silent, and those who had protested found themselves at a loss for words. Many villagers, unfamiliar with Zhao Xinyu, began to harbor a degree of fondness for this young man who had recently arrived in their community. having previously assisted Zhang Min and now tending to families in need. They appreciated his character. After more than 10 days of preparations, the farmhouse restaurant officially opened its doors. On its inaugural day, they invited the village's esteemed elders, the elderly, and local officials to celebrate. The establishment featured 27 tables and 9 private dining rooms, with only 2 rooms and 10 tables remaining available due to the influx of curious patrons. As it was the grand opening, Zhao Xinyu took charge of the kitchen, while Zhang Min and the others assisted him. In the midst of his culinary endeavors, Zhang Min interrupted him. Xinyu, Du Mingyan and her friends have arrived. Zhao Xinyu paused, momentarily forgetting about them. However, realizing he did not possess their phone numbers, he felt at ease as he arranged for them to sit in a private room. They inquired about the day and Appo's specialties, to which he replied, "The specialties are simple home-cooked stir-fries." As dishes began to emerge from the kitchen, the atmosphere of the farmhouse restaurant became lively. Those who had come merely to sample the offerings were captivated by Zhao Xinyu's culinary creations, prompting them to spread the word. "Xinyu, the place is packed, but more guests are arriving. Should we ask the village elders to squeeze in a bit and free up some tables?" Zhao Xinyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a turnout on the first day. "No, we must treat our invited guests with the utmost respect." When plates of Christian carp were served, the invited elders and village officials were initially taken aback, some even feeling a twinge of displeasure. Generally, due to the numerous bones, Christian carp would not be served at formal gatherings. Yet, upon tasting the fish, their apprehension vanished, and they eagerly devoured the delicacy. The other diners, drawn in by the tantalizing aroma of the Christian carp, soon began to request their own servings. "Waitstaff, what is that dish? Please bring us a plate too." When they learned it was Christian carp, a dish often overlooked, they hesitated but could not resist its enticing scent. After one taste, they found themselves unable to stop, and soon the plate was empty. "Waitstaff, bring us another plate of Christian carp." "I apologize, but we have a limited supply of Christian carp. Each table may only order one." The waitstaff's response left the diners astonished. They had never encountered a restaurant that limited their offerings despite demand. On that day, the news of the farmhouse restaurant and Appo's opening spread rapidly across social media in Pengcheng. There was no menu. Dishes were crafted solely based on the ingredients at hand. Yet these seemingly ordinary meals evoked an extraordinary culinary experience. The Christian carp, in particular, sparked widespread discussion. Its tender flesh melted in the mouth, and the accompanying broth was so delectable that it seemed to beckon the tongue to savor every last drop. As the online discussions about the farmhouse restaurant flourished, Zhao Xinyu, Han Li, and Du Mingnan returned to their courtyard, each face reflecting exhaustion. The midday rush had been overwhelming, and by the end, Han Li and Du Mingyan had joined the fray, yet they still found themselves struggling to keep up. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhao Xinyu sliced a watermelon. Glancing at his weary companions, he felt a pang of regret for opening the restaurant. After a few bites of watermelon, Du Mingyan looked at him and said, "Zhao Xinyu, expect even more guests tonight. You all need to rest quickly. We cannot keep up with this pace. We're exhausted and should head back. You ought to find more help in the village." Hearing this, Han Li and the others felt disheartened. Their initial intention in urging Zhao Xinyu to open the restaurant was to enhance his income, not anticipating such a booming business. "Is that really the case?" Zhao Xinyu asked, slightly bewildered. "You'll find out tonight," Du Mingnan replied. As Du Mingnan and the others departed, Han Li and the rest collapsed beneath the grape trellis, succumbing to fatigue within moments. By 5:00 and Appo's clock in the afternoon, Zhao Xinyu and his companions made their way back to the farmhouse restaurant, only to be stunned by the sight before them. A line of hundreds stretched out in front of the restaurant, with more guests arriving continuously. As the doors swung open, the private rooms and tables filled immediately, while many others remained in line. In the kitchen, Zhang Min turned to Zhao Xinyu. "Xinyu, what are we going to cook for all these people?" "Home-cooked stir-fries, Minjie. You handle those while I prepare the Christian carp." With the ingredients for the stir-fries ready, their pace quickened significantly. However, upon serving the home-cooked stir-fries, the diners expressed their dissatisfaction. Most had come specifically for the renowned Christian carp, and were instead presented with the standard fare of stir-fried meat with green peppers and beans, which they found unacceptable. "Waitstaff, bring us the menu. We'll order ourselves." "I'm sorry, but we do not have a menu here," the waitstaff replied uniformly, leaving several tables of patrons disgruntled, leading them to storm out. Yet, as soon as they exited, new guests filled their places. When those who had considered leaving realized they had come for the famed Christian carp, they found no available seating. The remaining diners, grumbling yet unable to leave, reluctantly sampled the home-cooked stir-fries served to them. Upon tasting, they were taken aback. Each person and Apo's eyes reflected sheer astonishment. The home-cooked stir-fries, while something they could easily prepare at home, were elevated to an extraordinary level, with the simplest ingredients like bell peppers, eggplants, and beans transformed into an irresistible delight. The tables of the diners were soon cleared of the freshly served home-style stir-fry. When they called the waiter again to order the same dish, they were met with the merciless reply that no additional dishes could be ordered. Despite their frustration, the irresistible allure of the delectable food compelled them to wait, wondering what the next dish would be. It was shredded potatoes. Upon seeing this next offering, the diners were momentarily speechless. However, after taking their first bite, their dissatisfaction quickly transformed into enthusiasm, and they could not resist raising their chopsticks once more. Many diners, slower in their movements, found that after taking a single bite, the shredded potatoes had vanished, leaving only an empty plate behind. Garlic eggplant. Each dish was crafted from ordinary ingredients, yet the flavors were utterly delightful, surpassing their expectations. Although they felt a twinge of discontent, within mere minutes, every dish was entirely consumed. By the end, many diners had completely forgotten that their primary purpose for visiting was to savor the renowned stewed Kirschenkarp that had circulated online. They were wholly engrossed in the seemingly unremarkable fare before them. As a unique aroma wafted through the air, the diners almost universally looked up, their eyes brightening as they finally recalled the reason for their visit. When it came time to taste the stewed Kirschenkarp, the entire farmhouse was filled with sounds of admiration and astonishment. Yet, when they wished to order another stewed Kirschenkarp, they were heartlessly informed that each table was limited to a single order, as the farmhouse did not permit wastefulness. What astonished them even more was when they went to settle the bill, the cost of the meal was only half of what they had anticipated, with each dish priced significantly lower than those in the city restaurants. The reputation of the farmhouse grew, drawing in many who were eager to experience the culinary adventure of dining without a menu, where the chef's whims dictated their meals. As the farmhouse thrived, it became increasingly crowded each day, causing Zhao Xinyu to feel quite troubled. Despite the assistance of Zheng Min, he found no time to read throughout the day. As diners lined up outside the farmhouse, waiting for their turn, "Grandpa Han, surely there are cooks in our village? Please discuss with them, and if they are willing, let them open their own farmhouse nearby. They can source ingredients from us, but one thing must be made clear, no deceiving the customers, or they will never be able to purchase our ingredients at low prices." In the following days, several farmhouses opened one after another, utilizing the vegetables cultivated by Zhao Xinyu. Although the flavors were not quite as exquisite as those from his farmhouse, they surpassed many small eateries in the city, and with affordable pricing. These new establishments quickly filled with patrons. For those with limited financial means, the farmhouses in Zaihanling became the preferred gathering place. The establishment of these farmhouses provided employment for many villagers, gradually filling their pockets. Upon hearing the news, numerous individuals working away from home returned to start their own farmhouses. And Zaihanling, once devoid of vitality, became lively and bustling. With the increase in farmhouses, Zhao Xinyu found himself less burdened. Although his income diminished significantly, it was a situation he welcomed. Having grown up in the countryside, he understood that when villagers lacked work, they often resorted to actions that brought shame upon the community. However, if they had jobs and could earn money, such behaviors would be curbed, which was the very reason he encouraged the villagers to establish their own farmhouses. Subsequently, carp, catfish, grass carp, and even chickens, ducks, and geese from the courtyard began to be sold, reviving the business of both the farmhouse and Pingching Hotel. After some time, while Zheng Min was still unable to make the stewed Kirschenkarp, the flavors of other home-style stir-fries began to closely resemble Zhao Xinyu's. Moreover, several apprentices had learned to cook, freeing Zhao Xinyu to focus solely on preparing the stewed Kirschenkarp, while leaving the rest to Zheng Min and her team. Thanks to the exceptional taste of the chickens, ducks, and geese raised by Zhao Xinyu, along with the freshwater fish from the river, the villagers' own poultry became highly sought after, leading to a surge in the prices of freshwater fish sold in the market, an outcome Zhao Xinyu had not anticipated. Zhao, I am truly amazed. How did your fish grow so large in such a short time? I've heard the taste is exceptional. Today, the supplier brought another truckload of fish fry, remarked the delivery man, astonished at the sight of the thriving fish in the river. It's all about hard work. We feed the fish with vegetable leaves. Zhao Xinyu replied. The supplier shook his head in disbelief. Suddenly his eyes brightened as he spotted a river crab the size of a bowl burrowing into the bank. How can this river crab be so large? He wondered, momentarily stunned. Having been in the aquaculture business, he knew crabs could grow. But he had never seen one reach such a size in such a short time. Hearing this, Zhao Xinyu recalled that he had also purchased a batch of river crabs during his initial ventures. After the supplier departed, Zhao Xinyu seized a net and captured the crabs from the riverbank, returning to the courtyard with more than 10. Upon his return, he encountered Du Mingnan and her friends, whom he hadn't seen for a while. Zhao Xinyu, what do you have there? Du Mingnan inquired, her gaze fixed on the bucket he carried. River crabs, he replied. Du Mingnan wrinkled her nose, knowing that river crabs often carried a muddy taste. Living near the coast, they were familiar with crabs but had never tasted them. Observing the expressions of Du Mingnan and her friends, Zhao Xinyu merely smiled gently. Ming, you slice a melon while I prepare the crabs. Later, you can all have a taste. As the group enjoyed fragrant melons and watermelons, boredom set in. UMO stood up to check on Zhao Xinyu's crab preparations. Ming, UMO has mentioned she has her eyes on Zhao Xinyu. You should keep an eye on her, or your husband might be snatched away, Lu Ruoxi teased playfully. Shaoxi, you're asking for trouble, Du Mingnan blushed, feeling shy. Their frequent visits had brought her and Zhao Xinyu closer, and often. They teased her about her feelings for him. Each mention of Zhao Xinyu made her cheeks flush, and her friends were convinced she had developed feelings for him. Even if Zhao Xinyu himself remained oblivious. Playfully bantering, the 5 girls made their way to the kitchen. As they approached, they paused in astonishment at the alluring scent of crab roe wafting through the air. Upon entering the kitchen, they saw Zhao Xinyu skillfully prying open the shell of a river crab the size of a bowl, the heavenly aroma emanating from the crab he held. Coming from distinguished backgrounds, they understood that even the scent of sea crabs is subtle, yet here was Zhao Xinyu, merely opening one river crab. And they could already detect its delightful fragrance from outside the kitchen. This immediately reminded them of the stewed crucian carp he had made. Are you planning to keep all this to yourself? Du Mingnan playfully scolded, stepping closer to Zhao Xinyu and snatching the crab from his hands. After taking a small bite, she was taken aback, her eyes widening with surprise. The crab roe had no trace of muddy taste, and the flavor was even more exquisite than that of sea crabs. With a mix of astonishment, Du Mingnan pulled off a crab leg and took a bite, only to be met with an explosion of rich juices, the taste utterly irresistible. The once firm crab leg crumbled effortlessly upon her bite, allowing her to savor every drop of its essence, even reluctant to spit out the tiny bits of shell. How does it taste, Ming? Yuma and her companions, upon spotting Du Mingnan, merely nodded in acknowledgement. The only sound that reached their ears was the crunching of crab legs, instantly conveying that the river crabs must possess an extraordinary flavor. Otherwise, Du Mingnan would not have remained silent. Bring me one, Yuma exclaimed. And they all rushed toward Zhao Xinyu, their eyes fixed on the enormous river crabs steaming in the basket. In just over 10 minutes, Du Mingnan and her companions had devoured several crabs, leaving only a pile of shells on the table. Zhao Xinyu, how did you manage to make the river crabs taste this incredible? It's absolutely delicious. Please, prepare some more. Yuma approached Zhao Xinyu, playfully shaking his arm. Yuma, are you not concerned about someone getting jealous? Lu Ruoxi teased with a light laugh. Zhao Xinyu smiled faintly. I'll take a look, but without Mingjie here, I can't guarantee I'll catch any. After nearly 20 minutes, Zhao Xinyu returned to the trellis, shaking his head to the eager Du Mingnan and the others. The river crabs were too cunning, and he had not managed to catch a single one. If they wished to eat, they would have to wait for Hanli and the others to return. Suddenly, a flash of purple caught Zhao Xinyu's peripheral vision. Lifting his gaze, he noticed several clusters of grapes had ripened to a deep purple. Grapes could also be cultivated in the space, and Zhao Xinyu had tasted them before. Their flavor was incomparable to those sold in the market. Observing the disappointed expressions of Du Mingnan and her friends, Zhao Xinyu chuckled softly. He walked over and plucked a bunch of grapes. These grapes are ripe. Why don't you try some? Du Mingnan and her companions were taken aback. They had not noticed the grapes maturing. However, considering that the newly purple grapes might be quite sour, their interest waned as they still reminisced about the river crabs. Seeing their lack of enthusiasm, Zhao Xinyu said nothing further. He gathered all the ripened grapes and headed to the kitchen. After washing them, he placed the grapes on the table. Give them a taste. When Hanli comes back, we'll have river crabs to enjoy. Bored, Du Mingnan reached for a grape and popped it into her mouth. The next moment, she paused, lifting her gaze to Zhao Xinyu, whose face was alight with a smile. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Although the grapes felt somewhat firm to the touch, they melted in her mouth, even the skin dissolving into a sweet nectar. A wave of coolness spread throughout her body upon swallowing. Overcome by the unique flavor, Du Mingnan couldn't resist plucking another grape. This time, She truly savored its taste, sweet as honey with a hint of tartness. It was her first encounter with such exquisite grapes. Dream. Is it sour? It's delicious. Truly delicious. With Du Ming's endorsement, Yuma and the others quickly joined in, and within minutes, several bunches of grapes had been devoured. Their thoughts completely consumed by the delightful experience, leaving the river crabs forgotten. Once the grapes were gone, the group rose simultaneously and, alongside Zhao Xinyu, set off in search of more ripened grapes. The grapes, being few in number, were not intended for sale. Zhao Xinyu had another idea in mind, brewing a bit of wine. As the river crabs began to sell, the farmhouse dining experience flourished. He imparted the methods of preparing river crabs to young men, and once they could cook them, Zhao Xinyu discreetly diminished his presence at the farmhouse, knowing that without him there, patrons would shift their attention to other seafood and river crabs, allowing him some leisure. With more free time, Zhao Xinyu resumed his studies of the Jin Kuei essentials. Late at night, he would release fish from the space into the Luo River. Within the confines of the space, all living things thrived. Despite Zhao Xinyu harvesting a bountiful supply of vegetables daily, the growth of the plants remained unaffected. In addition to the original vegetables and herbs, he had also planted crops he had brought back from his hometown, which had proliferated over time into a significant yield. A century-old ginseng had already flowered and borne fruit, surrounded by dozens of younger ginseng plants, all cultivated from seeds Zhao Xinyu had collected. The peculiar birds, Jin Hen and Jinyu, had grown large enough to soar within the space, yet their size prevented Zhao Xinyu from bringing them outside. Previously, they had primarily fed on fish from the lake, but now they sought a change in diet, capturing the mountain chickens that lurked among the sour shrubs. The initial pair of mountain chickens Zhao Xinyu had captured had multiplied into a flock, their presence a constant in the space, frequently becoming the prey of Jin Hen and Jinyu. With the increasing number of mountain chickens, Zhao Xinyu pondered how to discreetly present them to Hanli and Du Mingnan, aiming to have them grace his dining table, even if not for sale at the farmhouse. As he contemplated venturing into the mountains, Zhao Xinyu devised a feasible plan, a trip to Kailiang Mountain, which would allow Jin Hen and Jinyu to appear before Han Tianli and the others. With them, the mountain chickens could eventually find their way to his table. When Han Tianli learned of Zhao Xinyu's intention to venture into the mountains, his expression shifted. Xinyu, do not heed those reports. Kailiang Mountain is no place for the faint-hearted. It harbors many tigers and leopards, not to mention the numerous wolf packs. In the past, villagers entered the mountains out of necessity, but now, with better conditions, who would risk such dangers? Wang Ai nodded in agreement, recalling how villagers used to venture into the mountains armed, but now, with hunting weapons confiscated, even a group of 20 trekkers had encountered a wolf pack, resulting in injuries and fatalities. Xinyu, we have everything we need. Why must we venture into the mountains? My father is right. It's too perilous. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. I'm preparing to brew medicinal wine, but I lack a few herbs. The quality at the shops is subpar. Only the mountains can provide what I need. I'll only search the outskirts, not venture deep, and besides, I have Heifeng with me. Upon hearing Zhao Xinyu mention Heifeng, the dog, which had grown to about 3-to-1 for meters, stood up, growling a few times at Hanli and the others, seemingly in complaint. Over the months, Heifeng had become robust, and his presence alone deterred customers seeking vegetables, as they would immediately turn away upon seeing him. Observing Heifeng, Han Tianli nodded. The dog should pose no threat to leopards. However, he cautioned Zhao Xinyu, remember, do not attempt to venture deep into Kailiang Mountain. It is exceedingly dangerous. Even seasoned hunters from the village would not dare enter its depths lightly. Kailiang Mountain is renowned not only in the Pingsheng region but also across the nation. According to records, it stretches over 1,000 kilometers from west to east and rises above 3,000 meters, a rarity among coastal cities. Early in the morning, Zhao Xinyu set out with Heifeng. Although he had only been in Zaihanling for a few months, many villagers recognized him, especially due to the tales they had heard about Heifeng. Thus, when Heifeng appeared, even those unfamiliar with Zhao Xinyu knew who the young man accompanying the dog was, leading to countless greetings along the way. Heifeng remained somewhat restrained until they reached Kailiang Mountain, where his true nature emerged, dashing through the grass and bushes, sending startled birds into flight. Accompanied by the presence of Black Wind, Zhao Xinyu felt no loneliness during his journey. Much of the time, he marveled at the joyful demeanor of Black Wind, which was a visual delight in itself. Suddenly, Zhao Xinyu noticed Black Wind come to an abrupt halt. Crouching low with its eyes fixated on a patch of grass not far away, its body slowly shifting. For the first time, Zhao Xinyu discerned a fierce glint in Black Wind and Amp, Appos, SIs. After crawling for over 10 meters, Black Wind sprang into action, its massive form moving with the swiftness of a cheetah, devoid of any hesitation. When Black Wind reappeared, Zhao Xinyu saw it holding a wild rabbit weighing 5 to 6 pounds in its mouth. The rabbit struggled intermittently, but its movements grew weaker until, upon reaching Zhao Xinyu, it ceased its struggle altogether. After tossing the rabbit into his spatial storage, Zhao Xinyu gently patted Black Wind and Appos' large head, his eyes filled with astonishment. He understood that hunting was instinctual for beasts, yet he had not anticipated that Black Wind would successfully capture a rabbit on its first attempt. Well done. We shall improve our meal at noon. Black Wind let out a few low growls at Zhao Xinyu, wagging its bushy tail and circling him a few times before disappearing into the grass. Initially, Zhao Xinyu could still see the wild grass lining the mountain path. But after walking 3 or 4 miles, the way became obscured, with wild grass and shrubs surrounding him, and in the distance, lush forests towered, blocking out the sun. Clearly, this area had seen little human traffic, and even the villagers rarely ventured here. Upon entering the ancient woods, Zhao Xinyu was rewarded with a bounty of wild mushrooms, gathering several pounds, along with 7 or 8 medicinal herbs. Turning his gaze towards the direction of Shihan Ridge, he could faintly see its outline. A thought struck him, and he summoned Jin Hin and Jinyu from his spatial storage. The moment the two magnificent creatures emerged, they let out a simultaneous, resounding call before soaring into the sky, until they became mere specks of pale gold against the vast expanse above. As Zhao Xinyu watched Jin Hin and Jinyu recede into the distance, a pang of concern struck him. Would they return to the forest and never come back? This thought filled him with a sense of melancholy, yet he reasoned that since they had originally lived in the wild, their absence might signify a return to nature. A good deed in its own right. Just as he was lost in thought, 2 clear, melodic calls echoed from the heavens. Looking up, Zhao Xinyu spotted Jin Hin and Jinyu reappearing in his line of sight. Though they had not returned, at least he could see them. Uncertain whether they would come back to him, the sight of them eased Zhao Xinyu's heartache somewhat. Suddenly, a low growl from Black Wind drew Zhao Xinyu's attention. Approaching the source of the sound, he discovered dozens of dead trees, their branches adorned with glistening droplets of water. Wild mushrooms. Zhao Xinyu felt a surge of excitement. He had previously found decayed wood containing mushroom spores in the mountains back home. Much of the wood-ear mushrooms they consumed now originated from the decay in his spatial storage. Spotting the decayed wood-rich in spores, he knew he could not let this opportunity slip away. After nearly an hour, he successfully transported all the decayed wood into his spatial storage. As Zhao Xinyu prepared to leave, Black Wind growled again, prompting a momentary pause from him. When he turned to look, he saw Black Wind standing before a stump, atop which rested a purple mushroom the size of an adult and Appos' palm, resembling a fan. Zhao Xinyu and Appos' eyes widened in disbelief. Lingji. In traditional Chinese medicine, ginseng and lingji are both treasures that are hard to come by. Although ginseng and lingji can be found in herbal shops, they are typically cultivated artificially, wild specimens, even of average age, fetch a high price. While others might simply harvest the lingji and take it away, Zhao Xinyu, blessed with his extraordinary spatial storage, chose not to pick the mushroom. Instead, he excavated the entire stump and placed it into his storage. Having just stored the wood containing spores, now he had unearthed the stump, and he found himself feeling somewhat fatigued. Seeking a moment and Appos' respite, he found a clearing in the forest, gathered several dry branches, and began to prepare the rabbit Black Wind had caught. He skillfully cleaned the rabbit using water from his spatial storage and marinated it with spices, following the familiar steps of starting a fire and allowing the flames to diminish until only embers remained. Zhao Xinyu skewered the rabbit with branches and placed it over the fire. As time passed, the aroma of the meat began to waft through the air when the fat dripped onto the flames. Zhao Xinyu coated the rabbit with a generous amount of spices, and instantly, an enticing fragrance enveloped the surroundings. Black Wind, lying beside him, began to drool, leaving a puddle of saliva on the ground in just a few breaths. As the savory scent intensified with each application of spices, Black Wind suddenly stood up and let out a low growl. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, and just then, 2 gusts of wind rushed past as Jin Hin and Jinyu landed beside him, their eyes fixated on the now golden-brown rabbit. Seeing Jin Hin and Jinyu return filled Zhao Xinyu with excitement. However, upon inspecting the rabbit, which weighed only about 4 or 5 pounds, he realized it would not sufficiently satisfy all 4 of them. Sensing Zhao Xinyu's thoughts, Jinhin and Jinyu emitted low sounds in response before simultaneously taking flight once more. Just as Zhao Xinyu removed the roasted rabbit from the fire, Jinhin and Jinyu returned, and upon their landing, a 30-some-pound roe deer appeared at his feet. Staring at the lifeless deer, Zhao Xinyu was momentarily stunned. Unlike the wild rabbit, roe deer are protected animals under national law, yet here it was, brought back by Jinhin and Jinyu. With a wry smile, he began to butcher the deer, clean it, and prepare it for roasting. Over the course of 2 hours, the 30-some-pound roe deer and the rabbit were thoroughly consumed by Zhao Xinyu, Black Wind, Jinhin, and Jinyu, leaving only a few leftover bones scattered on the ground. Aware of the roe deer's protected status, Zhao Xinyu diligently buried the bones and hide deep underground before cleaning the site. Turning to Jinhin and Jinyu, he patted the two creatures, both standing about 1 meter tall, and advised them to avoid capturing such creatures in the future, as it could be quite a hassle to deal with. The two seemed to understand his words, nodding in acknowledgement before spreading their wings and flying away, quickly vanishing from sight. Soon, Zhao Xinyu could faintly hear their long calls echoing in the distance. Once he stood up again, Zhao Xinyu realized that Black Wind had led him through areas where he could hear the calls of Jinhin and Jinyu at regular intervals, and often he could even catch glimpses of the two creatures. This realization dawned upon him. Jinhin and Jinyu were not leaving, but were instead helping him find a safe path. Initially cautious of wild beasts, Zhao Xinyu gradually relaxed as he sensed the intention of Jinhin and Jinyu. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered into areas seldom trodden by humans. And within these realms, his collection of herbs and other treasures continually grew. Eventually emerging from a thicket, Zhao Xinyu noted that the sky had darkened considerably. His heart sank slightly. He had not intended to spend the night in the forest, yet darkness had fallen. Realizing it would take several hours to return, and that he would arrive home around midnight, he reached for his phone to call Hanli and the others, only to discover that there was no signal in this area. Unable to contact his companions, Zhao Xinyu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Aware of the ever-present dangers in the forest and seeing the night deepen, he began to search for a place to camp, although he had never camped in the mountains. Zhao Xinyu recalled many survival techniques his grandfather had shared during their childhood excursions. As night fell, he discovered a suitable campsite beneath a crumbling wall, where a depression of several dozen square meters offered a slightly elevated position surrounded by wild grass and a clear view, ideal for camping. After clearing the wild grass from the area, Zhao gathered a substantial amount of dry branches. While he was busy, his companions, Heifeng, Jinheng, and Jinyu, returned with 4 mountain chickens and 2 wild rabbits. They roasted the chickens and rabbits, and despite being a novice camper, Zhao felt no sleepiness. He added more dry branches to the fire and gazed into the darkness, hearing the rustling of the forest below. He gently patted Heifeng beside him and was suddenly reminded of the ancient martial arts masters depicted in films who could effortlessly traverse the skies. If only he possessed such prowess, he would fear no beast in these woods. This thought led him to recall the Hongming scripture left by his grandfather. In his childhood, he had been taught methods to strengthen his body, which seemed to stem from the teachings of the scripture. Could it be? He promptly retrieved the Hongming scripture from his space and casually flipped to the first page. Upon glancing at it, a familiar sensation washed over him once more. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xinyu formally examined the contents of the book for the first time and was struck by the realization that the snippets his grandfather had taught him were merely fragments. By connecting the unpracticed sections recorded in the scripture, he could reconstruct the complete Hongming scripture. This revelation left him in a state of astonishment. Why had his grandfather chosen to teach him selectively instead of presenting the scripture in its entirety? He recalled how films often warned that practicing martial arts out of sequence could lead to disastrous consequences, and yet he had not encountered such a fate, which puzzled him. Shaking his head to dispel the confusion, he focused on the unpracticed sections and commenced his training according to his grandfather's teachings. The night passed as Zhao immersed himself in the Hongming scripture, and by dawn, as the first light appeared in the east, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes gleaming with delight. He had practiced a previously unpracticed section, linking 2 previously mastered segments, and felt a newfound lightness in his body, accompanied by the emergence of dark impurities on his skin. He sensed a faint, almost imperceptible flow of energy within him. This echoed his grandfather and Apos' words about ancient Chinese medicine practitioners possessing internal energy, which had allowed their craft to flourish for countless years. However, the number of practitioners with genuine internal energy had dwindled, contributing to the decline of traditional medicine in the face of Western alternatives. The weak energy flow within him indicated that he was on the path to cultivating internal strength. What exactly was the Hongmeng scripture? And why had his grandfather chosen to impart it in fragments? After pondering for some time without clarity, Zhao Xinyu understood that his grandfather must have left the Hongmeng scripture for him to cultivate internal strength and revive traditional medicine. Heifeng, Jinheng, Jinyu, let us depart. Aware that the Hongmeng scripture could enable him to cultivate internal strength, Zhao Xinyu felt no desire to remain in the mountains. His initial purpose for venturing into the woods had been to ensure Jinheng and Jinyu were accepted by Han Li and the others. With that goal accomplished, and recalling Han Tianli's warnings about the dangers of the mountains, he was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. Having gathered most of the herbs in the area he traversed, he was able to return swiftly. By that afternoon, he found himself at Shihan Ridge. Zhao Xinyu looked up at Jinheng and Jinyu circling above him. Remember my words. Return in a few days and be cautious in the mountains. I shall head back first. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Han Tianli paced anxiously, frequently glancing toward the gate. Suddenly, the gate creaked, and a dark figure rushed in. Upon seeing the figure, Han Tianli exhaled in relief, his previously grave expression lightening. Xinyu, where have you been? If you hadn't and Appos, T returned soon, we would have organized a search party from the village. Grandpa Han, on my way back yesterday, I encountered 2 injured birds and helped them. That's why I took longer. I didn't wander far, just outside. Han Tianli nodded. That's good. Just be sure not to venture too deep. You must be exhausted. Go wash up and rest. I and Amp, Appos, LL check on the vegetable patch. Hanli and the others have been worried about you. For some time after that, Zhao Xinyu did not visit the agritourism area, leaving it entirely in Zheng Min and Appos' care. Although he was absent, the establishment thrived with delicious river crabs, grass carp, and farm-raised poultry, despite the absence of his signature braised crucian carp. In the solitude of the courtyard, Zhao Xinyu devoted himself to studying the Hongmeng scripture. Piecing together the fragmented teachings, the energy within him grew stronger each day, and with each session of cultivation, impurities emerged from his body. Though uncertain whether he had truly cultivated internal strength, he sensed his agility and clarity of thought improving daily. However, during his training, he encountered challenges. Previously, his grandfather had guided him, but now he had to navigate the uncharted territories of the scripture on his own. Mastering each segment often took days or even weeks. Though the process was monotonous, he was accustomed to it due to his early exposure to traditional medicine. His grandfather had once said that only those who could endure the drudgery would become competent practitioners. One day, eager to enjoy his braised crucian carp, Hanli and the others called Zhao Xinyu in advance, announcing their return at noon. While dining beneath the grape arbor, they all looked up at the sky simultaneously, spotting 2 large birds with almost entirely golden feathers soaring above the courtyard, their claws clutching 2 hefty wild rabbits. Look, what kind of bird is that? It's enormous. Han Tianli exclaimed, setting down his chopsticks. It resembles the golden eagle spoken of by the elders, but that size seems excessive. Look, they're about to land. To their astonishment, the 2 large birds descended into the courtyard. Heifeng rushed forward, growling at the newcomers, which further surprised Han Li and the others, who could tell that Heifeng seemed to recognize them. Xinyu, what are you doing? Han Li asked, noticing Zhao Xinyu approaching the 2 giants. To their amazement, the birds did not fly away but tilted their heads curiously at him. They're the birds I treated in the mountains that day. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. As Zhao Xinyu approached, the 2 birds spread their wings and gently flapped them against him, each stroke sending a refreshing breeze his way. After a few light taps, the birds emitted soft calls to Zhao Xinyu before soaring into the sky, quickly vanishing into the distant, misty mountains. Xinyu, you and Amp, Appos, VE hit the jackpot. They say raptors are intelligent. Look at this gift they have bestowed upon you. If we sell these golden eagles, we could easily make a fortune. Zhao Xinyu frowned. Hanli, could you refrain from such talk? Golden eagles are a protected species. Do you want me to end up in jail? With a hearty chuckle, Hanli gathered the 4 hairs from the ground, remarking on the prospect of improving their evening meal. How could I forget to capture some photos? If these were uploaded online, Xinyu would become an instant sensation, lamented Lu Ming with considerable chagrin. Zhao Xinyu shook his head, exhaling a silent sigh of relief. Many of the prepared remarks he had formulated proved unnecessary. Let and Amp, Appos, go eat, he proposed. I and Amp, Appos, LL prepare a barbecue for you all tonight. The appearances of Jinhen and Jinyu over Xianling did not go unnoticed by the villagers. However, they attributed it to the proximity of Kailiang Mountain, known for its diverse wildlife. Sightings of tigers and leopards were not uncommon, thus the presence of two large birds did not elicit undue surprise. In the subsequent days, however, the recurring presence of Jinhen and Xinyu, often bearing prey such as pheasants and hares, aroused the villagers and Appos' suspicion. They speculated that the birds were preying on their livestock. Rumors emerged that the birds were not pilfering domestic fowl but were, in fact, expressing gratitude for Zhao Xinyu's assistance in the mountains. This revelation astonished the villagers. While they had heard tales of animal gratitude involving tigers and wolves, the notion of golden eagles reciprocating kindness was novel. Intrigued, several villagers with poultry farms visited the courtyard. As Hanli had indicated, they observed the two imposing birds, each standing over a meter tall, pacing the yard. Each visit was accompanied by the presentation of wild game. The birds exhibited extreme caution, permitting only Zhao Xinyu to approach. Even Hanli and his companions were met with immediate flight upon approaching too closely. Zaihanling, now a popular destination, teemed with urban visitors. The villagers and Appos' discussions were easily overheard, and the visitors, too, were captivated by the sight of Jinhen and Xinyu within the courtyard. This information rapidly disseminated across the internet, igniting a viral sensation. Throngs of individuals flocked to the courtyard, eager to witness the birds firsthand. Eventually, zoological experts arrived. Following discussions with Zhao Xinyu, they were granted access to the yard and were able to observe Jinhen and Xinyu at close range. Their subsequent analysis led to the conclusion that the birds were not golden eagles, as initially presumed, but rather the long-extinct raptors, dragonpeng. The news reverberated throughout the nation, prompting an even greater influx of photographers and sightseers. Some even offered exorbitant sums for Zhao Xinyu to capture and sell the dragonpeng. The notoriety of Jinhen and Xinyu brought widespread attention to the courtyard, revealing the exceptional flavors of the vegetables and fish cultivated there. This, in turn, engendered envy in certain individuals. One day, amidst the crowd photographing Jinhen and Xinyu, two vehicles arrived, disgorging over a dozen uniformed individuals led by an obese man. Unlike the curious onlookers, this group stormed into the courtyard, where they were confronted by the menacing gaze of Heifeng, who resembled a calf in size. Heifeng and Appos' roar prompted Zhao Xinyu to investigate. Upon observing the group at the entrance, he furrowed his brow. "Who are you?" he inquired. "We are from the Pingcheng Wildlife Protection Organization," one replied. "We have received reports that you were involved in the illegal sale of wildlife." Zhao Xinyu was taken aback. "I am selling wildlife?" "Yes, you are illegally raising the endangered dragonpeng and exploiting them for the sale of wild animals. This is a violation of the law. We must confiscate the dragonpeng and return them to the wild. You must surrender your illegal profits and pay a fine of 300,000. The obese man's gaze then fell upon Heifeng, and his eyes glinted with avarice. "That's not a dog, is it? We suspect this is also a wild animal you are selling illegally. We must confiscate it as well. What are you waiting for? Pay the fine first," barked a young man from behind the obese figure. At this juncture, Zhao Xinyu realized the situation was not as it seemed. While wildlife protection organizations existed, they did not wear uniforms. These individuals, though adorned in uniforms, were wearing those of the Urban Management Bureau. Furthermore, wildlife protection agencies would be accompanied by specialized enforcement departments, presenting relevant documentation. These individuals possessed none of this, demanding only a fine and the confiscation of Heifeng, Jinhen, and Xinyu. Their intentions were clearly suspect. The unfolding scene was being recorded by the onlookers, much to the chagrin of the obese man, who bellowed, "What are you doing?" "No filming." Zhao Xinyu smiled faintly, patting Heifeng. "I believe you have made a mistake. The state prohibits the captivity of protected animals, but dogs do not fall under that category. I have obtained a dog ownership license. Surely, you, as members of an animal protection organization, cannot arbitrarily classify a dog as a protected animal. I would like to see your enforcement credentials. Who do you think you are? Cuff him and seize the dragonpeng and this dog." The group immediately retrieved nets from their vehicles. Two individuals lunged at Zhao Xinyu, attempting to subdue him. Zhao Xinyu, imbued with agility from his cultivation of the Haoming true scripture, evaded their grasp. A scuffle ensued. Heifeng, Jinhen, and Xinyu, witnessing Zhao Xinyu and Appos' plight, could not stand idly by. Seeing Heifeng, Jinhen, and Xinyu preparing to intervene, Zhao Xinyu was alarmed. Jinhen and Xinyu could easily return to Kaiyang Mountain, but Heifeng was different. If he harmed anyone, he would undoubtedly be taken away. "Heifeng, take them away. Quick." Heifeng, Jinhen, and Xinyu paused momentarily, comprehending Zhao Xinyu and Appos' intent. Jihan and Jinyu soared towards Kaoyang Mountain, while Heifeng charged towards the entrance. The individuals wielding the nets attempted to ensnare Heifeng. Zhao Xinyu, realizing the imminent disaster, broke free from his captors, seizing one of the net wielders and pinning him to the ground. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head. He turned to see the obese man wielding a thick wooden club. As Zhao Xinyu lost consciousness, he caught sight of Heifeng's crimson eyes and heard his desperate plea. "Heifeng, do not harm anyone?" The onlookers witnessed Heifeng unleash a furious roar, his eyes turning crimson. His immense form lunged at the obese man. The obese man, weakened by indulgence, was no match for Heifeng and Apos' assault. He was sent flying several meters, crashing into the vegetable garden and losing consciousness. The sight of Heifeng's ferocity sent the net wielders into a panic. They dropped their nets and fled, but Heifeng gave them no quarter. His massive body collided with them, felling them all within minutes. The onlookers, initially fleeing in terror, realized that Heifeng was only targeting the attackers, avoiding harm to them. This realization filled them with awe and gratitude. Upon witnessing the great hound, Heifeng, incapacitate those individuals, the onlookers swiftly returned to Zhao Xinyu and Apos' side, emitting low growls as they nudged him with their powerful paws. At that moment, astonishment filled everyone and Apos' eyes. This magnificent creature exhibited remarkable intelligence. Though its master forbade it from inflicting harm, the hound did not resort to its claws or teeth. Instead, it used its formidable body to knock those people unconscious. Who would believe such a tale? Even if the genuine law enforcement arrived, they would be unable to apprehend the hound, as the absence of bite marks on the victims precluded any claims of aggression. As the footage captured by the witnesses was uploaded online, the distant wail of police sirens echoed. A young boy, approximately 12 or 13 years old, glanced at Heifeng and urged, "Hurry, your master is safe. You must not be captured." The low growl of Heifeng ceased as it gazed at the boy, then at Zhao Xinyu once more. With a renewed growl, it darted out the door and vanished swiftly. That night, Zhao Xinyu awoke from his stupor to find Han Li and Han Tian laying by his side, prompting him to inquire, "Where are Heifeng and the others?" "The villagers say Heifeng ran into the Kaoyang Mountain," replied Han Li. Zhao Xinyu exhaled in relief. "And those people? They have all been taken into custody." Eyewitnesses claim they were idle ruffians from the city, attempting to extort money by leveraging their ties to the urban management. The public overwhelmingly supports you online, and many commend Heifeng for its intelligence. It refrained from harming anyone, instead using its body to knock them out. "And that rotund fellow?" Zhao Xinyu queried. "He is indeed affiliated with an animal protection organization, but merely as an ordinary employee without any enforcement powers. Their actions have been documented and shared online. He attempted to extort 300,000. Even if he evades prosecution, he will undoubtedly lose his job." 3 days later, the police issued a statement. All those involved had been criminally detained, while Zhao Xinyu was recognized as the victim. The apprehended individuals would be held responsible for all medical expenses, and Heifeng would not be taken away. With a thick bandage wrapped around his head, Zhao Xinyu returned to the courtyard, which felt different without the frenzied antics of Heifeng, Jinhen, and Jinyu, and there were few visitors at the entrance. "Zhao Xinyu, well done. We support you." A young boy, approximately 12 or 13, called out, though he was seated in a wheelchair, pushed by a woman in her 30s. Upon seeing the boy, Zhao Xinyu remembered a video he had watched, where a boy's voice had urged Heifeng to run. Now, hearing that same voice, he recognized this boy as its owner. Zhao Xinyu smiled gently. "Thank you. Would you like to come in for a visit?" "Yes," the boy replied eagerly. Turning to the woman, "Mom, I want to see the courtyard." The woman glanced at Zhao Xinyu and politely said, "Thank you." Amidst envious gazes from others, the woman pushed the boy into the courtyard. Upon seeing the coveted vegetables up close, the boy gasped in excitement, his camera flashing incessantly. Beneath the grape trellis, Zhao Xinyu set out cut watermelon, cantaloupe, and grapes on the table, handing 2 slices of watermelon to the boy and the woman. As they tasted the fruit, their eyes widened in astonishment, clearly unaccustomed to such exquisite flavors. "Zhao Xinyu, do you realize you are now an internet sensation? The taste of your fruits and vegetables is extraordinary, and you have raised a dog as intelligent as Heifeng," the woman remarked. Zhao Xinyu chuckled softly, ruffling the boy and Apos' hair. "I still do not know your name." "Jiang Pingxin, and this is my mother, Chu Qianfan." Zhao Xinyu nodded, offering grapes to Chu Qianfan. Jiang Pingxin and his mother were equally astonished. They knew the courtyard's produce was exceptional, but watermelon and grapes were not for sale, leaving them unable to sample such delights. Unlike Jiang Pingxin, who relished the fruits, Chu Qianfan only took a small bite, her gaze filled with affection for her son as he devoured the watermelon. Sister, what happened to Xiaopeng? Zhao Xinyu inquired, prompting Chu Qianfan's expression to darken as she gazed at Jiang Pingxin for a long time. When Xiaopeng was 10, he was in a car accident on his way home from school and the perpetrator fled. Since then, he has been unable to stand. Over the past 3 years, my husband and I have taken him to numerous hospitals, yet each one claims he has fully recovered. His inability to stand is due to nerve damage. And unless a miracle occurs, he cannot regain his ability to walk. Although we have been assisting him in his recovery, his muscles continue to atrophy. Experts have warned that if we cannot find an effective treatment within 5 years, even if his nerves heal in the future, he will never stand again. Mom, this is also fine. Please do not tire yourselves out. You both have lost your jobs, sold the house and car. And now Dad is still working on the construction site for me. I do not want to see that anymore. Chu Qianfan gently stroked Jiang Pingxin and Appo's head. Silly child. You are our hope. As long as there is the slightest chance, we will not give up. A few days ago, we heard of a miraculous doctor in Lu province. Once your father receives his salary next month, we will take you to see him. Xiaopeng, I have studied traditional Chinese medicine for a few days. Let me examine you, Zhao Xinyu offered, surprising both mother and son. You have studied Chinese medicine? Chu Qianfan asked, her curiosity piqued. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. I graduated from the traditional Chinese medicine University of Pengcheng. Perhaps my grades were lacking, and no local hospital would accept me. Thus, I resorted to farming. Chu Qianfan and Appo's eyes flickered momentarily. Xiaopeng, let the uncle check your pulse. Jiang Pingxin obediently placed his hand on the table as Zhao Xinyu wiped it clean with a tissue, inhaled deeply, and placed a finger on the boy's wrist. Chu Qianfan and Appo's expression tightened slightly. Over the past 3 years, they had consulted countless doctors, both Western and traditional, each diagnosis leaving them disheartened. They had grown somewhat hopeless. Yet they would pursue any opportunity for their child and Appo's recovery. But witnessing Zhao Xinyu and Appo's unique pulse diagnosis technique ignited a glimmer of hope within the despondent Chu Qianfan. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Xinyu withdrew his finger, crouched down, and began to gently knead Jiang Pingxin's legs, asking seemingly mundane questions. Do not look anymore. Every doctor is like you. I could recite all of it by heart, Jiang Pingxin interjected. Xiaopeng, how rude. You should address him as uncle, his mother admonished. Jiang Pingxin stuck out his tongue and made a face at Zhao Xinyu. Zhao Xinyu smiled lightly. Just a moment. Moments later, he returned with a box of silver needles. Xiaopeng, I will perform acupuncture on you. Please let me know if you feel any reaction. In mere moments, over 50 silver needles had been inserted into one of Jiang Pingxin's legs. As a gentle breeze swept through, Zhao Xinyu flicked each needle's end with remarkable speed, causing them to emit a resonant hum. In the next instant, Jiang Pingxin shuddered. It's so cool. Mom, this leg. His words brought tears to Chu Qianfan's eyes. After 3 years of relentless striving, Jiang Pingxin had never felt such sensations before. Not even during acupuncture or surgery had he experienced any sensation, yet today, he felt something in his leg, overwhelming his mother with emotion. As the silver needle ceased its tremors, Zhao Xinyu deftly flicked the needle's tail with remarkable speed. Once more, the needle emitted a resonant hum, prompting Jiang Pingxin to exclaim, It's hot, so very hot. At this moment, Chu Qianfan could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, releasing 3 years' worth of pent-up frustration. Hearing his mother's sobs, Jiang Pingxin grasped her hand and turned to Zhao Xinyu, asking, Uncle, do I have any hope? Yes, but the chances are not particularly high, Zhao Xinyu replied. Then turned to Chu Qianfan, Sister, I will attempt treatment, but I cannot guarantee a full recovery. The likelihood is less than 40%. We do not have much money. Could you provide an estimate? We will find a way. There and Appo's, no need for that. I have traditional Chinese medicine here. By the way, what does your elder brother do? He used to work as an accountant in a corporation but is currently doing odd jobs. How about this? Let him come to the farmhouse and assist me with the pickled vegetables. After deducting my treatment fees, I will pay you each 3,000 a month until I finish treating Xiaopeng, at which point you can leave at any time. All right. I will call him right away. Approximately 40 minutes later, a rather despondent middle-aged man hurried into the courtyard. Upon seeing his excited wife, he asked with a hint of joy, Where is the miraculous doctor you mentioned? Right here. Chu Qianfan pointed to Zhao Xinyu. The middle-aged man paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. The miraculous doctor he envisioned was not a young man in his 20s, How could Zhao Xinyu possibly be that person? What will it cost to treat my son? He asked brusquely, unable to conceal his disbelief. Zhang Fei, what are you saying? Zhao Xinyu is helping us with Xiaopeng's care. He has offered us jobs at his farmhouse, and besides treating our son, he will pay us 3,000 each month. This left Zhang Fei momentarily stunned. He looked at Zhao Xinyu with uncertainty, who nodded with a smile. I cannot promise complete healing for Xiaopeng, but if you work here, at least you can care for him. If my methods prove ineffective, you can still seek treatment elsewhere. Understanding Zhao Xinyu and Appo's intentions, Zhang Fei nodded gratefully, feeling an overwhelming urge to cry. By the way, where exactly is Xiaopeng injured? All the hospitals say he has recovered, yet he... In traditional Chinese medicine, it is said that Xiaopeng's meridians are damaged. I would like to rehabilitate him for a period. If successful, the chances of him standing again are considerable. What do you need? I will prepare it right away. Zhang Fei and Appo's excitement surged, though he momentarily forgot that he had very little money. I have the herbal medicine. Just go out and buy a large wooden tub. I recall that there is a nearby shop that sells them. When Zhang Fei returned with the tub, Zhao Xinyu had already prepared the herbal medicine. He instructed Zhang Fei to set up the tub and fill it halfway with water. After igniting a fire beneath it, steam began to rise. Zhao Xinyu then poured the herbal concoction into the tub. As the potent aroma wafted through the air, the liquid began to boil. Brother Jiang, place Xiaopeng in the tub now, Zhao Xinyu urged. Both Zhang Fei and Chu Qianfan flinched at the sight of the boiling water, exchanging worried glances. They feared that placing their son in the tub might result in more harm than good. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, dipping his hand into the bubbling liquid, assuring them. The temperature is akin to that of bathwater. It is safe. Skeptical yet trusting, Zhang Fei and Chu Qianfan each tested the water, discovering it was indeed at a comfortable temperature, akin to that of a warm bath. They then carefully placed Jiang Pingxin into the tub. It's so cold. I feel like I'm freezing, Jiang Pingxin exclaimed within 3 minutes of being submerged. His parents were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. Brother Jiang, for 20 minutes each day, he should soak in the herbal solution. If Xiaopeng begins to feel warmth in his legs, I will provide a different prescription. Once he can sense both heat and cold, he will be on the path to a complete recovery. Upon hearing Zhao Xinyu and Appo's words, Zhang Fei dropped to his knees before him. Before he could speak, Zhao Xinyu quickly helped him up. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? If it weren't for Xiaopeng driving away the black wind that day, we would have been taken away long ago. We are fated to meet. Uncle, where is the black wind? I haven and Appo's seen him. Zhao Xinyu smiled, pointing toward the distant Kaoyang mountain. The black wind should be there. He may return in a few days. Just then, a resounding bird call echoed, and a smile crept across Zhao Xinyu and Appo's face. Jin Hen and Jin Yu have returned. The black wind should be close behind. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a low growl resonated from outside the courtyard. A large figure bounded in, the very black wind they had just mentioned. Upon seeing Zhang Fei and Chu Qianfan, the black wind paused momentarily but quickly approached the wooden tub when it spotted Jiang Pingxin, its eyes reflecting a glimmer of kindness. Though apprehensive, Zhang Fei and Chu Qianfan instinctively shielded their son, fearing that the black wind might harm him. The black wind glanced at Zhao Xinyu, its gaze questioning. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Brother Jiang, Xiaopeng has helped the black wind. He will not harm him. Recalling the video his wife had shown him, Jiang Fei hesitantly stepped aside. He observed as the black wind leaned over the tub, sniffing Jiang Pingxin and growling softly at him. Jiang Pingxin giggled, reaching out to pet the black wind. But it deftly dodged, giving his hand a gentle lick with its large tongue. This gesture completely reassured Zhang Fei and Chu Qianfan, leaving them astonished. They realized their son had only called out to the dog that day, yet the intelligent creature had remembered him. The tales of dogs possessing human-like intelligence were evidently true. The return of the black wind, Jin Hen, and Jin Yu, along with the happenings in the courtyard, were swiftly shared online by onlookers, igniting excitement and curiosity among the public regarding whether Zhao Xinyu was indeed a doctor. As discussions erupted, calm returned to the courtyard, but Zhao Xinyu felt an ominous premonition, sensing that a larger conspiracy might be lurking in the shadows. In a lavishly decorated office, a rotund middle-aged man paced nervously, his face etched with fear. Had Zhao Xinyu been present, he would have instantly recognized this man as the one who had come to the courtyard with a group, claiming to represent an animal organization. Now devoid of the arrogance he had displayed that day, he lamented his failure. He not only lost his job, but also drew the scrutiny of those investigating his connections. The door creaked open, and a young man in his mid-20s entered, his handsome features marred by an air of frivolity. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, his expression darkened. Without uttering a word, he swiftly delivered a resounding slap across the man and Apos' face. Staggering back, the middle-aged man cupped his swollen cheek, murmuring, "Who shall I? Enough. You truly are a waste. How could you botch such a simple task? You should have brought some members from the animal organization instead of those city management officials. Now, everyone is fixated on that pair of long pung. How am I supposed to capture them? Do you realize your foolishness cost me over 3 million? Who shall? I will devise another plan to secure Long Pong. Also, that dog of theirs is no ordinary creature." The young man scoffed. "What options do you have? I am well aware of the situation. Many are currently paying attention to it. We must devise a foolproof plan. Find someone to watch over there. And if that dog leaves the yard, find a way to bring it back." "Zhao Xinyu, are you all right?" Du Mingyan hurried over, guilt etched across her face. "It and Apos, that's nothing. Just a minor scrape," he replied. "Who is this?" Du Mingyan asked, noticing Jiang Pingxin beneath the grape trellis. "This is Jiang Pingxin. He was paralyzed in a car accident. And I and Apos, V been helping him with his treatment these past few days." His words momentarily startled Du Mingyan, surprise flickering in her eyes. She knew Zhao Xinyu was skilled in medicine, yet she had never imagined he would dare to treat a patient with such a dire prognosis. "Do you have confidence in your methods?" she inquired. "There's some effect," he replied. "Annie, Uncle said there's an 80% chance I can stand again. You don't know? These past few years." Perhaps buoyed by newfound hope for his legs, Jiang Pingxin spoke more openly, recounting his experiences over the past 3 years. Du Mingyan felt deeply moved as he spoke. A child whom every doctor deemed unlikely to stand again had been treated by Zhao Xinyu, who managed to restore some sensation in his legs in just a few days. What did this signify? The prowess of this young man as traditional Chinese medicine skills was truly remarkable. If Zhao Xinyu could indeed help Jiang Pingxin stand again, he would create a miracle in the annals of medical history. Was this truly a poor boy from the countryside? In her astonishment, Du Mingyan suddenly noticed that the grapes had thinned considerably. "Have you sold your grapes?" she asked, her tone laced with a hint of regret. She recalled wanting to purchase them during the harvest, but Zhao Xinyu had declined, stating that the grapes were not for sale. In just about half a month since her departure, the grapes had diminished by nearly half, which was implausible given that Zhao Xinyu and his companions could not possibly consume such a quantity. How could that be? "If I sold the grapes, wouldn't you demolish my place?" "I'm making wine," he replied. Du Mingyan gave him a bemused look. "You know how to make wine?" Her disbelief was palpable. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. "In due time, you will find out. By the way, don't you like dandelions? There are some in the vegetable patch. Feel free to pick as many as you like." "What?" Du Mingyan turned towards the vegetable patch, discovering tender wild greens glistening with droplets of water. Her excitement surged as she spotted patches of dandelions, momentarily forgetting about Zhao Xinyu's winemaking. She recalled the wild vegetables he had brought back from his hometown on his last visit. They had been delightful, and she still reminisced about the flavors he had prepared. Zhao Xinyu had mentioned trying to cultivate wild vegetables, and while she had taken it as a jest, he had indeed succeeded. At this moment, wild vegetables were scarce in the market, yet those in the vegetable patch had just begun to sprout. If these were to reach a restaurant, they would undoubtedly be a hit. "Zhao Xinyu, you must find someone to harvest 100 pounds for me immediately." Zhao Xinyu was well aware that Du Mingyan was likely procuring them for the Pingqing Hotel. He had been pondering her connection to the establishment, as everything she did seemed to revolve around it. Often, he wondered if the hotel belonged to her family. Otherwise, why would she be so invested? However, he had never asked her, a habit ingrained over the years. In the ensuing days, the emergence of wild vegetables brought a new culinary delight to local eateries, including the Pingqing Hotel. The produce from the yard was far superior in flavor to that of competitors, which sparked envy among them. They had initially thought the vegetables cultivated in the yard were a new variety, but upon investigation, they discovered that only this place could produce such delectable crops. Eventually, many began to uncover Zhao Xinyu's past. A distinguished graduate of a traditional Chinese medicine university, he had received numerous offers from various clinics, all of which he turned down. This revelation led many to ponder whether the exquisite flavors of his vegetables were somehow linked to his medical background. Posts began circulating, reminiscing about the golden era of traditional Chinese medicine, suggesting that vegetables grown by those from medicinal families indeed tasted superior. Additionally, individuals from herbal shops corroborated that Zhao Xinyu had purchased significant quantities of traditional herbs from them. This led many to speculate that his ability to cultivate such flavorful produce was inherently tied to his knowledge of traditional medicine. Yet, Zhao Xinyu remained silent, further fueling their assumptions that he possessed some ancient medical formula that imparted such flavor to his crops. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Xinyu had been focused solely on making a living. Though he owned a cell phone, he seldom checked it and had little interest in the online discussions. Amidst the public speculation, Jiang Pingxin finally regained sensation in his legs. As he joyfully exclaimed about feeling temperature changes, not only Zhao Xinyu, but also the couple, Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan, felt elated for him. Observing the family embrace and weep in joy, Zhao Xinyu felt a mix of happiness and astonishment. The method he used to treat Jiang Pingxin was derived from the Jingui Yaolu. The reason he had been hesitant to express confidence was that the formula was quite ordinary, composed of readily available herbs without any rare ingredients. Reflecting on the Jingui Yaolu, he suddenly recalled a formula that had once restored his own health. His heart raced with excitement at the prospect that if every formula possessed such miraculous properties, the resurgence of traditional Chinese medicine would be inevitable. Xinyu, how can we ever thank you? Jiang Fei, filled with emotion, turned to Zhao Xinyu, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Zhao Xinyu smiled lightly. Brother Jiang, this is merely a medical miracle. No need for thanks. Once Xiaopeng fully recovers, you can return to work. Jiang Fei shook his head with a sigh. For over a decade, I have been diligent and made no mistakes. Yet after Xiaopeng and Oppo's accident, when I sought a loan from my company, they refused. And I was dismissed due to a few late arrivals. I and Oppo's VE decided to work with you. At least here, there are no schemes or ulterior motives to watch for. Jiang Fei's words startled Zhao Xinyu. In this time, he had learned about Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan, both alumni of prestigious universities, previously employed at a well-known conglomerate in Pengcheng. Now, for Jiang Fei to express a desire to work with him was unexpected. What could he possibly do? Harvest vegetables, buy groceries, or wash dishes? Noticing Zhao Xinyu's shifting expression, Jiang Fei smiled gently. Xinyu, I've given this considerable thought. While you currently only have a vegetable stall and a farm stay, your monthly earnings rival that of a small company. Moreover, Han Li and his team lack financial management skills, which is detrimental to your future growth. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinyu felt a wave of relief. He trusted Han Li and Oppo's character, yet they had no real grasp of daily earnings. If something were to happen to them, it would pose a significant risk. Brother Jiang, you are indeed correct. In that case, please assist with managing the accounts. You need not concern yourself with anything else for the time being. By the way, Sister Qian seems to have a background in human resources, so I entrust all matters to you. For now, salaries will be the same as Han Li and his team. Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan exchanged glances and nodded. Xinu, what is the next step in treating Xiaopeng? Acupuncture will stimulate the meridians, allowing for self-repair. In a month at most, Xiaopeng will be restored to his former self. Uncle, I wish to learn traditional Chinese medicine from you. Your acupuncture feels warm at times and cool at others, sensations I have never experienced before. Zhao Xinyu smiled gently. That is the Oppo's, burning mountain fire and Oppo's, technique in acupuncture, which brings a refreshing coolness. If you wish to study traditional Chinese medicine, you must be prepared to endure solitude. I devoted 6 years solely to mastering these two techniques. You must be certain, for I do not favor children who abandon their pursuits midway. I am willing. I aspire to save lives just as you do, uncle. Zhao Xinyu turned his gaze towards Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan. During this time together, he had grown fond of Jiang Pingxin. Yet he realized that the boy was still a child and that parental opinions must be considered. Xinu, although Xiaopeng is young, these past 3 years have exposed him to the vicissitudes of life. I do not wish for him to achieve great success. If he can embody the virtues you possess, I will be content. Zhao Xinyu nodded solemnly at Jiang Fei's words. When he looked at Jiang Pingxin, his expression turned serious. Xiaopeng, since you wish to learn traditional Chinese medicine, there is one condition. You must not neglect your academic studies, as this will afford you choices in the future. Uncle, I understand. Zhao Xinyu chuckled softly and ruffled Jiang Pingxin's hair. Now, let us proceed with your acupuncture. Wait a moment, Xinu. Zhao Xinyu turned to the direction of the entrance, where an elderly man in his 80s had just entered. The elder was none other than Chu Qianfan and Oppo's grandfather, Song. Grandfather is there something you need? Each day for the past few days, people have been coming to inquire about fishing in Luoshui. Another group just arrived and is still by the river. They asked me to check with you, claiming that the fish in Luoshui are delicious. offering 300 for a day and Apos' catch. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback by Himansong and Apos' words, as he had not anticipated that the Luo River would capture the attention of fishing enthusiasts within just a few months. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Apart from the Pingqing Hotel, the only places to savor the exquisite fish from the Luo River were the villages, pickled vegetables, and rural homestays. Recently, there have been individuals filming videos in the village daily, which naturally drew interest in the Luo River. "All right, please ensure their safety," he instructed. I and Apos, send someone over to maintain order and make sure the village children stay away from the river. After Himansong departed, Zhao Xinyu promptly called Han Tianliang, asking him to find several villagers knowledgeable about water safety to go to the river, partly to protect the anglers and partly to collect their fishing fees. Nearby, a seemingly professional angler, wearing a frown, approached a middle-aged fisher not far away. "How's the catch?" he inquired. The middle-aged man looked up, displaying a hint of exasperation. "It and Apos, quite strange today. I can and Apos, find a bite. I and Apos, changed bait 3 times, and after over 3 hours, not even a crucian carp has taken the hook. How about you?" The other replied, "I and Apos, am in the same boat. I and Apos, been fishing for 7 or 8 years, but today is a first. The fish in the water simply won't bite. I checked other spots, and it was the same, no luck at all." While they felt frustrated, others at different fishing spots were equally exasperated. All the anglers present were enthusiasts who typically sought to fish in various locations during their leisure time. While not every outing resulted in a bountiful catch, they never expected to return empty-handed. Yet, this time was peculiar, no matter how they changed their spots or bait. The fish seemed oblivious to the enticing aromas of the bait. After a whole day, not a single fish was caught. Outside the courtyard's eastern wall, Zhao Xinyu observed the fishing situation, noting the changes in the anglers' and Apos' expressions. He was acutely aware of the reason behind it. The fish in the Luo River fed daily on fresh vegetable leaves from his courtyard, and they certainly deemed the mixed bait unworthy of their attention. What astonished Zhao Xinyu was that, despite previously having mild nearsightedness, he could now see the expressions of people across the river with remarkable clarity. This unexpected change in his vision left him bewildered. He could not fathom how it had become so sharp. Ultimately, he attributed it to the mysterious space he inhabited, as he could think of no other explanation for his newfound acuity. On that day, over 40 individuals tried their luck at fishing. Yet apart from one who managed to reel in a carp weighing 4 to 5 pounds, the rest returned empty-handed. Fishing enthusiasts share their own circles, and that night, the news spread rapidly among them, with several seasoned anglers contributing to the conversation. The fishing community was taken aback. Their passion had been ignited by this unusual occurrence, prompting many to plan a visit to the Luo River the following day. The next day, after treating Jiang Pingxin with acupuncture, Zhao Xinyu wheeled him beneath the grape trellis to enjoy some grapes and watermelon. Upon exiting through the eastern wall, he was taken aback by the sheer number of anglers surrounding the Luo River, estimating at least 200, all of whom had returned from the previous day. After more than half an hour, he observed that, like the day before, the anglers congregated in small groups, seemingly deliberating over something. The many wore expressions of dismay, clearly dissatisfied with their fishing experience. With so many anglers present, Zhao Xinyu spotted Han Li moving about, occasionally reminding the fishing enthusiasts to exercise caution. The sudden influx of over 200 individuals attracted attention, with some onlookers even live-streaming the event by the riverside. Consequently, more people learned about the situation at Luo River, where renowned fishing experts struggled for hours without a single catch. As the day wore on, it became evident that the chances of over 200 anglers landing a fish were exceedingly slim, leading to mounting frustration among them. They turned to live-streaming platforms and the internet, seeking guidance from experts on how to successfully fish in the Luo River. That very night, the obscure locale of Zaihanling at Luo River became known to a wider audience of fishing aficionados. In the following days, the number of anglers visiting daily exceeded 300, peaking at 600 on one occasion, yet only a few managed to catch any fish. Anglers, akin to gamblers, found their competitive spirits ignited by the challenge. Whenever one managed to catch even a single fish, no matter how modest, they would boast about it among friends. Thus, Luo River transformed into a hub for fishing enthusiasts. Albeit for many skilled anglers, it became a place of disappointment as, over the course of a month, renowned anglers returned home empty-handed. Due to the extreme difficulty of catching fish in the Luo River, some even advocated for national fishing competitions to be held there, asserting that winning a championship at Luo River would truly signify being the best. A month passed swiftly for the fishing enthusiasts, while for Jiang Pingxin's family of three, it felt like an interminable wait. Each day, Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan inquired repeatedly, yearning to witness their son stand once more. One day, after checking Jiang Pingxin's pulse, Zhao Xinyu patted his shoulder. "All right, give it a try and stand up." The air thickened with anticipation as both Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan fixated on their son, their lips trembling as they held their breath, eager to see if he could rise. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Pingxin pressed his hands against the wheelchair's arms, exerting effort until he stood momentarily before returning to the chair. "Master, I have no strength in my legs." Zhao Xinyu chuckled, after sitting for over 3 years. "Who would have strength? Brother Jiang, Sister Qian, assist Xiaopeng with a short walk, just half an hour, and he and Amp, Apos, LL regain his normalcy in a few days." As they helped him up, witnessing their son take his first step brought tears streaming down their faces. They had sold their home, car, and sacrificed their jobs, all in the hope of seeing their son stand again. This moment had been awaited for over 1,300 days. A gasp broke the tension as all four turned to see Du Mingnan covering her mouth in astonishment at the sight of Jiang Pingxin. "Xiaopeng, you can walk," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Having frequently visited and become familiar with the family, she had heard of Jiang Pingxin and Amp, Apos, struggles. In her imagination, she had considered it a significant achievement for Zhao Xinyu to help him improve, yet she never anticipated he would truly stand again. "Aunt Meng, I can walk," Jiang Pingxin replied. Good, it and Apos. It's wonderful that you can walk." Du Mingnan and Apos' eyes glistened with tears of joy. Overcome with emotion, she suddenly turned to Zhao Xinyu, her eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ming, what is?" he began, but she did not respond, instead hastily departing, not in her usual leisurely manner, but in a hurried stride. Ming, Zhao Xinyu called after her, but she merely waved without a word. "Xinyu, did you and Ming have a falling out?" Jiang Fei asked. Zhao Xinyu shook his head. "No, after that time she visited, she hasn't an Amp, Apos, come back." In the courtyard, the elderly couple, Du Jia and Du Gang, were strolling when suddenly a sound from the gate caught their attention. They observed a sports car entering the premises. Du Gang chuckled, speculating that Ming must have left something behind at home. The elderly lady smiled faintly, reflecting on the cautious nature of the Yongchang couple. It seemed their daughter had inherited a hasty disposition, often being forgetful. As they turned to investigate, they noticed that Du Mingnan, rather than heading towards the villa, was approaching them with urgency, which left both of them momentarily taken aback. Ming, what is it?" Du Gang inquired. "Grandpa, I need to tell you something." Upon hearing Mingnan's words, Du Gang's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. He was well aware of the First People's Hospital of Pengcheng, renowned as the finest medical institution in the region, housing esteemed specialists known both nationally and internationally. He was also cognizant of last year and Amp, Apos' extraordinary event where a patient deemed hopeless by experts miraculously survived, an undeniable medical marvel. This individual, once devoid of any chance for recovery, not only regained their appearance through traditional Chinese medicine but also restored mobility to a previously paralyzed limb. Such occurrences, if shared, would be met with skepticism. Yet he had unwavering faith in his granddaughter, who, despite her occasional clumsiness, had never been deceitful. Now, the prospect of a child who had traversed numerous hospitals across the nation without improvement being revitalized by this young man was astounding. Each of these events defied logic and could only be described as miracles, especially occurring under the care of the same individual, an indication of extraordinary medical prowess. Were it not for his past connections, he would have hastened to locate this young man his granddaughter spoke of. However, his former superior was no ordinary person. Even a reputable physician would face scrutiny before gaining access to such a family. "Ming, this matter is of great significance. Allow me to deliberate." "Grandpa, Grandma Luo has been given a critical illness notice. I can vouch for Zhao Xinyu's character. He claimed that all his medical skills were imparted by his grandfather. Recently, when I visited Grandma Luo, the exquisite concoction I brought was also prepared by Zhao Xinyu." Du Gang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. "You mean the ointment you used was formulated by him?" "Indeed," Mingnan affirmed. Du Gang's gaze flickered thoughtfully. Very well. Go find that young man immediately and escort him to the airport. Remember, do not disclose whom he is to treat. At the eastern wall, Zhao Xinyu stood as usual, observing the fishermen. In the courtyard, Zhang Fei and Chu Qianfan were assisting Jiang Pingxin with rehabilitation exercises. Unlike before, while Jiang Pingxin still could not bear weight on his legs, he was at least able to stand for a minute or two. A remarkable improvement compared to his previous inability to stand for even a second, which filled the couple with elation. Brother Jiang, Sister Qian, where is Zhao Xinyu? They inquired in unison. Jiang Fei gestured towards the eastern wall. Xinyu is over there, watching the fishermen. Just then, Mengnian dashed towards the eastern wall, leaving Jiang Fei and his wife exchanging puzzled glances, unaware of what had come over Mengnian that day. Xinyu, come with me, she urged, as Zhao Xinyu noticed Mengnian approaching. He intended to ask her what was amiss, but she seized his arm and pulled him along without giving him the chance to speak. Once they reached the car, Zhao Xinyu finally had an opportunity to inquire, Ming, where are we headed? One of my elders is ill. Please help me check on them. Zhao Xinyu was taken aback. He recognized Ming and S' distinguished background, and the notion that she was summoning him, someone without medical credentials, to attend to a sick elder left him momentarily bewildered. Who is it? Do not ask. Just come along and focus on the treatment. If you feel confident, proceed. If not, remain silent. Her words only deepened Zhao Xinyu's confusion. But he grasped that the elder's condition must be serious. At Pingcheng Airport, Zhao Xinyu was completely bewildered. Ming, I don't even have my ID. You need not worry about that. At the airport entrance, Zhao Xinyu spotted two stern-looking middle-aged men. Though dressed plainly, he sensed an air of authority about them, and their bulging waistlines hinted at concealed weapons. He glanced at Mengnian, beginning to piece together the nature of her family background. At the security checkpoint, the middle-aged men flashed their credentials, and without further inspection, Mengnian and Zhao Xinyu passed through. What astonished Zhao Xinyu even more was the sight on the plane. Only 11 passengers, a gray-haired elder, a middle-aged man, and 9 equally cold-faced men, all similarly armed. Zhao Xinyu. This is my grandfather. Greetings, sir. I am Zhao Xinyu. Although he had surmised the elder's significant status, Zhao Xinyu maintained his composure, even more so than usual. Du Gang was taken aback by Zhao Xinyu's demeanor. He had anticipated sycophancy in the young man, but was met with calmness, sparking his curiosity about the upbringing of such a child. As Du Gang scrutinized this intriguing young man, he suddenly felt a jolt of recognition. Zhao Xinyu bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Shaking his head, Du Gang refocused his gaze on Zhao Xinyu, his heart racing with disbelief at the striking similarity. He then turned his attention to his granddaughter, a pang of sorrow welling within him. You must be Zhao Xinyu. Please, sit down. Let us discuss your studies in traditional Chinese medicine. While inquiring about Zhao Xinyu's learning journey with his grandfather, Du Gang subtly pried into Zhao Xinyu's background. Upon learning that Zhao Xinyu and his brother were orphans supported by their grandfather, Du Gang felt an inexplicable emotion stir within him. However, his countenance remained composed, honed by years of experience. Zhao Xinyu, what is your grandfather and Appo's name? Zhao Lu. However, he mentioned that was not his real name. It was merely a moniker, for who could recall their name after leaving a place? Du Gang nodded. Ming informed me that your culinary skills and medical knowledge were inherited from your grandfather, and that the exquisite liquor drunken Ling Long was also crafted by him. Indeed. Given your grandfather's talents, why is your living situation? Zhao Xinyu smiled wryly, shaking his head. My grandfather often stated that money is a double-edged sword. As long as we do not starve, he prefers not to practice medicine or showcase our culinary artistry. The words caused Du Gang to furrow his brow. Your brother should also. No, he has never had an interest in such things since childhood. He has learned nothing, and our grandfather never pressured him. Upon finishing this statement, Zhao Xinyu and Appo's gaze narrowed as he looked at Du Gang. How did you know I have another brother? Du Gang replied with a faint smile. A junior of mine at the First People's Hospital encountered your brother when the incident occurred. Hearing this, Zhao Xinyu's expression darkened. For years, he had been exploited by his brother, believing it was merely the duty of an elder sibling. However, on that fateful day in the hospital, Zhao Xinyu callously took the 50,000 compensation, and in that moment, Zhao Xinyu felt utterly disillusioned. When their grandfather had a sudden accident, although the old man claimed he had simply fallen, Zhao Xinyu harbored doubts, especially since Zhao Xinyu happened to be around during those days. The fact that Zhao Xinyu did not return after hearing of their grandfather and Appo's passing only deepened his suspicions, although their grandfather had entrusted him to care for Zhao Xinyu. By that time, Zhao Xinyu had already lost all hope for this brother. Observing the change in Zhao Xinyu and Apos' demeanor and recalling the findings from the investigation into Zhao Xinyu, Du Gang understood what was weighing on Zhao Xinyu and Apos' mind and refrained from further questioning. The ancient capital of Yinjing, having served as the capital for 8 dynasties, owes its status not only to geography but also to its remarkable natural endowments. Even today, most of Yinjing and Apos' notable architectural landmarks are remnants from the Ming and Qing dynasties. While the old Sihiyuan courtyards are objects of longing for countless people, with each courtyard often worth over $1 billion, leaving average families to merely gaze in admiration. On an ancient street, although narrow and devoid of the bustling traffic typical of other areas, this particular street was remarkably tranquil, with not a single vehicle in sight. Whenever a vehicle did appear, it bore special plates, and the occasional passerby was a middle-aged individual moving in unison. Sitting in the car, Zhao Xinyu observed this street and turned to Du Ming and beside him, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Du Ming smiled brightly, gently patting his large hand. Do not overthink it, just as you would treat Umo, Xiao Shi, and Xiao Peng. Zhao Xinyu sighed inwardly, although Du Mingnan had not explicitly stated it. He understood that those seeking treatment were not ordinary individuals. As the car came to a halt, the middle-aged individuals who had been trailing them entered a courtyard, leading to a room, leaving only Du Mingnan, Zhao Xinyu, and a man in his 50s beside the elderly gentleman, in a parlor reminiscent of a bygone era. Various artifacts matched the antique ambience of the room, where modern technology was nearly absent. Present in the parlor were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men appeared to be at least 60, while the woman looked to be in her 40s. Upon Du Gang's entrance, all 3 stood simultaneously, their expressions filled with respect. Du Shu, has the doctor you mentioned arrived? Inquired the middle-aged woman with a hint of urgency. What is the condition of the old leader? At this question, the expressions of the 3 dimmed instantly. The situation was grim, and the old man was in a deep coma. Du Gang sighed softly and gestured towards Zhao Xinyu, who was standing at the door with a backpack. It and Amp, Apos, SM, go in and take a look. The 3 were momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. Du Shu, you, just go and have a look. He is well versed in ancient Chinese medicine and has been learning from family elders since childhood. Seeing Du Gang's assurance, the 3 exchanged glances filled with bitterness. When they received the phone call, a flicker of hope had ignited in their hearts, but upon seeing Zhao Xinyu, that hope quickly extinguished. However, they were aware that Du Gang would never act recklessly. He would not bring a young man without merit unless he had firm confidence. Understanding this, they nodded and led the way out of the parlor. Ming, you and Xiao Wang wait here for a moment. In a spacious room filled with medical equipment, an elderly man lay on a bed, emaciated to the point of being little more than skin and bones, his skin a pale golden hue. If it were not for the occasional rise and fall of his chest, one would hardly believe he was still alive. 2 nurses in their 50s were attending to him, while an elder in his 70s focused intently on a machine, his brow furrowed in apparent difficulty. Upon hearing the door open, the elderly man turned to see the 3 newcomers, a faint smile of resignation in his eyes. Director Hu, how is it? The elder shook his head. We and Amp, Apos, VE tried every method, currently. Instantly, a tinge of sorrow registered in the eyes of the 3, as the older middle-aged man abruptly turned to Zhao Xinyu. Young doctor, please take a look. At this point, we have no other options. Zhao Xinyu nodded, setting his backpack aside in a corner. Under the elderly man and Amp, Apos' puzzled gaze, he approached the bedside, and the 2 nurses immediately withdrew. Zhao Xinyu pulled up a chair, took a deep breath, and his eyes became remarkably clear as he placed his index finger on the elderly man and Apos' wrist. At that moment, everyone in Apos' gaze in the room sharpened. They were not ordinary individuals. They possessed a deep understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, and pulse diagnosis was a common practice. However, they had never seen someone diagnosed with just a single finger. For over 20 minutes, Zhao Xinyu kept his finger there before withdrawing it and turning to the 3 middle-aged individuals. This old gentleman's illness has likely persisted for over 6 months. All 3 were momentarily stunned and turned to Du Gang, who simply shook his head. They had assumed Du Gang had previously mentioned the duration of the illness, but they soon realized he had not. 7 months. The old gentleman enjoys drinking and tending to flowers. This revelation shocked the 3. Such knowledge was known to only a select few. How did this young man come to know such things? While Du Gang could have shared the duration of the illness, he would not divulge details regarding the old man's habits. Indeed, Xiao Zhao is there. Given the severity of the old man's condition, Du Gang hesitated to ask. Zhao Xinyu's eyes flickered momentarily before he nodded. There is still a glimmer of hope, but the odds are not favorable, less than 40%. As he spoke, Zhao Xinyu observed the three middle-aged individuals. Clearly, with a probability below 40%, he had to consider the family's willingness. Unexpectedly, all three nodded in unison. They had already been in despair, but hearing that there was still a 40% chance ignited their willingness to act. Young man, be cautious with your words. What exactly is the old gentleman's condition? Director Hu furrowed his brow, expressing frustration. They had been seeking the cause of the old man and Amp Appo's ailment since the onset of his illness, yet had found nothing, and now he lay in a deep coma, which weighed heavily on them. Now, a mere youth had merely diagnosed and declared a 40% chance without even identifying the cause, which was unacceptable to his pride. Zhao Xinyu smiled gently. The old gentleman is not ill. There is no illness to discuss. The air in the room suddenly became stifling as everyone stared in disbelief. The old gentleman is not ill, yet he lies in a deep coma. Who can believe that? Zhao, you must not speak carelessly. How can the old leader not be ill? Zhao Xinyu turned to Du Gang. The old gentleman is truly not ill. The state he is in is a result of his own indulgences. After saying this, Zhao Xinyu turned to the three still in a daze. The old gentleman particularly loves orchids, does he not? If I am not mistaken, there should be a purple heart orchid in his room, and before he fell ill, he likely also had a white jade orchid in his collection. Upon the utterance of his words, the three individuals stood frozen, their eyes reflecting disbelief. This matter was known neither to others nor even to Du Gang. Yet, this young man discerned it through pulse diagnosis. Who is this youth? Luo Zhangwo? Is what he says truly credible? Du Gang inquired of the eldest among them. Luo Zhangwo nodded. Uncle Du, there is indeed a purple heart orchid in my father's room. This flower has been nurtured for over 30 years. Last year, Weigua inexplicably acquired a white magnolia. However, the orchids. Zhao Xinyu chuckled lightly. Both the purple heart orchid and the white magnolia are exquisite specimens within the orchid family, each capable of fetching an astronomical price. While possessing a single plant poses no issue, the presence of both in proximity brings complications. These words left those present utterly perplexed. Orchids are cherished by enthusiasts. Yet never had they heard of a scenario wherein caring for orchids could induce a state of coma, while other orchids could coexist without issue. The combination of purple heart orchids and white magnolias could generate a pest known as the orchid heart bug. This minuscule creature, barely detectable even under a microscope, poses no direct threat to humans. However, if it thrives in the presence of alcoholic substances, it may mutate into a heart-devouring bug, which, upon entering the human body, would consume vital essence and proliferate. Unbeknownst to the individual, the heart-devouring bug would infiltrate the bloodstream and, if it proliferated in the brain, the person and Appo's fate would be sealed. If I am not mistaken, prior to the onset of his ailment, the old gentleman frequently felt fatigued and weak, yet he seemed rejuvenated after consuming alcohol. Although the attendees grasped little of the orchid heart bug and heart-devouring bug, they comprehended the final statement. Luo Zhangwo and the others nodded in unison. Indeed. That is the situation you described, young doctor. What preparations must we undertake? We shall commence at once. Moments later, a paper filled with herbal prescriptions was placed in Luo Zhangwo and Amp Appo's hands. Upon seeing the quantities listed, he was momentarily taken aback. Unlike other herbal pharmacies that measure in grams, Zhao Xinyu and Amp Appo's prescription was noted in pounds. Young doctor, this prescription. As he spoke, Luo Zhangwo handed the prescription to Du Gang, who, upon reading it, too was astonished. Xiao, why is this measured by pounds? Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Indeed, it is by pounds. Please procure the herbs according to my prescription. And remember to select natural, wild varieties. Additionally, the purple heart orchids and white magnolias in the old gentleman and Amp Appo's room should be exposed to sunlight for 3 hours before being soaked in tea grounds for irrigation. Luo Zhangwo nodded and exited the room with the prescription. The middle-aged woman's eyes flickered for a moment. Young doctor, should we use Tiguanyin or Dahongpo tea grounds? Zhao Xinyu smiled. Auntie, the most common tea grounds from the street will suffice. Using Tiguanyin or Dahongpo would be wasteful. Hurry, Luo Yan. We cannot allow that pest to harm anyone, Du Gang urged. Luo Yan hurriedly left, and Zhao Xinyu tapped his head, turning to another middle-aged man. I am Luo Baohua. He had almost forgotten. You must immediately order a bamboo bed, crafted from fresh purple bamboo, with legs 3 feet and 3 inches long. The bamboo should remain unbroken, and no metal nails should be used. Additionally, procure a batch of dry purple bamboo, cut into 2-inch wide strips and 1 foot long, and find a basin made from a 1.8-meter bamboo. Understood, Luo Baobo replied, promptly exiting the room. Observing Luo Baobo and Apos' departure, Zhao Xinyu retrieved a box of silver needles from his backpack and addressed the 2 nurses. Please remove all apparatus from the old gentleman. The nurses glanced at Dean Hu, who nodded in approval, and thus they proceeded to detach the instruments from the elderly man's body. In the next moment, the 4 individuals in the room sensed a gentle breeze wafting through, leaving them momentarily stunned. The door was sealed tight, and the air conditioning was set properly. How could there be a breeze? Yet, in an instant, they were jolted as 9 silver needles appeared in the elderly man and Apos' head. A gentle gust swept through again, and Zhao Xinyu flicked the tips of the needles with remarkable speed, producing a resonant hum that harmonized into a melodious symphony. Xiao Xiao. Du Gang and Apos' gaze narrowed slightly. However, he fell silent as the once faint breaths of the old gentleman became steady. It appeared as if something was writhing within the swollen veins of his neck. Du Gang and Dean Hu, witnessing this scene, were filled with astonishment. At this juncture, Dean Hu was equally astounded. How could this unknown youth possess such medical prowess? Who is he? And why had he never heard of such an extraordinary talent within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine? Having practiced medicine for decades, he knew nearly all reputable figures in both Western and traditional medicine. Yet this Zhao youth was a complete enigma. Nobody touched the needles in the old gentleman and Apos' head. Zhao Xinyu commanded before exiting the ward, with Du Gang following closely behind. At that moment, Du Gang silently rejoiced that he had heeded his granddaughter and Apos' advice to bring Zhao Xinyu along. He even felt a twinge of regret, pondering if he had brought him sooner. Perhaps the old leader would have already recovered. Several middle-aged men were transporting the purple hard orchids and white magnolias out of one room into the courtyard. Du Mingnan, unaware of the unfolding events, looked on with confusion at the bustling individuals. Hearing movement behind her, she turned to see Zhao Xinyu and her grandfather approaching, quickly walking over. Zhao Xinyu, how is it? It is manageable. There is hope for treatment, Zhao Xinyu replied while surveying the courtyard, seemingly searching for something. Within a mere 10 minutes, Luo Zhangwo returned first, followed by a middle-aged man carrying herbs, and thereafter, Luo Baohua. Young doctor, what should we do now? Zhao Xinyu pointed to a designated spot, instructing, place the bamboo bed here, and then wash all the herbs in the basin. As he submerged his hands into the water while sorting through the herbs, water flowed continuously into the basin. Once the basin was filled, he positioned it beneath the bed, igniting the bamboo strips he had brought and placing them under the basin to generate heat. At this point, Du Gang and the others understood Zhao Xinyu and Apos' intentions. As the aroma of bamboo wafted through the air, steam began to rise from the basin. Zhao Xinyu turned to Luo Zhangwo. Please find someone to carefully lift the old gentleman and place him on the bamboo bed, ensuring not to disturb the silver needles in his head. There was no need for further inquiry. They willingly followed Zhao Xinyu's directions, fully aware that the issues obscured from others were within Zhao Xinyu's grasp. The fate of the old gentleman lay in this youth and Apos' hands. Once the elderly man was placed on the bed, Zhao Xinyu instructed Luo Baohua to add more bamboo strips. He retrieved the box of silver needles from the room, his gaze fixated on the changes occurring in the old man's body. As time progressed, the once pale skin began to exhibit a hint of color, and as the blood returned, a shocking scene unfolded. They observed the veins swelling as if something were stirring beneath the elderly man's skin. When the elderly man's skin turned crimson, Zhao Xinyu turned to Luo Zhangwo. There should be some liquor at home. Fetch the least expensive bottle. We only have this one type of liquor. It is a special supply. Zhao Xinyu shook his head, and then turned to Luo Yin and Du Mingnan. I will need to remove the old gentleman and Apos' clothing. Please step aside. Meng, call Jianggu and ask him to bring me a jar of Apos, drunken Ling Long. And Apos, you must find a way to have the liquor delivered by tomorrow. After the 2 individuals departed, Zhao Xinyu removed the elderly man's clothing and meticulously applied a special medicinal liquor onto his skin. Nurses. Shortly, I will utilize acupuncture to extract the parasitic worms from his bloodstream. You must wipe them away and discard them into that bin. Remember, it is crucial that the parasites do not come into contact with the skin. Once the 2 nurses were fully equipped, Zhao Xinyu took a deep breath. To the astonishment of the onlookers, 108 silver needles were swiftly and expertly embedded throughout the old man's body within mere breaths. As his vital energy fluctuated, the needles began to emit a buzzing sound, and within a minute, Luo Jiangwo and the others narrowed their eyes in disbelief. They witnessed a sudden emergence of a blue substance on the old man's skin. At first, it was indistinct, but soon it became apparent that multiple patches of this blue matter appeared to be wriggling. Though the two nurses were frightened, their professional ethics compelled them to proceed cautiously, diligently wiping away the emerging blue substance without disturbing the silver needles. Yet, every 3 minutes, the blue substance would reappear, despite their efforts to cleanse it. The hue gradually faded until it was nearly imperceptible, all the while Zhao Xinyu maintained the trembling of the needles. After 9 iterations, Zhao Xinyu exhaled deeply and gestured, "All right. Cover the contents in the bin with quicklime and let it sit for 2 days before disposal. Retrieve the needles. It is time for the old man to take a bath. Where is a suitable room? I will rest for a while." Upon hearing this, Luo Jiangwo and the others noticed that Zhao Xinyu was drenched in sweat, his complexion as pale as a patient recovering from a severe illness, leaving them speechless. How could acupuncture yield such results? Luo Yin arranged for Zhao Xinyu to rest while Luo Jiangwo and Luo Baohua, along with several middle-aged men, began to tidy up the courtyard. Before they could finish, Director Hu hurriedly burst out of the ward. This sudden action left the Luo siblings momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting instantly. "Director Luo, what happened to my father?" "Incredible, truly incredible." Old Luo and Appos, as vital signs have stabilized. The 3 siblings trembled in shock, excitement washing over their faces, tears welling in their eyes. Having been raised with great care by their parents, they could not bear the thought of losing their father, regardless of his age. The past 6 months had been a life few could fathom. Luo Yin, ever devoted, longed for her father to remain with them for just a little longer, even if only for a day. Yet, they all understood that their father had slipped into a deep coma, a truth they were reluctant to voice. It was this very conviction that had driven them to seek every possible remedy. Presently, their second brother, Luo Weihua, was still fervently searching for a solution. The 3 hurried toward the ward, but before they reached it, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air, prompting them to turn around. They beheld a woman, appearing to be in her 60s, akin to a rural matron, who suddenly discarded the bag she was carrying and rushed towards them. "Sister, why are you crying?" Luo Baohua caught hold of his older sister Luo Weihua, bemused. He understood her distress. She feared for their father and Appos' well-being. Luo Weihua pointed towards the purple orchids and white magnolias in the courtyard. "Father has tea passed. Why did you move his beloved orchids?" The realization of Zhao Xinyu's explanation concerning their father's coma struck them, causing their expressions to turn peculiar. Luo Jiangwo sighed, recognizing that while his sister may not have excelled professionally, she had been the one overseeing their father and Appos' daily care. In comparison to their elder sister, who appeared older than her years, they felt somewhat inadequate. However, faced with such gravity, he did not withhold the truth, sharing Zhao Xinyu's words with Luo Weihua. She stood frozen, her eyes filled with regret and self-reproach. "Sister, we understand your heartfelt intentions. It is not just you. So many doctors failed to notice. Thankfully, Uncle Du brought a miraculous young doctor. Now father is doing much better. I want to see him." Inside the ward, the elderly man lay peacefully, his breathing stabilized, and the monitors displayed reassuring readings, allowing the 4 siblings to breathe a sigh of relief. "Eldest brother, where is the young doctor? I wish to express my gratitude personally. I would be willing to serve him in any capacity if he can restore our father to health." "Weihua, young Zhao is exhausted after attending to our father. He is resting now." Upon hearing this, Luo Yin's eyes flickered. "Eldest brother, it is curious. Many traditional doctors have treated father before, yet they appeared so relaxed. What is it about young Zhao?" Luo Jiangwo could only shake his head in a wry smile. "You witnessed it. He was visibly fatigued. To discern the specifics, perhaps we should inquire with Uncle Du in the reception room." Du Gang wore a broad smile, having brought Zhao Xinyu to help their esteemed leader recover from peril, which brought him great satisfaction. "Uncle Du, how did you come to know Zhao Xinyu?" Du Gang pointed towards Du Ming'an. "The young lad is Mingming's friend. I only met him for the first time this morning." This revelation caused the Luo siblings and Appos' expressions to shift to one of disbelief. To bring someone he had just met to treat their father was quite audacious. Noticing their reaction, Du Gang chuckled heartily. "Do not be deceived by his youth, this lad." As he recounted everything he knew about Zhao Xinyu, The Luo siblings were filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated such extraordinary abilities from one so young. With his knowledge of traditional medicine, he restored himself to a normal state and enabled a child, who had been deemed hopeless after visiting numerous hospitals, to stand again. Such a young man is truly unprecedented. Ming, is he your boyfriend? A young man like him is rare. Do not overlook him due to his humble origins. With his skills in traditional medicine, he is bound to achieve great success. Luo Weiguo suddenly found a topic to discuss. Du Gang's gaze flickered momentarily, recalling Zhao Xinyu's appearance. He did not quite agree with the notion of his humble background. If his assumptions were correct, Zhao Xinyu and Apos' origins were likely no less than anyone present. At Weiguo, what do you mean? We are merely good friends. The typically vibrant Du Ming and now appeared bashful, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. As seasoned individuals, Du Gang and the Luo siblings grasped the situation. It was evident that Du Ming and had developed feelings for Zhao Xinyu, although neither had yet broached the subject. During lunch, Zhao Xinyu remained in slumber, and when Du Ming checked on him, she found him peacefully asleep. Observing his slightly pale complexion, a tinge of sympathy welled up within her. Despite being of similar age, he had mastered traditional medicine and culinary arts, even cultivating exquisite vegetables. As someone who had always prided herself on being exceptional, she now felt a hint of embarrassment, unable to fathom how he had acquired such diverse skills. Yet, she understood that in his youth, he must have endured significant hardships. He slept soundly until nearly evening, and upon waking, Zhao Xinyu refreshed himself. Arriving in the reception area, he learned that the medicinal wine had already been delivered. This realization prompted him to reflect. In an ordinary household, it would be improbable to procure medicinal liquor at this hour. Young Zhao, you slept soundly at noon, so we did not wake you. You must be hungry now. What would you like to eat? I can prepare it right away. Despite this being their first meeting, Luo Weiguo and Apos' concern was evident due to their shared connection through his father. Du Mingyan giggled. At Weiguo, this guy is a culinary maestro. The dishes he prepares would put even the chefs at my hotel to shame. Zhao Xinyu paused in surprise, glancing at Du Mingyan, who immediately realized she had let something slip. She playfully stuck out her tongue at him, her expression adorably charming. Zhao was utterly exhausted, so I decided to step in. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Andy, let me handle it. Once Zhao Xinyu prepared the dishes, Luo Jiangan and the others gazed in astonishment at the banquet laid before them. As Du Mingyan had remarked, although the ingredients were commonplace, each dish was a feast for the senses, colorful, aromatic, and flavorful, something that even the most skilled chefs at ordinary restaurants could scarcely replicate. After tasting the food, their admiration only grew. Such culinary prowess, coupled with a mastery of traditional Chinese medicine, is a rarity among the youth of today. Uncle Jiangwo, these are also ordinary ingredients. If they were made with vegetables he cultivated himself, the flavors would be even more exquisite, especially his stewed Crucian carp, which is truly unparalleled. Mentioning the stewed Crucian carp made the elder Du Gang swallow hard. Zhao, when will you stew a few? The taste is simply divine. Especially when paired with Zui Ling Long, it's a delicacy beyond compare. Uncle Du, if you crave it, I can send someone to fetch some wild Crucian carp. Luo Weiguo responded with a smile. Let us plan for tomorrow. Let Zhao Xinyu prepare roasted meat and stewed Crucian carp for us, Du Mingyan suggested with a grin. Zhao Xinyu felt a sense of helplessness. This fellow truly treated himself as one of the family, making decisions on his behalf without consulting him first. Ming, by tomorrow, the heart-eating insects within the old man should be entirely expelled, and we want and amp. Apos, need as much Zui Ling Long. Let everyone have a taste. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiangwo chuckled. Zhao, we have the finest special supply wine at home. I'll fetch some for you to take along when you leave. Compared to Zui Ling Long, that special supply wine pales in comparison, Du Gang interjected. He intended to take a jar home with him, as he wouldn't dare drink it himself. Especially now that Zui Ling Long was available for free. When Du Mingyan removed the lid, the fragrance of the wine enveloped the room, leaving Luo Jiangwo and his sister momentarily stunned as they turned to Zhao Xinyu. This wine is brewed by my grandfather and possesses a rather pleasant flavor. The heart-eating insects are attracted by the unique aroma of the wine, and Zui Ling Long is particularly effective in drawing them out. I shall have a taste. Luo Jiangwo was the first to raise his glass. After taking a sip, his expression shifted, and when he set the glass down, he gave Zhao Xinyu a thumbs up. Understanding why Du Gang had praised it so highly. Have you ever tasted such exquisite wine? I'm not exaggerating. Matai and Wulyongye cannot even compare to Zui Ling Long. In my lifetime, this is the finest wine I have ever had, Du Gang sighed. After saying this, he suddenly had an idea. Xiao Xiao, I hear from Ming Ming that you have a few jars left. How about selling them all to me? Not at your stated price. I'll give you 100,000 for each jar. Uncle Du, let us skip the purchase, if you like it. I'll just gift you a few jars when you head home. All right, I've made a good friend in you. If not for our age difference, I would have wanted to become sworn brothers. Uncle Du, that's a splendid suggestion. There's a term for friendships across generations, Luo Weiguo laughed. However, upon uttering this, she noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of her brothers, sister, and even Du Mingnan, and contemplated how they would address Zhao Xinyu if he became sworn brothers with Uncle Du. You must not become sworn brothers with Grandpa, Du Ming, and playfully grabbed Zhao Xinyu. Feigning indignation, Zhao Xinyu could only smile helplessly. I never suggested it. A look of delight instantly crossed Du Mingnan and Amp Oppo's face. Exactly, don't even think about it. Xiao Xiao. The flavor of Zui Ling Long is indeed remarkable. Perhaps your grandfather should brew more. There is no need to wait for the fog to form. Freshly brewed wine can fetch a good price too. Uncle Jiangwo, he has been brewing Zui Ling Long for over 4 months now, and there is not much left. Du Mingnan and Oppo's words brought an abrupt silence to the restaurant, and everyone sighed, reminded that he only had one remaining grandparent, and now Zui Ling Long can still be brewed. When time permits, I shall brew some. You can brew wine? Du Mingnan grasped Zhao Xinyu's hand again, her gaze filled with fervor. Indeed, I helped my grandfather brew wine. The Zui Ling Long he drank when I was 14 was crafted by me. Let us collaborate when you return. I'll find a factory, and you can handle the brewing. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Zui Ling Long is entirely handmade. My grandfather mentioned that any wine processed by machines loses its original flavor and cannot be mass-produced. Finding a factory would be prohibitively expensive, and besides, do you think I could leave the courtyard? Then, brew it, and supply me first. Zhao Xinyu smiled, agreed. Well, I can indeed brew Zui Ling Long. I know there's no place for me to do so right now. The next day unfolded with familiar routines. Once Zhao Xinyu removed the silver needles from the old man and Amp Oppo's body, a hint of color returned to his skin, and then Zhao Xinyu, fatigued, took a moment to rest. During lunchtime, news from the hospital brought joy. The old man, who had been in a coma for over 6 months, had awakened, and his bodily functions were gradually returning. He was still weak but otherwise free of complications. With proper care, he would regain his former vigor in no time. What thrilled the Luo siblings even more was that all the minor ailments the old man had previously suffered had vanished, and his life signs were now more robust than ever. This meant that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was entirely plausible for him to live another decade or so. The awakening of their father alone brought joy to the Luo siblings, and the news of his improved health lifted the shadows that had hung over them. Over dinner, Luo Jiangwo, Luo Baohua, and Luo Yin criticized Luo Weiguo's cooking as inferior to Zhao Xinyu and Oppo's, which drove Luo Weiguo to the brink of frustration. Having cooked for her father for over 20 years, she had always received praise for her culinary skills, yet now, after just one meal prepared by Zhao Xinyu, they began to nitpick. She found herself questioning whether these three were truly her siblings. By evening, when Zhao Xinyu emerged from his room, he witnessed the Luo family's warm atmosphere. Previously hesitant to disturb the old man, they now felt free to gather, reassured that he was well. Zhao Xinyu graciously accepted the Luo family's heartfelt gratitude and met several members of the family before visiting the old man's hospital room. Inside, Du Gang was engaged in light conversation with the old man. As Zhao Xinyu entered, he exchanged a smile with the old man, who happened to look back at him. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed, leaving Zhao Xinyu momentarily taken aback. Old man, what troubles you? Du Gang gently patted the old man and Amp Oppo's chest. Please calm down. After regaining his composure, the old man slowly returned to normal. You must be Zhao Xinyu. Come, sit down. I truly appreciate your efforts in pulling me back from the brink. Zhao Xinyu took the old man's pulse, saying, you just need some rest. And you'll be fine. I'll prepare a nourishing medicinal dish for you, which will help restore your vitality. Let us not rush into that. Let us have a chat first. During their conversation, Zhao Xinyu noticed that the old man's inquiries mirrored those of Du Gang, mostly revolving around his childhood and stories about his grandfather, although the old man seemed particularly interested in his grandfather. Xinyu, do you have any pictures of your grandfather? I would like to see what kind of man could raise such an outstanding grandson. Zhao Xinyu smiled wryly, pulling out his phone to show a rather blurry photo. My grandfather never liked taking pictures. This is the only one I have, taken when I was 5, after much pleading. The indistinct photo depicted an elderly man clad in a bulky, ragged cotton coat, holding a child, his face obscured, possibly due to neglect or the passing of time. The elderly gentleman and Du Gang scrutinized the photographs multiple times, their eyes twinkling with a hint of excitement. Though the elder and Apos' features remained indistinct, the familiar silhouette stirred memories within them. Xinyu, when is your birthday? May 18th, though I cannot be certain it is my true birthday. Apos, that's what my grandfather told me. And what of your grandfather? Zhao Xinyu sighed softly. He has never celebrated a birthday, claiming that as one ages, such festivities become irrelevant. Besides, he celebrates only once every few years, but that is of little consequence. The two exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering once more. Xinyu, yesterday you mentioned preparing barbecue and braised crucian carp for everyone. Everything is ready over there. I will stay here a while longer with the elder. As Zhao Xinyu departed, Du Gang turned to the elderly gentleman, old leader. Xinyu's grandfather is Zhao Polu, brother Zhao. The elder nodded with a complex expression. Despite the photograph's blurriness, he recognized it. Moreover, Zhao Polu had mentioned that his birthday fell on February 29th, celebrated only once every few years. It was unexpected to learn that brother Polo had not passed away but had instead raised Xinyu in the countryside. How had it never come to light that brother Polu possessed knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and culinary arts? Should we contact the Meng family? It is highly likely that Xinyu is their lost child, suggested Du Gang. The elder sighed deeply. Once, the trio of Polu, Meng Lai, and Zhao Meng had been an enviable iron triangle. But when the Meng and Zhao families fell out, calamity struck. Meng Lai's eldest son, Meng Feihu, and his family were attacked, and the surviving son vanished without a trace. Everyone suspected the Zhao family was behind it. Soon after, Zhao Meng's son, Zhao Deming, was also attacked and killed, with his infant son subsequently disappearing. This led to a bitter feud between the two families, resulting in a complete severance of ties. Afterward, the letter left behind by brother Polo meant that the Iron Triangle had ceased to exist. If Xinyu was indeed Meng Lai and Apos' missing grandson, how had brother Polo come to adopt him? How would Meng Lai react to this revelation? It was imperative to contemplate the implications of this matter thoroughly. Du Gang and Apos' gaze sharpened. Old leader, are you suggesting that brother Polu was involved in the earlier incident? Brother Polu would not act in such a manner. Yet there must be a reason behind it. Otherwise, he would not have concealed his identity and lived in seclusion in a mountain village. By the way, didn't Apos' brother Polu adopt a grandson as well? Could it be? Du Gang inhaled sharply, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. If their suspicions held true, what had transpired back then that even the revered and Apos' war god and Apos' Polo had to feign his own death to evade danger? Contemplating these matters, he turned to the elder, who bore a similar trace of anxiety in his eyes. Both families had suffered misfortune, with incidents targeting the descendants carrying the family lineage, while others remained unscathed. Save for the missing children, Du Gang refrained from contacting the Meng and Zhao families for now. Once I recover, I will delve deeper into the events that transpired. As the two conferred about Zhao Xinyu's affairs in the hospital room, outside in the courtyard, Zhao Xinyu had begun the barbecue preparations, although the feast had yet to commence. The tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, proving irresistible to the Luo family. Not only the Luo family, but also the middle-aged protectors assigned to them, and Du Gang gathered, swallowing their saliva in anticipation. Zhao Xinyu found himself pondering whether, in times of war, such a meal might draw them to his side. When the feast began, the Luo family shed all decorum. The younger generation, along with Luo Zhangwo and his three siblings, scrambled for the barbecue with abandon. When Zhao Xinyu presented a large pot of braised crucian carp, the Luo family was astonished. In their affluent household, they were accustomed to a plethora of delicacies, yet this dish elicited cries of delight. The recently awakened elder consumed 3 fish and a bowl of soup, prompting concern that he might overexert himself. Had he been allowed to indulge freely, his appetite would have left Zhangwo and the others astounded. In contrast to the Luo family and Apos' fervor, the bodyguards from both the Luo and Du families exhibited restrained manners. They did not compete for food, but instead shared the grilled meat and crucian carp equally. Yet, once allocated, they devoured the dishes with remarkable speed, their eyes lingering on Zhao Xinyu, filled with longing for more. The barbecue and braised crucian carp fostered camaraderie among the 3 generations of the Luo family and Zhao Xinyu. After enjoying the meal, Luo Zhangwo's son, Luo Shao, approached Zhao Xinyu. Xinyu, Let us collaborate to open a barbecue restaurant. I will cover all expenses. And we shall sell only barbecue and braised Christian carp, splitting the profits evenly. Du Mingnan giggled. Luo Xiao, I suggested this long ago. He has a country-style restaurant. And now countless people in Pingqing are eager to taste his braised Christian carp. Yet he, remarkably, never visits his own establishment, where diners must wait in line daily. The idea of collaboration is futile. Seeing Luo Xiao's rueful smile, Du Mingnan's eyes sparkled mischievously. Luo Xiao, we are leaving tomorrow. Why not take this opportunity to ask him for some of his exquisite concoctions to impress your wife? Upon hearing this, the Luo family members were momentarily taken aback. Exquisite concoctions? What are you referring to? Mei Ming, what do you mean by exquisite concoctions? Du Mingyan remained silent, merely gesturing towards her own lovely visage. Instantly, the Luo family's womenfolk gazed at her with fervent interest. Ming Ming, the cosmetics you use are exquisite. I had intended to inquire about them upon your arrival. I have never heard of such a brand, Luo Yin said, grasping Du Mingnan's arm. At Luo Yin, exquisite concoctions are not cosmetics. They are salves I have formulated that can heal scars. Just a little applied while washing your face, leave it on for 10 minutes, and rinse it off. Xinyu, is what Ming Ming says true? Luo Yin asked eagerly. Zhao Xinyu nodded. Yes, I have formulated the salve myself. Upon my return, I will prepare a portion for everyone. And let Ming Ming arrange for its delivery. And how much does it cost? We charge him 1,600 for each portion, which lasts about a month. How affordable. Aunt Luo Yin, it's not merely affordable. We offer him 10,000, yet he only symbolically accepts 1,600. Brother Yu, I adore the scent of roses. Could you create that fragrance? A sweet-faced girl of about 18 piped up. Certainly. Please let me know your preferred fragrance notes, and I will experiment with them. Zhao Xinyu. Can the exquisite concoction have customizable scents? Du Mingnan interjected, her urgency palpable. Which scent are you using? A blended fragrance, though subtle, is perfectly suited for your age. Zhao Xinyu replied. Upon hearing this, Du Mingnan's expression softened. Return and let me see the formulation you create. The following day, Zhao Xinyu checked the elder's pulse once more, confirming that he merely needed rest to recover. He expressed his intention to take his leave. Luo Zhangwo inquired about the consultation fee, but Zhao Xinyu waved it off, as his connection with Du Gang rendered the matter moot. Luo Zhangwo provided Zhao Xinyu with his contact information, encouraging him to reach out during his next visit. Though no payment was exchanged, Zhao Xinyu departed with a sense of fulfillment, having garnered not only the Luo family's assurances, but also several unmarked boxes of fine wine and cigarettes. On the private plane, Du Gang regarded Zhao Xinyu with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Xinyu, your mastery of traditional Chinese medicine is remarkable. I believe you should devote yourself to this field. Traditional Chinese medicine is in decline, and it requires passionate young individuals like you to revive its legacy. Zhao Xinyu nodded. I understand, Du Lao. When I return this time, I will review the fundamentals of traditional Chinese medicine, and after some time, I will obtain my medical practice certification. Du Gang couldn't help but smile. You didn't graduate from a Chinese medicine university. How could you not have a medical practice certificate? At that time, I encountered some issues. So I didn't Oppos, to participate in the assessment. Du Gang shook his head. Fortunately, Zhao Xinyu had successfully treated the former leader. Otherwise, if the Luo family discovered that Zhao Xinyu lacked a practice certificate, their perception of him would have been dire. Upon returning to Beiliangding, Zhao Xinyu's life returned to tranquility. While diligently studying the essentials of the Golden Chamber, he also revisited his traditional Chinese medicine textbooks from university. During his leisure time, he experimented with concocting his signature fragrance, Qing Guqing Cheng. Initially, while creating Qing Guqing Cheng, he had amassed considerable insights, and now blending different scents became significantly easier. In less than a month, he had crafted 16 distinct fragrances of Qing Guqing Cheng, confident that such variety would satisfy the Luo family's needs. He subsequently ordered a batch of antique-style bottles online, carefully categorizing and labeling each unique fragrance with handwritten tags. While some esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine might dismiss the creation of fragrances for young women, Zhao Xinyu found that the process deepened his understanding of medicinal properties and offered him a fresh perspective on traditional Chinese pharmacology. When Du Mingnan visited again, Zhao Xinyu presented her with a bottle of each fragrance. Upon seeing the array of 16 fragrances laid before her, Du Mingnan was utterly astonished. She had believed in Zhao Xinyu and Oppos, ability to create different scents, but never imagined he could produce such a multitude. As she savored each fragrance, she felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Each scent possessed a dominant note, yet was a harmonious blend of various aromas, all of which were pleasing and delicate to the senses. Seeing the slightly dazed Du Mingnan, Zhao Xinyu experienced an unexpected sense of accomplishment, igniting within him a grander aspiration. So, do you have a favorite? Du Mingnan suddenly turned to him. Which one do you think suits me? Zhao Xinyu smiled lightly and reached for a bottle labeled Yuming Lanxiang, suggesting, this one should suit you. Its subtle fragrance keeps the mind alert. A warm current surged through Du Mingnan, and her gaze towards Zhao Xinyu shifted. She realized that this fragrance was also her preference, surprised that he had chosen the same. Taking the Yuming Lanxiang, Du Mingnan looked at Zhao Xinyu. I hope this one is unique. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. All right, well, I'm easygoing. There should be some form of reciprocity, right? In the next moment, to Zhao Xinyu and Apos' astonishment, Du Mingnan leaned in and gently kissed his cheek. Both were taken aback, their faces flushing simultaneously. Du Mingnan giggled. Here's my reward. This is my first kiss. If you dare give Yuming Lanxiang to someone else, we're not done. Gazing at the beaming Du Mingnan, Zhao Xinyu felt an unfamiliar stirring in his heart. If this was her first kiss, it was his as well. He had not even held a girl and Apos' hand in many years, let alone kissed anyone. What's wrong? Du Mingnan assumed Zhao Xinyu was reluctant when he fell silent. Of course not. I still have some Yuming Lanxiang left. Take it all. Get 2 bottles for everyone on the list, and make sure to bring some for your family too. As they spoke, Zhao Xinyu pulled over 2 large boxes. Upon opening them, Du Mingnan was greeted with 2 full boxes of various Qinggua Qingcheng. Did you make all of this? Zhao Xinyu nodded. I and Apos' spent this time focused solely on these. It should suffice for a while. Load them onto my car. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. Why? You aren't planning to give them all away, are you? These are cumbersome to transport. Never mind that. Hurry up. As Zhao Xinyu loaded the 2 boxes into Du Mingnan and Apos' sports car, she wasted no time and sped off without a word. Watching the car disappear, Zhao Xinyu was left speechless. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Jiang Fei assisting Jiang Pingxin with his recovery, and Chu Qianfan chuckled. Ming Ming has left. Zhao Xinyu nodded. Xiaopeng, how are you feeling? I can walk over 10 meters now, but it's still a bit tiring. Don't rush. By the way, have you memorized the soup head song? Yes, my parents have tested me several times, and I recited it all in one breath. From today onward. Memorize the Huang Di Neijing. You must have it down in 10 days, and when I ask which section, you should promptly tell me which page it's from. Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan exchanged worried glances at Jiang Pingxin, knowing that the language in the Huang Di Neijing was intricate and convoluted. They feared that even a month might not suffice for memorization, let alone identifying the corresponding pages. Master, how many days did it take you to memorize the and Apos, Huang Di Neijing and Apos? Zhao Xinyu smiled lightly. I was 6 years old and took 4 days. This revelation moved Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan deeply. How could a 6-year-old memorize what they struggled with for a month in just 4 days? At that tender age, Zhao Xinyu had already committed to memory what most deemed impossible. Now, giving his son 10 days was both a form of concern and a wish for him to follow in his footsteps. All right, master. I will definitely memorize it within 10 days. Zhao Xinyu nodded. Jiangge, how long until the Mid-Autumn Festival? 13 days. Have you heard about the village's Mid-Autumn celebration? Zaihanding has no developments, and the village lacks funds. Just yesterday, I heard Grandpa Han mention that the surrounding developed villages each received rice, flour, and oil, along with 500 yuan. Zhao Xinyu nodded, reminding Jiang Pingxin to rest before returning to his room. Once inside, he took out his phone to check his bank account balance. To his astonishment, he saw nearly 2 million in just over half a year. He had earned over 200,000, which surprised him. Taking out paper and pen, he began to calculate. Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan entered multiple times, noticing Zhao Xinyu's apparent calculations, but they refrained from asking questions. In the afternoon, Zhao Xinyu took his electric tricycle out, and no one knew his purpose until he returned in the evening, busy preparing dinner. After dinner, Zhao Xinyu called Han Tianyang, asking him to gather the village officials. He made a brief call, saying nothing specific, leaving Han Tianyang puzzled about Zhao Xinyu's intentions. Xinyu, is there something going on? By around 9 o'clock, all the village officials from Zaihanding had arrived, and Han Tianyang, cutting to the chase, directly inquired, Grandpa Han, how many households currently reside in the village? Han Tianyang thought for a moment. The village comprised a total of 642 households, yet only 516 remained. Among them were 62 households receiving low-income support, 47 impoverished families, and 14 elderly individuals without children. Xinu, what are you planning? Han Tianliang and the others felt a sudden surge of excitement, as they vaguely sensed that Zhao Xinyu might distribute rice or flour to the villagers. Over the years, nearly all neighboring villages had been developed, while Zaihanling remained stagnant due to its terrain and lack of water. During festive seasons, other villages received benefits, but Zaihanling received nothing, leading many young people of marriageable age to struggle to find partners. Grandpa Han, I heard that other villages give every household rice, flour, and oil. Along with 500 yuan, Han Tianyang and the others nodded with a bitter smile. Each time they heard this news, they were bombarded with inquiries and reproaches from the villagers. I will go out this afternoon. As for those who are away, let us not discuss them. For the 516 households remaining in the village, we will add 500 yuan for each low-income and impoverished household, and for the 14 elderly individuals, we will provide an additional 1,000 each. However, everyone will need to work a bit harder tomorrow. When Zhao Xinyu made this announcement, Han Tianyang and the others were utterly stunned, each feeling a bit dazed. They had only hoped for Zhao Xinyu to provide some rice or flour, but he was offering the same as the other villages, along with additional support for those facing hardships. All right, I will inform the villagers right away. If they know that this is all from you, they will be overjoyed, Han Tianliang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Grandpa Han, I haven't finished speaking. You all have worked hard for the village, so I will also allocate an additional 5,000 yuan as a mid-autumn festival bonus for each of you, except for you. Grandpa Han, who will continue to help me. Xinu, this is too generous, the village secretary, Jia Zhansi, stammered. I owe my ability to be here to your support. Without your help, I would still be scavenging on the streets or delivering takeout. These words rendered Han Tianyang and the others silent. Indeed, it was the late Su Ning who had extended a helping hand when Zhao Xinyu was down and out. Now that Zhao Xinyu had prospered, he still expressed gratitude toward them, leaving them feeling somewhat ashamed. The next day, as people awaited the arrival of Jinyu and Jinhen, they noticed that nearly all the villagers of Zaihanling were flocking towards the courtyard, causing them to suspect something significant had occurred. As trucks began to arrive by the roadside, villagers surged forward, and soon it became clear that Zhao Xinyu had not forgotten his roots. He was personally funding mid-autumn festival benefits for each household, with heightened assistance for those in need. This positive energy encouraged the videographers to share the news enthusiastically online, with each video quickly garnering over 1 million likes. The power of the internet surpassed all expectations, as the villagers claimed their rightful benefits while Pingcheng Television had dispatched reporters for on-site interviews. They could interview villagers and videographers, sharing in the joy of the community, yet the man himself remained elusive, causing them to ponder how to capture him on film. Despite this, news of Zhao Xinyu's generosity spread throughout the streets and alleys of Pingcheng, making his name known to many. His benevolent actions earned him the recognition of the villagers in Zaihanling, embedding his image in the hearts of every villager, even those like Zhao Ximing, who had previously harbored resentment against him. On that day, a sensational announcement reverberated through Zaihanling. Han Tianliang, Han Li, Zheng Min, Jiang Fei, and Xu Qianfan, all key figures beside Zhao Xinyu, each received a generous red envelope of 50,000 yuan, while others working in the farm-produce market and rural goose houses received 8,000 yuan. A villager calculated that Zhao Xinyu had spent at least 1 million yuan on these mid-autumn festival benefits. On the evening of August 14th, the guest house remained closed to the public, as everyone from the farm-produce market and others overseeing Luo Shui gathered at the guest house. When the finest braised Crucian carp was served, and Zhao Xinyu and Zheng Min arrived, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Observing the excitement of Han Li and the others, Zhao Xinyu spoke a few words before moving to the 2 special boxes he had brought. Wow, this is special supply liquor and cigarettes. Xinu, have you robbed some high official? I heard that a box of these special cigarettes can fetch 1,000 yuan and still be hard to find. Say the boxes for me, Han Li exclaimed, captivated by the display. Xinu, this quantity can't possibly be counterfeit, right? Han Li questioned, eyeing the 2 bottles of special liquor and 2 boxes of cigarettes placed on each table. If it's real, let me have a box to show off. Try it and see for yourself, Zhao Xinyu replied. Han Li tore open a cigarette box, revealing the pristine golden tobacco leaves, uniform in size. After taking a deep puff, he looked up at Zhao Xinyu in astonishment. It's real. Do you have more at home? Give me a box to flaunt. His remark prompted others at the table, including Han Jun, Huang Jijun, Wang Yulong, and Lu Ming, to eagerly light their own cigarettes. I have a few boxes at home. You can come by later, and I'll give you some. Do you really know that, high official? These are special supplies. Even provincial officials get only a few each year. Just eat your meal. Stop talking so much. The past 6 months had been unforgettable for everyone present. Families like Zhang Min's never imagined such a dramatic change in their lives. Thus, during the meal, everyone relaxed, and even those who typically abstained from alcohol enjoyed a small drink. After several rounds of toasts, Hanli patted Zhao Xinyu, Xinyu. Come to our home tomorrow for the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's better than spending it alone. His words silenced the hall. As everyone realized Zhao Xinyu was indeed alone during this family reunion festival, a fact many had overlooked. Come to my house. No. Xinyu hasn't been to my home yet. He must come tomorrow. As the brothers clamored, Zhao Xinyu's gaze flickered. How about this? Let us all gather here tomorrow and celebrate together. The hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted in fervent applause. After the applause subsided, Han Jun stood to address the crowd. The changes in our lives are all thanks to Xinyu. He often reminds us to be grateful. Let us raise a toast to Xinyu, and everyone should come early tomorrow. Just as the group was exchanging toasts, a gang of unexpected guests, armed with clubs and wearing hats and masks that concealed their identities, forcibly entered the courtyard. They attempted to capture the vigilant Black Wind left to guard the area. Initially, Black Wind evaded them, trampling through the vegetable patches, but soon, using its robust physique, it knocked down at least 5 or 6 of the intruders. Unable to apprehend Black Wind, the group revealed their malicious intent. A figure, masked and seemingly in command, issued a stark directive: kill him. Though Black Wind managed to evade some blows, he was repeatedly struck, igniting his primal fury. As the bloodied Black Wind lay incapacitated in the vegetable garden, at least 20 of the 30-plus assailants bore wounds inflicted by him. The courtyard's garden was marred by signs of struggle, with pools of blood staining the ground. Their origin uncertain. Retrieve the computer's central processing unit. After the perpetrators loaded the computer and their injured onto vehicles, they inquired, "Are there any other valuables in the house?" Nothing of consequence, just some household appliances and a few dilapidated wine casks, though there are 2 peculiar items. What are they? Special-grade cigarettes and liquor, a considerable quantity. About 3 cases. Take them. They and Oppos, surely counterfeit. Still, they might deceive the gullible. Ignite the blaze. As flames erupted, the agri-tainment staff swiftly noticed the disturbance. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhao Xinyu found villagers attempting to extinguish the fire, but Black Wind was nowhere to be seen. Soon after, villagers discovered Black Wind, bloodied and barely alive, in the vegetable garden. Consumed by grief, Zhao Xinyu immediately began to administer aid. Fire engines and police vehicles arrived with wailing sirens as Zhao Xinyu tended to Black Wind while Hanli and the others were questioned. As dawn approached, Zhao Xinyu exhaled deeply. The state of his home was of little concern. Black Wind was his companion, his kin, and he couldn't and Oppos bear to see him perish. Were he alone, Zhao Xinyu would have sequestered Black Wind within his spatial domain, but for now, he was limited to his medical skills. Thankfully, the spatial water invigorated the fading Black Wind. Xinyu, the surveillance hub was taken. They left no trace. The police are gathering evidence. Hopefully, results will come soon. Han Tianyang said, observing Zhao Xinyu sitting beside Black Wind. Zhao Xinyu offered a faint smile, remaining silent. He knew that since they dared to intrude so brazenly, they were undoubtedly prepared. Investigating them would be a challenge. Xinyu, the place is burned. Come to my house. I'll arrange for someone to clean this up in the morning. Han Jun said, furrowing his brow. Han Jun, go back. Black Wind has several fractures. He can't be moved. I'll watch over him here. Xinyu, they're targeting you. If they return, it's already in ruins. They won't be back. Go back. There's much to do tomorrow. Once everyone had departed, a cold glint flickered in Zhao Xinyu and Oppos' eyes. This time, he was truly enraged, filled with an urge to kill, the result of repeated compromises. He rose, locked the gate, and secured Black Wind within his spatial domain. After surveying the ravaged rooms, he retrieved the untouched Linglong Zue and stored it within his spatial domain before retreating to the Grape Trellis. In a luxurious suite at a 5-star hotel, Hu Jinyu sat alone, calmly pouring himself a drink amidst an array of dishes. The suite door opened, revealing a portly middle-aged man and a gaunt young man in his mid-20s. The young man and Amp, Oppos' face was scarred, and his eyes radiated a cruel intensity, betraying a ruthless nature. The middle-aged man was Ma Shangxing, the same man who had led the urban management officers in extorting Zhao Xinyu. Zhang Mingkue, what's the status? Did you capture the dog? That dog was fierce. I took over 30 brothers, and 17 were injured. As per Master Hu and Appo's instructions, I had my men subdue the dog. It was so ferocious that no one dared approach, but it and Appo's unlikely to survive. Hu Jinyu sighed. A loyal hound indeed, a pity. What did you manage to salvage? The vegetable garden is almost half destroyed. The house contained only counterfeit cigarettes and liquor. I took the computer mainframe when I left, and I set fire to his dilapidated house. Everything was done cleanly. I've also taken care of a few officials. They won't find anything. Counterfeit cigarettes and liquor? If it's a substantial quantity, we could have him incarcerated for a while. The brothers inside would give him a warm welcome. Zhang Mingkue produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Hu Jinyu, who scrutinized the unmarked cigarettes with a slight narrowing of his eyes. This fool is courting death if he and Appo's counterfeiting even special-grade cigarettes. Hu Jinyu knew that the state cracked down hard on counterfeiting. If Zhao Xinyu was indeed counterfeiting special-grade cigarettes, it would be difficult for him to avoid a lengthy prison sentence. Taking a drag, Hu Jinyu and Appo's expression changed. With his privileged background, he had sampled his fair share of special-grade cigarettes. Even from a single puff, he could discern that these were not counterfeit. Zhang Mingkue, how much of this type of cigarette is there? 3 cases, including the counterfeit special-grade liquor. Bring them all to me. I'll transfer 100,000 to your account for the brothers and Appo's medical expenses. Let me know if it and Appo's not enough. Understood. I and Appo's bring them to Master Hu tomorrow. Come, sit and have a drink. I ordered these dishes specifically for you. Also, investigate Zhao Xinyu and Appo's background for me tomorrow. The Mid-Autumn Festival, a day of national celebration, was somber for most of Xianling and Appo's residents. Zhao Xinyu, who had lifted many in the village out of poverty, had his home destroyed, over 10 acres of vegetable garden ruined, his house burned, and his beloved Black Wind beaten to the brink of death. The villagers who had rushed over in the morning were enraged at the sight of the ravaged courtyard. Many of them had returned to the village to open agritainment businesses, and they sourced almost all of their vegetables from the courtyard. Zhao Xinyu charged them only half the market price for the vegetables. Now that the courtyard was destroyed, their livelihood was threatened. If they knew who was responsible, they would beat the thugs half to death without Zhao Xinyu and Appo's prompting. In the courtyard, the villagers saw Zhao Xinyu sitting under the grape trellis, his eyes bloodshot and his hair covered in morning mist. Being villagers themselves, they knew that Zhao Xinyu had not left the courtyard and had been sitting under the trellis all night. They were heartbroken at the sight of Zhao Xinyu. They spontaneously began to prop up the trampled tomatoes and cucumbers, picking up any undamaged ones from the ground. Soon after, photos and videos of the incident at the courtyard were uploaded to the internet, and a large crowd gathered in front of the courtyard in a short time. Countless people online demanded a thorough investigation into the perpetrators. Zhao Xinyu, Grandpa has already called. The perpetrators should be found soon. You can end Appo's stay here, come to our house. Du Mingnan, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, felt a pang of heartache at the sight of Zhao Xinyu. Zhao Xinyu took a deep breath and smiled faintly. I promised to meet Han Li and the others at the agritainment center at noon. Please thank Grandpa for me. Du Mingnan sighed softly and glanced around. Where and Appo's Black Wind? I sent him to a pet hospital. He'll be back in a while. Also, you know a lot of people. Could you find me a reputable construction team? Preferably one that specializes in ancient architectural styles? Du Mingnan nodded. Actually, that house of yours should have been torn down long ago, but you were reluctant. Now you have no choice but to rebuild it. Also, UMO and the others don't have your phone number. They asked me to say hello. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. They and Appo's worried they won and Appo's have any allure of the nation, right? Zhao Xinyu and Appo's words elicited a chuckle from Du Mingnan, who lightly patted his shoulder. The courtyard had become such a state, and yet he could still find amusement. Grandfather once said that these possessions are but external matters, arriving with nothing and leaving with nothing. Before coming here, I had nothing, sleeping daily in a concrete pipe, yet I persevered. Meng, I am fine here. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Your family must be quite busy. Are you truly not coming to my house? As she spoke, a flicker of anticipation appeared in Du Mingnan's eyes. No, there are too many people here helping out. I cannot leave all at once. Please wait a moment. I will fetch you something delightful. With that, Zhao Xinyu rose and ventured into the vegetable garden. After a little over 10 minutes, Zhao Xinyu returned, his arms cradling a wine jar caked in dirt. Drunken beauty, Du Ming frowned slightly, expecting a surprise from him, only to be met with the sight of the jar. "This is for you," Zhao Xinyu offered without further explanation. In a lavish villa, Hu Jinyu furrowed his brow upon receiving news that yesterday's incident had been uploaded online, placing immense pressure on the police. What troubled him further was that the usually low-key head of the Du family, Du Gang, had made a special call upon learning of the matter, demanding a resolution within a specified time frame. Reflecting on the special supply cigarettes he had received yesterday, Hu Jinyu pondered how this impoverished individual with no background could possibly be connected to the Du family. While lost in thought, Zhang Mingkue arrived with 3 boxes of special supply cigarettes and liquor. Upon seeing the boxes, Hu Jinyu concluded that Zhao Xinyu must have a close relationship with the Du family. Otherwise, he would not possess such a bounty of special supplies. "Hu Shao, the brothers I sent to investigate just called. Du Mingnan has gone to that kid's place, and it seems they are quite intimate," Zhang Mingkue reported. At that, Hu Jinyu and Appo's expression shifted drastically, darkening as he cursed, "That damned fool is courting death." "Hu Shao," Zhang Mingkue continued, "I just received word that the places you arranged yesterday are a bit unreliable. Get a few brothers to go in first. I will bring them out later. Each will receive 50,000 as relocation fees." Zhang Mingkue and Appo's eyes narrowed. "Is that Zhao Xinyu? Do not concern yourself with this matter. Just find some discreet brothers to go in. Leave the rest to me." At the Du residence, Du Gang observed his granddaughter returning with a jar of wine and glanced around for Zhao Xinyu, who was nowhere to be seen. "Miming, where is that boy Zhao Xinyu? The courtyard is bustling with help, and he cannot break away. Several families are at the farmhouse for lunch, so he is not coming," Du Ming explained. Hearing this, Diao Chang exhaled. Although his father often praised Zhao Xinyu, he still felt that a boy from the mountains could not possibly be on the same level as their family. "This is drunken beauty," Du Mingnan shook her head, noting that the jar seemed different. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She recalled Zhao Xinyu mentioning using grapes for winemaking. With that in mind, she placed the jar on the table and removed the somewhat recent mud seal. Upon opening it, a sweet aroma of wine wafted through the air, drawing the attention of Du Shichang and Du Yongchang in the living room. "Miming, this is grape wine. It smells delightful," Du Shichang remarked, moving closer. Du Mingnan nodded. "This is grape wine made by Zhao Xinyu. I wonder how it tastes. The aroma alone is exquisite. I will fetch some glasses." The moment the wine filled the glasses, the entire Du family was taken aback by its jewel-like clarity, shimmering with a faint luster. Unlike their preconceived notions of grape wine, this one exhibited a high viscosity, reminiscent of aged spirits, with the wine clinging to the glass like glistening purple diamonds. The rich scent enveloped them, imparting a sense of weightiness. "Come, let me taste." Du Gang eagerly took a sip, closing his eyes in delight. The texture was smooth and refreshing, akin to the finest goose down. Sweet without a hint of sourness or spiciness, leaving a lingering fragrance on his lips. For a long moment, Du Gang slowly opened his eyes, declaring it to be a top-tier wine, far superior to any Bordeaux or Domaine de la Romanie Conti. Du Yongchang and Du Shichang exchanged glances, astonished that the wines their grandfather had just mentioned were now being dismissed as inferior. "Ming, pour us a glass," Du Yongchang urged, swirling the wine in his glass. Captivated by its deep purple hue, the wine took a long while to trickle down the glass, and the aroma was nothing short of invigorating. With a sip, Diao Chang could not help but murmur in awe, his eyes reflecting shock. He was an avid collector of fine wines, possessing Bordeaux and Domaine de la Romanie Conti in his collection. Yet, compared to this Jared wine, he found it hard to accept that what he had treasured was indeed of lesser quality. "How about this wine compared to your prized collections? Surely, it surpasses them significantly." "Quickly pour out those inferior wines," Du Gang teased, observing Du Yongchang and Appo's embarrassment. The thought that he had invested so much money and time into collecting wines that paled in comparison to a rural boy's concoction was hard for him to digest. "Ming, remind that foolish boy that top-tier wines should be stored in wooden barrels. Using a pickling jar is a travesty." Suddenly, Du Gang recalled something. "Ming, I wonder if the drunken beauty he has collected has been pilfered as well." "Grandpa, I didn't amp. Appo's, to inquire about that," Du Mingnan replied. "That boy, where will he sleep tonight? Given that his home is gone?" Du Mingnan sighed. He mentioned sleeping in a concrete pipe before. Anywhere can be his home. He plans to demolish and rebuild. Unpretentious yet resilient, this lad is commendable. "Ming, make an effort to win him over," Du Gang suddenly interjected. Du Mignon's face flushed crimson, while Du Yongchang was left speechless. And Du Shichang wore an expression of astonishment. He knew his father and Apos' rare praise was significant, even more so for a youth from humble origins. Sparking his curiosity about Zhao Xinyu. Ming, I wish to ask you something. Have you heard about the cosmetics called National Beauty, City Charm, and Apos, that are said to originate from Pengqing and Yinjing? There are no manufacturers. Everything is handcrafted, claiming to make people look 10 years younger. Many are eager to purchase it. Have you come across it? Du Mingnan chuckled. Second uncle, and Apos, National Beauty, City Charm, and Apos, was concocted by Zhao Xinyu. And I have reserved some for second aunt and the others. Du Yongchang and Apos' eyes widened slightly. He had frequently heard his wife mention this name, noting her seemingly youthful appearance. He had also learned that the wealthy circles of Pengqing and Yinjing were abuzz with this product, which required no makeup, just a wash and application, with over 10 delightful scents. The price of a single bottle exceeds 50,000, yet despite the wealth one may possess, acquiring it is not guaranteed. As the second brother, Du Shichang, remarked, the older the user of the National Beauty and City Charm becomes, the more potent its effects. According to his wife, a woman in her 50s used this product and appeared rejuvenated by over a decade, looking as though she were in her 30s. It is quite astonishing that this elixir, which has driven countless women to madness, originated from the hands of a young man whom they had previously underestimated, piquing Du Yongchang and Apos' curiosity about Zhao Xinyu. Dream. So your mother has also used and Apos, National Beauty and City Charm, and Apos? However, one must be cautious, as it has not undergone rigorous testing. It could contain toxins. Du Mingnan scoffed. Dad? What are you thinking? And Apos, National Beauty and City Charm, and Apos, is an entirely herbal ointment. Zhao Xinyu has simply blended in fragrances derived from various herbs. Both his and Yuma's faces have been restored using this very ointment, as Du Mingnan elucidated the virtues of National Beauty and City Charm to her father. Prestigious global cosmetics groups like Estée Lauder, and Apos, and Duca convened high-level meetings. The sole agenda was the news they received regarding a miraculous cosmetic called Apos, National Beauty and City Charm, and Apos, which had emerged simultaneously in two cities in the mystical land of Huaxia, Pengqing, and Yinjing. This product, crafted through ancient Chinese medicinal practices, utilizes herbal extracts to form an ointment devoid of chemical additives. With its fragrance also derived from a blend of various herbs, National Beauty and City Charm is a purely herbal concoction, entirely free from harmful substances, requiring merely 10 minutes of application to yield results far surpassing those of their brands. The effects are particularly pronounced with age. To their astonishment, and Apos, National Beauty and City Charm, and Apos, lacks a manufacturing entity, and even the labels are handwritten, boasting 15 distinct fragrances, each a harmonious blend that evokes different sensations. Groups such as L and Apos, or Al and Estée Lauder, renowned worldwide, recognize the significance of obtaining and Apos, National Beauty and City Charm, and Apos, for their corporations. Thus, upon receiving the news, they convened urgent meetings with the intent to acquire this grassroots formula at all costs, even if they could not procure the formula itself. They aimed to obtain the methods behind the 15 fragrance combinations, unbeknownst to Zhao Xinyu, who was preoccupied with preparing dishes for a mid-autumn festival gathering with the Han and other families. He had already visited a local market to procure materials for 2 simple houses erected in an empty space outside the eastern wall. Xinyu, I know a few foremen. Tomorrow, I'll contact them so we can effectively plan the yard and build some stately homes. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. I've already asked Du Mingnan to make arrangements. During dinner that evening, Han Li received a phone call with news from the police. The arsonists had turned themselves in 6 individuals in total. Judicial procedures were underway, and it wouldn't be long before results emerged. The police sought to ascertain the extent of Zhao Xinyu's losses to determine potential civil compensation. Han Li informed them that I seek no compensation. I desire the harshest penalties for them. The others were taken aback, knowing that nearly half of the vegetables in the courtyard had been destroyed. Zhao Xinyu could have claimed a substantial sum, yet he chose to forego compensation, leaving them perplexed. Zhao Xinyu had his own reasoning. His conflict was solely with Zhao Ximing. The previous incident involving a hefty man and the city management had resulted in mere days of detention for those involved. This incident was undoubtedly related to the last one, and the perpetrators and Apos' swift surrender was likely due to a call from Du Gang. Furthermore, He understood that even if he sought compensation, they had their own channels, and the loss of a few acres of vegetables would yield negligible sums. It was more prudent to ensure they faced significant penalties. That night, as Han Li worried about Zhao Xinyu and Apos as potential troubles, he and his companions escorted him back to the courtyard, leaving only after he had locked the gate. Upon returning to the newly constructed simple house, Zhao Xinyu entered the space to check on Heifeng. Although Heifeng could not yet stand, he had regained some sensation. Upon seeing Zhao Xinyu, Heifeng growled lowly, filled with sorrow and indignation, his eyes turning blood red. Zhao Xinyu gently stroked Heifeng, reassuring him that the truth would eventually emerge, and he would ensure justice was served. That night, Zhao Xinyu remained in the space, meditating and practicing the Haoming scripture left by his grandfather. The following day, as the farmhouse resumed operations, Du Mingnan arrived with a few individuals to measure and plan the courtyard. She approached Zhao Xinyu, stating, "We noticed that the northeastern part of your yard is riddled with ravines, and there are 2 additional plots of land behind, each comparable in size to yours, which are currently unoccupied. If you purchase those 2 plots, you could cultivate vegetables or build houses." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinyu's mind sparked with possibilities. His plot was the only one connecting to the outside. The east was the Luoshui River, while the west and north were steep ravines over 30 meters deep. Behind him were indeed 2 families that had vacated years ago, as Han Tianli had mentioned, and they had purchased homes elsewhere. Now, with Du Mingnan and Apos as suggestion, he realized the potential of acquiring the 3 plots, which, alongside the vacant paths or wasteland, amounted to approximately 40 to 50 acres. This acquisition would alleviate his concerns about land for the time being. I and Apos, LL make a call. Half an hour later, Han Tianli returned the call, having contacted the 2 families. However, upon learning it was Zhao Xinyu interested in purchasing their properties, they quoted a flat price of 300,000 each. In the village, 300,000 could acquire several similar properties. According to Han Tianli, there were also over 10 acres of farmland to the east, making it unnecessary to spend such an amount on their dilapidated homes. "What is the matter?" Zhao Xinyu inquired. "Each house is priced at 300,000, and they want to negotiate. Hand me your phone." Zhao Xinyu, uncertain of Du Mingnan's intentions, passed his phone without question, contemplating whether he should proceed with the purchase. "All right. I believe it's wise for you to buy them." Zhao Xinyu instinctively nodded. "You just, national beauty and city charm has sold out. I'll transfer the money to you. By the way, let us arrange for another batch soon." "You sold it?" Du Mingnan chuckled. "Of course. You produced a total of 265 bottles. Consider my Yamailan fragrance as my fee for running errands. After accounting for what you promised the Luo family, you have 218 bottles left, each priced at 28,000. I've transferred all the funds to you." Stunned, Zhao Xinyu realized that at 28,000 per bottle, this was astonishing. He had initially thought vegetables were the most lucrative endeavor, but now it appeared he had misjudged. With over 5 million in revenue, Zhao Xinyu felt emboldened and promptly dialed Han Tianli again, instructing him to notify the 2 families to bring their property documents back to the village. On that fateful afternoon, Zhao Xinyu successfully transferred the ownership of 2 courtyards into his name through the village committee and land management department. Once the news spread, the villagers were utterly astonished. With over 300,000, one could easily purchase an apartment in the city, yet Zhao had spent such a hefty sum on 2 dilapidated, uninhabited courtyards. The villagers could not fathom his reasoning for such an extravagant expenditure. Many were immediately inspired to approach Han Tianyang, hoping Zhao would consider buying their properties, even at a lower price. Zhao, fully aware of their intentions, chose not to entertain their offers as these areas were distant from his own. In the ensuing days, Du Mingnan and her team conducted explorations and planning discussions regarding the construction of houses with Zhao Xinyu. After thorough consideration, they decided to establish a workshop with a garden at the northernmost edge of the area. As for Zhao's residence, he opted for a location surrounded by the flowing waters of the Luoshui River. On that particular day, construction machinery rumbled into the vicinity, transforming the 2 courtyards into fertile farmland. Zhao entrusted all matters to Han Li and his companions and set off alone, stating he needed to return to his hometown. The following morning, when Han Li and the others arrived, they found Zhao had already departed. In the days that followed, Han Li and his group occasionally attempted to contact Zhao, inquiring about his return. Each time, they were met with the same frustrating response. The call could not be completed as the recipient was out of service area. After several unsuccessful attempts, they were left speechless. Deep within the remote cliffs of Kaoyang Mountain, there lay a simple dwelling obscured by ancient woods. It would be nearly impossible to discover if one did not look closely. Suddenly, the clear call of birds echoed through the air, as two majestic golden birds, each with a wingspan surpassing 3 meters, landed gracefully on a patch of open ground before the humble abode. They dropped 2 wild rabbits, each weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a young man, approximately 175 centimeters tall, accompanied by a large black dog standing at a height of 150 centimeters. Zhao Xinyu, bring back 2 more. These will not suffice, he commanded. The 2 great birds emitted a low call, a gust of wind swirling around them as they soared into the sky. The young man bent down to pick up the rabbits and retreated into the thicket beside his dwelling. Near the base of the highland flowed a continuous stream, where he began to clean the rabbits. In a large basin filled with the stream's clear water, 5 preserved mountain chickens awaited. Suddenly, a chorus of howls echoed from afar. For anyone else, this might have prompted them to abandon the rabbits and rush back to the safety of the simple dwelling. However, upon hearing the wolf howls, the young man turned to his large black dog. "Heifeng, it seems your friends have come to visit." As he spoke, the bushes across the stream began to rustle, revealing the heads of over 10 greenish wolves peering out. Upon spotting the young man cleaning the rabbits, their eyes gleamed momentarily before retreating. The young man glanced at the still bushes, shaking his head, aware that he would be busy for much of the day. Had Hanli and Du Mingao been present, they would have instantly recognized this young man as Zhao Xinyu, the one they had been unable to contact, who had claimed to be returning to his hometown. With nothing left in his old home, returning there only reminded him of the 2 decades of toil for others, without ever enjoying a moment of respite. To avoid such painful reflections, he chose to reside in Kaoyang Mountain. Initially, he had only roamed the outskirts of the mountain, gathering abundant herbal remedies. However, after Heifeng recuperated, they ventured deeper into the less traveled regions. There, they encountered a pack of wolves. After several skirmishes, Heifeng and the Wolf King became unlikely friends. The territory he now inhabited belonged to the Green Wolf Pack, and he constructed his simple dwelling on a highland by the stream. With the protection of the Wolf Pack, along with Heifeng, Zhao, and Xinyu, he felt secure from potential ambushes by larger predators. Over time, he devoted himself to cultivating the heaven-defying. After breaking through the first level, he finally felt the flow of internal energy within him. The moment he harnessed this energy, Zhao was filled with disbelief. Yet he held fast to his grandfather and Amp Appo's teachings and the belief that ancient martial practitioners depicted in films were not mere fabrications. As he developed his internal energy, he recalled the ancient texts his grandfather left him, detailing acupoints and meridians. Upon examining these texts, he discovered a letter from his grandfather, Zhao Lu, who had anticipated his ability to cultivate internal energy. He had specifically chosen 2 techniques for him to master: 5 spirits decision and like shadow, like shape. In the letter, his grandfather instructed him not to delve into any other materials until he had perfected these 2 techniques. Upon mastering them, he would be free to explore any other methods he desired. The 5 spirits decision mimicked the movements of legendary mythical beasts, Shike, Baihu, Qinglong, Xuanwu, and Qilin, each possessing only 9 distinct actions. Each movement was not easily replicated by ordinary individuals, despite having practiced the heaven-defying. Mastering the first movement of Shike took him an entire week. Each day of training left him utterly exhausted, yet after a night and Amp Appo's rest, his body felt invigorated, shedding layers of impurities. Upon completing the first movement, his body released significant amounts of purplish-black impurities, making him feel lighter and more agile when foraging for herbs. Recognizing the benefits of the 5 spirits decision, he immersed himself in the training. With each movement mastered, his physique transformed, becoming lighter, stronger, or clearer in thought. After 3 months, he had perfected all 45 movements of the 5 spirits decision. Upon completing the final movement, the substances expelled from his body were no longer impurities but dark red blood. Prior to acquiring this space, Zhao Xinyu had been frail despite intermittently practicing the heaven-defying. However, since engaging with it, his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. He could now sense a powerful energy coursing through his muscles, and his meridians had thickened, with a subtle luminescence gracing his skin. Zhao Xinyu then engaged in a friendly competition with Heifeng. Although he could not match the dog's agility, his strength was formidable enough to deter Heifeng from striking him lightly. To his surprise, where once Heifeng's slightest touch would have sent him reeling, he now found himself able to withstand the impacts, sometimes even pushing Heifeng back. He understood that this strength was a result of the 5 spirits decision. Consequently, He eagerly began practicing like shadow, like shape. In their sparring sessions, Heifeng found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately choosing to retreat into the thicket to seek refuge with the Green Wolf Pack. With Heifeng unwilling to compete, Zhao turned his attention to Jihen and Xinyu. But soon they too declined to spar. At this juncture, Zhao Xinyu brimmed with confidence. His prolonged absence was deliberate, as he aimed to master the five spirits' decision and like shadow, like shape to their fullest potential. Throughout his dedicated training, the Green Wolf Pack would occasionally appear, consistently bringing ample wild game with them. The Azure Wolf Pack has reemerged. Upon witnessing him preparing the game, they immediately understood that a barbecue was in the offing, prompting them to forego any formalities and directly set about capturing the local wildlife. The pack, comprising nearly 30 wolves, required half a day merely to clear the gang. As the barbecue commenced atop the elevated ground, all members of the Azure Wolf Pack were present, save for Jihen, Xinyu, and Heifeng. The wolves, both large and small, lay behind Zhao Xinyu, their eyes fixated on the morsels he was deftly turning over. Whenever the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, the wolves could not help but drool, yet they refrained from rushing to claim the barbecue from Zhao Xinyu's hands. Once the game was ready and placed upon a branch, the Azure Wolves remained still, evoking a sense of admiration in Zhao Xinyu. Often, humanity pales in comparison to the animal kingdom. After finishing the barbecue and tidying up, nightfall had descended. Returning to his makeshift dwelling, he cast a glance at the numbers he had inscribed on the wall, letting out a faint sigh. It had been over 4 months since he had departed, and according to the agreement with the construction company, the time for the village's handover should have arrived. Moreover, with the Lunar New Year approaching in just over 20 days, it would be unreasonable for him not to assist Hanli and the others with the myriad of tasks at hand. With thoughts of returning home swirling in his mind, Zhao Xinyu began to prepare. During this time, he had dried a considerable amount of wood ear mushrooms and wild mountain mushrooms in his space, collecting them whenever he encountered them while searching for medicinal herbs. His space now boasted over 10 acres filled with these fungi, yet he could not simply extract them. They had to remain dried for the time being. The following morning, as they prepared to depart, Heifeng let out a long howl, and moments later, the Azure Wolf Pack gathered atop the high ground. The Wolf King lamented to Heifeng, seemingly reluctant to let him go. As Heifeng approached the Wolf King, his massive form rubbed against her, stirring something within Zhao Xinyu. This Azure Wolf Pack was distinct from others. The Wolf King was a female, while Heifeng was. Observing the interaction between them, Zhao Xinyu realized that Heifeng had fallen in love with the Wolf King. Watching the reluctant farewell between Heifeng and the Wolf King left Zhao Xinyu feeling helpless, unsure of how to navigate the situation. Suddenly, Heifeng lowered her head and nudged against him, growling softly with eyes full of expectation. Zhao Xinyu felt a flicker of understanding. Heifeng was suggesting he take the wolves back with him. Heifeng nodded eagerly, prompting Zhao Xinyu to shake his head. Azure wolves thrived in the wilderness. How would they adapt to life among humans? What would people think of him? If the Animal Protection Organization were to investigate, he could face serious consequences. Black Wind, I can take them with me, but for now, they must remain in my space. In the early hours, Zhao Xinyu returned to the village, but did not head directly to the main compound, instead stealing a glance from across the road. The once dilapidated area had undergone a transformation. A tall wall hugged the edge of the ravine, enclosing the entire space, while the earthen ditch had been reinforced with stones. Not a trace of cement could be seen in the crevices. The structure was entirely crafted using ancient techniques, mixing glutinous rice and lime. The entrance featured a grand wooden gate over 5 meters wide and 8 meters high, adorned with copper nails the size of wine cups. The area where the gate met the road was entirely paved with stone, forming a plaza that spanned over 1,000 square meters. Surrounding the plaza were stone benches for resting, with unplanted tree pits and circular flower beds behind them. A 100-meter-long stone arch bridge connected the compound to the area encircled by the Luo River. In the midst of what was once a thicket of weeds stood a traditional Sihiyuan courtyard. Seeing the substantial area now under his ownership stirred excitement within Zhao Xinyu. He had toiled daily for survival, never daring to dream of such a day. As the first light of dawn broke in the east, he hailed a taxi to a freight station in the southern part of the city. Needing to discreetly retrieve the dried wood ear mushrooms and wild mountain mushrooms from his space without raising Hanli's suspicions. After a busy morning at the freight station, he called Hanli, whose complaints rained down on him for several minutes before he could explain about the mountain goods he had brought from his hometown. He then found a nearby barber shop. Upon entering, his shabby clothes and unkempt hair, compounded by the presence of the hulking Heifeng, nearly led to him being mistaken for a vagrant. Upon returning to the compound and pushing open the heavy gate, a broad stone path over 4 meters wide led directly to the northern independent courtyard. The path was devoid of any greenery, yet it was impeccably clean. While Zhao Xinyu surveyed the courtyard, Pei Feng let out a low growl and dashed inside, reveling in the soil that had once nurtured him. He then noticed her digging earnestly in a particular spot, prompting a thought about what might lie beneath his homemade wine. Approaching the area, he observed remnants of vegetable roots in the soil, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He had forgotten the wine, and thankfully, the ground had not been tilled. Had machinery been used, he would have had little chance to lament the loss. "Xinyu, you're back," a voice called from behind. "Grandpa Han, I'm back," he replied. "It's good to have you back. Why are you just standing there? Come see your new house. You won't believe it. People have been sneaking in to photograph your courtyard every day." As Zhao Xinyu stepped onto the stone arch bridge, he noticed platforms beneath it measuring several dozen square meters, with a winding stone staircase leading down. Crossing the bridge, he saw that all the farmland had been tilled. The rich aroma of earth wafted through the newly turned fields, prompting Zhao Xinyu to ponder a pressing question. "Grandpa Han, where are the irrigation channels?" Domingant explained, "Water channels wastewater. We've laid down pipes below. In the future, we'll use sprinklers, less hassle and labor. By the way, will vegetables be planted here next year?" "Vegetables will go over there. Here. I plan to plant fruit trees," he replied, recalling the flourishing Hami apricots and the new black diamond plums in his space. Without hesitation, Zhao Xinyu declared. The courtyard at the center is completely enveloped in blue bricks, with 8 typical Jiangnan-style residences facing east, south, west, and north, passing through the entrance. One is greeted by a 3-meter-high screen wall adorned with carvings of cranes and pines, symbolizing longevity. Beyond the screen wall lay a flower bed of approximately 200 square meters, with 4 large urns, each over a meter in diameter, filled with clear water, upon which green duckweed floated. The large urns had served dual purposes over the years, for raising fish and enriching life, and in case of fire, water could be drawn from them nearby. In the courtyard, several families busied themselves. Upon seeing Zhao Xinyu enter, they quickly surrounded him, their foremost concern being why he had not called even once during his absence. Zhao Xinyu chuckled and turned to Han Li. "Have the goods from the truck been organized?" "Indeed. But where did you acquire so many wild mountain mushrooms and wood ears?" "I've been foraging for these mountain goods in my hometown, where the signal is almost non-existent." The crowd nodded, having presumed something had befallen Zhao Xinyu, only to discover he had been diligently gathering mountain treasures. "Come, see your new home. We've prepared 4 rooms for you, and everything is set." "Why clean so many rooms?" Han Li shrugged, suggesting that Du Mingnan let her tidy up one room, so that when we come over to drink, we wouldn't have to return if it got too late. "We might as well reserve a couple of rooms for ourselves." Zhao Xinyu nodded and walked toward the main house. To the far left was the kitchen, adjacent to 2 empty dining rooms, followed by 2 vacant living rooms, and to the west was a separate room. The remaining 2 rooms formed a suite, which included Zhao Xinyu and Appo's bedroom and study. The decor in both the rooms and the common areas exuded a vintage charm, while the kitchen was already stocked with a considerable amount of ingredients. Observing the ingredients, Zhao Xinyu glanced at Han Li, who playfully punched him on the shoulder. "What are you pretending for? It's been months since I've had your cooking. This is all for you, so hurry up. Is there anyone over by the pickled vegetables?" "Yes, Brother Jiang and his wife, along with Xiaopeng, are overseeing that. By the way, Xiaopeng mentioned you were his master, so there should be a room for him here as well." Zhao Xinyu nodded, suddenly recalling the wine he had brewed. "Han Li, could you go fetch the wine I made? I forgot to mention it when we left." This surprised Han Li and the others. The entire courtyard had been demolished and rebuilt, and while they were aware Zhao Xinyu had brewed wine, they had never seen it. Black Wind knew where it was. Just as Zhao Xinyu finished preparing the meal, Han Li and the others entered, carrying 2 earthen jars caked in mud. Thankfully, the site had remained untouched. Had it been under construction, the wine would have been ruined. "How many jars do we have?" 139 jars. Upon opening the seal, the unique aroma of the wine wafted through the air, drawing everyone's attention to the jars. Unlike Du Yongchang's affluent background, they had only ever tasted wines that cost a mere few dozen yuan, so their impression of wine had been that it was sour and unpleasant. However, they now sensed a distinct difference in the fragrance, igniting a desire to sample the wine among those who had originally planned to drink the drunken Ling Long that Zhao Xinyu had brought from his hometown. Unlike connoisseurs of fine wine, Han Li and the others were not discerning. Each poured a tempered glass and drank the red wine as if it were baijiu. Zhao Xinyu, though familiar with wine culture, shared their sentiments, thinking, "It's just alcohol. Let's drink." After a sip, everyone exclaimed, "Xinyu, this wine has no harshness. It's not as smooth as drunken Ling Long, but it's indeed delightful, sweet, and flavorful. The after effects are potent. Drink sparingly." An hour later, the group had polished off 2 jars of wine, and as they exited the courtyard, the wind hit them, causing their heads to spin. Han Jun, Lu Ming, and Huang Jijun collapsed onto the ground with a gust. Thankfully, Han Tianli and the others helped carry Han Li back to the newly cleaned room. Aware of the wine's strength, Zhao Xinyu only had a small amount. He was fine. While Han Tianli and the others went to the pickled vegetables, he took Chi Feng outside the courtyard, wandering the area and contemplating how best to utilize the space. Later that evening, when Han Tianli and the others returned, Han Li and the others were still sound asleep. No matter how many times they called, there was no response. So they had no choice but to eat and return home. After locking the large gate, Zhao Xinyu contemplated whether he should purchase a few electric scooters for convenience in traversing the nearly 1-mile distance. Back in his room, thinking about the upcoming spring festival, he couldn't help but shake his head. He recalled the Mid-Autumn Festival, initially looking forward to a joyous spring festival, but Black Wind had nearly been killed, and he had even lost his home. Reflecting on the new year, Zhao Xinyu checked his bank account balance on his phone and was taken aback to find nearly 5 million yuan. The cost of land and construction was estimated to be around 4 million. Before leaving, he had entrusted the bank card to Jiang Fei to manage the affairs here. He had assumed there would not be much left on the card. Considering the expenses for organizing the area and the inevitable costs for vegetables, he had wondered how much he could earn from the fish in Luoshui. Yet now, with over 240,000 yuan remaining, it indicated that he had continuously received income over the past 4 months. With money in hand, Zhao Xinyu felt a surge of confidence. He quickly took out paper and a pen to calculate the benefits he could provide for Han Li, the others, and the villagers this year. The next morning, before Zhao Xinyu could rise, he heard a commotion coming from the kitchen. After washing up, he discovered Han Li and the others rummaging for something to eat. He prepared a large pot of lean meat and millet porridge, complemented with a few cold dishes, which helped them feel somewhat better. "The wine you made is delicious, but the after effects are too strong. You said it was sweet and tasty." But each person drank nearly 2 jin. "This wine is wonderful, but it shouldn't be consumed in excess. 3 or 4 taels at a time would be just right." After saying this, he recalled the plans he had been considering and shared his thoughts with Han Li and the others. "Xinyu, we'll pass. You'll need to spend more here, especially with the demands of the spring season ahead. I'm saving the money for the busy spring season. Go back to the village and take stock of the situation," he added. "Oh, Han Li, check with Brother Jiang to arrange a few electric scooters for easier access here." After Han Li and the others left, Zhao Xinyu thought of Du Mingyan. He took out his phone and made his first call to her. After all, they were friends, and she had been the one to help him find workers for the renovations. It wouldn't be right not to greet her upon returning. In just half an hour, Du Mingnan's car pulled up in front of the gate. As she entered, she playfully punched Zhao Xinyu on the shoulder. "You rascal, I thought you weren't coming back." As she spoke, Zhao Xinyu noticed her eyes were slightly red. A warmth filled Zhao Xinyu and Appo's heart, and he instinctively reached out to gently stroke Du Mingnan's soft, long hair. "How could I not return? This is all my fortune. Come on, I'll show you some things. You'll definitely find them useful." Du Mingnan trembled slightly. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling as she followed Zhao Xinyu like a bashful bride. Exiting the courtyard, Du Mingnan softly asked, "Zhao Xinyu, how do you plan to develop next year?" "Ming, you have extensive connections. Help me find a storefront in the city. I intend to open a vegetable and fruit stall there." "That's a good idea, but selling such a large quantity of vegetables might incite jealousy from nearby large-scale growers. You must think this through. The stalls in the city focus on premium products, so it shouldn't and Appo's tea affect them." They crossed the stone arch bridge to the independent courtyard in the north. Pushing the door open, they entered a row of 16 rooms and 4 warehouses. Zhao Xinyu headed to the second warehouse. As soon as Du Mingnan stepped inside, her gaze fixated on the jars of wine still caked in mud. "These are all grape wines. By the way, have you tasted the wine yet? Grandfather said your wine surpasses Bordeaux and Domaine de la Romanie Conti. The last jar you sent over was consumed long ago. He has asked about you several times, inquiring when you would return. What price can this wine fetch? Your wine has reached a top-tier flavor, but the packaging is lacking. Red wine should ideally be stored in oak barrels, yet you chose pickling jars. These are fine jars. You know?" Du Mingnan giggled. That was grandfather's exact words. You can tell him when you see him. Zhao Xinyu felt a twinge of frustration and looked at Du Mingnan speechlessly, which only made her laugh even more. After sharing a laugh, Du Mingnan turned to Zhao Xinyu and remarked, "Do you intend to sell this wine? If you do, this barrel could conservatively fetch around 200,000. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze on Du Mingnan becoming somewhat vacant. The thought of a barrel of wine being worth 200,000 was beyond his wildest imagination. It and Oppos, also due to your poor packaging. If it were in a wooden barrel, the price would be even higher. By the way, there and Oppos, something else I need to tell you. During your time away in your hometown, several of the world's top 10 cosmetic companies sought you out. This revelation left Zhao Xinyu in shock. Why would a cosmetics company be looking for him? He was no celebrity, and surely they wouldn't be seeking him for endorsements. They're interested in the formula for Qingwu Qicheng. I heard that L'Oreal is willing to offer $1 billion to acquire the brand and its formula. Your 16 fragrance formulas alone are valued at 300 million. Zhao Xinyu and Oppos' eyes flickered. Technically, Qingwu Qicheng was a traditional Chinese medicine product, and its formula was derived from the golden coffer essentials. If he sold the formula, those corporations would undoubtedly monopolize it, and they would never brand the product with the traditional Chinese medicine label, which they found intimidating. In such a scenario, he would face infringement claims if he ever wished to utilize the formula again. Although Zhao Xinyu had once experienced dire poverty, his strong sense of nationalism, cultivated through his studies in traditional Chinese medicine with his grandfather, prevented him from allowing the fruits of his ancestors' labor to become someone else's brand. Therefore, not even $1 billion or $100 billion would persuade him to sell. He could not bear to see others profit from his formula only to turn around and sell it at exorbitant prices to his fellow countrymen. Currently, a bottle of Qingwu Qicheng sold for 28,000. If it fell into their hands, the price would surely not dip below 100,000, allowing them to profit from the hard-earned savings of his compatriots. It was far better for him to reap those benefits himself. Noticing Zhao Xinyu and Oppos' silence, Du Mingnan and Oppos' eyes sparkled. It's quite impressive to think it could sell for such a sum. Not just ordinary individuals, but even those large enterprises may never accumulate such wealth in their lifetimes. Zhao Xinyu smiled lightly, his gaze settling on Du Mingnan. Ming, do you think I should sell or not? Du Mingnan's expression grew complex. You once told me that the Yume orchid fragrance you created for me is one of a kind in the world. Then I won't sell it. I'm still young. If a bottle sells for 28,000, making $1 billion or 800 million by the time I'm 80 should not be too difficult. Du Mingnan couldn't help but laugh, playfully tapping his shoulder. While you were away, I helped you register Qingwu Qicheng. If you and Oppos were willing, you could open a store to sell it. Opening a store requires investment. It and Oppos, enough if you help me sell it. The products I made during my time back home are over there. Du Mingnan glanced up and noticed 15 boxes against a wall, each labeled. So many? Zhao Xinyu chuckled. I must accumulate some assets for future generations. Please. Arrange for a vehicle, save 30 barrels of wine for me, and take the rest. Leave 20 barrels for your grandfather, and if possible, send 10 barrels to old Master Luo. There are only 36 barrels of drunken Linglong. I'll keep 16, your grandfather will take 15, and the Luo family will have 5. You're quite generous. What does it matter? Oh, and don't worry about payment. Just see if you can get some special supply cigarettes and liquor. The last batch I brought back was snatched away, and I promised Hanli and the others a few boxes of special cigarettes. Du Mingnan looked at Zhao Xinyu incredulously. Each barrel of these goods could easily sell for hundreds of thousands, adding up to millions. Yet he was so casual about giving them away while only asking for special supplies unavailable on the market. I and Oppos, definitely help you with that. By the way, you mentioned you had something good to show me. Zhao Xinyu walked to a corner of the warehouse where over 100 filled woven bags were piled. He casually picked one up and opened it. Take a look. What are mushrooms? These are the ones we had last time. Zhao Xinyu nodded, pulling out another bag. Here are some wild mountain mushrooms. They and Oppos, all completely natural, the finest quality wild mushrooms, dried without any additives. Are these all for me? I and Oppos, keep some for my farm. Let and Oppos, split the vegetables. You take 40%, and I and Oppos, take 60. All right, what is your plan here? Are you thinking of opening a workshop to produce Qingwu Qicheng? Zhao Xinyu nodded. To brew drunken Linglong and produce Qingwu Qicheng. Du Mingnan paused, a sudden thought crossing her mind. Perhaps in a few years, a new financial tycoon would emerge from Huaxia, one who, unlike others, would rise through technical prowess rather than commercial acumen. What are your plans for this year's Spring Festival? Will you be celebrating with Han Li and the others? Probably, but this year I plan to stay home. With dozens of people, the dining area is spacious enough. On that day, Zhao became the talk of the town, as Zhao Xinyu announced he would distribute Spring Festival welfare to the village. Each household received not only rice, flour, and oil but also 1,000 yuan. For impoverished households, low-income households, and 5 guarantee households, an additional 1,000 was provided. Each village official received an 8,000 yuan red envelope, while those who assisted him, like Han Li and the others, received 80,000 yuan red envelopes. Even the staff at his farm received 18,000 yuan red envelopes each. This news not only stirred excitement among the villagers of Zhao, but also created quite a ripple in the Pengcheng region. A village known for its vegetable farming and fish breeding was distributing welfare to its residents, and the rewards given to employees equaled the annual wages of many. As discussions grew, people began to understand what kind of person Zhao Xinyu truly was. He bore no airs and often cooked for his employees, drinking and chatting with them, fostering a familial bond. Such topics of discussion made many corporate leaders and business owners feel ashamed, for although they operated companies and conglomerates, they lacked the attitude towards their employees that Zhao Xinyu displayed. With such loyal employees, it would be hard for any boss not to prosper. Previously mocking the village of Zhao, those who heard about the welfare distribution soon changed their tune, demanding their villages follow suit. Consequently, they became the subject of ridicule among the villagers of Zhao. As the year drew to a close, Zhao Xinyu contributed an additional 100,000 to the village, as there would always be some activities throughout the year, and lacking funds would not suffice. Without funds for activities, the villagers would lose their enthusiasm. When the village hung lanterns, his courtyard also radiated the festive spirit, with strings of palace lanterns adorning the vintage street lamps. To ensure the villagers felt the essence of the new year, he inquired with Han Li and the others about the possibility of setting off fireworks. The response indicated that their street served as a boundary. While the city prohibited fireworks, Zhao village faced no such restrictions. With that in mind, he immediately spent 200,000 to purchase a large quantity of fireworks and firecrackers and hired professionals to set them off, planning a beautiful display for the villagers on New Year's Day, choosing the open space behind the courtyard as the location. Xinyu, your assistance to the village this year has been significant, and many villagers are grateful to you. Therefore, on New Year and Apos Day, the village children will come to pay their respects, and you should prepare some red envelopes. 3 to 5 yuan will suffice. Additionally, the village has its annual New Year greetings. So when people come to visit, prepare some sunflower seeds as a token gesture, Han Tianli revealed to Zhao Xinyu in the days leading up to the New Year. Understood. I shall proceed with the refinement and translation of the provided text. I am unfamiliar with the customs of this countryside. If you require anything, please let me know, and I will have Han Li prepare it. Aside from that, there is nothing much to discuss. You are aware of our village and Apos' situation. There are not many flat areas, and your courtyard is the most level. They hope to watch fireworks in the courtyard on New Year's Day, and the Lantern Festival activities will also take place there. Certainly. There is no need for you to consult with me on such matters. You may take the lead from now on. After Han Tianyang departed, Zhao Xinyu promptly summoned Han Li and the others. He understood that, in the village, people often gathered to smoke and enjoy a drink, since they planned to come over to watch the fireworks after their New Year and Apos' Eve dinner and participate in the Lantern Festival here. He instructed Han Li to prepare 100 packs of cigarettes, several hundred pounds of sunflower seeds, and candies, with fruits exceeding 1,000 pounds each. On the evening of the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, Jiang Fei, Chu Qianfan, and their companions arrived at the courtyard. Jiang Fei handed several account books to Zhao Xinyu for his review. Zhao Xinyu tossed them aside, saying, "Brother Jiang, I do not comprehend such matters, nor do I wish to. I trust you. Let us not discuss this further." This response momentarily startled Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan, while Jiang Pingxin chuckled, "Dad, didn't I tell you that Master would surely be displeased?" Suddenly, Zhao Xinyu recalled something. "By the way, Brother Jiang, when did the farmhouse close?" Jiang Fei was slightly taken aback. "Just today?" "Why?" Zhao Xinyu replied. "We have no vegetables to sell. We cannot source them from elsewhere." Jiang Fei was at a loss for words. "Have you not realized there is a warehouse below, stocked with ample vegetables to support the farmhouse and the daily operations of both the farmhouse and Pengcheng Hotel?" Zhao Xinyu scratched the back of his head. genuinely unaware of the underground warehouse beneath the courtyard. You mean there is a basement under this courtyard, completely excavated, with over 20 rooms? Surely, you must know about this? Seeing Zhao Xinyu's expression, Jiang Fei, Chu Qianfan, and Jiang Pingxin burst into laughter, realizing anew the diligence of their boss. Xiaoping, have you memorized the items I left for you? Master, it's been quite a while. I have long since memorized them, including the Bin Chao and Huang Di Neijing. Zhao Xinyu nodded in satisfaction. Once the new year is past, you shall stay with me. Jiang Pingxin turned to his parents with excitement. Mom and Dad, did you hear? I told you Master would surely keep a room for me. Staying with your master is acceptable, but your grades must not suffer. If there is anything you do not understand, consult your master. He is a top student. Speaking of school, Jiang Pingxin suddenly recalled, Master, when I return to school this year, the teachers and classmates will be astonished. I will tell them my illness was treated by you. And many parents and teachers have asked for your phone number. Zhao Xinyu hastily waved his hand. Xiaoping, you must not divulge this. I do not even possess a medical license. If this gets reported, I will lose the qualification to take the exam. This statement left Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan momentarily stunned. They were unaware that Zhao Xinyu, a graduate in traditional Chinese medicine, lacked a medical license. Xinyu, every March, there is a traditional Chinese medicine assessment examination, and registration is online during this period. Why not sign up? Very well, I shall register after the new year. By the way, Brother Jiang, what are your plans for this year's new year? Why not join us for the festivities? The more, the merrier. That may not be ideal. Both my parents and Qianfan's parents are coming. It is merely a few more people. Together, we can enjoy the festivities. On New Year's Eve morning, Zhao Xinyu was awakened by the sound of knocking. He dressed and opened the door, where Heiyan eagerly jumped into the courtyard, and Jiang Pingxin, who had knocked, chased after him. Observing the lively figures of Jiang Pingxin and Heiyan, Zhao Xinyu was reminded of his own carefree childhood. However, the beloved grandfather who once doted on him was no longer present, leaving him somewhat melancholic. By the time Zhao Xinyu finished washing up, Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan had brought in two elderly couples. The couples, without needing an introduction, approached Zhao Xinyu, tears streaming as they expressed their gratitude. Indeed, Zhao Xinyu had merely helped Jiang Pingxin regain his footing, yet he had effectively salvaged the lives of Jiang Fei and Chu Qianfan, along with their families. After ushering the four elderly individuals into the living room and engaging in casual conversation, Zhao Xinyu entrusted Chu Qianfan with their care while he invited Jiang Fei to help pace the Spring Festival couplets. Upon returning from this task, Zhao Xinyu noticed a throng of children peeking curiously into the courtyard. Although he did not recognize them, he knew they were village children. He returned to his room, retrieved the bag filled with red envelopes he had prepared the previous day, and stepped outside. By now, around 70 to 80 children had gathered outside, the oldest being roughly the same age as Jiang Pingxin, while the youngest was under 5. The children, clad in new garments, beamed with anticipation upon seeing Zhao Xinyu emerge. As the children chorused their New Year greetings, Zhao Xinyu graciously welcomed them, distributing red envelopes to each one. The first child to receive a red envelope eagerly tore it open, and upon discovering the generous sum of 100 yuan, he erupted with joy. In the less developed region of Zihemling, the inhabitants primarily focused on meeting their basic needs. While children typically received red envelopes during the new year, the amount rarely exceeded 50 yuan, and many were elated with 20 or 30. Thus, receiving 100 yuan from Zhao Xinyu was an exhilarating surprise. Following the children, Han Li, Han Jun, and other young people joined in the festivities to extend their New Year wishes. However, instead of red envelopes, they received a whole pack of exquisite cigarettes without any labels. Wow, Xinyu, an entire pack of special cigarettes? Who do you know? They inquired, their eyes wide with astonishment. Zhao Xinyu shrugged. What connections do I have? I only know you lot, who are of marrying age but still shamelessly come to wish me a happy new year. I acquired these cigarettes from the wholesale market. Each pack cost 6 yuan. Han Li and the others burst into laughter, well aware that Zhao Xinyu had prepared premium cigarettes worth over 20 yuan for the villagers and would not hand them cheap alternatives. By the way, I still have special liquor in my room. When we head back, each of you can take 2 bottles, and the rest we will use for the New Year's Eve dinner and the Lantern Festival. The 7 young men squeezed into Zhao Xinyu and Appo's room and were astonished to find over 30 boxes on the floor, containing only 2 items, special cigarettes and special liquor. Gazing at the staggering number of boxes, Han Li and the others were taken aback. How had Zhao Xinyu managed to procure such a vast quantity of special cigarettes and liquor? Others would boast for ages over a single box of cigarettes or a bottle of liquor, yet here was Zhao Xinyu with over 30 boxes. Could Xinyu possibly be the scion of a wealthy family? Lu Ming whispered to Han Li and the others. Don and Amp. Oppos. T be ridiculous. If he were a wealthy heir, he wouldn't Oppos. T have needed to pick up trash or deliver takeout last year. The eldest, Han Jun, with a glint in his eye, cautioned, guys. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. It's best that we all know. Outside the courtyard, Zhao Xinyu handed a red envelope to a little boy who called him uncle. This boy was Yuzhu, the son of Zhengmin Yuzhu. Where are your mother and the others? They are changing into new clothes and will be here shortly. Uncle, where's Heiyun? He is outside playing with Xiaoping. The little boy tucked the red envelope away. Uncle, I'm going to find Heiyun to play. As Zhao Xinyu, Jiang Fei, and Chu Qianfan busied themselves in the kitchen, the sounds of drums and gongs echoed from outside. Hanli chuckled heartily. Xinyu, the New Year greetings have arrived. How many red envelopes have you prepared for everyone? Go fetch some fruits, sunflower seeds, and candy. Outside the main door, Zhao Xinyu handed a large red envelope, wrapped in crimson paper, to Han Tianyang, who had come to pay his respects. Han Tianyang and Oppos' expression shifted slightly as he recalled hearing from the villagers that Zhao Xinyu had given every child a red envelope containing 100 yuan. At that moment, a tinge of resentment had stirred within him towards Zhao Xinyu. Now, as he grasped the envelope in his hands, he realized it was quite substantial. Upon opening it, he found 5 stacks of unopened bills. With a bittersweet smile, Han Tianyang raised the envelope high. Zhao Xinyu has given out red envelopes totaling 50,000 yuan. Let us all pitch in. There will be cigarettes and fruits to treat us later. Upon hearing this, the villagers who had come to pay their respects were momentarily taken aback. Every year, the generous offerings amounted to only 300 or 500 yuan, while neighboring villages would be lucky to receive 1,000. Now, with Zhao Xinyu giving out 50,000, they were genuinely stunned. As the drums resounded, the villagers began to dance with fervor. When the music ceased, Han Li presented 10 packs of cigarettes to his father, while Han Jun and others carried out boxes of fruits, heightening the villagers' and Oppos' excitement. Little Zhao, we thank you for your contributions to the village this past year. We all wish to prosper alongside you. Will you teach us how to cultivate vegetables? This request caught Zhao Xinyu off guard. He knew that the vegetables he grew and the fish he raised were of exquisite flavor, but the secret lay in the mystical water of his space, a fact he could not disclose. He smiled gently and replied, Grandfather Han and the others are well aware that I possess no extraordinary skills. The cultivation is primarily managed by them. However, if you truly wish to thrive, there is indeed a path forward. The villagers buzzed with excitement at this prospect. After years of hardship, the opportunity ahead was not to be missed. They recognized that the produce and meat sold in the market lacked pesticides and fertilizers, providing them a unique advantage. Although their village lacked sufficient water sources for crop cultivation, they could engage in livestock farming, raising poultry and livestock without feed. This method has been attempted before, but the results were not optimal due to the lengthy breeding cycles without feed, Zhao Xinyu remarked with a knowing smile. That was in the past. Nowadays, countless visitors come to our village seeking not only vegetables but also quality meat. If we can provide them with a few varieties of free-range chickens and ducks, they will certainly be willing to buy. Word of mouth will bring even more visitors to our village. As for farming, I believe it is more beneficial to cultivate high-nutrition grasses for sheep and cattle than to grow low-yield grains. His words resonated with the villagers, many of whom had already made up their minds to pursue livestock farming following Zhao Xinyu's guidance. After bidding farewell to the visiting villagers, the group returned indoors to prepare lunch. Although the number of diners was substantial, so were the hands at work, with Zhao Xinyu and Zheng Min leading the effort. A feast for dozens was soon ready. Hanli, take Xiaoping and Yuzhu outside to set off firecrackers, and Amp, Oppos, as time to eat. We must also stoke the bonfire for the afternoon, Han Tianliang commanded. As the firecrackers exploded in the sky, blessings filled the dining hall. When Hanli and the others returned, everyone raised their glasses in a toast for a prosperous year ahead. The meal lasted over 2 hours, with the anticipation of the bonfire in the afternoon preventing anyone from drinking too much. After dining and enjoying some fruits, Han Li and his companions followed Han Tianliang to the courtyard to prepare the bonfire. Originally, Zhao Xinyu intended to assist, but he received a call from Du Mingnan, who informed him that they would be joining for the New Year's Eve dinner and the fireworks display, while others might not know Du Gang's true identity. Zhao Xinyu was aware and hurriedly instructed the women tidying up to prepare the rooms. He also sent Jiang Fei and his wife to the city to acquire 20 sets of new bedding and daily necessities. As they prepared, a sleek sports car and 5 unusual business vehicles entered the courtyard, ultimately stopping outside Zhao Xinyu and Appo's home. Xiaoping and Yuzhu, playing outside, had already informed Zhao Xinyu when the cars arrived. By the time Zhao Xinyu stepped outside, Elder Du had already entered the courtyard, accompanied by Du Yongchang, Du Shichang, and Du Mingnan's aunt. In an effort to avoid disturbing the villagers celebrating the new year, Elder Du only brought along 2 robust middle-aged men, whom Zhao Xinyu had met during his previous visit to Yanjing. Upon seeing Zhao Xinyu approach, Du Gang laughed heartily. Xinyu, Meng mentioned it's quite lively here, so we decided to join in. Welcome, welcome. Please, come inside, Zhao Xinyu replied warmly. The busy Zheng Min and the others recognized Du Mingnan and were aware of her affluent background. As Zhao Xinyu led Du Gang and the others into the living room, they served some fruits while remaining in the kitchen to prepare for the evening's needs. Once seated, Du Gang gestured beside him. Come, Xinyu, sit here. Let me introduce you to my rather unremarkable companions. Du Mingnan stifled a chuckle, while Du Yongchang and Du Shichang wore expressions of wry amusement. Since returning from Yanjing, they had heard Zhao Xinyu's name more times than they could count. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, when Zhao Xinyu encountered difficulties, Elder Du had unprecedentedly called to inquire about him. From that moment on, they realized the elder genuinely admired Zhao Xinyu, which left them feeling somewhat unsettled. All of them had children. Du Yongchang had only Du Mingnan, while Du Shichang had a son and a daughter. And their sister Du Yuechang also had a son and a daughter. For these children, the elder was a figure of authority, while they understood his fondness for them. They often only heard his criticisms. In stark contrast, he never spoke ill of Zhao Xinyu. Each time the child returned home, the elder would compare him to Zhao Xinyu. And the inevitable conclusion was clear. None of the children measured up to Zhao Xinyu. Now, sitting before Zhao Xinyu, the mention of their shortcomings stung their pride. Yet they dared not voice their discontent, instead remaining silent. Meanwhile, Du Mingnan's mother, Wang Qing, frequently stole glances at Zhao Xinyu and then at her daughter, ultimately revealing a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Xinyu, this is Meng and Appo's father, Du Youchang, and this is her second uncle, Du Shichang. Over there is her aunt, Du Yuchang. With each introduction, Zhao Xinyu stood and bowed respectfully, prompting a flicker of curiosity among Du Yongchang, Du Shichang, and Du Yuechang. Though Zhao Xinyu merely offered a greeting, they sensed a distinction in him compared to their preconceived notions of villagers. His demeanor surpassed that of many well-bred city dwellers, indicating that Zhao Xinyu had undoubtedly received a superior upbringing, likely from someone of considerable stature. Du Mingnan, why haven't you come to pay your respects to Zhao Xinyu? Just as Zhao Xinyu settled down, Du Mingnan directed her attention to a sweet-faced girl around 20 years of age. Du Mingnan was momentarily taken aback, then rose to her feet and sweetly greeted, Happy New Year, Brother Xinyu. Following her, Du Ruoxin, Li Kersen, and Li Jinghao also stood to pay their respects to Zhao Xinyu, prompting him to glance at Du Mingnan. With a light laugh, Du Mingnan urged, What are you waiting for? This is their first visit. You can end Appo's. Let them pay their respects for nothing. Zhao Xinyu scratched his head, saying, Please wait a moment. He retreated to his room and retrieved a small pouch from his drawer. Rubbing his fingers over the pouch, he recalled the ancient sandalwood he had discovered in the mountains, from which he had selected a branch to carve small trinkets during his evenings of leisure. Each piece was crafted with care, and as he carved, he reminisced about his grandfather's teachings. These small artifacts were a tribute to his grandfather, and now, with Du Mingnan and the others offering their New Year greetings, he found himself at a loss for a gift, ultimately settling on these cherished creations. What exquisite items! Allow me to see if they meet my standards, Du Mingnan said as she reached for the pouch upon Zhao Xinyu and Appo's entrance, then seated herself beside their grandfather to unveil its contents. A rich aroma of sandalwood filled the air, and the gathered guests were momentarily stunned. Given their distinguished backgrounds, they could discern the pouch contained aged sandalwood. With a flourish, Du Mingnan emptied the pouch onto the coffee table, and everyone's eyes widened at the sight of over a dozen intricately carved trinkets, monkeys, tigers, rabbits, snakes. All 12 zodiac animals were represented, alongside auspicious creatures like dragons and phoenixes. Each piece was so lifelike that it appeared to breathe. A slight shift in perspective revealed the animals seemed to change in expression. These are my handcrafted trinkets. Please, choose your favorites, Zhao Xinyu invited. I am a rabbit, so I shall take the rabbit pendant, Du Mingnan declared first, claiming the rabbit charm. I am a monkey, Li Zhenghao exclaimed as he picked up a tiger pendant. Just then, Du Mingyao noticed another pendant beneath the dragon-shaped one, which appeared to be human-shaped. Curiosity piqued. She reached for it. Zhao Xinyu's expression shifted as he saw her lift the pendant. He interjected, "That pendant is not for taking." He noticed that Du Mingyan had also spotted it, and, before he could intervene, she had already grasped it. Upon inspecting the intricate carving of a figure, Du Mingnan's cheeks flushed, and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. "I will take this pendant," she declared, oblivious to the others who could not discern its significance. And she tucked it away. Zhao Xinyu, feeling a tad awkward, glanced at Du Mingnan, who responded with a radiant smile, causing him to exhale in relief. Observing the now incomplete set of zodiac animals on the table, he addressed the group. Uncle, Aunt Yu, please see if any of the zodiac charms match your signs. If not, I can carve some more for you at a later time." Upon hearing Zhao Xinyu speak, Du Yongchang and the others, recognizing the value of the pendants, wasted no time in selecting their zodiac signs. However, Du Mingnan's mother, Wang Qing, and her uncle, Li De, found their signs overlapped, leaving the tiger and pig unclaimed. Gathering the remaining pendants, Zhao Xinyu turned to Wang Qing and Li De, stating, "Each pendant takes about 3 days to carve. Please wait a few days, and I will have Mingyao bring them back for you. You know how much each pendant could fetch on the market, right?" Du Gang suddenly interjected. Zhao Xinyu chuckled softly. "Old man, this is merely aged sandalwood, and my carving skills might as well be seen as a waste of such exquisite wood. Your craftsmanship, however, was imparted to you by your grandfather. Just how many years have you practiced?" "I began my studies at the tender age of 6 and have carved diligently whenever I had the leisure before university." This revelation moved everyone present. They had already gleaned from the old man and Du Ming and that Zhao Xinyu possessed extensive knowledge in various fields such as traditional Chinese medicine, culinary arts, and winemaking, all of which he could be deemed proficient in. Now, to discover yet another talent in carving, which he had pursued since childhood for 12 continuous years, was remarkable. While each individual's learning journey varies, creativity often blossoms before one's youth. The renowned masters of carving, in the public eye, had honed their art through years of experience, savoring the myriad facets of life before merging their artistry into their work. Although Zhao Xinyu was youthful, it was palpable that he had already integrated these elements, far surpassing the timeline typically associated with mastery by decades. To hear him refer to his artistry as a waste would surely baffle those esteemed masters should they hear it. "Zhao Xinyu, should you bring such a pendant to market, it would likely fetch a price exceeding 80,000, Du Yongchang remarked, observing Zhao Xinyu and Apos' reaction, curious if it aligned with the sentiments expressed by his father and daughter. Zhao Xinyu merely smiled and shook his head, dismissing it as the mere cost of aged sandalwood. "You are aware of sandalwood prices?" "I have some knowledge. The last time I ventured into the mountains, I encountered a century-old sandalwood tree and took a single branch." His words caused Du Yongchang and the others, well-versed in sandalwood, to exchange incredulous glances. A century-old sandalwood branch is worth far more than mere hundreds or thousands. The sandalwood used for Zhao Xinyu and Apos' pendant could be valued in the billions. Yet, Zhao Xinyu, fully aware of sandalwood and Apos' worth, had only taken a single branch, indicating that money held little significance in his eyes. A tinge of bitterness crept into Du Yongchang's heart. He had long assumed that Zhao Xinyu and Apos' proximity to his daughter was driven by ulterior motives. Recalling how he had presented Du and Apos' family with valuable gifts like exquisite wine without any discernible reaction. But in this moment, Du Yongchang felt a shift. This young man seemed unlike his previous impressions. "Sister, may I see who is carved upon your pendant?" Du Mingyao inquired, playing with the rabbit pendant in her hand, her thoughts drifting to the one Du Mingnan had seized. They were all carved by the same person, with equal craftsmanship. "You can discern for yourself," Du Mingnan replied, a hint of irritation in her tone. Just then, a resounding bird call pierced the air, and Du Mingnan and Apos' eyes lit up as she turned to Zhao Xinyu. "It and Apos' Jinhen and Jinyu. They have returned." Zhao Xinyu rose and nodded at Du Gang. "Old man, I shall step outside to take a look." "I, too, wish to see the legendary Longpeng," Du Gang responded with a smile as he got to his feet. Once they stepped out of the living room, they were met with the force of 2 tempestuous winds swirling in the courtyard, followed by the arrival of 2 golden birds that landed gracefully in the flower bed. Beside them lay 2 wild boars, each exceeding 100 pounds, their heads still oozing blood, yet devoid of any breath of life. Observing the imposing creatures towering at over a meter tall alongside the silent wild boars left even Du Gang gasping in disbelief. They were all acutely aware of the ferocity of wild boars, which frequently rolled in pine needles, their bodies coated thickly with a mix of pine resin and soil. Even the sharpest weapons might struggle to penetrate their tough hides. Yet, here they lay, felled by the two magnificent birds. The terrifying power of these creatures was unfathomable. Had they encountered such formidable beings, they might not have stood a chance to escape. The Du family gazed at Jihin and Xinyu, who, in turn, regarded them with equal curiosity. Upon spotting Du Mengnan among the crowd, Jihin and Xinyu chirped softly in greeting. Zhao Xinyu shook his head. Jihin and Xinyu have brought back 2 wild boars. They are staying here for the new year. He glanced towards the kitchen, where Zheng Min and the others were peering through the window. Minjia, who is the butcher in our village? We need to summon him for assistance. As he spoke, he stepped into the flower bed, causing the Du family to exchange anxious glances, concerned that Jihin and Xinyu might suddenly lash out at Zhao Xinyu. In that instant, a massive shadow rushed through the main gate, growling at the sight of Jihin and Xinyu in the flower bed. Jihin and Xinyu responded with low trills. When Zhao Xinyu approached them, Jihin and Xinyu spread their vast wings, gently flapping them against his body. Zhao Xinyu reciprocated with a touch, igniting a surge of excitement among Du Mingyao and the others, who eagerly descended the steps to approach the flower bed. Jihin and Xinyu tilted their heads, regarding the 5 unfamiliar humans with eyes full of curiosity, clearly not recognizing Du Mingyao and her companions. Mingyao, do not fret. I have known Jihin and Xinyu for over half a year. They would not allow anyone to approach them except for Zhao Xinyu. At that moment, Jiang Pingxin and He Yuzhu, who had been playing outside, returned, rushing to join Jihin and Xinyu, climbing over the flower bed. To the astonishment of Du Mingnan and the others, Jiang Pingxin and He Yuzhu were also allowed to touch the bird's feathers, though it was evident that Jihin and Xinyu displayed some reluctance towards the two. Suddenly, both birds emitted a series of low trills, and Zhao Xinyu, who was busy inspecting the wild boars, called out to Jiang Pingxin and He Yuzhu, "Little Ping, Yuzhu, you need to step back. They are about to leave." The 2 children scrambled out of the flower bed just as Jihin and Xinyu let out a triumphant call. Powerful winds swirling around as they took flight towards the eastern side of the courtyard, with the dark wind following suit. "Brother Xinyu, can you understand what they are saying?" Zhao Xinyu chuckled, lifting the wild boars as if they were mere chickens. Having spent considerable time with them, he had come to understand their intentions. They possessed emotions akin to humans. "Mei Ming, you stay with them for a moment while I take the wild boars outside." As Zhao Xinyu exited with the boars, he remained oblivious to the astonished gazes of the Du family, particularly the 2 burly men accompanying the old man, whose eyes were wide with disbelief. Each wild boar weighed over 100 pounds, totaling more than 200, yet Zhao Xinyu carried them effortlessly, as though lifting 2 mere chickens. His extraordinary strength astonished everyone, for no one could fathom that a seemingly frail scholar could possess such might. The 2 bodyguards assigned to protect Du Gang, both practitioners of ancient martial arts, were significantly stronger than the average person, yet they found it challenging to match Zhao Xinyu's ease in lifting the 2 wild boars simultaneously. Du Gang's gaze flickered momentarily. "Young Yongjun, Lu Fei, come with me to take a look." Du Mingnan and her companions seemed to grasp something profound, following them outside. In the rear courtyard, Zhao Xinyu set the wild boars down on an open patch of ground and turned to see Du Gang and the others approaching. "Old Du, what brings you out?" Du Gang chuckled warmly. "Liang Yongjun, Lu Fei, why don't you give it a try?" The 2 men nodded, their bodies exuding a faint aura as they moved. In the blink of an eye, they stood before Zhao Xinyu, one on each side, simultaneously launching an attack, the rushing winds creating a barely audible sound in the air. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, his body twisting in a manner almost impossible for an ordinary person, evading their strikes. In the next instant, he moved his hands, causing Liang Yongjun and Lu Fei to retreat, but they were just a heartbeat too slow. Zhao Xinyu seized both Liang Yongjun's neck and Lu Fei's wrist. A surge of excitement welled within Zhao Xinyu and Apos' eyes. It was evident that to be a bodyguard for Du Gang, they possessed formidable skills. Yet, in this initial exchange, he had managed to counter their attack, an outcome he had not anticipated. He released his grip and nodded at the 2 individuals, whose faces were filled with disbelief. Du Gang and his companions took a deep breath, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Liang Yongjun and Lu Fei, the captain and vice-captain responsible for the old master's protection, had often observed their training sessions where one could easily handle 7 or 8 other bodyguards. Yet now, They were the first to strike and were countered by Zhao Xinyu, indicating his superiority over them. You possess dark energy cultivation, Liang Yongjin inquired, a hint of shock in his voice. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Brother Liang, what is dark energy? Your cultivation level, Liang Yongjun and Lu Fei both responded in unison, realizing from Zhao Xinyu's gaze that he was not feigning ignorance. I do not comprehend. These are merely self-defense techniques taught to me by my grandfather, Zhao Xinyu replied, refraining from mentioning the 5 divine decisions, as swift as the wind. His words, though seemingly innocuous, bore a strong insult. It was humiliating for seasoned fighters to be subdued by a youth oblivious to the concept of cultivation. Come back, Du Gang said with a smile. Let us spar sometime. Although we lost, we are not willing to accept it. Sister, why don't you mention that Zhao Xinyu is a great hero? His moves were spectacular. I like boys like him, Du Mingyao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. This elicited a large eye roll from Du Mingyan. Let us go. Someone is approaching. We should return, Du Gang remarked, noticing Han Tianyang arriving with several villagers. These are the wild boars that Jin Hin and Jin Yu brought back, Han Tianyang observed, glancing at the 200-pound wild boars on the ground and towards Jin Hin, who stood nearby. Jin Yu chuckled, Zhao Xinyu, they have brought us New Year's gifts. Wild boar is quite the delicacy. I've had it a few times in my youth. The taste is far superior to domesticated pigs. I hear the tusks can fetch a good price, a middle-aged man in his 50s said with a laugh. Zhao Xinyu chuckled heartily. Uncle Yongping, the tusks of these 2 wild boars are yours. Sure, by the way, there's quite a lot of wild boar meat here. Can you sell me a few pounds to take home for the children? That's a good thought, Jin Hin, Jin Yu. And Heifeng can devour most of it in one sitting, and with so many family members, how much will be left? Han Tianyang pointed out. Then let it be. As long as there are wild boar tusks, they will be happy. Uncle Yongping, don't mind what Han said. Wild boars are always within reach. Let us each take a few pounds, and you all can take the trotters as well. By the way, we need to set up a stove here. The one at home is too small. With a collective effort, everything was prepared in just about an hour. Zhao Xinyu promptly began cooking the large chunks of bone and pork in the pot. Over an hour later, Du Mingnan, Du Mingyao, and the other young people returned to the back, their mouths watering from the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Brother Xinyu, when will the stew be ready? I'm starving. Zhao Xinyu glanced at Du Mingyao. Soon, in about half an hour. Have Sister Qian cook. Once she has done over there, we will be ready here too. Half an hour later, Zhao Xinyu lifted the lid of the pot, first serving 3 large bowls to Jin Hin, Jin Yu, and Heifeng before dishing out the remainder, which still filled 5 large bowls. Considering there were 4 tables of people at home, he offered 1 more bowl to Jin Hin and his companions, then called Han Li and the others to help carry the cooked pork back to the dining room. As the bone-in pork was brought into the dining room, the rich aroma immediately overwhelmed the sense of the other dishes. The villagers, who were present aside from the Du family, wasted no time in digging in, each taking a hefty piece of the succulent pork, the grease oozing as they indulged. At that moment, the age-old saying of eating heartily and drinking deeply was vividly reflected in the dining room. The initially reserved Du family, witnessing the villagers relish their meal, also rolled up their sleeves and joined in. In less than 20 minutes, the 4 large bowls of pork were completely devoured. Du Mingyao licked her fingers and looked at Zhao Xinyu. Brother Xinyu, is there any more? This is the most delicious meal I have ever had. Han Li sighed dramatically. We cooked 8 large bowls. We have 4 here, and Jin Hin, Jin Yu, and Heifeng have the other 4. I'm going to fight for a piece with them. Without waiting for anyone to react, Han Li and Han Jun dashed out of the dining room, leaving the Du family staring in astonishment. They couldn't fathom that Jin Yu, Jin Hin, and Heifeng, being animals, were so dirty, yet these people wanted to fight with them for food. That was simply unacceptable to them. Seeing the reactions of her family, Du Mingyan smiled faintly. You don't understand. Jin Hin, Jin Yu, and Heifeng eat the same food as us. They want to touch anything that falls on the ground. Most of the time, they eat cooked food, and they often snatch food from us. Whoever grabs it first gets it. This revelation left the Du family utterly stunned. They had never heard of such a thing. By this logic, the 3 large creatures accompanying Zhao Xinyu were not dissimilar to humans. As they pondered this, Han Li and Han Jun returned, their heads hanging low. Han Li muttered under his breath, clearly having failed to secure any food, when Jiang Pengxin and He Yuzhu entered last. People noticed that each of the 2 little ones held a steaming piece of bone and pork. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. You couldn't even outsmart 2 kids. How embarrassing. What do you mean? We can't outsmart Jin Hin, Jin Yu, and Haifeng. They intentionally left 2 large bones for Xiao Peng and Yuzhu, Hanli retorted, prompting laughter from everyone in the dining room. Though they were oblivious, the Du family was profoundly shocked. From Hanli's words, they could discern that these individuals treated Jin Hin, Xinyu, and Haifeng as family, while these 3 creatures, in their eyes, particularly protected Jiang Pingxin and He Yuzhu. Brother Xinyu, when can we have such stew again? You can come over often, Du Mingnan replied with a smile. Du Shichang laughed heartily. Mingyao, I know why you come here so often. It's for this meal. I'm just too busy. If I weren't, I would come every day. This remark stirred something in Du Gang. Xinyu, let us stay here tonight. Do you have any rooms available? Yes, there are plenty of rooms. Du Mingnan giggled. Zhao Xinyu, have you prepared my room? It's ready. You can pick whichever you like. The one next door is quite nice. Du Yongchang was momentarily taken aback but then smiled wryly. His father had been urging Du Mingnan to pursue Zhao Xinyu for quite some time, and he could see that his daughter harbored feelings for Zhao Xinyu. Upon seeing Zhao Xinyu, he sensed the burden in his heart gradually lifting. Let us go. Take me to see it? As Du Mingnan and Zhao Xinyu led the Du family to choose their rooms, Hanli and the others ventured outside to ignite the piled-up firewood. Shortly after the fire blazed, villagers began to enter the courtyard in small groups. Hanli and his companions laid out cigarettes, sunflower seeds, and fruits for the villagers to help themselves. After selecting their rooms, the group sat in the living room for a while. Zhao Xinyu checked the time and stood up. Old Master Du, let us go. We have a custom to turn the fire for good fortune in the coming year. Du Gang nodded, acknowledging the existence of such customs in their region, although they were absent here. Come on, let's partake in this tradition and drive away this year's misfortune, welcoming good luck tomorrow. As Zhao Xinyu stepped outside, he noticed that Zheng Min and the others had already departed, though he Kuden and Appos, Telwen. They made their way to the courtyard, where a towering bonfire stood over 6 meters high, its flames reaching for the heavens. Villagers and townsfolk alike had gathered around it. Upon Zhao Xinyu's arrival, the villagers parted to make way for him. With a hearty laugh, he shared their customs with everyone and reminded the villagers, remember, do not speak while you turn. In an instant, the courtyard, filled with 700 or 800 people, fell silent. Zhao Xinyu placed his hands on his chest and took the first step, followed by the Du family, who mimicked his movements as they circled the bonfire, many silently voicing their wishes. They spun 3 times in both clockwise and counterclockwise directions, after which cheers erupted from the crowd. Following the jubilant shouts, people pulled out their phones, and after 10 minutes, they began to count down 10, 9, 8, 7. As the final number was called, a deep rumble resonated from behind the courtyard, followed by a dazzling display of colorful fireworks illuminating the sky. At that moment, the air was filled with exultant cries, and the courtyard transformed into a joyful sea, the villagers of Zaihanling radiating hope for the future. Inspired by the villagers' exuberance, the city dwellers also wore smiles. Back in the courtyard, Du Gang gazed at the fireworks and listened to the distant cheers, reflecting, this is what true New Year celebrations are about. If only there were Lantern Festival festivities, it would make this celebration even more perfect. Father, every year, the city streets and companies organize Lantern Festival activities, Du Yongchang quietly mentioned. Du Gang shook his head, insisting that the authentic Lantern Festival celebrations occur among the people. Those grassroots festivities are far more vibrant, requiring only fruits and sweets to ignite the passion within. The city folks merely prioritize the funding for daily events and lack an understanding of what true celebration entails. He reminisced fondly about the New Year celebrations in the old district, where a handful of dates and peanuts could bring joy. At that moment, the crowd in the courtyard fell into silence. Just as Du Gang had stated, in bygone days, regardless of how busy one was, those who ventured far would return home to celebrate the new year with their families. Yet, in today's technologically advanced age, many sacrifice their presence in favor of providing a better life for their descendants, causing the essence of the new year to fade. Compared to neighboring villages, Zaihanling lagged significantly behind, yet at this moment, they could still feel the rich atmosphere of the new year. Du Gang and Appos' words stirred memories in Du Yongchang and others, recalling that although life was modest, the new year was always filled with joy, leading them to ponder where the essence of the new year had vanished. As the fireworks continued to burst, laughter echoed through the courtyard. Once the display concluded, the Du family retreated into their home, while the sounds of drums and gongs persisted outside, keeping both the villagers and nearby city residents captivated. Zhao Xinyu chose not to join the festivities outside. instead listening intently from his room, unaware of when the villagers would finally retire for the night. The following day, Zhao Xinyu rose early as usual and stepped outside to find that the remnants of last night and Appo's fireworks had been cleaned up, leaving the courtyard spotless, with hardly a trace of sunflower seed shells. This sight stirred something profound within him. Around 9 o'clock, Hanli and Hanjun arrived, shortly followed by Zhang Min and her daughter. However, they noticed the absence of others. Where are Grandpa Han and the others? Hanli glanced towards the living room, explaining. Grandpa said you had guests, and the villagers tend to speak without restraint, so they decided not to come. Zhao Xinyu shook his head, recognizing that the old man and his family desired a lively atmosphere. I and Appo's LL called Brother Jiang and informed the others. Zhao Xinyu, you should take a look. Your story has made headlines. Du Mingnan rushed into the kitchen as Zhao Xinyu and Zheng Min busied themselves preparing lunch. As Du Mingnan elaborated, last night's New Year's vigil and fireworks, captured by villagers, had been uploaded online and subsequently gained traction, becoming a trending topic. Countless netizens praised it as the epitome of a genuine New Year celebration, one that truly embodied the spirit of the season. Contrasting sharply with the lackluster festivities in concrete jungles, watching the viral video, Zhao Xinyu found himself momentarily stunned, never expecting this seemingly trivial event to captivate so many online. Grandpa just mentioned that from now on, we should celebrate New Year's here, he chuckled, to which Du Ming and shot him a playful glare. Yuma is extremely envious right now. They've been busy with visits and plan to come before the Lantern Festival. I noticed there is still a room available. Shall I reserve it for them? Sure. I and Appo's LL find someone to clean it up. By the way, why aren't you all visiting during the New Year's greetings? Tomorrow. We all depart, but Grandpa will stay behind. Could you help us look after him? Zhao Xinyu paused, glancing at Zheng Min, who was diligently tidying up, and chuckled. It seems tomorrow it will just be me and the old man. Zheng Min sighed softly. Since her husband's incident, she had lost track of how long it had been since she visited her family. Zhao Xinyu's mention of it stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her. Noticing Zheng Min lost in thought, while holding a few wild mushrooms, Zhao Xinyu's curiosity piqued. Mingnan, how are the mushrooms and wood ears selling at the hotel? Du Mingnan smiled mysteriously. I introduced the wild mushrooms and wood ears yesterday. Those who reserved the New Year's dinner at the hotel praised the unique flavor. We'll know more in a few days. In the coming days, as families busied themselves with New Year's visits and family reunions, only Zhao Xinyu and Du Gang remained in the courtyard. One day, Zhao Xinyu received a call from Du Mingnan, urging him to pay attention to the online developments, especially regarding Pengsheng Hotel. Upon checking social media, he found discussions swirling around Pengsheng Hotel, where wood ears and wild mushrooms had become a sensational hit, filling the establishment to capacity daily, with reservations extending beyond the Lantern Festival. The surge in business was not only due to the mushrooms but also because the hotel had introduced its homemade wine, a brand called Purple Emperor. Patrons who spent a certain amount could order this exclusive wine. Though Purple Emperor was an unknown label, its price was astonishingly high, equating to the annual salary of an average worker, with a single bottle priced at 38,800. This price point was beyond the reach of most. Yet Pengsheng Hotel had its own clientele familiar with its offerings, ensuring that once a regular customer met the spending threshold, they could purchase a bottle. However, upon receiving the bottle, the customer was taken aback to find the 38,800 priced wine contained within a simple bamboo tube, devoid of any special features. The attractive name contrasted sharply with its plain packaging, leaving the customer disappointed and subject to ridicule from their accompanying friends. In a fit of rage, the frequent patron hurled the green bamboo tube to the ground, resolutely deciding never to set foot in the Pengsheng Hotel again. However, in the instant that the tube shattered, the unique fragrance of the Purple Emperor caught him off guard. He beheld the crystalline, translucent liquid of the Purple Emperor on the floor, which, unlike other wines that resembled mere water, remained intact and unbroken. Those who frequented a star-rated establishment like the Pengsheng Hotel were undoubtedly individuals of stature. And as the patron smashed the Purple Emperor, he did so amidst a bustling hall filled with discerning guests. Before the patron could react, a middle-aged man picked up the shattered tube and downed the remaining Purple Emperor in one gulp. Moments later, his eyes lit up. My friend, what a pity. How careless. This is the Purple Emperor, ISN and Appo's. It? The hotel is selling it for a bargain. After uttering these words, he turned to the waiter. Bring me a bottle of Purple Emperor. Those present, all of whom possessed a certain social standing, could discern the extraordinary nature of the Purple Emperor, leading them to request additional dishes and purchase this exquisite wine. Soon, those who acquired the Purple Emperor began to boast about it, and its popularity surged in Pingcheng. The flavor of the Purple Emperor was undeniably unique, yet its quantity was exceedingly scarce. Each day, those fortunate enough to obtain a bottle regarded it as a treasure, driving others to the brink of frenzy in their desire to taste it. Some even offered exorbitant prices to secure reserved tables. The rising fame of the Purple Emperor also caught the attention of wine magnates from Bordeaux and Chateau-Latour, who sought to procure a bottle. After tasting it, they were left astounded. These brands, steeped in centuries of heritage, had long enjoyed enduring success, yet suddenly a previously obscure brand, the Purple Emperor, emerged, boasting a flavor that eclipsed even their most prized vintage wines. As titans of the wine industry, they recognized the immense value of possessing a brand like the Purple Emperor and dispatched commercial spies to track down its elusive producer. However, investigations revealed that the Purple Emperor was sold exclusively at one location, and even the upper management of the Pingcheng Hotel were unaware of its origins. Observing the fervent discussions surrounding the Purple Emperor on his phone, Zhao Xinyu couldn't and amp, Oppos, help but shake his head in disbelief. He had never anticipated that his wine would garner such acclaim, even attracting the attention of industry giants. Xinyu, what's the matter? Zhao Xinyu smiled as he handed his phone to Du Gang, who glanced at it and chuckled softly. They and amp, Oppos, VE always believed their wines to be authentic, unaware that we have spoken of exquisite grape wines in luminous cups for millennia. It is we who are the true ancestors of winemaking. After saying this, Du Gang turned to Zhao Xinyu. Xinyu, our ancestors have left us little. We must stay true to our roots. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, acknowledging that his winemaking technique was indeed based on ancient methods, once employed by his grandfather. However, he knew that the flavor of the Purple Emperor significantly surpassed that of his grandfather and Oppos' creations. He understood that the exceptional taste of the Purple Emperor was not only due to the grapes, but also the unique water from the space it occupied. Rest assured, Du Lao, even if I were to impart my technique to others, they could never replicate the flavor of the Purple Emperor. Du Gang sighed softly, a flicker of emotion appearing in his eyes as he saw a reflection of his older brother in Zhao Xinyu. He was conflicted, uncertain whether to disclose a particular matter to Zhao Xinyu. As of now, there had been no news from the old leadership, and he was unclear about the events that had transpired. He also worried that Zhao Xinyu and amp, Oppos' sudden arrival might bring unnecessary complications. Xinyu, how do you plan to utilize this courtyard this year? With your winemaking skills, I believe you should elevate this craft. Du Lao, I have considered this. I plan to cultivate vegetables in the larger courtyard while focusing solely on grape cultivation here. The machinery is not easily accessible to the edges of the land, so I intend to plant some sour fruit trees around the perimeter. This will help preserve the soil, and in the autumn, I can also craft juices. The sour fruits could serve as a habitat for ducks and chickens. That's a splendid idea. If you need any assistance, just let me know. By the way, make sure to obtain the medical qualification certificate for traditional Chinese medicine. That was the issue last time. If something goes awry, I wouldn't know how to explain it to the Luo family. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. I've already registered. Once things settle here, I'll participate in the traditional medicine assessment. In the following days, villagers returned to the village after the New Year celebrations, and the festivities for the Lantern Festival commenced. With Zhao Xinyu and amp, Oppos' financial support, the village acquired various props for the event. Villagers participating in the activities received a modest subsidy each day, and although it was not a large sum, nearly half of the village signed up. Perhaps due to the previous year and amp, Oppos' activities, the Lantern Festival drew interest from neighboring villages, and eventually, many lively villagers from the city joined in spontaneously. This led to the impoverished Xianling village becoming the premier location for the Lantern Festival celebrations in the Pingcheng region. Media reports indicated that over 1,000 participants attended daily, with even more onlookers. The increase in participants revitalized the village and amp, Oppos' agritourism, leading to the emergence of stalls that had never before appeared in Xianling. Zhao Xinyu was taken aback by this news. He had not anticipated that a Lantern Festival would attract so many vendors, invigorating his spirits. After the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, people returned to their jobs and resumed their activities, while the Du family departed from the courtyard. Although the Du family was no longer present, Han Jun brought his fiancée, followed by Lu Ming and Huang Jijun with their partners. Zhao Xinyu soon learned that the previous year had been fruitful for Han Jun and his companions. As word spread, many suitors began to visit, eager to meet potential partners. The brothers had finally found success, and Zhao Xinyu felt elated for them, promising each a generous red envelope upon their marriages. After Lu Ming and his companions arrived with their partners, Du Mingnan returned to the courtyard, accompanied by Umo and Lu Ruoxi, whom he had not seen in ages. They had known each other since last year, and with Lu Ming and the others now in relationships, the young people quickly became familiar with one another. Though the crowd was not as large as during the New Year, the atmosphere was more vibrant than ever. The year passed in lively revelry among the youth. As Zhao Xinyu enjoyed his first New Year in 6 years without having to eat instant noodles or salted vegetables, as the village returned to its usual tranquility. The courtyard became bustling, with over 60 acres of farmland to tend. To facilitate the work, Zhao Xinyu personally invested in agricultural machinery, just after the Lunar New Year. While others had not yet begun their spring planting, the courtyard initiated the cultivation of vegetable seedlings. After a few days away, upon his return, Zhao Xinyu was greeted by several trucks carrying not only the familiar grapes known to Han Li and the others, but also sour fruit trees and varieties of apricots and plums not previously seen in the area. While Zhao Xinyu busied himself, the villagers remained diligent, following his plans from New Year's. The majority engaged in aquaculture, and many revitalized the once barren land, planting not grains but fodder for livestock. As spring blossoms and nature awakens, transforming the fields into a verdant expanse, Zhao Xinyu and Appo's courtyard is already vibrant with life. Tomatoes and cucumbers stand over a foot tall, while the surrounding area is finally animated with the tart green of grapes, dispelling the previous desolation. Accompanying this revival are thousands of chicks, ducklings, and goslings that fill the courtyard with their incessant chirping, infusing it with boundless vitality. Amid this stabilization, Zhao Xinyu remains mindful of the impending traditional Chinese medicine assessment. His grandfather's enduring wish for him to promote this ancient practice lingers in his heart, prompting him to often forego personal cultivation in favor of revisiting the theoretical principles he has learned. On this particular day, Zhao Xinyu, accompanied by his dog Heifeng, inspects the growth of the Hami apricots and plums. Having been missing for over 4 months last year, the tranquility of the courtyard has been restored. As he gazes at the flourishing blossoms, Heifeng suddenly growls, causing Zhao Xinyu to turn in surprise. He notices 2 vehicles parked on the nearby road, within which several masked youths are observing him. Heifeng, with blood-red eyes, growls menacingly at the cars, stirring unease within Zhao Xinyu. Previously, Heifeng had shown no signs of distress, even when confronted by members of a certain animal organization. However, now he seems to perceive the occupants of those vehicles as adversaries. Zhao Xinyu recalls the incident that transpired the night before last year and Appo's Mid-Autumn Festival. After a brief glance, he bends down to pat Heifeng, who immediately quiets. At that moment, Zhao Xinyu deduces that these individuals are the very intruders who once invaded his courtyard. He is acutely aware that they have returned with ulterior motives. A year ago, he might have been less contemplative, but after his transformation over the past year, he is no longer the same Zhao Xinyu. The loss of his beloved companion Heifeng at the hands of these foes has extinguished any lingering mercy he once held. Brother Kuei, that dog seems to recognize us. Let an amp, Appo's retreat for now, one of the masked figures suggests. Hu Xiao, we and amp, Appo's been observing for several days. The area is bustling during the day, but only Zhao Xinyu is present at night. On weekends, a child lingers there for a couple of days. What about the Du family? Hu Jinyu inquires, his eyes filled with resentment as he glances at Zhang Mingkue. Since Zhao Xinyu's rise to prominence, Hu Jinyu had dispatched individuals to investigate, confirming that Zhao had no significant background. This prompted his repeated attempts to seize Jin Hen, Jin Yu, and Heifeng. Last year, during the raid on the courtyard, he had witnessed Zhang Mingkue bring back special cigarettes and liquor, leading him to suspect a connection between Zhao Xinyu and a wealthy family. This year, during the New Year festivities, he finally discovered Zhao and Amp, Appo's association with a prominent family, igniting his fury upon learning of Zhao and Amp, Appo's relationship with Du Mingnan. Hu Jinyu had coveted Du Mingnan for several years, nearly seizing her last year, only to find himself thwarted by this impoverished youth who now dared to claim her affections. Hu Xiao, the Du family merely sees Du Ming and occasionally, one of his companions remarks, with a chill in his gaze. Hu Jinyu dismisses the notion that an impoverished boy could ingratiate himself with the Du family. Zhang Mingkue, gather a few reliable brothers and take care of that kid for me. But what about the 2 dragon eagles and that large dog? Eliminating the kid may be easy, But if he dies, that large dog will surely follow the two dragon eagles into the Kaoyong Mountains, making it difficult to capture. Forget about that for now. Just take care of the kid. I no longer wish to hear his name. His courtyard is quite appealing. If we acquire it, we could cultivate vegetables and raise fish, quickly recouping any losses. As the assailants re-emerge, Zhao Xinyu reviews the surveillance footage and notes the recent appearances of those two vehicles. His instincts tell him that these individuals will inevitably attempt to invade the courtyard again, heightening his vigilance. Since his sparring sessions with Liang Yongjun and Lu Fei, Zhao Xinyu has gained considerable confidence. Although outnumbered, he feels assured, bolstered by the pack of blue wolves he brought back from Kaoyong Mountain. He is determined that should these criminals return, they will not leave unscathed. To prepare for this confrontation, he takes time to call a meeting with the blue wolves he has summoned from his space. That night, Zhao Xinyu hears Haifeng's low growl and promptly checks the surveillance, witnessing over 30 individuals scale the wall into the courtyard. His expression shifts as he quickly dresses and stealthily leads the blue wolves out into the courtyard. Though a twinge of anxiety lingers within him, a glint of ferocity ignites in his eyes. Outside the courtyard, a group of masked figures armed with weapons stands in confusion, aware of Haifeng's presence yet surprised by the current silence. Prepare yourselves. Let us be swift. If we can capture that dog, it would be ideal. If not, we'll eliminate it, they whisper among themselves. Brother Kue and Hu Shao have arranged a celebratory feast for us at the hotel. I'll handle the door. However, upon reaching the entrance, one of them finds the door ajar, prompting a surge of excitement. As they enter the courtyard, they freeze in astonishment upon spotting Zhao Xinyu seated on a chair at the foot of the steps, coldly regarding them. Beside him, the formidable Haifeng stands, emanating an aura that fills them with dread. Eliminate him, a voice commands, and at the utterance of those words, the assailants rush towards Zhao Xinyu, weapons raised. Upon hearing those three words, Zhao Xinyu and Appo's expression grows even colder as he descends the stairs. Boom. He deftly evades an attack and retaliates, sending a burly man flying with a punch. The onlookers stand aghast, witnessing the man crash into a flower bed, struggling momentarily before succumbing to silence. All together now. Yet in the next instant, their expressions transform as they behold a sea of oily green eyes glaring back at them. Screams of terror echo through the night. And within just 2 or 3 minutes, tranquility returns to the courtyard. Zhao Xinyu takes a deep breath, methodically disposing of the lifeless bodies by casting them into the space, alongside the weapons brought by the assailants and the blue wolves. After ensuring no remnants remain, he returns to his room to connect a hard drive to the main computer. In a 5-star hotel, within a luxurious private room, Hu Zhenyu and Zhang Mingkue clink glasses. Mingkue, everything is set for the journey, right? We can't afford any slip-ups like last time. Hu Shao, rest assured, all arrangements are in order. Monitoring in that area will be under maintenance from tonight until tomorrow. So even if they wish to investigate, they want to uncover anything. Is there enough manpower? Absolutely. I brought in reliable friends from other places. Once they complete this job, they take their pay and leave. They keep quiet about today's events, even if issues arise in the future. Good. I can relax now. Let us toast to the successful completion of this task. Minutes pass, and Hu Jinyu's expression tightens as he checks his phone repeatedly. Mingkue, it's already 3 o'clock. They should have returned by now. Zhang Mingkue frowns. Let me contact Bong. Just as he lifted the phone, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, and a frantic young man with a deep scar on his face rushed in. Zhang Mingkue and Appo's gaze narrowed, and his expression turned cold. Ba Hong, how many times have I told you? Why did you come in without knocking? Brother Kue, something has happened. They still haven't come out. Zhang Mingkue and Appo's expression shifted. Is there any movement over there? I've been waiting for them on Huaxi Road as you instructed. When I couldn't wait any longer, I sneaked over to take a look, but there was no sign of anything. Hu Zhenyu and Appo's eyes narrowed. Zhang Mingkue, how reliable are the people you found? They haven't run away, have they? Zhang Mingkue shook his head. Young Master Hu, several of them have serious offenses on their hands. They are very loyal, and one and Appo's abandoned us. Ba Hong, are you certain they all entered? Although I didn't follow them in, I saw them go inside. I waited outside for an hour and a half, and they never came out. I feel something must have gone wrong. Were there any police present when you left? No. There was absolutely no movement. Zhang Mingkue and Appo's expression tightened. Young Master Hu, they must have encountered trouble. I need to go check on them. Going there will yield the same result. Over 30 people have disappeared simultaneously. That's intriguing. Don't rush. Wait a moment. Keep an eye on the area and see if any suspicious vehicles come and go. Zhang Mingkui's countenance changed drastically. Young master, who are you implying they all? Du Gang has quite a few skilled individuals around him. While your men are ruthless, if they truly confront those people, they will have no way out. Let us wait a few days. If there is still no news, we can send someone to look for them. By then, I will make sure they don't escape. In the following days, the villagers continued their busy routines at the courtyard. Zhao Xinyu instructed them to wash the area thoroughly with clean water. While he strolled around the courtyard with Haifeng. On that particular day, all eyes in Xianling were focused on the courtyard, as several police cars appeared, bringing with them at least 100 officers. They first searched Zhao Xinyu's room, followed by a thorough search with police dogs, leaving the villagers puzzled about the police's intentions. For 3 whole days, the police scoured the courtyard but found nothing, while Zhao Xinyu was repeatedly interrogated. Even his computer's main unit was taken away. As the villagers speculated, the police suddenly withdrew, and no one knew what they had been searching for. When villagers inquired of Zhao Xinyu, he too was baffled, unaware of what had transpired. In an office, Hu Zhenyu slammed a stack of documents onto the desk, glaring at Zhang Mingkue. Over 30 living people just vanished. It's as if they were incinerated, leaving behind only a trace of ash. After saying this, Hu Zhenyu's gaze flickered. Did you find anything in Luo Shui? We searched the basement and the warehouse, but there were no clues. We even reviewed the surveillance footage, but several days of it were missing. Hu Zhenyu's expression hardened. Damn the Du family. They must have meddled in this. Were there any suspicious vehicles entering or exiting during those days? No. The only vehicles were the delivery trucks from Pingcheng Hotel transporting vegetables, loaded by the villagers, nothing suspicious. This is bizarre. Where could they have gone? Over 30 people can't just vanish like that. Could Zhao Xinyu have buried them beneath the vegetable fields? I inquired about that too. The police dogs searched every area during those days and found nothing unusual. This is perplexing, Hu Zhenyu admitted, genuinely at a loss. Young master, I heard from the villagers that those 2 large birds frequently seen around his place can catch wild boars weighing over 100 pounds. They could have taken them to Kaoyang Mountain. Damn it, how could I overlook those 2 dragon eagles? But if that were the case, we would find their bodies in the mountains. With the Du family as help, Zhao Xinyu could clear himself. Keep a close watch on that area. Following these events, Zhao Xinyu became acutely aware that someone was targeting him. Unlike Zhao Ximing and his group, who were motivated by money, these individuals were intent on his life. If it weren't and Appos, tea for the pack of green wolves he had brought back from the mountains last year, he might have already become a headless case like the others. Understanding this, Zhao Xinyu remained vigilant. He resolved that after the traditional medicine examination, he would hasten his cultivation of the 5 spirits decision and shadow following to perfection. Eager to uncover what his grandfather had left him. During this time, Du Ming'an visited several times, eager to learn what had transpired in those days. It wasn't just Du Ming'an who was curious, even the elder, Du Gang, wished to know. Yet Zhao Xinyu feigned ignorance, never revealing the full truth of that day to her. As time passed, although the villagers continued to speculate about the events of that day, it mattered little to Zhao Xinyu. As the vegetables flourished in the courtyard and the chickens and ducks changed daily, Zhao Xinyu departed the courtyard for Yangqing. When leaving, he instructed the gatekeepers, Hanli and others, to lock the gate securely at night and to report any disturbances immediately. While Pingcheng is one of the fastest-growing cities in the nation, it lacks a traditional medicine association due to the decline of the field. Thus, Zhao Xinyu and Appos' examination was to be held in Yangqing, not far from Pingcheng. Though he had lived in Pingcheng for over 6 years, Zhao Xinyu had seldom ventured out, having only accompanied Du Gang to Yanjing the previous year. Consequently, he had no knowledge of where the Traditional Medicine Association in Yangcheng was located, prompting him to leave Pingcheng 3 days in advance. Just as he departed Pingcheng, Hu Zhenyu received news of Zhao Xinyu and Appos' destination. A cruel smile spread across his face upon learning it was Yangcheng. With ample funds at his disposal, Zhao Xinyu, upon arriving in Yangcheng, took a taxi directly to the venue of the Traditional Medicine Examination, the Yangqing Traditional Medicine Association. He found a nearby hotel to stay in, contemplating the upcoming examination in 2 days, and decided to visit the antique market. He had no intention of shopping but rather sought to discover some ancient medical texts that his grandfather had often mentioned could be found in such places. Upon reaching the antique market, Zhao Xinyu realized how naive he had been for not venturing out earlier. A bustling street lined with antique shops stretched before him, with numerous stalls densely packed on both sides. As he wandered, he encountered countless antiques, yet ancient texts were scarce. When he occasionally spotted an ancient book, it appeared tattered and often misrepresented its contents. By 3 p.m, having skipped lunch and found no success, Zhao Xinyu couldn't help but sigh. Rising from a stall selling ancient texts, he gazed toward the nearly exhausted street of antiques and shook his head, letting out a long sigh, having lost all interest. The stall owner, noticing his demeanor, glanced around and asked, "Young man, what kind of ancient texts are you looking for?" Without much thought, Zhao Xinyu instinctively replied, "Books on ancient traditional medicine." The owner's eyes sparkled. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I know a place where they sell rare editions, but the prices are significantly higher than here." Zhao Xinyu felt a stir in his heart as he glanced at the time, contemplating whether he should venture forth alone. The proprietor chuckled, remarking that the location was rather obscure and that, as a non-local, he would struggle to find it alone. He offered to lead the way. Zhao Xinyu's gaze flickered momentarily. Realizing that he was no ordinary individual who could be easily intimidated, he nodded gratefully, assuring the owner that if he procured the books he sought, he would not forget his kindness. The owner laughed heartily, explaining that the place belonged to a friend of his who appreciated discerning patrons. He intended to find someone to watch his stall while he guided Zhao Xinyu. They entered a narrow alley, which, contrary to expectations, took them over 40 minutes to traverse. Zhao Xinyu felt a bit lightheaded, but the owner turned to him with a smile, announcing their arrival. As Zhao Xinyu observed his surroundings, he realized he had left behind the towering skyscrapers and found himself in a village that seemed to be thriving based on the street's condition. Upon passing through another narrow passage, he encountered vast fields of rice paddies, prompting him to inquire, "Where exactly are you taking me?" The owner chuckled reassuringly, stating that he was merely running errands and that no one in this place would coerce them into anything. Should Zhao Xinyu find something of interest, he would only need to cover a small shipping fee, and they could assist in delivering it to his specified location. With this understanding, Zhao Xinyu's apprehension eased significantly, and he fell silent, following the owner while discreetly surveying his surroundings. A tall wall behind a row of imposing houses concealed a sturdy door that appeared rather ordinary. Yet its closure seemed peculiar in such a humid environment. The owner approached the door and knocked rhythmically. It swung open, revealing a stern-faced man who scrutinized Zhao Xinyu closely. The owner nodded at the burly figure, saying, "Young brother, everything you need is inside. Choose wisely, and Tai Dan can help you transport your selections. If you wish to return, find me at my stall." Beyond the door lay a partitioned area, where Zhao Xinyu could already hear a cacophony of voices. Exiting the partition, he found himself in a vast, enclosed space devoid of sunlight, stretching at least 100 meters in length. The area was brightly illuminated by large incandescent bulbs, bustling with hundreds of individuals navigating various stalls, perusing intriguing items. "Take a look and see what you fancy. If anything is too cumbersome, just have the vendor note it down, and we'll settle the total later," the imposing man who had entered with Zhao Xinyu suggested. He nodded, stepping into the space with his backpack. After visiting a few stalls, Zhao Xinyu was astonished to overhear negotiations where seemingly insignificant items were priced in the tens of thousands, even reaching into the millions. Lacking knowledge of antiques, he was disinterested in lingering, instead seeking out stalls specializing in ancient texts. Such venues undoubtedly held treasures, albeit with a degree of risk. As he passed another antiquities stall, his attention was captured by a small, weathered box, measuring about 3 feet square. Its exterior was worn and chipped, revealing a yellowed undercoat of paint in several areas. Upon closer inspection, a faint aroma of sandalwood wafted from it. The box featured an ancient keyhole, adorned with a carving of plum blossoms. Despite its wear, it was discernible that 9 blossoms were etched upon it. This box had once served as a medicine chest for traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, though it would likely go unrecognized by contemporary practitioners. In the illustrious era of traditional Chinese medicine, these chests held strict hierarchical significance. While itinerant healers possessed medicine boxes as well, theirs bore no carvings. The presence of plum blossoms indicated a physician's esteemed status within the field. The hierarchy was determined by the number of blossoms on the box, with 1 being the lowest and 9 representing the highest tier. Few practitioners attained the distinction of 9 blossoms, and even in old age, their successors were deemed unworthy of using their boxes unless they too reached such a level. Unlike modern medicine chests, these boxes were intricately designed, typically featuring compartments for storing precious medical texts or herbs. Thus, upon noticing the box, Zhao Xinyu found himself lingering, prompting the vendor to rise and address him. "Young brother, are you interested? I haven't officially opened yet, but I can offer you a discount today. With a faint smile, Zhao Xinyu crouched down and picked up an incense burner nearby, its surface marred by green rust. What is the price for this burner? You clearly know your items. This burner dates back to the Zhengde period, and I'll let it go for 36,000. Zhao Xinyu nodded, his gaze returning to the box. This box is quite unique. What treasures lie within? The vendor and Oppo's eyes flickered momentarily. There is nothing particularly special inside, but the box is made of sandalwood, which is often referred to as the gold of wood. It's at least a few hundred years old, and the sandalwood itself is quite valuable. Zhao Xinyu set the burner down, lifted the box, and shook it gently, sensing something within. He opened it to find it completely empty. Yet he noted a subtle distinction between the inside and outside of the box. My friend is looking for some sandalwood prayer beads. How much for this box? If the price is reasonable, I'll take both it and the burner. The vendor's eyes shifted, observing Zhao Xinyu intently, noting his lingering gaze on the burner. The burner is 36,000. If you want the sandalwood box as well, I'll let you have both for 50,000. Zhao Xinyu shook his head, scanning the stall for alternatives until his eyes brightened at the sight of a piece resembling amber, encasing an unusual seed rather than an insect, with faint cracks evident on its surface. How about this? 50,000 for both the damaged amber and the box. I'll see if I can find someone to restore it. All right, I appreciate your straightforwardness. Will you carry it all, or wait for me to deliver it? Zhao Xinyu chuckled, stating that this was trivial enough to carry in his backpack, thus avoiding a return trip later. After settling the payment, Zhao Xinyu resumed his exploration of the stalls, keenly searching for more intriguing items, particularly after the recent finds. Remarkably, the black market was replete with treasures beyond imagination. He even acquired 6 rare ancient medical texts, filling him with excitement, for the purpose of his journey had been to seek such ancient knowledge. And he had secured a top-tier medicine box typically reserved for the most esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, having reaped a substantial bounty. Zhao Xinyu cast his gaze upon the stalls ahead. With only a few dozen meters remaining until the end, he felt no urgency to depart, opting instead to continue his treasure hunt. A notion even stirred within him, to explore the black markets of Pengcheng in his leisure time. Suddenly, Zhao Xinyu's eyes narrowed as he noticed a stall peddling antiquities. Upon it sat a tree, resembling a meticulously crafted bonsai. The tree stood merely 50 or 60 centimeters tall, its deep brown trunk reminiscent of an ancient, gnarled arboreal specimen etched with profound fissures. Its branches, like sinuous dragons, coiled with vigorous energy, though devoid of leaves. A delicate fragrance of tea permeated the air. The exposed roots, an intense crimson, seemed to exude a sap akin to blood, stirring something within Zhao Xinyu's heart. Esteemed proprietor, what manner of plant is this? Zhao Xinyu inquired. The stall owner, momentarily taken aback, shook his head. I am unsure myself. It bears a resemblance to a tea tree, yet I cannot ascertain its precise nature. Should it pique your interest, 8,000 will secure its acquisition. For how long has it been thus? Is there any assurance of its viability? Zhao Xinyu pressed. I cannot vouch for that either. A friend procured it, mentioning that the soil beneath it was imbued with a sanguine hue. Intrigued, I purchased it. If your desire is genuine, 5,000 shall suffice. That is what I paid my acquaintance, the owner conceded. With a faint smile, Zhao Xinyu lifted the small tree, transferred 5,000 to the owner, and proceeded to the next stall. At that very moment, a muffled thud reverberated. A gaping hole materialized in a nearby wall, through which figures streamed in rapid succession. Instantly, chaos erupted as people surged toward Zhao Xinyu's direction. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhao Xinyu. Swept along by the throng, he moved with the current. Observing the panicked masses, he knew something was amiss. Abruptly, the lights extinguished, plunging the space into absolute darkness. Zhao Xinyu, acting swiftly, transferred the sapling and his backpack into his interdimensional space. As a cool draft swept through, he espied a glimmer of light. Frightened individuals poured out of a small doorway. As Zhao Xinyu emerged, he felt a tug at his side. Without pausing to investigate, he followed the flow. After a few strides, he noticed a bulky package slung over his arm. Its contents unknown, it felt remarkably heavy. Without hesitation, Zhao Xinyu tossed the package into his space and continued onward with the crowd toward the adjacent paddy fields. Upon reaching the edge of the fields, a stern command echoed, as uniformed figures blocked their path. Yet, in their desperation, the crowd pressed forward, disregarding all obstacles. Zhao Xinyu, having evaded 2 officers, was about to step into the paddy field when a figure tackled him to the ground, accompanied by a delicate, ethereal fragrance. Reacting instinctively, he shifted, pinning the assailant beneath him. A look of astonishment then crossed Zhao Xinyu and Apos' face as he beheld a stunningly beautiful woman, her loveliness rivaling that of Du Mingnan. With no time to ponder, he pressed down on the woman, instantly registering a soft, yielding sensation. A muffled groan escaped her lips as Zhao Xinyu rose and vanished into the rice paddies. As Zhao Xinyu disappeared into the fields, the woman, now upright, flushed crimson with a mixture of shame and indignation. Tears welling in her eyes, she pursued Zhao Xinyu. Having spent over 4 months in the Kailiang Mountains the previous year, often traversing the terrain with He Feng and his companions, Zhao Xinyu possessed an agility unmatched by ordinary individuals. The woman soon lost sight of him. "Scoundrel! Just wait until I catch you. You're doomed," she exclaimed, stamping her foot in the direction Zhao Xinyu had vanished. After an indiscernible period of running, stumbling through the muddy fields, Zhao Xinyu emerged onto a deserted street as night descended. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that much of the area was undergoing demolition. The street was shrouded in darkness, lacking any illumination. Even the few remaining buildings were unlit. Zhao Xinyu, unsure of his precise location, proceeded along the street, hoping to hail a taxi back to his hotel. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed 3 shadowy figures ahead. Turning to glance behind him, he spotted 4 more. These 7 individuals, distinct from ordinary passers-by, exuded an almost palpable aura of menace. Retreating a few steps, Zhao Xinyu turned and entered a dilapidated courtyard, its walls crumbling and roofless. The 7 figures quickened their pace, cornering him within. With 7 distinct clicks, the glint of starlight revealed 7 gleaming blades, each person wielding a folding knife. "What do you want?" Zhao Xinyu inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Sensing imminent danger, he refrained from acting, curious as to whether their motive was robbery or something more sinister. "Bear us no ill will. Blame only yourself for offending those you should not have. Remember, on your journey to the underworld, never cross those who are beyond your reach," one of them uttered. As the words faded, the 7 figures lunged toward Zhao Xinyu, their eyes filled with ruthless intent, leaving no room for survival. Zhao Xinyu retreated swiftly, entering a roofless, ruined structure, unbeknownst to his pursuers. A chilling glint now flickered in Zhao Xinyu and Apos' eyes. "How considerate of you to choose such an opportune locale," he remarked. As the 7 renewed their assault, they sensed a fleeting shadow. A gurgling sound followed, and one of their companions collapsed, lifeless, to the ground. Without hesitation, they turned as one, charging toward Zhao Xinyu. This time, Zhao Xinyu stood his ground, blocking the entrance. Unleashing his full power, he sent 2 assailants flying, crashing against the wall. They writhed in agony, unable to rise. "He's formidable! Attack together!" one of them yelled. Within moments, for cries of agony pierced the air, and silence descended. Gazing upon the 7 lifeless bodies, Zhao Xinyu felt no remorse. He bent down, cast the corpses into his interdimensional space, retrieved their folding knives, and departed. As he walked away, he pondered the identity of his adversaries and how they had discovered his whereabouts in this unfamiliar city. Even upon returning to his hotel room, Zhao Xinyu remained perplexed. How had he managed to offend someone on his first day in Yangcheng, a city where he knew no one? Then, a thought struck him: Pingcheng. Had he incurred someone's wrath in Pingcheng, who had then dispatched assassins to Yangcheng? Despite having taken numerous lives, he genuinely did not know who sought his demise. Aware of the threat, Zhao Xinyu secured the door, thoroughly inspected the room, and, satisfied that it was safe, heaved a sigh of relief. He proceeded to the bathroom, locked the door, turned on the shower, and, amidst the rising steam, slipped into his interdimensional space. Examining the unidentified sapling, he chose a spot near the lake and planted it. As he watered the base with water from his space, the entire realm shuddered violently. The clouds above roiled. The air grew noticeably fresher, and the space expanded at an astonishing rate. The vegetables, flora, and fruit trees within underwent rapid transformations. Simultaneously, the newly planted sapling emitted a faint red mist. As the mist spread, the tree and Apos' trunk swelled rapidly, as if inflated, and nascent green shoots emerged on its branches. The ambient essence of the space stirred within Zhao Xinyu and Apos' meridians, prompting him to settle into a meditative posture. He commenced the circulation of the Hongmeng true scripture, voraciously absorbing the surging energy. After an indeterminable span, Zhao Xinyu exhaled a plume of turbid air and opened his eyes, their depths now clear and bright. Arising, he perceived the changes within his body, arousing a surge of elation. The qi within his meridians had thickened, relentlessly assailing the acupoints of Qi Hai and Bai Wei. This revelation sent tremors of excitement through him. Could this be the harbinger of internal force cultivation? The Qi Hai and Bai Wei were, after all, paramount acupoints. His grandfather had asserted that a dantian was indispensable for housing internal force, as the meridians alone could not sustain the energy required for healing. It was this limitation that left him feeling depleted after each acupuncture session with the elder Luo. Now, presented with this opportunity, he would seize it without hesitation, resuming his meditative posture and channeling the qi to assault the Qi Hai acupoint. Without the Hongmeng true scripture, the qi's assault on the Qi Hai acupoint was merely a dull ache. However, with the scripture invoked, a searing pain coursed through his being, eliciting a groan and paling his complexion. Zhao Xinyu was acutely aware that cultivation was a defiance of the natural order, and the path to enlightenment was fraught with peril. Gritting his teeth, he once more directed the qi to assail the Qi Hai acupoint. Each agonizing groan marked the gradual fracturing of the once pristine Qi Hai acupoint. With another surge of qi, the shattered Qi Hai acupoint finally yielded, and the pent-up qi flooded through, causing the meridians of the Qi Hai acupoint to swell. This was the dantian, Zhao Xinyu realized. Recalling the need for internal force in diagnosis and acupuncture, he understood that a larger dantian meant a greater capacity for internal force. With this epiphany, he ramped up the Hongmeng true scripture, channeling torrents of qi into the nascent dantian, expanding its meridians. The qi coalesced into a vortex, its rotation intensifying with each cycle of the scripture, causing the meridians to stretch and tear, sending waves of agony through his body, drawing upon the hardships he had endured. Zhao Xinyu persevered. Each surge of pain brought its reward, the dantian's volume steadily increasing. Walnut-sized, ping-pong ball-sized, baseball-sized, goose egg-sized. Finally, sensing minute fissures forming on the newly formed dantian, he ceased his efforts. The dantian was now the size of a volleyball. Sensing the changes within his body, Zhao Xinyu exhaled deeply. As he once more invoked the Hongmeng true scripture, the qi flowing through him felt different, more substantial than before. As Zhao Xinyu prepared to nurture his dantian with the Hongmeng true scripture, the internal force within his dantian surged uncontrollably, defying his attempts to halt it. The violent internal force erupted from the dantian, overwhelming the delicate meridians. Unable to contain it, the force surged through his body, seeking other pathways. The 8 extraordinary meridians. Zhao Xinyu felt the force coursing through these channels, and a thought struck him. His grandfather had said that the 8 extraordinary meridians were the most vital in the body, and that opening them could unlock immense potential. Now, with the internal force raging out of control, he could only allow it to bombard these meridians, enduring the excruciating pain. After countless waves of agony, Zhao Xinyu's pale face broke into a smile. The Ren meridian was open. The Du meridian was open. The Yangxiao meridian was open after an unknown duration. The violent internal force had battered open all 8 extraordinary meridians. Zhao Xinyu felt an unprecedented sense of ease. His meridians not only broadened but also filled with flowing internal force. Overjoyed, Zhao Xinyu smiled. But as he prepared to end his cultivation, his expression turned to alarm. He felt the internal force within his dantian and the 8 extraordinary meridians reverse course, surging towards the Bai Wei acupoint. This was disastrous. As a physician, Zhao Xinyu understood the critical importance of the Bai Wei acupoint. Damage to it could render him an imbecile. Knowing the consequences, he frantically invoked the Hongmeng true scripture, attempting to restrain the internal force, but his efforts only intensified its violence. A heart-rending scream tore from his throat as he felt his Bai Wei acupoint shatter. His mind felt cleaved in two, and in unbearable pain, Zhao Xinyu collapsed, unconscious. Unbeknownst to him, the violent internal force had breached the Bai Wei acupoint and began to swirl within it, carving out a space the size of a fist. As the space formed, the swirling internal force stilled, flowing like a stream within the cavity. The force then flowed out through the 8 extraordinary meridians into the dantian, only to return to the space in the Bai Wei acupoint. The internal force cycled between the 2 spaces, its color shifting between gold, emerald, azure, crimson, and ochre, before settling into a calm equilibrium, though the internal force in the Bai Wei acupoint was less dense than that in the dantian. After an indeterminable time, Zhao Xinyu stirred. He bolted upright, scanning his surroundings, relief washing over him as he realized he had retained his consciousness. Rising, he sensed the changes within his body. The 8 extraordinary meridians pulsed with vibrant internal force. The damaged meridians in dantian were now pristine, brimming with explosive power. Suddenly, he froze. He realized that his Bai Wei acupoint was gone, replaced by a dantian the size of a rugby ball, also filled with energy. Though the energy was less than that in the dantian below the Qi Hai acupoint, It was undeniably a dantian. This discovery left Zhao Xinyu dumbfounded. He knew that cultivators possessed only one dantian, yet he now had two. As his aura subtly shifted, the humming true scripture began to circulate. To his astonishment, the energy in both dantians began to flow, sharing the 8 extraordinary meridians without conflict. However, the energy flowing from the lower dantian was stronger. Unable to fathom the cause, Zhao Xinyu shook his head. He would simply cease dwelling on it, perhaps finding answers in his grandfather's books. He looked up at the space. The nameless sapling had grown to nearly 2 meters, its once brown trunk now a mottled crimson. To Zhao Xinyu's surprise, the leaves, once a verdant green, were now blood red. Even the azure soil around the tree had turned a pale red. The tree emanated a rich tea fragrance that was intoxicating. Gazing at the blood-red leaves, Zhao Xinyu was bewildered. It was indeed a tea tree, but tea tree leaves were typically emerald green. He could not comprehend why they were now blood-red. He reached out to pluck a leaf and placed it in his mouth, and immediately his eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it was a tea plant, and the unprocessed leaves intoxicated him, exuding a fragrance that offered a refreshing sensation. Zhao Xinyu lived in the northern region, where the absence of tea trees was common knowledge. Thus he had little understanding of tea. Etched in his heart was the belief that this tea was undoubtedly exceptional, for he had never encountered such a scent before. In his exhilaration, Zhao Xinyu glanced around, and the space seemed to expand once more, increasing by an additional 50 to 60 acres, with the lake also broadening significantly. Every creature within this realm underwent notable transformations. Suddenly, he recalled the corpses he had cast into this space. He had been preoccupied for several days and had neglected to address them. Now that he had truly acquired inner strength and felt invigorated, he resolved to take care of those bodies. Upon arriving at the location where the corpses were placed, Zhao Xinyu was taken aback. He discovered that the area had transformed into a dense jungle, with pine and ash trees growing in a tangled embrace. The corpses had vanished, leaving only some clothing, a phone, and a folding knife behind. The space had such remarkable capabilities, leaving Zhao Xinyu speechless. Reflecting on how long he had been inside, he realized he had not checked the inner compartment of the ancient Chinese medicine box for any treasures. With a shift in his thoughts, he exited the space. Once outside, he pulled out his phone to check the time, and his heart sank as he saw the date. Today was the day of the traditional Chinese medicine assessment, scheduled for 8:30, and it was already 8:20. In a hurried frenzy, he changed his clothes, neglecting even to wash his face, and dashed out of the hotel. The traditional Chinese Medicine Association in Yancheng was an ancient edifice, standing for over a century. Perhaps due to the decline of traditional medicine, the paint on the association's door had become weathered. Although today marked the annual assessment, with candidates from various regions gathered in Yancheng, the front of the association was surprisingly sparse, with only a few individuals present. A middle-aged man in his 50s glanced at the list in his hand. His brow furrowed with disappointment. The number of candidates was already limited, and a few had failed to show up. Just as he turned to enter, a sound of hurried footsteps approached, prompting him to turn around, only to be met with a look of disdain. He observed a scruffy young man, hair unkempt, rushing toward him, and as the youth drew near, a nauseating odor wafted from him. Zhao Xinyu, hastening toward the middle-aged man, noticed the change in his expression and momentarily paused. He had already sensed the unpleasant smell emanating from himself, and now witnessing the middle-aged man's reaction, he understood the source of his disdainful gaze. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, recalling a young man from his village during his childhood. He chuckled and approached the middle-aged man, saying, "Little brother, I too am here for the assessment, just in time." His remark caught the attention of not only the middle-aged man, but also those accompanying him, each casting him peculiar looks. Though he appeared somewhat well-dressed, his disheveled state and the unmistakable odor he carried elicited subtle disdain from the onlookers. Zhao Xinyu paid them no mind and casually inquired, "Zhao Xinyu, where is the assessment taking place?" The middle-aged man shot him a cold glance and curtly replied, "Proceed inside. There are staff to attend to the candidates." As he traversed a corridor, Zhao Xinyu inhaled the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. He observed a vast herbal field outside the corridor, spanning approximately 5 to 6 acres, filled with herbs that could be deemed expensive in any apothecary. Among the herbs, a stooped figure tended to the plants, dressed in garments that could only be described as unkempt, with stains of oil splattered across them. The elderly man's hair was gray and as disheveled as Zhao Xinyu's own, prompting a grin from Zhao Xinyu. "Little brother, you seem to manage the herbs quite well," Zhao Xinyu teased, considering his own appearance. The elderly figure turned at the sound of his voice, and a strange smile flickered in his eyes. although Zhao Xinyu appeared relatively clean. His disarrayed hair and the layer of grime on his face indicated that he had not washed in quite some time. The elder turned away, and Zhao Xinyu caught a glimpse of his face. Despite his ragged attire, the elder's complexion was remarkably youthful, akin to that of an infant, devoid of any signs of aging. "I see you are quite young," the elder remarked with a sly grin. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily, responding, "Your face is as tender as a baby's. Calling you little brother might be an understatement." However, a sense of regret lingered in his heart. He could discern that despite the elder and Amp, Apos' shabby appearance, he was no ordinary person. From the dirt that adorned the elder and Amp, Apos' hands, which remained remarkably smooth, Zhao Xinyu deduced that the elder possessed profound skills in traditional Chinese medicine. Having made his previous jest, Zhao Xinyu felt compelled to continue the banter. The elder chuckled. "Young man, I appreciate your words, but it seems you are about to be late." Zhao Xinyu and Amp, Apos' expression shifted as he exclaimed in alarm, turning swiftly toward an entrance where several staff members stood. Upon reaching them, he noticed their expressions were filled with intrigue, clearly having overheard his exchange with the elder. He provided his name and quickly entered, while the staff exchanged bewildered glances toward the elder. The elder held a distinguished status within the association, and the juxtaposition of his shabby appearance with Zhao Xinyu and Amp, Apos' own led them to wonder about the peculiar relationship between the two. After all, it was known that even highly respected figures in the field of traditional medicine treated the elder with utmost reverence. Upon entering the examination room, Zhao Xinyu found himself in a space of at least 1,000 square meters. Despite its size, the furnishings were antiquated, almost antique, and the number of attendees was fewer than 100, many of whom were elderly. As he approached, Zhao Xinyu and Apos' gaze sharpened. He noticed 4 groups of individuals clad in the traditional long robes of ancient Chinese medicine, each in different colors. The sight of these 4 groups sent a jolt through Zhao Xinyu's heart. As he recalled his grandfather and Amp, Apos' words, could it be that these 4 groups belonged to esteemed lineages of traditional Chinese medicine? He was puzzled. For such families held a transcendent status in the realm of traditional medicine, and their disciples would typically not be assessed alongside commoners. Though he was intrigued, the unpleasant odor he carried led him to avoid proximity to those individuals, and instead, he settled into an unoccupied seat several rows away. His arrival went unnoticed by those seated ahead, who remained quietly in their places. At that moment, an elderly man in a green robe emerged from a side door, approached a table at the front, and cleared his throat. "I will now call the roll." Li Ming. As each name was announced, Zhao Xinyu and Apos' attention shifted to the 4 groups, eager to discern which among them would partake in the assessment of traditional Chinese medicine. Sun Buhui. As this name echoed, gasps filled the once quiet venue, with all modern-dressed individuals turning to stare at a group clad in blue traditional robes. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the crowd, a graceful figure rose. Although Zhao Xinyu, seated at the back, could not discern the visage of this enchanting being, the awe in the eyes of those in front of him indicated that Sun Buhui and Amp, Apos' beauty must be remarkable. To his surprise, it was indeed Sun Buhui of the illustrious Sun family from Huayuan, rumored to be an unparalleled genius of her lineage, possessing medical skills that rivaled any master of traditional Chinese medicine, and her ability to discern medicinal properties was comparable to that of the revered Yao Wang. The murmurs of the crowd struck Zhao Xinyu with a sense of disbelief. The Huayuan Sun family was the ancestral home of the legendary Yao Wang Sun Simiao. From the conversations, he gathered that Sun Buhui was indeed a descendant of the Yao Wang. Yet, Huayuan was separated from Yang City by a vast distance. Why would Sun Buhui travel such a long way to partake in a traditional Chinese medicine assessment? Was it possible that the Northwest region lacked a medical association? While Zhao Xinyu pondered this perplexity, another name was called by the elder, Huangfu Jishe. This name incited another wave of gasps from the audience, sending a tremor through Zhao Xinyu's heart. Could it be that Huangfu Jishe was a scion of the esteemed Huangfu family from Anding? The Huangfu family, particularly Huangfu Mi, was renowned in traditional Chinese medicine, especially in acupuncture, leaving behind the invaluable treatise, the classic of acupuncture, as a legacy. The legendary Qingmu Shinjin, an arcane technique of the Huangfu clan, was also known only to their lineage. Huangfu Mi was revered as the king of acupuncture. As Zhao Xinyu marveled at this revelation, a tall figure stood up, Huangfu Jishe saluting the elder before taking his seat. The murmurs among the crowd confirmed Zhao Xinyu's suspicion that Huangfu Jishe was indeed the heir of the Anding Huangfu family. with the heirs of the Yao Wang and the king of acupuncture gathered in the northwest. Zhao Xinyu found it puzzling why they had all ventured such a distance to Yang City for this assessment. His gaze shifted to another group of individuals clad in ancient Chinese medical robes, and he mused that they too must be illustrious families of traditional medicine. Then, a young man by the name of Song Miao stood up, prompting another round of gasps. Zhao Xinyu could not help but smile ruefully. He did not need to hear others speculate to deduce Song Miao's origins. Song Miao was likely a descendant of the Jianyongsong family, which had once produced the eminent physician Song Ci, who had greatly advanced the surgical techniques of the legendary Bien Quebec. Next, a graceful woman named Lei Feng rose, adorned with a distinctive silver sunflower headdress typical of the Miao people. Though her rise did not incite gasps, Zhao Xinyu's attention was drawn to her silver adornment, which hinted at the Lei family of Leigong Mountain. While others might be unfamiliar with the Lei family, he recalled his grandfather mentioning that they had a lineage steeped in tradition, excelling in detoxification. However, the Lei family seldom participated in worldly affairs, making their expertise known primarily within the circles of traditional medicine. As Zhao Xinyu marveled at the participation of the Lei family, his own name was suddenly called. He instinctively stood up, teasingly proclaiming, "Little brother, I am here." The instant his voice echoed, the atmosphere became oppressively silent. The elder on stage, Nyoda, was the vice president of the Yang City Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. His reputation resonated throughout not only Yang City but also across the realm of traditional Chinese medicine in China. To address him as little brother incited glances of ire from the crowd, their eyes reflecting discontent. Nyoda and Appo's gaze upon Zhao Xinyu was filled with disdain. He had already resolved to expel Zhao Xinyu from the sacred field of traditional medicine. Unbeknownst to them, at the entrance stood a disheveled old man, a peculiar smile dancing in his eyes, accompanied by several middle-aged men and women who struggled to contain their laughter. "Old Hua, do you recognize this young man?" One middle-aged individual inquired respectfully. The elderly man shook his head, replying, "I do not know him, but I find his character intriguing." His words only deepened the odd expressions on the faces of those around him. This audacious young man, known for his glibness, was typically met with disdain. Yet this elder professed admiration. On stage, Nyoda suppressed his anger, listing several names before announcing, "Those participating in the assessment, prepare yourselves and come to the front." The traditional Chinese medicine assessment will commence shortly. As Nyoda and Appo's voice faded, 10 figures emerged from the side door, all elderly individuals, some appearing frail and feeble. They ascended the stage and settled into the prepared chairs, with nameplates displayed before them. Though Zhao Xinyu stood at a distance, he could clearly see the names on the plates. While he did not recognize the individuals, the surnames suggested that they hailed from extraordinary backgrounds. As Zhao Xinyu traversed the aisle, many wrinkled their noses at the scent emanating from him, their disdain palpable. Upon reaching the front, Zhao Xinyu estimated that including the 4 individuals in traditional robes, there were merely over 30 participants in total, reflecting on the Western medicine assessments, which often numbered in the hundreds or thousands. He could not help but feel a sense of irony as he mulled over this. The individuals surrounding him cast glances of contempt in his direction. Searching for his designated table, he prepared for the assessment. Upon finding his place, he noticed the surrounding youths covering their noses, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. How could a practitioner of traditional medicine provoke such a reaction? Even if such individuals passed the assessment, their future contributions would surely be limited. As Zhao Xinyu lamented this, he caught a glimpse of Sun Buhui, turning to regard him. Sun Buhui, her name sparked a thought within him. From the earlier gasps, he had surmised her beauty must be striking, yet upon seeing her up close, he was taken aback. Even having grown accustomed to the exquisite beauty of Du Ming'an. At approximately 21 or 22 years of age, standing around 1.7 meters tall, Sun Buhui and Appo's face, untouched by makeup, radiated an undeniable beauty. The pale gray traditional robe she wore could not conceal her graceful form, and most remarkably, her expression bore no trace of the disdain that marred others' faces. Instead, she appeared remarkably composed. The first task is to identify herbs. Within 5 minutes, you must correctly identify 20 specified herbs from the assortment presented. An error of 2 will result in disqualification. Nyoda's voice resonated. Staff members brought forth trays piled high with at least 50 varieties of herbs, placing them before each participant. These herbs were diminutive, nearly identical in size and shape, often indistinguishable at first glance, and most perplexing was the fact that the herbs were only a segment of their roots, rendering leaf identification impossible. With Nyoda's signal, Zhao Xinyu picked up a sheet of paper, glanced at it briefly, and began his search among the herbs. Each time he selected one, he brought it to his nose for a thorough examination. In less than 2 minutes, he successfully identified the 20 required herbs. While those around him were still fumbling with their selections, he glanced over to see that Sun Buhui had also ceased her efforts. Upon Yoda and Apos, as command to halt, the staff promptly collected the identified herbs and the corresponding lists. A few moments later, Nyoda received a tally and announced the results, declaring that out of the original 30-plus participants, 16 had been eliminated in this initial task, leaving only 17 remaining. As those disqualified departed the assessment area, many were astonished to find that the individual they had so despised, Zhao Xinyu, remained in the evaluation zone. Fortune and Apos' favor has undeniably graced this individual. As the majority of onlookers observed Zhao Xinyu still present in the assessment area, a sudden thought emerging in their minds. During the second examination, a clinical case appeared on the large screen, detailing symptoms, diagnostic results, and the patient and Apos' reactions, all displayed for public scrutiny. Each participant was required to present a prescription, which must be drawn from the treatise on cold damage and miscellaneous diseases, this segment assessing the candidates and Apos' memory capabilities. Consequently, 4 more participants were eliminated, leaving a mere 13 in attendance, while the detested Zhao Xinyu remained in the assessment area. The third examination involved the presentation of a prescription, prompting the assessors to identify errors within it. Following this, 6 more individuals were disqualified, leaving only 7 contenders, including 4 from distinguished traditional Chinese medicine families and 3 others. Yet, Zhao Xinyu still lingered on stage, and the disdain in the eyes of the remaining participants gradually faded. They began to recognize that Zhao Xinyu was not as they had presumed. Indeed, he possessed some remarkable knowledge. The final task encompassed the 2 diagnostic methods of observation and listening in traditional Chinese medicine. In the next moment, a patient was brought forth, a man in his 60s. His complexion waxy, eyes bloodshot and devoid of spirit, lips chapped, and exhaling a nauseating stench. The 7 remaining candidates approached in turn, refraining from speech, relying solely on observation and listening to discern the diagnosis. Each participant spent varying amounts of time, none exceeding 10 minutes, before documenting their diagnostic conclusions. A few minutes later, Nyoda retrieved a list, casting a cold glance at Zhao Xinyu, and announced the names of those eliminated, Zhao Xinyu and Li Chun. An uproar erupted in the previously quiet venue as Li Chun departed the assessment area, his face flushed. In contrast, Zhao Xinyu regarded Nyoda with a hint of mockery, then turned his gaze to the 10 judges on stage. The disqualification from the traditional Chinese medicine assessment was entirely expected. However, the reasons for such eliminations were all too evident. As Zhao Xinyu and Apos' words resonated throughout the hall, an immediate silence enveloped the room. With all eyes fixated on the 10 judges on stage, an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 70s, rose and gestured to the technician responsible for the presentation. Instantly, the large screen displayed Zhao Xinyu's diagnosis, which merely stated, no illness. In stark contrast, the other 6 judges, Sun Buhui, Huang Fujishir, Song Miao, Lei Feng, and another named Zhou Hong, had diagnosed the patient with liver issues. The patient exhibited glaring signs of distress, bloodshot eyes, a sallow complexion, cracked lips, foul breath, a vacant gaze, and overall fatigue, all indicative of severe liver dysfunction. Yet, Zhao Xinyu had simply declared no illness. It was evident he could not be deemed a competent practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. With a subtle smile, Zhao Xinyu turned to the speaking elder and inquired, "May I ask, have you assessed the patient's pulse?" This question momentarily stunned the 10 judges, as the patients had been hastily selected for the examination, and the judges had only conducted a visual assessment. They had, in truth, neglected to evaluate the pulse. Zhao Xinyu and Apos' gaze remained fixed on the patient. "Sir, surely there must be some recent joyous event in your family?" Nyoda and Apos' expression shifted as he realized that Zhao Xinyu was overstepping by questioning the patient, a misstep that could lead to his disqualification. However, Zhao Xinyu retorted, "An inquiry is fundamental in understanding a patient's condition. I have merely asked what discomfort you may be experiencing. If you are unaware of such basics, one must question your training in traditional Chinese medicine." Nyoda fell momentarily speechless, for Zhao Xinyu's assertion about the art of inquiry was indeed accurate. The previously vacant-eyed patient suddenly brightened at Zhao Xinyu's question. "Young man, how did you know? I married a new wife last month." Zhao Xinyu chuckled softly. Your wife must be quite youthful, I presume? The elderly man sighed. Ah, she is only 36 years old. Alas, my condition. The audience was struck by the exchange. The 10 judges and Niu Da's expression shifted as they pondered a revelation. The elderly gentleman was in his 60s. Yet his wife was merely 36, a classic case of a much older man with a significantly younger partner. If their intimate relations were frequent, it could certainly lead to the symptoms they had observed. Niu Da hastily approached the patient, placing his hand on the patient and Apos' wrist. Moments later, an awkward expression crossed his face as he glanced at the judges, shaking his head in resignation. Witnessing this, the crowd's collective gaze narrowed, as they realized the misdiagnosis was not Zhao Xinyu and Apos', but rather a shared oversight among them all. Many present were renowned masters of traditional Chinese medicine. Yet they had all erred, mistaking the patient's condition for severe liver disease when it stemmed from excessive intimacy. Only a young man in his 20s had discerned the truth. If this were to leak out, it would be a glaring embarrassment for the esteemed practitioners. As the atmosphere thickened with awkwardness, a scornful voice broke through. A bunch of self-righteous individuals. The decline of traditional Chinese medicine is attributable to you, who consider yourselves eminent, but carry the stench of materialism. Collectively, you may exceed 1,000 years in experience. Yet you cannot match the insight of a mere youth in his 20s. Spare traditional medicine from further disgrace. Zhao Xinyu felt a jolt. Such rebuke was an affront to those of high repute. However, to his surprise, neither the judges nor the audience reacted, their faces marred with embarrassment and bitterness. Turning his gaze, he noticed the disheveled elder had stealthily approached him, his face now a mask of fury. The elder then directed his ire towards the group clad in traditional robes, you self-proclaimed heirs of distinguished physicians. Neglecting the essence of traditional medicine, what you deem exceptional is nothing but mediocre. You cannot even compete with a farmer. Perhaps you should return home to tend to livestock. The participants from esteemed medical families visibly faltered at this outburst. Master Hua, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse diagnosis. Misdiagnosis based solely on observation is expected. A competent physician cannot rely solely on these methods, Song Miao respectfully interjected. Hearing the title Master Hua, Zhao Xinyu's heart raced. Hua Tuaz. The legendary figure revered as the father of traditional Chinese medicine was indeed the elder's ancestor. No wonder he chastised the others, they bore no complaints. To blame fate for your lack of skill is futile. I shall grant you another chance. Niu Da, there is a patient waiting outside. Bring him in. And let us see how you diagnose him. Minutes later, Niu Da returned, accompanied by a robust middle-aged man in his 30s, whose presence radiated vitality. The elder gestured towards the man. You may all employ observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse diagnosis. Identify the underlying ailment and prescribe a remedy. Upon hearing this, the previously disqualified candidates were invigorated, returning eagerly to the examination area. The middle-aged man appeared healthy at first glance, prompting most to bypass observation and inquiry, diving straight into pulse diagnosis. However, to their dismay, regardless of their questioning, the man remained tight-lipped, his demeanor growing increasingly impatient with each inquiry. As the prior candidates completed their assessments, Sun Buhui, Lei Feng, Huang Fujishir, and Song Miao began their examinations as well. Since the earlier attempts at observation yielded no results, they too resorted to pulse diagnosis. Throughout this process, the elder's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Xinyu, who was less concerned with the techniques of the examiners and more focused on the middle-aged man. This observation brought a glimmer of satisfaction to the elder's eyes. True mastery in traditional medicine requires such unwavering focus. Once Song Miao completed the pulse diagnosis and began to draft a prescription, all eyes turned to Zhao Xinyu, eager to witness his unique insight. Zhao Xinyu, seated before the middle-aged man, smiled gently, glancing at Song Miao's already submitted prescription. He then turned his attention back to the man, casually remarking, bedwetting is hardly a grave issue. A few sessions of acupuncture can resolve it entirely. Given your demeanor, it appears this is not a matter of great embarrassment. In an instant, the crowd gasped, and the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, his face flushing with color, followed by a deep sigh and a hint of tears welling in his eyes. The man, who had once enjoyed a blissful family life, found himself inexplicably plagued by bedwetting, a condition that had persisted since the start of the year. Despite numerous consultations yielding no relief, this issue had strained his marriage, leading to separation. His wife had issued an ultimatum. If he could not remedy the situation within a year, she would seek a divorce. Zhao Xinyu's nonchalant remark struck a chord with the middle-aged man, whose reaction left the other examiners, Sun Buhui and his peers, dumbfounded. They stared at Zhao Xinyu in disbelief, unable to fathom how he could discern such a personal affliction without even performing a pulse diagnosis. In contrast, Sun Buhui and his companions, while astonished, felt a newfound confidence, as they recognized that the middle-aged man not only suffered from bedwetting, but also exhibited other symptoms that could not be diagnosed without specialized techniques. Little brother. The middle-aged man trembled as he spoke, grasping Zhao Xinyu and Apos' hand. Zhao Xinyu smiled mildly, gently patting the man and Apos' large hand. Actually, bedwetting is quite beneficial for you. It has saved your life. This statement caused the onlookers to gasp in astonishment, their eyes widening at the seemingly absurd connection between bedwetting and life-saving. While many reacted with disbelief, Sun Buhui and others were utterly shocked. As Zhao Xinyu explained, the man and Apos' bedwetting was symptomatic of other underlying conditions, and once those were treated, the bedwetting would cease naturally. The elder nodded intently, looking at Zhao Xinyu with an expression reminiscent of a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law. Young man, apart from bedwetting, I feel no other discomfort. Zhao Xinyu replied, Brother, let me take your pulse. As he extended a finger to the man and Apos' wrist, many of the candidates expressed disdain. Yet Sun Buhui, the elder, and the judges accompanying them were taken aback, their faces shifting to expressions of astonishment. The elder's lips quivered. He hadn't anticipated that a long-forgotten diagnostic technique would resurface in such a setting, especially in the hands of a mere 20-something. The disdain previously held by the four prominent families of traditional Chinese medicine dissipated, replaced by a newfound respect for Zhao Xinyu. They were eager to discern the origins of this young man's remarkable skills, as he had seemingly resurrected a lost art. Moments later, Zhao Xinyu withdrew his finger and lightly patted the man's hand again. Brother, may I inquire if you've been frequently engaging in intimate relations lately, albeit with? The middle-aged man nodded. Young brother, little divine doctor, I beseech you. Zhao Xinyu smiled softly. As I mentioned, bedwetting has saved you. No need for acupuncture. A simple herbal remedy will restore you in no more than half a month. After that, you may indulge in whatever you desire. Upon hearing this, Sun Buhui and Lei Feng felt a flush of embarrassment wash over them, their previously respectful demeanor now tinged with contempt. What exactly is my ailment? The middle-aged man pressed. In modern medical terms, it is uremia. However, you have yet to reach that stage. If left untreated for another 6 months, it could become difficult to manage. Zhao Xinyu warned. The man and Apos' complexion turned pale. Young brother, my child is still small. I would sell my house and car if need be. Zhao Xinyu reassured him. No need for such drastic measures. It will only cost you 300 to 500 yuan. However, you must abstain from your beloved barbecue. If this issue recurs, not even the gods can save you. The middle-aged man was taken aback, unable to fathom how this first-time meeting with a young divine doctor could reveal his fondness for barbecue. Not only he, but also Sun Buhui and the others were filled with confusion, recognizing the truth in Zhao Xinyu's words through the man's shifting expressions. Zhao Xinyu quickly drafted a prescription. Just as the elder interjected, bring me his prescription, I wish to see it. Moments later, the elder nodded repeatedly, murmuring, remarkable, truly remarkable. There exist such wondrous prescriptions in this world. Upon finishing, the elder turned to Zhao Xinyu. Young lad, who is your esteemed master? Realizing the elder and Apos' stature, Zhao Xinyu adopted an air of respect. Elder Hua, I have no master. My knowledge of traditional medicine was imparted by my grandfather. The elder paused, a peculiar smile forming on his lips. Did you not just call me and Apos, little brother and Apos? Why the sudden change in address? The surrounding crowd flushed red, recalling how Zhao Xinyu had similarly addressed Nyoda as and Apos, little brother, and Apos. Nyoda appeared unfazed, but it was audacious for Zhao Xinyu to refer to the venerable elder Hua as such. Should word get out, his standing in the field of traditional medicine might be jeopardized. What astonished them further was the absence of any indignation from elder Hua, who instead chose to tease Zhao Xinyu about his earlier address. Zhao Xinyu's face reddened with embarrassment as he glanced at elder Hua, uncertain how to respond. Elder Hua, perceptive to Zhao Xinyu's discomfort, patted him on the shoulder. The younger generation is formidable. If our field had more talents like you, traditional medicine would surely thrive once more. Now, bring me the prescriptions from the other candidates. As a figure of authority, elder Hua's request prompted the others to submit their prescriptions, which he reviewed. He ultimately handed Zhao Xinyu and Apos' prescription to Nyoda, instructing him to consider it carefully. Do not let titles of esteemed physicians cloud your judgment. Traditional medicine is far more complex than you presume. Whoever can ascertain a diagnosis without pulse-taking will find themselves rewarded beyond measure. Elder Hua's words left the assembly speechless. While Zhao Xinyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, the elder had certainly made a note of his previous remarks, and should they circulate, he would undoubtedly face considerable backlash. As Zhao Xinyu pondered his predicament, Nyoda and others, including members of the Sun, Song, Huangfu, and Lei families, gathered around to examine his prescription. After reviewing it, they echoed Elder Hua and Amp Appo's sentiments, praising the simplicity yet efficacy of the remedy, which required only a few hundred yuan for treatment. While Nyoda and his associates scrutinized Zhao Xinyu and Appo's prescription, Elder Hua completed his review of the other candidates and Appo's submissions. He was left with 6 prescriptions, which he handed to Nyoda, stating that all 6 of them, including Zhao Xinyu, had passed the assessment, while the rest would have to await another opportunity. A hint of disappointment crept into Elder Hua and Appo's voice, as the number of successful candidates was far fewer than he had hoped. Privately, Elder Hua urged Nyoda to ensure that Zhao Xinyu sought him out for a conversation after receiving his qualification certificate. However, upon receiving the certificate, Zhao Xinyu vanished without a trace. Nyoda was subsequently reprimanded for failing to keep track of him, leaving him frustrated, as he had been diligently watching Zhao Xinyu, only to lose sight of him in an instant. Upon returning to his hotel, Zhao Xinyu enjoyed a refreshing shower, sent his laundry off to be cleaned, ordered a few dishes, took a hasty bite, and then tucked himself into bed, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, he awoke to find his phone had died and, without charging it, departed from Yangqing. At the Yangqing Traditional Medicine Association, Elder Hua sighed repeatedly, reflecting on Zhao Xinyu and Appo's abrupt arrival and equally mysterious departure. Attempts to reach him were thwarted by the dead phone, much to Elder Hua and Appo's chagrin, as he had hoped to engage Zhao Xinyu in conversation. However, it wasn't and Appo's, just Elder Hua. Members of the Sun, Song, Huangfu, and Lei families were equally eager to locate Zhao Xinyu. They inquired among those at the association and other candidates, but none could identify him or his origins. Young Master Hu, we have just received news that Zhao Xinyu has returned from Yangqing, came the report. Hu Jinyu's expression darkened as he muttered. That rascal took my benefits without fulfilling his obligations, exploiting my goodwill. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. A few minutes later, he hung up, his brow furrowed and his gaze flickering as if lost in thought. What's wrong, Hu Xiao? Zhang Mingkue whispered. The other side reported that they had dispatched 7 skilled individuals to follow Zhao Xinyu, but those 7 mysteriously vanished that very night. They searched along the way and ultimately traced the 7 to a village slated for demolition. It was Zhao Xinyu's first visit to Yangqing. He would have no reason to venture there. Did you check the surveillance footage? Yes, the footage shows Zhao Xinyu visiting an antique street, but he never appeared to leave. It's unclear how he managed to circumvent the cameras. By the time he returned, it was already late, and he stayed in the hotel until the traditional Chinese medicine assessment, rushing to the TCM Association without visiting any other places. This is indeed peculiar. We have over 30 people, and now 7 have vanished into thin air. Why does everything surrounding Zhao Xinyu seem so enigmatic? Could it be that he is backed by some hidden organization? Hu Jinyu's eyes narrowed slightly, his face contorting in thought. It must be that old Ghost Du gang pulling strings in the shadows. If he wishes to protect this brat, I shall not allow him to succeed. If I cannot have it, neither shall anyone else. Back at the courtyard, Zhao Xinyu locked himself in his room, drawing the curtains. He entered the space once more, eager to discover whether the 9-flower medicine box he acquired from the black market contained what he hoped for. He carefully lifted the box without opening it, his gaze fixated on the now weathered 9 plum blossoms. After several minutes, he finally noticed something. At the center of the innermost blossom, there was a pinhole-sized opening. He retrieved an acupuncture needle and inserted it into the tiny hole. A faint sound echoed, and with a surge of excitement, he opened the box to find a small niche popping out, inside which lay a sheet of gold leaf and what appeared to be a pouch crafted from animal hide. Gingerly extracting the pouch and the gold leaf, he glanced at the latter, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Could it really be the Hongming 5 Elements gold needle? His cultivation method was the Hongming Jinjing, and now the gold leaf depicted a technique known as the Hongming 5 Elements needle, a method considered divine by practitioners of acupuncture. Although he had heard of the legendary Burn Mountain Fire technique, the Hongming 5 Elements needle was entirely new to him. Upon opening the animal hide pouch, He found a complete set of golden acupuncture needles. Acupuncture was an essential skill for any competent TCM practitioner. Golden needles were far superior to those made of silver. Yet due to the softness of gold, most TCM practitioners could not utilize them, reserving them for only the most skilled masters. When Zhao Xinyu was learning acupuncture, his grandfather Zhao Lu had not provided him with needles but rather with pig bristles, which were far softer than gold. At that time, even inserting them into flesh was a challenge. It took him 3 years to master the skill of piercing flesh with pig bristles. Now, seeing the golden needles, he understood his grandfather and Appo's intentions. His grandfather had not withheld needles from him, but had chosen pig bristles to prepare him for the eventual use of golden needles. Reflecting on this, Zhao Xinyu and Appo's gaze sharpened as he noticed something peculiar about the golden needles. 5 clusters had something embedded at their ends. He casually pulled out one needle, observing a minuscule red gemstone at its tip, barely visible to the naked eye. Approaching it, he felt a gentle warmth emanating from the gemstone. Fire attribute gold needle. Zhao Xinyu deduced instantly. He had heard of fire attribute gemstones, but to see such a gem perfectly embedded in a needle as fine as a hair was no ordinary craftsmanship. It spoke to a master artisan of extraordinary skill. Examining the other 4 clusters, wood, water, earth, and metal each bore a corresponding gemstone seamlessly integrated, appearing as if the gemstones had grown alongside the needles. Gazing at this exquisite set, Zhao Xinyu felt a wave of emotion. Gold itself was a luxury, and crafting acupuncture tools from it was a feat that not many could fathom, both in terms of expense and craftsmanship. The gemstones of 5 attributes were even rarer, and embedding them in the needles implied a staggering value. If he were to sell this set to a TCM family like the Huabis, fetching millions or even tens of millions would be trivial. However, Zhao Xinyu was aware that such instruments were likely one of a kind. As a TCM practitioner himself, he lacked neither wealth nor the desire to part with such unparalleled tools. Placing the golden needles back into the pouch, he turned his attention to the gold leaf, studying the technique of the Haomeng 5 Elements needle. He discovered that it surpassed everything he had learned, including burn mountain fire and the heart-cooling technique, as it transformed the body's acupoints into a complex diagram reminiscent of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. As he delved deeper, a surge of energy enveloped him. The Haomeng Jinjing began to circulate within him. He picked up the golden needle and practiced, finding an unexpected fusion between the Haomeng Jinjing and the Haomeng 5 Elements needle technique. He sensed that when utilizing the Haomeng Jinjing to execute the Haomeng 5 Elements needle technique, the effectiveness of his acupuncture would more than double. Feeling he had grasped the fundamentals of the technique, Zhao Xinyu stored the gold leaf back in the box, but suddenly a wave of confusion washed over him. He had slain dozens of individuals, their discarded weapons transforming into trees, yet this sandalwood box had not undergone a similar change. Was it possible that this space possessed a selective function, permitting only certain materials to sprout? Restoring the box to its original state, he then pulled over the large bag that had inadvertently hung on his arm. Unzipping it, Zhao Xinyu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Inside were not antiques or books, but instead a collection of chaotic stones in shades of green, purple, and black. In his dismay, he carelessly dumped the stones onto the ground. The space was indeed miraculous. It could even decompose corpses. Yet aside from the white peak in the lake, he had not encountered a single stone. He assumed the stones would soon be dissolved by the soil and Appo's magic. In the next instant, the space trembled violently, and the ground beneath him began to rise, initially forming a mound, then erupting with blocks of rock at an astonishing rate. Within minutes, a continuous mountain range appeared before him, its surface revealing the very stones he had just seen: green, purple, black, red, and yellow. "Damn it!" Zhao Xinyu exclaimed, overwhelmed by his misfortune. What had initially seemed like an endless expanse of space now bore a mountain range obstructing his view. Gazing at the barren mountains stretching before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret for not having discarded the stones earlier. Now, traversing to the other side of the space would require scaling a mountain, a troublesome endeavor. Yet just as this thought crossed his mind, he found himself inexplicably on the other side of the mountain, leaving him astonished. A fleeting impulse guided him toward the lake, and in an instant, he arrived at its edge. This revelation instantly lifted the despondency from Zhao Xinyu's face. Frequently, he had found himself traversing to various places on foot. But now, due to the presence of scattered stones, he discovered the ability to navigate through space at will. He owed a debt of gratitude to that pile of rubble. After lingering in the spatial realm for a while, Zhao Xinyu exited, opening the door to join Haifeng at the vineyard. In the time that had passed, The grapevines had grown over 3 meters long, sprawling across the bamboo trellis, and among the large leaves, clusters of delicate white flowers were poised to bloom. Observing the dense gathering of unblossomed flowers filled Zhao Xinyu with excitement. From the current state of affairs, this year promised to be bountiful. And not only could he profit from the grapes, but he could also earn a considerable sum through the Purple Emperor. Huayuan, situated in a northwestern region, is classified as a municipal entity. However, due to its geographical location, it lags in economic development, and the city's overall progress is limited. In an era when traditional Chinese medicine is declining, the Huayuan Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital is particularly deserted, with 6 bored young men and women occupying an office, idly passing time on their phones. One young man, continuously sighing and tapping his forehead, caught the attention of a strong, over 6-foot-tall youth, who gazed at him with concern. "Li Chun, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Li Chun turned to the youth, Pang Mingyuan. "How can I be so unfortunate? This is the 3rd year, and I still haven't passed the traditional medicine assessment. I thought the local exam would be easier, so I specifically chose to take it in Yancheng. But the outcome was, what was the outcome? Did you pass?" Pang Mingyuan inquired. Their exchange drew the attention of the other 4 young men and women in the office. "I've been saying how unlucky I am. Do you know that Sun Buhui from our area, as well as Huangfu Jisher from the Huangfu family, Song Sishi from the Song family, and the Leis from Legong Mountain in Miaojiang, have also gone to Yangqing for the assessment? What does their assessment have to do with yours? Just focus on passing. Besides, those 4 are renowned figures among the youth. It and Appos, as only natural you can and Appos, T compare to them." Li Chun scoffed. "You don't understand. Those 4 are extraordinary. But there and Appos, as someone even more exceptional. I reached the 4th round, yet apart from that one genius, the other 4 all made misdiagnoses, causing quite a stir. Even old Huabi was alarmed. He had treated a patient, and I missed my opportunity." "Tell us what happened," they urged. Li Chun recounted the details of the traditional medicine assessment, and when he spoke of the exceptionally talented youth who could diagnose ailments without even feeling the pulse, Pang Mingyuan and the others exchanged scornful glances with Li Chun. Li Chun, flustered, exclaimed, "I speak the truth. Zhao Xinyu is truly remarkable, and his method of diagnosis is unique. He only uses one finger to feel the pulse." Pang Mingyuan and Appos' body jolted as he stood up, fixing his gaze on Li Chun. "Li Chun, what is the name of the candidate who outperformed Sun Buhui, Huangfu Jisher, Lei Feng, and Song Miao?" "Zhao Xinyu," Li Chun replied. "That guy is so brash, filthy, and emits an unpleasant odor. He even dares to call Huabi little brother. You cannot imagine how audacious he is." Yet Huabi isn't angry and refers to Zhao Xinyu as brother. "By the heavens, that's my brother." Pang Mingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. After 5 years in university, he was Zhao Xinyu's only friend, sharing everything with him. Pang Mingyuan knew Zhao Xinyu's technique of diagnosis involved just one finger. Reflecting on Zhao Xinyu and Appos' delivery job and his scavenging for recyclables, Pang Mingyuan realized that the Appos, filthy and odorous and Appos, friend Li Chun described was indeed his best brother. Seeing Pang Mingyuan and Appos' reaction, Li Chun laughed heartily. "Pang Mingyuan, you are shamelessly riding the coattails of fame. How can a 3rd-rate university graduate like you know Zhao Xinyu? With his talent, he wouldn't and Appos even consider attending a 1st-rate traditional medicine university." "I've heard of Zhao Xinyu too," interjected a girl with a doll-like face. "I saw his name on social media. They say he grows vegetables and raises fish in Xianling and earns over $1 million a year. He has a big dog, a breed thought to be extinct, and now Xianling has become a hotspot for internet celebrities. Isn't that Zhao Xinyu a cripple who often wears a mask?" Pang Mingyuan asked, his excitement palpable. "That's not him. He is a normal person. The one you're referring to is definitely someone else." Li Chun shook his head. "Li Chun, take a look. Is this the Zhao Xinyu you mean?" The doll-faced girl pulled out a photo from her phone and handed it to Li Chun. After a quick glance, Li Chun exclaimed, "That's him. He is the one who made 10 judges face Huabi's scathing criticism. You should have seen how embarrassed those 10 renowned figures were." Pang Mingyuan, feeling disheartened, leaned closer to the phone to see Zhao Xinyu's photo. Upon recognizing him, his body trembled and moisture brimmed in his eyes. "Pang Mingyuan, what's wrong? I don't find this interesting. I'm saying the Zhao Xinyu you mentioned isn't the same as this one." Wiping away tears, Pang Mingyuan declared, "That's him. He is my brother, Zhao Xinyu. I have his photo too." After viewing the images on Pang Mingyuan's phone, the other 5 in the office were left speechless. A person with extraordinary talent in traditional medicine attending a mediocre institution was a conundrum they could not fathom. Pang Mingyuan. How could he be from your school? Pang Mingyuan's gaze flickered as he recounted the first time he met Zhao Xinyu and shared the memories of their 5 years together. As he spoke of Zhao Xinyu's sacrifices for a wayward younger brother to spare his grandfather from suffering, working as a deliverman and scavenging during holidays while subsisting on pickled vegetables and instant noodles, Li Chun and the others fell silent, struggling to comprehend how someone could forego showcasing their medical prowess, particularly when they possess the skill to secure a respectable job and earn wealth unattainable by others. When Li Chun broached this thought, Pang Mingyuan could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Xinyu always claims his skills in traditional medicine are lacking, that treating others would be a disservice. Yet, during our time in school, he excelled in every subject, scoring above the threshold for admission. He only applied to one school, and that was Pingcheng Traditional Medicine University. The others exchanged glances, astonished at the revelation that someone with such superior abilities would settle for a third-rate university. Pang Mingyuan, according to his account, indicated that Zhao Xinyu's performance in various subjects was exemplary, so logically, he should have obtained a medical license during his studies. Why then? Was he now attempting the traditional medicine qualification assessment? With a sigh, Pang Mingyuan retrieved several photos from his phone. He was involved in an accident just before graduation, a serial murder case. He was the sole survivor. You mean the serial murders of delivery workers in Pingcheng? The doll-faced girl asked, her voice tinged with surprise. Seeing Pang Mingyuan nod, a flicker of sympathy appeared in their eyes as they examined the photos on his phone. All taken before and after Zhao Xinyu and Appo's hospitalization. Upon witnessing the disheartening diagnostic results and the distressing appearance of Zhao Xinyu, Li Chun and the others were utterly astonished. A miraculous healer indeed. This Zhao Xinyu had restored a limping, scarred individual, a feat that even expert doctors could not achieve. Pang Mingyuan quickly resolved to contact him. He yearned to apprentice under his tutelage. He has changed his number, and I have been inquiring about his whereabouts for over a year. Suddenly, Pang Mingyuan turned to the girl with a cherubic face. Xiaoli, do you know where Xinyu is now? In Pingcheng, at a place called Zihinling. The houses and vegetable plots I showed you earlier are all said to be his, she replied. Pang Mingyuan nodded. I know where he is. I shall go find him at once. Pang Mingyuan, with the May Day holiday approaching, let us go together. I have heard that the vegetables he cultivates and the fish he raises are exceptionally delicious, Xiaoli said in a sweet voice. Very well. Whoever wishes to go should prepare accordingly. As Zhao Xinyu and his companions emerged, they heard that Zhao Ximing had been boasting in the village that the matter was far from over. That day, Han Tianyang, burdened with thoughts, confided in Zhao Xinyu about a troubling issue. Zhao Xinyu paused, having once felt exasperated by Zhao Ximing's antics. However, he now regarded such people with disdain. Seeing Zhao Xinyu lost in thought, Han Tianyang assumed he still harbored fear of Zhao Ximing. With a sigh, he remarked, during this period, I have asked Hanli and the others to visit more often. Do not worry about him. He is merely a scoundrel seeking trouble for a few petty coins. Zhao Xinyu shook his head. Grandpa Han, do not heed him. Such individuals will only become more emboldened. After saying this, Zhao Xinyu turned to Han Tianliang and inquired, Grandpa Han, how are things over at Shihan Vegetable Market? It is quite busy. Lu Ming and the others are overwhelmed, and the villagers are beginning to complain of exhaustion. Han Tianyang replied, his spirits lifting at the mention of Shihan Vegetable Market. Shihan Vegetable Market primarily features the vegetables from the courtyard on the first day of opening. It was already packed with patrons. Within days, it gained fame in Pingcheng. Not only locals but people from surrounding areas have been flocking to Shihan for vegetables. Those working at the market have been exclaiming one word daily, exhausting. Zhao Xinyu's eyes glimmered. Please select from our prearranged list a few individuals to rotate shifts at the vegetable market and the farmhouse. We had considered that, but Shuden and Appo's, we also adjust their wages? After all, if we implement a rotation, they will only be working half the month, Han Tianyang responded. No need, Zhao Xinyu asserted. The wages are set by me. If adjustments are to be made, they can only be increased. Lowering them would only breed discontent. Additionally, I have noticed a shortage of hands for vegetable harvesting in the courtyard these past few days. Han Tianliang smiled wryly. Xinyu, those who remain in the village are all working with you. You are the only one who does not mind employing them. The elderly are willing to hire them, while the rest of the families are unwilling to assist. I have been reaching out to those working elsewhere, and some have indicated they will return for the May Day holiday. Zhao Xinyu shook his head, initially hoping to establish a small winery in the courtyard area. Manpower was indeed a challenge. Grandpa Han, how about this? See if anyone in the village has relatives from other villages who are honest and dependable. If you can find me 10, I will soon have the equipment I ordered. The winery is about to commence operations. I almost forgot. Zheng Min has 2 younger brothers. I have met them. Like Zheng Min, they are honest and hardworking, and they possess excellent swimming skills. Nowadays, fishing requires large boats, and the nearshore yields little catch. Zheng Min has asked me about bringing his brothers over. Very well, as long as their character is sound, have them come. Also, inquire if their families would be willing to relocate. Sister Min's courtyard is spacious enough for them to stay, and we are in need of extra hands here. Han Tianyang sighed softly, a hint of bitterness crossing his face as he gazed at Zhao Xinyu. Xinyu, the conditions here are quite favorable, and many wish to return. However, the issue of their children and Apos' education looms large. Our village is impoverished and cannot retain good teachers. Currently, the students here come from economically challenged families. Those with some funds wish to send their children away for schooling, yet accommodation and meals pose a problem. Zhao Xinyu and Apos' eyes flickered. Grandpa Han. Then let us build a school and hire teachers. Building a school and employing teachers will incur considerable expenses. Moreover, this matter pertains to the village and does not primarily concern you. You have already contributed significantly. Our villagers are honest. I trust them to work diligently. We must address their concerns so they can focus on their tasks. I will contact people, and you can take them to plan and measure. When word spread that Zhao Xinyu intended to help the village establish a school and hire teachers, excitement erupted once more. This time, it was not only the villagers but also district officials who sent representatives to Zhihanling. The school, though spacious, currently had only a handful of students due to a lack of qualified teachers. Consequently, the school temporarily relocated to the brigade. One day, while Zhao Xinyu was leisurely wandering the courtyard with Heifeng, his phone rang. Hanli, are you craving something again? Speak up, what do you wish to eat? Quickly go to the school, Jia Zhansi has been assaulted. Zhao Xinyu and Apos' expression shifted. Jia Zhansi, the village secretary of Zhihanling, held considerable sway in the village. Much like Han Tianliang, the news of his assault inevitably linked back to Zhao Ximing. Zhao Xinyu's first thought was indeed of Zhao Ximing. Leaving Heifeng to guard the house, Zhao Xinyu hurried to the school. From a distance, he could see a large crowd gathered around the site of the reconstruction, the commotion audible from afar. Among the crowd, Jia Zhansi, in his 60s, was on the ground, bloodied and groaning in pain, while Hanli and Lu Ming surrounded a middle-aged man. As the villagers noticed Zhao Xinyu and Apos' arrival, they instinctively parted to make way for him. Upon seeing Jia Zhansi and Apos' condition, Zhao Xinyu and Apos' countenance darkened, without asking what had transpired. He knelt down to attend to Secretary Jia. While he treated him, Zhao Xinyu learned the details of the incident. The construction of the school was being managed by the same engineering team that had helped renovate his courtyard, with Jia Zhansi overseeing the project. Earlier that day, officials from the district had arrived with several trucks of bricks, claiming it was a directive from the district. Jia Zhansi, naturally, attempted to intervene, only to be assaulted by the middle-aged man. Xinyu, look at these bricks they brought. They crumble with a squeeze. They want to charge us 1 yuan per brick. Hanli exclaimed, holding up a brick that shattered under pressure, turning into dust. These bricks are not even worth 1 yuan. They should be 1 yuan 50. All the bricks for the school are from my supply, the middle-aged man shouted, realizing Zhao Xinyu was in charge. As he spoke, over a dozen young men armed with clubs descended from the trucks, each exuding an air of menace. The villagers, while outraged, instinctively backed away several paces, leaving only Han Tianyang, Hanli, and a few others by Zhao Xinyu and Apos' side. You must be Zhao Xinyu. The price for the bricks is fixed at 1 yuan 50. They will be left here, whether you like it or not. We dictate the terms for the school's reconstruction. You might want to inquire about who my brother-in-law is. The middle-aged man sneered. Han Tianyang furrowed his brow, leaning closer to Zhao Xinyu to whisper, he is Sure Can, the brother-in-law of Director Li. Just a few days ago, Director Li called, stating he oversees school construction. As long as he withholds his signature, the school cannot commence operations. Subsequently, Zhao Xinyu learned from Han Tianliang that this Sure Can, much like Zhao Ximing, was a scoundrel who, relying on his brother-in-law, brazenly engaged in deception and trickery. Whenever there was a construction project at a school, he would intrude, bringing in substandard bricks and demanding exorbitant prices. Due to fear of his brother-in-law, he had amassed considerable wealth over the years. further emboldening his arrogant demeanor. Surrounding him was a band of petty rascals. Anyone who expressed discontent would face harsh verbal reprimands or, in more severe cases, physical assaults. Over the years, many had reported him to the authorities, yet, owing to his brother-in-law and Apos' influence, he would swiftly emerge from any legal troubles, which only intensified his audacity. Zhao Xinyu coldly smiled, noting that many industries are besmirched by such detrimental individuals, leading to widespread disdain. Even during his own days as a delivery worker or a scavenger, he harbored a deep-seated loathing for such people. Now, they dared to extend their filthy hands toward him. He cast a glance at Han Li and instructed, "You shall take Uncle Zhao back and ensure he recuperates well for a few days." Turning to the foreman of the construction team, he continued, "Proceed according to the plan we devised. Quality must be upheld, and the timeline must be expedited. The school must be completed before the commencement of classes on September 1st. Seeing Zhao Xinyu disregard him, Shurkin and Apos' expression darkened. "You brat, didn't and Apos, do you hear me speaking to you?" Zhao Xinyu, however, did not spare him a glance. Instead, turning his attention to the onlooking villagers, many of whom had raised their phones to record the scene. "Grandpa Han, Uncle Jia needs to rest at home for a few days. Please keep an eye on things here." Feeling ignored once more, Shurkin and Apos' frustration boiled over. He lifted his foot to kick Zhao Xinyu, cursing, "Damn it, if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never learn." Yet, in the next instant, he let out a shriek as his body was sent flying backward. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how Shurkin had been propelled away. On the ground, Shurkin pointed at Zhao Xinyu, shouting, "Brothers, take care of this bastard. Whatever happens, my brother-in-law will back me up." The small ruffians quickly surrounded Zhao Xinyu, but Han Jun and his companions refused to let Zhao Xinyu be harmed, resulting in a chaotic melee. In just a few minutes, while Han Jun and Lu Ming remained unscathed, the small ruffians lay scattered on the ground, groaning in agony. At that moment, Han Jun and the onlookers were bewildered. They had not seen Zhao Xinyu make a move, yet somehow, every time the ruffians swung their clubs, they missed their targets and struck their own comrades instead. The absurdity peaked when two of the ruffians, entangled in their struggle, ended up knocking each other out. Shurkin, witnessing his men writhing on the ground, twisted his face in disbelief. "Have you all gone mad? You're just watching your own people tear each other apart." At that moment, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. Upon seeing Shurkin sprawled on the ground, the officers glared at Zhao Xinyu and his group, though their eyes betrayed a flicker of suppressed excitement. Soon, those involved were taken away, leaving Zhao Xinyu behind at the school. Under his direction, a series of short videos were uploaded online, showcasing the incident. The internet's immense power quickly came into play. Viewers laughed uproariously at the footage, demanding a thorough investigation of Shurkin's brother-in-law. The hilarity stemmed from the fact that the small ruffians were part of Shurkin and Apos' gang yet ended up attacking each other rather than their intended targets, a perplexity that left everyone, including Han Jun and the villagers, scratching their heads. The very same day, news broke that an investigation had been initiated regarding Shurkin and Apos' brother-in-law. A few days later, he was dismissed from his position, and several hidden accomplices were also apprehended. "Xinyu, do you possess some sort of magic?" Han Jun and the others, who had been detained for several days, gathered in the courtyard, still puzzled over the events. Yet, they quickly thought of Zhao Xinyu. Zhao Xinyu smiled lightly, it and Apos' nothing. It was merely their misfortune. However, Han Li and Lu Ming, you ought to train your bodies. Han Li and the others and Apos' eyes brightened instantly. Although Zhao Xinyu did not elaborate, they understood that the previous incident was undoubtedly linked to him. "Xinyu, please teach us." Zhao Xinyu nodded with a smile. "Certainly. As long as you're willing to endure hardship, I shall begin your training from tomorrow." As time passed, Han Li and the others soon realized the intensity of Zhao Xinyu and Apos' teachings. A seemingly simple move took them an entire week to master, yet with each passing day, they felt their bodies transforming, which motivated them to train diligently. Han Jun, with May Day approaching, I plan to host a harvest festival in the courtyard, Zhao Xinyu announced. Han Jun and the others nodded in agreement. The vegetable garden spanned nearly 50 acres, supplying the farmhouse and Pengqing Hotel. While some seasonal vegetables were diminishing, others like tomatoes, cucumbers, and green peppers showed no signs of significant reduction, their fruits obscuring the leaves. Hosting a harvest festival would not only reduce labor costs but also allow them to sell vegetables on site, enhancing their visibility, a tremendous benefit for them. "Xinyu, Many villagers are following your lead in pursuing farming. While pigs and sheep may take a few months, chickens and ducks are nearly ready for sale. I believe we can also organize a gathering in the village. That's a splendid idea. Grandpa Han mentioned that our village hasn't an amp. Appos. T hosted a performance in years. We should invite various troops to entertain us, Zhao Xinyu replied. I and Appos. LL discuss it with my father and promote it further. As preparations in the village ramped up, Zhao Xinyu enjoyed a leisurely pace. One day, upon hearing Han Jun and the others speak of the upcoming gathering, Du Mingnan and Amp, Appos' eyes lit up. I want to join in the fun. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. You don't mean you want to? Du Mingnan laughed, playfully ruffling his hair. You've garnered a reputation for your vegetables, and the harvest festival will surely attract many visitors. I'll set up a stall right outside your door to promote my hotel. Zhao Xinyu and Amp, Appos' eyes sparkled as he nodded. Han Jun, coordinate with Grandpa Han. The gathering will take place right in front of my entrance, ensuring maximum visibility for passers-by. The day before May Day, a makeshift restaurant for Pengcheng Hotel appeared on the vast expanse in front of Zhao Xinyu's home. Plan stalls began to take shape, and a performance stage was erected in the area adjacent to the vegetable garden. That evening, the sounds of drums and gongs emanated from the stage, marking the official opening of Pengcheng Hotel. Zhao Xinyu, I have a favor to ask, Du Mingnan said, naturally remaining at the courtyard since the hotel commenced operations. What is it? Zhao Xinyu noted the glimmering mischief in her eyes, sensing she was about to ask something he might not wish to do. Could you lend a hand at my place? Just handle the grilling and simmering of fish for me. Gazing at Du Mingnan and Amp, Appos' radiant countenance, Zhao Xinyu felt a sudden impulse and chuckled. What's the reward? You have enough money. I see you're all alone. How about I offer myself as compensation? Du Mingnan blushed and replied. After spending time together, she sensed Zhao Xinyu's interest in her, yet he had remained coy, which made her anxious. Thus, seizing the opportunity of their solitude, she confessed her feelings. Zhao Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. A thought suddenly springing to mind. Does that mean I have suffered a great loss? Upon hearing this, Du Mingnan, whose radiant smile had graced her lovely face, felt a chill sweep across her features. She raised her delicate fist to strike Zhao Xinyu, but unexpectedly, her foot slipped, causing her to tumble into his embrace. Their eyes met, and Du Mingnan and Appos' cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her body warming with a rush of heat, although she felt a tinge of shyness. There was also an inexplicable sweetness blossoming in her heart. Zhao Xinyu, too, sensed the shift in Du Mingnan's demeanor. He harbored feelings for her as well, yet had always felt their backgrounds were incompatible. Now that Du Mingnan was being so forward, he resolved to no longer conceal his emotions. He wrapped his arms around her, and Du Mingnan shivered slightly, akin to a sleepy kitten nestled in his embrace. Her delicate hand, however, found its way to Zhao Xinyu and Appos' waist, giving it a gentle squeeze. Overwhelmed by the beauty's tenderness, Zhao Xinyu leaned down and pressed his lips against Du Mingnan's cherry blossom mouth. She let out a few soft murmurs, her graceful arms encircling his strong waist. After a prolonged moment, they parted, and Du Mingnan playfully thumped Zhao Xinyu's shoulder with her fist, contentedly resting against him. Will you help me or not? She inquired. Zhao Xinyu chuckled heartily, tightening his embrace around her. Of course, how could I not assist you? All right. I will arrange for a batch of mountain chickens to be delivered tomorrow. No need for that. Can you not see that I already have mountain chickens here? Du Mingnan replied, somewhat surprised. Since when did you start raising mountain chickens? These are not mine. They are wild mountain chickens that flew in on their own. They are all authentic game. I want to eat them now. Very well, I shall go catch some. If we could have the stewed pork we once enjoyed. Du Mingnan suddenly recalled that unforgettable meal of stewed pork, a thought that lingered in her mind. Wild boars are protected animals, having them occasionally is fine. But if we were to sell them, we would attract trouble. Zhao Xinyu, Yuma, and Ruashi will be coming over tomorrow. Yudon and Amp, Appos, do you have anyone visiting, do you? Zhao Xinyu forced a smile, expressing his solitude. Who do I have? As he uttered these words, a flicker of remembrance crossed his eyes, thinking of his dear brother, Pang Mingyuan. Yet, at this moment, he had no knowledge of Pang Mingyuan and Appos' whereabouts, nor would Pang Mingyuan be aware of his presence at Xianling. Sensing Zhao Xinyu and Appos' despondency, Du Mingnan nestled closer to him, her delicate face resting against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. From now on, I shall accompany you. And you have good brothers like Hanli by your side. Surely, you will not be lonely in the future. Zhao Xinyu nodded, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on Du Mingnan's forehead. Ming, thank you. Du Mignon's eyes sparkled as she pouted playfully, but you just mentioned suffering a great loss. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. Indeed, I have incurred quite the loss. As they engaged in playful banter, Du Mingnan suddenly recalled something. By the way, Grandpa mentioned the day before yesterday, did you participate in the traditional Chinese medicine assessment? I did, and I obtained my medical qualification certificate. Now Grandpa can rest easy. He was worried that old man Luo would find out you lacked a medical license. Zhao Xinyu chuckled, wrapping his arms tightly around Du Mingnan. The following morning, before Zhao Xinyu had even risen, Du Mingnan burst through the door. Wake up, you lazy pig. It's bustling outside. Although it was merely around 7 o'clock. The courtyard was already teeming with people. The 4-meter-wide road was nearly impassable, and the vegetable garden was filled to capacity with individuals taking photos, harvesting, and strolling about. Zhao Xinyu estimated that there were at least 800 people in the courtyard. Many had already gathered their vegetables, but due to the crowd, it would take over 10 minutes just to reach the entrance for weighing. Zhao Xinyu, let us go down and take a look, Du Mingnan said, leaning against him. Zhao Xinyu shook his head. You'll get lost in less than a minute, and then where would I find you? Du Mingnan giggled, warmth swelling in her heart. Her eyes shimmering with happiness. How do we get in now that Umo and the others are here? Zhao Xinyu pointed toward the throng in the courtyard. Getting in is easy, but getting out is quite a challenge. Suddenly struck by an idea, Zhao Xinyu added, Ming, we can't take the mountain chicken with us. Please call the hotel and have them prepare for us. With so many people, it would be difficult for anyone to leave, let alone carry a mountain chicken. While chatting, Zhao Xinyu suddenly brightened, pointing toward the courtyard. I see Umo and the others. Moments later, Umo and Lu Ruashi appeared, drenched in sweat and panting. Today, I truly experienced the feeling of cramming into a train during the spring festival. There are just too many people. Du Mingnan laughed. Umo, I invited Zhao Xinyu to help cook outside, but with so many people, he can't even get out. The four of them burst into laughter, but the next moment, they froze when they noticed Du Mingnan clinging to Zhao Xinyu. Umo, with a feigned mournful expression, approached Zhao Xinyu and linked her arm through his other one. Zhao Xinyu, what is going on? Why are you straddling two boats? We have made a lifelong vow, and I've only been gone for a few days. And you've already moved on. Umo's earnest tone could easily deceive anyone unfamiliar with her nature, causing even Lu Ruashi and Du Mingnan to momentarily pause. However, realizing Umo and Appo's playful demeanor, Du Mingnan quickly reacted, pinching Zhao Xinyu and Appo's arm and chiding, confess. When did you and Umo make a lifelong vow? Zhao Xinyu was equally taken aback, feeling Umo's soft form against him. A mischievous smile crept onto his face as he replied, my dear. This provoked a burst of laughter from the group. We should go take a shower. In the living room, Umo glanced at Zhao Xinyu. With guests here, not even a cold drink has been prepared. Actually, I Don and Appo's tea have any. How about some Zueling Long? Get lost. It and Appo's early morning. Do you expect us to drink alcohol? Do you have any tea? Zhao Xinyu paused, recalling the tea he had attempted to brew in recent days. I have made some tea. Let me prepare it for you. His statement surprised not only Umo and her friends, but also Du Mingnan, who knew that Zhao Xinyu was from the north, where tea trees are scarce. The idea of him brewing tea seemed ludicrous. As Zhao Xinyu left the living room, Umo turned to Du Mingnan. Ming, when did your husband learn to brew tea? Du Mingnan and Appo's face flushed slightly. I don't know. Perhaps he is joking with us. Grandpa seemed to have brought some special Dahong Pao during the new year. Ming, does your family approve of you and Zhao Xinyu? Du Mingnan giggled. As long as I approve, that's enough. Besides, Grandpa is quite fond of him. Umo and the others sighed in relief. If the old man has given his nod, what could your parents possibly say? Ming, I truly envy you. Had I known Zhao Xinyu was this remarkable, I should have made my move sooner. If I had taken action back then. Do you think we would have a son by now? Du Mingnan and her friends erupted in laughter. Umo, we'll arrange something for you shortly. Let us head to the bridal chamber. Who is getting married? Why not hold a celebration first before rushing to the bridal chamber? Their laughter abruptly ceased as all five turned to Zhao Xinyu, who had just entered with a teapot. They were enveloped by an exquisite aroma of tea, rich yet refreshing, an aroma that even Du Mingnan, who had grown up amidst tea culture, had never encountered before. Zhao Xinyu, what kind of tea is this? It smells divine. You didn't tea infuse it with any herbs, did you? Umo asked, astonished. Of course not. Each kind of tea has its unique fragrance. Tampering with it would compromise its essence. Zhao Xinyu responded while preparing the teaware, pouring a cup for each person. As the tea filled the cups, the enticing aroma intensified. The 5 women were utterly captivated. The color of the tea was unlike anything they had seen before, resembling blood-red liquid. Were it not for the enchanting fragrance, they might have mistaken it for red wine. "Let us savor it," Zhao Xinyu encouraged, exuding confidence. Du Mingyan lifted her cup, closed her eyes, and inhaled deeply. The unique fragrance carried a hint of orchid, and as she took a small sip, her taste buds were met with a subtle sweetness. The aroma flowed from her nose to her throat, and as the tea settled in her stomach, she felt an indescribable sense of ease and comfort. The breath she exhaled was imbued with that distinctive tea fragrance. "This tea is exquisite. It surpasses the exceptional Dahong Pao that my grandfather usually drinks. I must record a video for him," Du Mingyan said, a hint of intoxication in her voice. With Du Mingyan's endorsement, UMO and the others eagerly lifted their cups. After a sip, their eyes widened in astonishment. "Zhao Xinyu, what kind of tea is this?" Zhao Xinyu glanced at the tea and exclaimed, "I call it blood of the heart." "What a powerful name." The 5 women echoed in unison. As the 5 savored blood of the heart, Du Mingyan's phone rang. Noting the absence of a caller ID, she looked at Zhao Xinyu with a chuckle. "Grandpa must be anxious." Dream. "What kind of tea is that? It looks delightful. Bring some back." Du Mingyan turned to Zhao Xinyu. "Grandpa, this tea is called an amp. Oppos, blood of the heart and amp. Oppos." And Zhao Xinyu brooded himself. "I'm not sure if he has any left. It is sheer nonsense. Xuanyu is from the north. What does he know about tea? Cooking a dish is within his capabilities, perhaps." Du Gang's words instantaneously colored Zhao Xuanyu's face with embarrassment. While Du Mingyan and her companions erupted into laughter, their amusement uncontrollable. "Grandfather, the renowned dish and Oppos, blood and heart and Oppos, is indeed crafted by Zhao Xuanyu. He is right beside me. You can speak with him," Du Mingyan said as she handed her phone to Zhao Xuanyu. Before Zhao Xuanyu could respond, Du Gang's voice echoed, "Kid. Setting aside the quality of this tea for the moment, I find the name quite appealing. I am willing to exchange my exquisite Dahongpo for it. How does one tael for half a pound sound? Let me tell you." Du Mingyan interjected, her cheek pressed to Zhao Xuanyu and amp, Oppos, face, "Grandfather. It should be 1 tael of and Oppos, blood and heart and Oppos, for 1 pound of exquisite Dahongpo. The flavor of and Oppos, blood and heart and Oppos, surpasses that of your exquisite Dahongpo by far." Du Gang paused slightly. Had he not known about the event Zhao Xuanyu was organizing, he would have already made his way over. "Xuanyu, what Mingnan said is true. Grandfather, I'm not certain of the exact amount, but it should be a little over a pound. Give me some as well. If there are esteemed guests at the hotel, I would like to treat them with an amp, Oppos, blood and heart and amp, Oppos, and promote it at the same time." "We want some too," said Yuma sweetly. Zhao Xuanyu laughed heartily. "All right. I shall prepare some for each of you." Just then, a low growl from the black wind in the courtyard caught their attention. Zhao Xuanyu stood and exited the living room, spotting a villager tasked with guarding the stone arch bridge. "Uncle Ming, is there something amiss?" "Xuanyu, a few individuals have come over claiming to be your brothers. One is named Pang Mingyuan." Upon hearing this name, Zhao Xuanyu and Oppos' body trembled, and he let out a roar, dashing out of the courtyard. This sudden movement left Du Mingnan and the others bewildered, prompting them to follow him outside. As Du Mingnan and her friends emerged, they beheld Zhao Xuanyu embracing a young man who towered over him by a head. Tears glistened in both men's eyes, stirring deep emotions within Du Mingnan and her friends. Who is this young man? Why has Xuanyu never mentioned him? They wondered, yet it was evident that their bond was profound. Pang Mingyuan released Zhao Xuanyu, giving his shoulder a gentle pat before turning to Li Chun and the others. "This is my brother, Zhao Xuanyu. I haven't deceived you, have I?" Li Chun stared at Zhao Xuanyu in disbelief. During the traditional Chinese medicine assessment in Yanqing, Zhao Xuanyu had presented himself in disheveled attire, exuding an unpleasant odor. Now, despite his ordinary clothing, he appeared clean and handsome, exuding the charm of a youthful dandy. Li Chun and Zhao Xuanyu exchanged glances. He recalled seeing Li Chun during the assessment, never expecting to encounter him again in this setting. "Li Chun, it seems we meet for the second time," Zhao Xuanyu remarked, prompting Li Chun to snap back to reality as he grasped Zhao Xuanyu and Oppos' hand. "Idol, do you know that after you left that day, old Master Hua searched high and low for you?" Nyoda and the others received quite the scolding. Unfamiliar with the events of the traditional Chinese medicine assessment, Du Mingnan and her friends sensed the story behind Li Chun's words. "Come, let us go inside and have some water," Zhao Xuanyu suggested. Feeling a bit awkward as he recalled his appearance that day, he had believed they would never meet again, Yet fate had other plans through Pang Mingyuan. Inside the living room, Li Chun recounted the events of Zhao Xuanyu's assessment, leaving Du Mingnan and her friends astounded, their expressions shifting as they looked at Zhao Xuanyu. He had always been perceived as cultured and courteous, yet Li Chun painted a picture of a carefree, glib individual. They struggled to comprehend how Zhao Xuanyu had appeared so unkempt and bold enough to call old master Hua little brother. Zhao Xuanyu felt the heat of embarrassment wash over him. He had neglected his appearance that day, resulting in his rogue-like demeanor. Unable to contain their amusement any longer, Du Mingnan and her friends burst into laughter. After their laughter subsided, Du Mingnan clutched her stomach and said, "Little brother, go fetch some tea for the sisters." Her words reignited the laughter of Yuma and Pang Mingyuan, causing Zhao Xuanyu to flee the living room in embarrassment. Upon returning with the tea, Zhao Xuanyu found that the others were still suppressing their laughter, their expressions peculiar as they gazed at him. "Mingnan, you keep Mingyuan company while I step outside to have a look." As he exited, the laughter that had caused him so much embarrassment erupted once more, leaving him with a rueful smile, aware that this incident would be a blemish on his life. As he reached the lower courtyard, he shook his head. The area was overcrowded, the vegetable patch teeming with heads. After nearly half an hour, he finally squeezed out of the courtyard and lifted his gaze to the surroundings. Satisfied to see the street stalls bustling with activity, filled with both villagers and city dwellers alike. Entering the makeshift dining hall at Pengcheng Hotel, he stated his purpose, and a staff member led him to the kitchen. In the kitchen, 3 chefs regarded him with admiration upon learning of his identity. Although they were unfamiliar with Zhao Xuanyu personally, they were well aware of his culinary prowess. His technique for braising crucian carp was unparalleled, something they could not hope to replicate. The head chef had secretly tasted Zhao Xuanyu's braised fish at the farmhouse and had attempted to recreate it, but the flavor paled in comparison. They had also heard General Manager Du Ming and praise Zhao Xuanyu and Appo's barbecue skills, and while they had not tasted it, they understood from her accolades that their hotel's barbecue could not match his. After a brief conversation with the chefs, Zhao Xuanyu began marinating the mountain chicken and wild rabbit, while the 3 chefs observed his technique closely. Yet, they found nothing particularly remarkable about it, leading them to entertain the thought that while they might not measure up to Zhao Xuanyu's braised fish, perhaps they could challenge him in the realm of barbecue. Once the mountain chicken was marinated, Zhao Xuanyu set about braising the crucian carp. The 3 chefs continued to watch, and as Zhao Xuanyu poured beer into the pot and covered it, confusion flickered in their eyes. The steps were straightforward, resembling those their head chef had followed. Yet the resulting flavors were worlds apart. Then they noticed that Zhao Xuanyu did not use the specialized barbecue equipment they had brought. Instead, he stacked firewood in an open space. This further fueled their doubts about his grilling abilities. However, this notion was swiftly dispelled within half an hour when a drop of fat hit the fire, sizzling loudly. As Zhao Xuanyu spread seasoning over the meat, an enticing aroma of barbecued meat began to waft through the air, a fragrance that they had never encountered before as chefs. As the tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat wafted through the air, locals began to converge towards the source, eventually gathering in front of the makeshift restaurant with at least several hundred people. Each individual brandished their cameras, swallowing in anticipation as they captured the scene, often documenting the changing expressions of the onlookers, which they later shared online. "Ming, look, Zhao Xinyu has started barbecuing. Just look at how some people are drooling," Yuma said, passing her phone to Du Mingnan. Upon viewing the photographs, Du Mingnan turned to Yuma. "I recall that your first experience with Zhao Xinyu and Appo's barbecue was quite similar. Was and Appo's tea?" Pang Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback. "Xinyu can barbecue?" Du Mingnan, surprised, replied, "You didn't know?" Pang Mingyuan shook his head. Back then, aside from attending classes, he spent all his time delivering takeout and collecting scrap. He lived on steamed buns and pickled vegetables. I never heard him mention any of this. At the makeshift restaurant, the aroma of barbecued meat was irresistible. Though the mountain chicken and wild rabbit were not yet ready, the place was already packed. Many patrons, unwilling to wait in line, opted to visit other nearby stalls. Once the barbecue and braised crucian carp were served, the 3 chefs exchanged glances, witnessing their once hungry customers now frantically competing for Zhao Xinyu and Appo's braised crucian carp, barbecued mountain chicken, and wild rabbit. Observing this scene, the 3 could only shake their heads. Although they had not tasted the dishes, they understood that Zhao Xinyu's culinary creations were beyond their capabilities. After spending an hour and a half preparing the mountain chicken and wild rabbit, Zhao Xinyu took another 10 minutes to return to the courtyard. After all, his good friend Pang Mingyuan had arrived, and as the host, he couldn't and oppose to remain outside indefinitely. Upon returning to his yard, Zhao Xinyu noticed Du Mingnan and Pang Mingyuan near the grapevine, where they were photographing the playful Black Wind, Jin Hin, and Jinyu. Zhao Xinyu, let me take a picture with Jin Hin and Jinyu, Yuma said, pouting upon seeing Zhao Xinyu return. Zhao Xinyu laughed heartily. It doesn't matter what I say. It's up to them. What are we having for lunch? Should I ask them to bring us something? Du Mingnan inquired. Considering that Pang Mingyuan was Zhao Xinyu's good friend, let's just have something simple for lunch. I'll prepare braised pork for you in the evening, Zhao Xinyu replied. Hearing braised pork, Du Mingnan and Amp Appo's eyes lit up, but Yuma, who had never tasted it, protested. You stingy person. Your good friend came all the way here. And you only offer him braised pork? We also want barbecued mountain chicken and braised crucian carp. Du Mingnan, listening to Yuma and Appo's complaint, merely smiled at Zhao Xinyu. For lunch, we'll have braised crucian carp and barbecued mountain chicken, and in the evening, I'll make sure you don't eat the braised pork, Zhao Xinyu said, walking over to Jin Hin and Jinyu. As Yuma and the others observed the affectionate interactions between Jin Hin, Jinyu, Black Wind, and Zhao Xinyu, their eyes sparkled with envy. As Jin Hin and Jinyu took flight, Zhao Xinyu returned to invite everyone home, subsequently calling Han Li to ask him to arrange for the village butcher to come by in the afternoon to handle the wild boar. Pang Mingyuan, savoring the barbecued mountain chicken and braised crucian carp prepared by Zhao Xinyu, could do little but praise the dishes while lamenting that Zhao Xinyu had not revealed such culinary talent sooner. Had he known, he certainly would have partnered with Zhao Xinyu to open a barbecue restaurant instead of going to medical school. Du Mingnan and the others observed the playful banter between Pang Mingyuan and Zhao Xinyu, their eyes filled with envy. If one could have a good friend like that for a lifetime, even a meager existence would be worthwhile. In the afternoon, Han Li and a few others arrived, and Zhao Xinyu introduced Pang Mingyuan and the others, who were of similar age and good friends of his, leading to a swift camaraderie. As they engaged in light conversation, Black Wind returned from outside, growling a few times before turning to leave the yard. Zhao Xinyu chuckled. Han Li, it's your turn now. Jin Hin and Jinyu should be back. At this moment, Yuma and the others realized what Zhao Xinyu meant by braised pork, having never seen a wild boar. They all stood up to follow Han Li out of the yard.